Chapter 1. The New World After the End of the Old. After a devastating meteor shower, the apocalypse beckoned as foreign elements sparked deadly mutations in animals, and microorganisms invisible to the naked eye unleashed countless epidemics. On top of their own diseases, mankind had to deal with mutated beasts. Threats loomed everywhere, and a torrent of microbiological mutations lurked as illness and disaster halted progress and curbed productivity. Bustling cities were reduced to ruins, and vast plots of fertile land turned to hellish wastelands. Fang Zhao couldn't remember how long he lingered in that apocalyptic world, how long he fought. 90-odd years. Or perhaps 100 years. He could no longer remember. Before the apocalypse, he was a somewhat well-known composer whose career was on the rise. Just as he was about to release what he considered his best work, the mother of all wars arrived. He fled for survival and led troops into battle. When conquered lands were recovered one after another, people thought the war would end soon and prosperous times would emerge. Yet this was when he collapsed, in the darkness before the dawn. If you don't have the determination to fight to the death, then this war will certainly be lost. That's why Earth's population has dwindled from 8 billion to 80 million. Old Zhao say, "Do you think we will win?" "We will. I'm not afraid of death, but I am afraid of a Pyrrhic victory. We will win." "That's good. When we win, I'm going to find a place and start herding again. Boy, how I loved the ranch where we lived when I was a kid, the blue skies and the green pastures." "What about you, Old Zhao? Are you going to relaunch your career as a composer?" "Relaunch? I never stopped in the first place." In Fang Zhao's head, a conversation he once had with his comrade, Su Mu, suddenly popped up. The cries of his men facing imminent death and the howls of the mutated animals began to fade. The extreme pain from decades of illnesses and deadly wounds had been wiped from his memory as his body began to recover its senses. The vitality of a withered tree that meets the spring was confusing to Fang Zhao. After all, he was more than 100 years old, an emaciated old man with damaged fingers. Even though his body had mutated and strengthened as a function of his immune system, he was still bogged down by injury and illness. He was also an old man. He felt like an overheated engine all the time and could no longer relax at will. Just when Fang Zhao was about to carefully feel out his body, his brain was assaulted by a pain resembling pricking needles and barraged with images he couldn't recognize, crowding his head to its breaking point. As he gradually gained control of his body, Fang Zhao's eyelids spasmed, and he sat up to take deep breaths. The overloading of his brain blurred his vision, but as his headache faded, his vision resumed too, and Fang Zhao took in his unusual surroundings acutely. With instincts and sensitivity honed from countless battles, Fang Zhao could tell without looking that he was in a foreign location. No, it wasn't an unknown location. A scene appeared in his mind, a seemingly very familiar scene. This is where he used to live. He was Fang Zhao and not Fang Zhao at the same time. He died in that end-of-days war, but now he was reborn into the body of another person also called Fang Zhao. He survived. Fang Zhao raised his hands and examined his 10 young, intact fingers. He dangled his legs, which were weak but felt no pain. This was a young and healthy body. Fang Zhao's brain contained his own memories. The battles that led to his death were crystal clear, as were his nearly 100 years of fighting and being on the run. But at the same time, he was also equipped with the memories of his new host body. This young man, also named Fang Zhao, was merely 23 years old and was about to complete his tertiary studies. He was a young composer. Unfortunately, he was dumped after graduation and cheated just when he started his new job. A friend he considered a blood brother betrayed him and stole 3 months' worth of his work. Succumbing to the blows, this man chose the final resolution: suicide. Fang Zhao was puzzled. Apocalypse had been avoided. Why would anyone give up on life in such a beautiful world? After all, it was merely a case of heartbreak, piracy, and betrayal. So what? Did the world fall apart? People who lived during the end of days tried so hard to survive, and this boy took his life over such petty matters. People from the end of days wouldn't get it. But after all, these were peaceful times after what was thought to be the end of days. People thought differently in times of peace. Fang Zhao also lived during peacetime, but it was too long ago, and such good memories had already blurred by a giant sea of bloodshed. How did people from peacetime think? Never mind. What has happened has happened. As Fang Zhao canvassed the memories of his host body, exasperation mixed with pity. Someone who chose to resolve things like this was too cowardly. It was a form of avoidance. The host was dead, and yet the person who poached his work was living happily and enjoying greater status. Was his death worth it? In any case, Fang Zhao felt it wasn't. Current grievances were best avenged in the present. Who knew if there was an afterlife? The original owner of his body was afraid to confront his circumstances, but Fang Zhao was different. Someone who had endured the end of days naturally had a different temperament than people from peacetime. The more memories he uncovered, the more amazed Fang Zhao was. There really was a new world. All those years of battle and all those years of hellish living were worth it. While searching the memories of his new body, Fang Zhao remained vigilant toward his surroundings as well. Even when he was in a safe environment, Fang Zhao couldn't relax. It was an old habit, cultivated during the end of days, which was also why he was able to survive for so many years. As a whining sound from nearby grew, Fang Zhao stopped searching his new memory and looked over. He had already sensed another life form in this narrow room, but it posed no threat and didn't signal the intent to attack. Drawing from his experience from the end of days, beasts like this weren't of the violent, mutated variety, so he didn't pay much attention. Fang Zhao only shifted his focus as the noise grew. It was only a small dog with tangled, finger-long fur. Its coat was stained with an unknown substance. It was very skinny. Remove its fur, and all that was left was a veiled skeleton. The stray dog the original owner of his body had adopted before committing suicide. After adopting the dog last night, he fed it a spiked dinner. He ate half and fed the remaining half to the dog. Both portions were mixed with poison he bought from a drugstore. An empty bowl lay on a table nearby. Its drugged contents were gone, but the plate next to the dog was left untouched. Fang Zhao knew from his new memories that the dog was in poor health last night. He could barely stand. A day later it seemed in better shape, but it still had trouble getting up. It lay there with its head titled slightly, his neck twisted in Fang Zhao's direction. Tail wagging, its black eyes started at Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao dangled his legs. Even though they were weak, he could walk. He planted his feet on the ground. The wholesome feeling that traveled from the soles of his feet to his brain made his heart race. Fang Zhao walked carefully and deliberately, as if verifying the reality before him. 1 step, 2 steps. Soon the probing steps became confident moves, as every cell in his body came alive with his heightened mood. How lucky he was to return from the dead. Fang Zhao walked toward the dog, knelt, picked up the plate of unknown material carrying the muck that was the poisoned food, and tossed it into the garbage can. As he bore witness to Fang Zhao's actions, the dog's spirits appeared to be lifted and his eyes became more expressive. There was no more food in the apartment. Drawing from his new memory, Fang Zhao took a bowl from the cupboard. He felt the surface of the bowl and determined it wasn't a material he knew. It looked ceramic, but it felt like some sort of plastic composite. It was very light. His brain contained vague memories about the new material, but Fang Zhao could only gather from these fragments that it was a material that dissolves quickly in certain conditions without releasing any pollutants. Fang Zhao dropped the matter and fetched half a bowl from the pool, which he knew about his new memory, and placed it in front of the dog. The dog got up with a swagger, looking like it would collapse at any moment. But it stood stiffly and lapped up the bowl of water, its tail wagging slightly. Even though it was a stray dog, it was still doing its best to survive. Fang Zhao looked at that dog, then focused his attention on the small apartment. It was about 20 square meters, crowded and messy. One corner was a total disaster. But his new memory told Fang Zhao that the same corner was the tittiest part of the room before yesterday. That small corner taking up about 4 square meters was where the previous owner of his body worked. All the songs he composed in the past 2 months were completed in that cramped corner. Many of the tools and appliances in the apartment were alien to Fang Zhao. He had never seen home appliances before, but he could decipher everything with his new memory. As long as his new memory was fully integrated, he could navigate his new world easily. Fang Zhao walked toward a spot and pressed a small button on the wall. A waist-high cabinet thrust forward. A mirror was placed on top of the cabinet. Ignoring the mirror itself and the material of the cabinet, Fang Zhao carefully examined the man in the mirror. The original owner of his new body looked somewhat like Fang Zhao. even though Fang Zhao couldn't remember what he looked like when he was a young man. Still, the face in the mirror looked a bit familiar, based on Fang Zhao's own memories instead of his new ones. The two Fang Zhao were cosmically linked after all. Even though he didn't know how he obtained a healthy new body, Fang Zhao disagreed with what its original owner did. But now that he inherited his body and memories, Fang Zhao had to take stock. Staring at the eyes in the mirror, he said in a serious tone, "I'm taking over the life you abandoned. I will exact revenge for you. I will repay your debts. So your dream is to become a world-famous composer? It just so happens I used to be one." Fang Zhao was actually quite ambitious, but he had landed in a new world that he didn't know. After all, as grand as his ambitions were, they had to be grounded in reality and competence. Maybe he could fulfill the dreams that he couldn't during the end of days. Anyone can talk big, but before adapting to his new surroundings and figuring out his skill set, talk was just talk. Fang Zhao shoved the cabinet back into the wall, walked toward the window, and opened it. It was nearly noon, and the weather was great. The curtains had been drawn already, but the apartment was still dim because this was a black street, a slum-like neighborhood. Chapter 2. Black Street. What was a black street? As buildings increased in height with the advancement of technology, areas with a high concentration of skyscrapers blocked sunlight from narrow alleys at the bottom of these clusters. These streets were dark most of the day, so people called them black streets. The area where Fang Zhao now lived was surrounded by mass housing blocks more than 100 stories tall. There were gaps between these towers, and beneath these gaps lay the black streets. People who lived on black streets were also called those who lived in the gaps, a euphemism for the poor. Conditions were rough on black streets. In addition to the lack of sunshine, it was a dangerous setting. After the original owner of Fang Zhao's body signed with a record label, he moved off campus. Living alone was more conducive to creative work and was more private, but he had limited funds, so he could only afford to rent a container-style room on a black street. The original owner wanted to move out after he was paid for his work, but before he could submit his work, it was stolen by a trusted friend. The original owner had 4 childhood friends: Fang Sheng, his ex-girlfriend Shi Hong, Zheng Huang, and Zheng Huang's fiancée, Wan Yu. The 5 of them grew up together. They lived in the same building as kids. Unfortunately, when they were in secondary school, an explosion occurred in the building and only a tenth of the residents survived. Only children who were boarders survived. The government paid out a substantial amount in compensation and a strong welfare system was in place, so the 5 of them could afford to finish university with cash to spare. They attended the same primary school and secondary school and went on to attend college in Qian City. They attended different universities, but they stayed in touch. However, they weren't as close as when they were children. After the apocalypse, a global alliance was formed. The entire planet was a unified whole. There were no countries. The alliance comprised of 12 continents, 8 major continents, and 4 special continents. Fang Zhao lived in the political and financial hub of one of the 8 major continents, Yenzhou, the capital city of Qian. The original owner of the body was the best student among the 5. The university he was admitted to was the best music school in Yenzhou, the Qian Academy of Music. Since the beginning of the new era, the composition department at the Qian Academy of Music accounted for nearly half of Yenzhou's 100 most influential composers. Among them were composers who had global influence. The academy was a dream school for many. Final-year students of the composition department were mostly signed by record companies before graduation. The original owner of the body was one such student. Half a year before graduation, he signed a 6-month trainee contract with Silver Wing Media, one of Yenzhou's 3 major entertainment conglomerates. During the first 3 months, the original owner of the body ran errands for senior musicians and attended classes scheduled by the company. The second half of the internship was devoted to preparing for the annual New Talent competition. How the trainees performed in the last 3 months determined if they would stay on at Silver Wing as full-time employees and shape their futures. Silver Wing would allocate resources based on their performance in the New Talent competition. But the pieces the original owner had toiled on for the New Talent competition were stolen by his childhood friend Fang Sheng. Fang Sheng shared the same family name with the original owner. They were distant relatives. He was a good brother and partner, but he stabbed the original owner of the body in the back at a critical juncture. Caving to the painful blow and the pressure, the original owner committed suicide. Fang Zhao stopped searching his new memory and noticed that it was getting lively outside. The movement of people could be heard everywhere. The apartment was located on the second floor. Right beneath it was a large shop, where people could be heard opening shop and moving things. Residents of the building across the street had also opened their windows and were staring outside. Even though it was quite dark, Fang Zhao still examined the street, like taking in a rare piece of art. Things had changed so much since the apocalypse, which was both alien and intriguing to Fang Zhao at the same time. This was the new world. A golden age had emerged after the near apocalypse, also known as the period of destruction. Those old friends who survived the end of the war must have been delighted. The 100-year war, which cost billions of lives, resulted in the prosperous times everyone had hoped for. The noise in the dark should have gotten on his nerves, but Fang Zhao was an untapped bundle of energy. The world he had longed for was afoot again. Closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, Fang Zhao greedily took in the fresh air of the new world. Inspiration rumbled in his head, ready to burst out. His blood had risen to near-boiling temperatures. Every single one of his hairs was trembling in excitement. But that wasn't enough. To create a masterpiece, that bit of inspiration wasn't enough. The noise grew louder, and it was bright outside. It was getting louder and brighter at an increasing pace. Fang Zhao stopped searching his memory and locked the window. Based on the memory he inherited along with his new body, Fang Zhao knew that the busiest and also most valuable period of the day on a black street, daytime, was about to arrive. He scanned the house, and his gaze landed on the bracelet on top of his nightstand for 2 seconds. Fang Zhao darted over and fastened it to his left wrist. This was an item that 90% of people in the New World owned, something like a personal computer terminal. Virtual currency was the norm, so Fang Zhao needed the bracelet to buy things. It also served as the key to his apartment. After he fastened his bracelet, Fang Zhao paused before the door and turned back to scoop up the stray dog, who was staring at him, and brought him along. As he left, Fang Zhao noticed that many others were headed to the first floor, just like him. His building was like a beehive, housing a massive number of residents. Most, like Fang Zhao, also struggled to make ends meet and could afford no more than a tiny, cramped room devoid of sunlight for most of the time. Where tall buildings were clustered, even though it was daytime, the streets below were dark most of the time. People who could afford to move to higher floors. People are always drawn to the light. As for those who couldn't afford an apartment on a higher floor or were handicapped, they set their sights on noon every day, the only time when black streets were briefly graced by sunlight. The people who were rushing downstairs glanced at Fang Zhao quickly and walked past him. They only had a vague impression of him. They didn't know him well, so they didn't bother to say hello. Several of them gave Fang Zhao a curious glance when they noticed he was carrying a dog. Fang Zhao didn't mind and smiled at them in return. The fellow residents were obviously taken aback. They were probably surprised that this usually depressed young man was smiling. The people who went outside around that time to get a tan were mostly elderly. The crowd that emerged from the elevator was mostly made up of stumbling, gray-haired old men and women. As he emerged from the lobby of his building, Fang Zhao noticed that the street was already quite crowded. Major forms of transportation were diverted elsewhere, so black streets were usually free of car traffic. During the day, they were very empty, except for now. As the sun rose, it shined on the lower levels of the mass housing blocks. People who didn't go outside also opened their windows to take in the precious sunshine. Fang Zhao wasn't in a hurry to stake out his spot. Instead, he walked into the shop on the first floor. He was starving. Everything else could wait. Because of the apocalypse, the planetary government of the new era did not impose gun controls initially, lest another major war break out again. In the unfortunate scenario where events unfolded that way, at least people could fight right away. But eventually, the situation grew out of control. Arms became prolific and riots rampant. Several continents went through leadership changes, and the planetary government was nearly toppled. That was when gun controls were implemented. Gun controls were especially strict in the past century. It was impossible for the average citizen to own a gun. But Yu Qing, the owner of the shop, was a veteran and one of the few people on this black street that owned arms legally. The punks of black streets didn't dare mess with people with arms, which was the main reason why this shop could operate in peace. When Fang Zhao entered the shop, a yawning Yuqing gave him a quick glance. He remembered Fang Zhao from yesterday, when the kid was hell-bent on killing himself and oblivious to feedback. He'd thought another Blackstreet suicide was in the works, but lo and behold, Fang Zhao showed up again. Yuqing's line of sight shifted to the dog Fang Zhao was holding. That's right, it was the kid from the yesterday. He saw him take the stray dog home. Several punks who were shopping at his stores started a bet on what Fang Zhao would do with the dog, whether it would become a burial item or if he would kill it and eat it. It looked like they were all wrong. Fang Zhao sensed Yuqing's probing eyes, but his stare suggested curiosity and no ill will, so Fang Zhao didn't react. Drawing from his memory, he bought the cheapest items, 3 thumb-length sealed strips. Their size was misleading. The strips felt like metal in hand. Low-end compressed food. Yuqing stopped staring and eyed the item Fang Zhao had picked. That's $9. You want them decompressed. Decompression referred to the decompression of compressed food, which restored these compressed blocks into an edible form. Yes, and a cup of tea, please, Fang Zhao said. Decompression is 50 cents. The tea is another 50 cents. The total is $10. As he spoke, Yuqing opened the 3 strips and stuck them into a decompressor. 10 seconds later, he removed the tray from inside, on which sat 3 items that resembled dim sum. They were each about 20 centimeters by 8 centimeters in size and steaming hot. Take away, Yuqing asked. No, I'll eat here. Fang Zhao took the plate and asked, Boss you, can I move a chair outside? Not too far out. Yuqing answered without lifting his head. He wasn't afraid the kid would steal his chair. Very few people had the guts to steal from him on this street. Fang Zhao put down the dog near the store entrance and returned inside for a chair. Fang Zhao gave the dog one of the 3 compressed cakes and kept the other 2 for himself. If this were the apocalypse, he would not have generously shared his food with a dog he just met. But Fang Zhao was in a good mood. Having been reborn into the new era, he was willing to share. Since the original owner of his body adopted it, and it did not die, he would keep it for now. The compressed cakes tasted horrible, and the tea was cheap powder-based stuff. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so cheap. But for someone who had survived the apocalypse, Fang Zhao thought the food was a delicacy. During the end of days, he had to endure famine. Later on, he didn't have to worry about food, but he wasn't picky. Compared to simple and crude food items and the stress of war, compressed cakes were exquisite. Now he could actually sit and enjoy lunch in peace. That already meant the world to Fang Zhao. Chapter 3. Your friend has made it. The noonday sun was already shining, dispersing the gloom and cold of the black street. Store owner Yuqing also moved a chair to his storefront to catch a tan and doze off. He didn't get much business during the day. Black streets were the liveliest by night, so he didn't sleep much at night and caught up during the day. This was also when most store owners on black streets rested. After downing 2 compressed cakes in large mouthfuls, Fang Zhao eyed the dog sitting by his feet. He had finished its compressed cake and was licking crumbs off the ground. These veteran strays were experts on what was and was not edible. They couldn't have lived this long on a black street without some basic survival skills. His appetite satisfied, Fang Zhao relished every second as he sat on the curb and looked to the sky. The sky resembled a bright blue strip, the bright sun unabashedly overlooking the landscape from above. Not a trace of the murkiness and bloodiness of the near apocalypse. This is great. The apocalypse hadn't panned out after all. What they called the apocalypse became what people in the new era dubbed the period of destruction. After an extended period of massacres and extinctions, new life sprouted from all things on Earth. It was a rebirth of sorts. Human beings were still in charge of the planet. The world had finally ushered in prosperous times again. It hadn't been this peaceful in a very long time. His creative wheels couldn't help spinning again. Fang Zhao started to lightly tap the fingers he casually placed on his lap. Very few people noticed, and even if they did, they wouldn't know what it was all about. Yuqing stared for some time, but couldn't make anything out of it. As a veteran, he had been part of quite a few military operations and learned many types of code, but what Fang Zhao tapped wasn't among the codes he knew. After staring cluelessly for a while, Yuqing gave up and continued to nurture his tan. Some people tapped their fingers unconsciously when they were thinking, but people who knew Fang Zhao could tell that his finger tapping was his way of composing. When he was inspired, he would start composing, But during the apocalypse, he never had the time or space to compose in peace. Pen and paper were out of the question, so Fang Zhao came up with his own method, creating a system of musical notation that took advantage of his impeccable memory. Come to think of it, it was a code of sorts, a code that only Fang Zhao could decipher. The sun lingered on the black street only very briefly, for about an hour or so, before gradually fading in retreat. Without the sunshine, the temperature at street level dropped several degrees. But it was already late May and the weather in Yenzhou was quite mild, so some of the elderly residents didn't head back after getting their tan, chatting with old friends instead. This was their liveliest time of day. Fang Zhao didn't want to stay any longer. He returned his plate, his cup, and his chair to the shop. At that moment, the street chatter suddenly grew louder. The sound of an approaching aircraft could be heard. Yu Qing raised his head, let out a sardonic laugh, and pointed to the sky. Your friend has made it big time. Fang Zhao could see. A flying car descended. Flying cars were a luxury item for people who lived near black streets at the bottom of the mass housing blocks. Not everyone could afford one. The fuel it used was more expensive than regular fuel. Every time a flying car arrived, it was either a mafia boss or someone who had made it. The elderly people of black streets were very curious about events like this, so when they heard the hovering, they stopped their conversations and watched the arriving car in unison. They wanted to know who had made it and whether they knew the person. If they did, it would confer bragging rights for another 10 days or so. The people who were sitting on their stools at the flying car's landing spot had already scattered, creating a clearing for its arrival. The flying car was emblazoned with a flashy, gaudy wind graphic with 7 colors. It was a symbol widely known in Qian and even the entire Yenzhou. It's a Neon Culture official car. Was someone signed by Neon Culture? Wow, such great fortune, such great fortune. Neon Culture is loaded. Someone else from our street was signed by one of the big 3 and became a big star. What was his name? I can't remember. Anyway, he is rich now. The 3 leading entertainment conglomerates in Qian were Silver Wing Media, Neon Culture, and Tongshan True Entertainment. Even though it was clear at first glance that the car was an official company car and not a private vehicle, they were talking about the famed Neon Culture here, one of the big 3. Who would worry about money after joining Neon Culture? The entertainment industry was a gold mine. That was what the masses thought. Signing with Neon Culture equaled a change in fortunes, which equaled rolling in cash. That was what most people living on black streets thought. The original owner of the body had signed with Silver Wing Media as an intern 6 months before graduation. As for this childhood friend of his, he wasn't much of a student and his school wasn't as prestigious as Qian Academy of Music, so he wasn't signed with graduation right around the corner. But now, things were different. People changed. As Fang Zhao watched the person who emerged from the flying car, his new memory gave him the lowdown on the passenger. Fang Sheng was a childhood friend of his body's original owner. They were friends who kept no secrets. The original owner was even contemplating using his connections to get his friend hired at Silver Wing after the new talent competition, if not as an artist, then as an assistant. In any case, he wouldn't be unemployed. Yet he was stabbed in the back by his friend in the end. Now Fang Sheng had replaced his cheap wardrobe and came and went in a flying car. It wasn't a high-end flying car, but it was still a flying car and a Neon Culture Company car at that. That was enough to draw attention on a black street. Fang Sheng stole the fruit of his friend's hard work and leveraged it into a contract with Neon Culture. It looked like Neon Culture was happy with the songs Fang Sheng submitted. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent a car. Fang Zhao had seen plenty of folks like that. People who had no talent, but who knew how to scheme. As Fang Sheng emerged from the flying car, he reveled in the jealous gazes thrown his way. Being the center of attention made him feel like a star, so when Fang Sheng got out, he was giddy with delight, until he saw Fang Zhao standing at the store entrance. His mood instantly soured. When Fang Sheng saw Fang Zhao standing there, he was awfully surprised. Based on his understanding of his friend's personality, coupled with the gossip he had gleaned from a few punks on the black street, Fang Zhao should have committed suicide today. Even if he hadn't, he'd be holed up in his apartment brainstorming a solution, or mired in an endless bout of bitching and self-pity. Who would have thought he'd be in the mood to get a tan? Had this dumbass composer lost it? What was even more surprising was Fang Zhao's state of mind. There wasn't any despair, self-pity, or any sign of madness from the pressure. Instead, he looked like nothing had happened, as if his work hadn't been stolen and he wasn't dealing with a predicament. That sent Fang Zhao into a panic. What exactly had happened to Fang Zhao? Fang Zhang's probing gaze didn't linger, and he didn't dare look Fang Zhao in the eye. Fang Zhao's eyes projected an eerie look of calm. They looked like a bottomless ocean that would sprout a monster at any given moment. It gave him the chills. But Fang Zhang didn't think he had done anything wrong. Who didn't look out for their own interests? Why wouldn't he capitalize on a golden opportunity? It wasn't that he didn't have a history with Fang Zhao, but compared to the huge benefits he had reaped, their relationship wasn't worth a mention. At least, that was what he thought. What are you looking at? Hurry up and pack your things so we can head back to the office. Don't waste your time here. The driver who emerged from the car urged as he scanned the bystanders on the black street in disdain. Oh, okay. Fang Zhang stopped procrastinating and rushed to the elevator, his silhouette cutting an awkward figure, as if he were avoiding something. After Fang Zhang stole the 3 songs from Fang Zhao, he had applied to Neon Culture. Their recruiters liked what they saw and signed him. Neon Culture was indeed happy with the scores that Fang Zhang had submitted, paying him in advance and even arranging for new living quarters. Fang Zhang was there to move. He lived on the 5th floor. Even though the conditions were slightly better than Fang Zhao's surroundings on the 2nd floor, the 5th floor was still considered a lower floor at the mass housing block. It was still dirty, messy, and crappy. When he found out he could move out, Fang Zhang wasted no time in asking for a chauffeured company car. His mind preoccupied, Fang Zhang appeared out of sorts. When he emerged from the building after collecting his things, Fang eyed the shop again and didn't see Fang Zhao, much to his relief. He immediately thought he was too timid and didn't need to be afraid of Fang Zhao. He was worried that Fang Zhao would report the theft of his songs, but when he was packing, he pondered the matter again and concluded he had nothing to fear. He had uploaded the 3 songs first, and they were registered under his name. Legally speaking, he was their rightful composer and owner. Even if Fang Zhao wanted to sue, he still had nothing to fear. When Fang Zhao was busy composing, he had already covered his tracks. How could Fang Zhao sue without evidence? Moreover, Fang Zhao didn't have money to sue. He had enough trouble paying for food and clothing. Maybe he didn't even have next month's rent. How could Fang Zhao sue him? Would he borrow money from Zheng Huang and Wan Yu? Fang Zhang despised those 2 indigents. They were no threat. All he had to do was stick to his claim that he wrote those 3 songs. Before he got into his car, Fang Zhang glanced at the black street again, his line of sight focusing on the windows of Fang Zhao's 2nd-floor apartment. The windows were shut tight and darkened. He couldn't tell if anyone was in. Fang Zhang took a deep breath and ducked into his car. From now on, he had nothing to do with shitty neighborhoods like this black street. Bye-bye poverty and hello riches. Onto the pinnacle of his life. Be it Fang Zhao or black streets, he didn't have to deal with them anymore. He had qualified for the new talent competition. His future lay in the glittering song chart of the new talent contest. Chapter 4, Virtual Idols. On one hand, Fang Zhang departed brimming with ambition, leaving behind the endless chatter on the black street, while Fang Zhao didn't bog himself down with thoughts about Fang Xing either. Perhaps everyone encountered loyalty and betrayal in their lives. In the apocalypse, such events were even more common. Familial love could turn into deep-seated hatred in an instant. Revenge had to be exacted for the body's original owner, but the most pressing task of the moment was to compose a new song for Silverwing Media. If he missed his deadline, not only would he lose the great job he was on the cusp of landing, he would also miss out on this season's new talent contest. Life would be more difficult as a result. It was the end of May. Each season of the new talent contest lasted 3 months, and the contest was rebooted every 3 months. The new Pioneers chart reserved for newcomers would also only be compiled for another month. This time of year was when the competition among newcomers was the fiercest. It was also when the major record labels pushed their trainees the hardest. Fame and riches were guaranteed for those who made it. The road ahead would become smoother. Their record labels would promote them with maximum effort without prompting. But if they didn't shine in the new talent contest, then industry insiders would cast them aside as poor prospects. Their careers would stall. The original owner of the body took the contest very seriously. With 2 days left until June, Fang Zhao didn't have much time left. It wouldn't be worth the effort to challenge Fang Zhang over the copyright of those 3 songs. He had no evidence whatsoever. Fang Zhao was also prepared for the battle. The legal maneuvers could take up to 2 seasons, and he might not walk away with anything. Meanwhile, he was missing out on the opportunity to shine. After Fang Zhao returned the items to the store, he walked his dog another 100 meters or so to a drugstore. The poison that the original owner of this body bought to kill himself wasn't available at your usual drugstore. Heavy medication usually required a prescription, but Black Streets operated by a different set of rules. If there was a will, there was a way. The drugstore wasn't big. It was typically quite empty at this time of day. A man haphazardly wearing a lab coat was sleeping on the counter. When Fang Zhao walked in, the motion detector by the entrance sounded a ding. The man raised his head with effort and glanced at the entrance with a yawn, wearing the expression of someone half asleep. He froze when he saw Fang Zhao. The owner of the drugstore was quite surprised. He still remembered how the same young man showed up with a death wish yesterday. He had tried to talk the young man out of it to no avail. He'd thought that yet another person was about to vanish from the Black Street. Things like that happened on Black Streets way too often. Someone would commit suicide after losing the will to live. Like the bugs that festered in the street corners of Black Streets, their death hardly caused a ripple. Fang Zhao's reappearance caught him off guard. He prided himself in having seen it all, but he never would have guessed that the same person would show up again in a completely different state of mind. Unless the drug purchase wasn't for suicide, the shop owner started to wonder. That couldn't be right either. He trusted his judgment as a practicing doctor. Odds were that the person bought the medication to commit suicide, but for some reason changed his mind. The surprise only lasted briefly, and he recovered quickly. On any given Black Street, there were people who abused themselves to death, and there were people who found a purpose overnight. Looking for medication? The shop owner asked. No. Can I trouble you to check out the dog? Fang Zhao handed the dog to the store owner. The owner retreated in disdain. I'm not a vet. Fang Zhao pressed on, saying, can't you just take a look? There were no vets nearby. Vet clinics were expensive and hard to come by. Fang Zhao knew from his new memory that this shop owner had once treated a bird. I'll give it a shot, the owner responded. He was free anyway. There was no point in turning down business. It was okay if the job didn't pay well as long as he turned a profit. He had the necessary devices and equipment. He might not have been able to handle a complex diagnosis, but he could conduct a basic checkup. Fang Zhao surveyed the equipment the owner fiddled with. That, coupled with fragments of his new memory, made him realize that there had been significant technological advancements since his time. Bulky equipment had become portable, and each piece of equipment could serve multiple functions. The steps for operation had been dumbed down. Even an ordinary person without medical training could use these devices to conduct a minor checkup on himself or herself, let alone a professional doctor. About 2 minutes later, the owner had a diagnosis. It's nothing major. It's malnourished from hunger. It'll get better on a full stomach. People in the new era preferred large dogs. During the apocalypse, a batch of dogs went mad and became the enemy. Another group was trained as guard dogs and fought alongside human beings. When all electronic devices failed, they became a huge help. Some of the monuments marking the period of destruction included dog sculptures to honor their sacrifice during the end-of-days war. The unit Fang Zhao served in also had a dog. Another batch of dogs neither went crazy nor were drafted into service. They kept a low profile during the near apocalypse. Few of them survived. He didn't know whether the dog before him was descended from those honored army dogs or the few strays who survived the war, but judging from the face of the dog and the color of its fur, even if it was the offspring of those storied dogs, it was an undistinguished descendant. It wasn't worth keeping. The shop owner had labeled the dog a failure. The shop owner gauged Fang Zhao again. The way he looked yesterday, he could barely keep himself alive. What would he do with a worthless dog? You're gonna raise this dog? The owner asked. Fang Zhao looked at the dog. Maybe it understood the question. It looked back and wagged its tail. I'm going to keep it for now, Fang Zhao said. It was serendipitous that it was the first living thing he saw when he woke up. Even though his finances were tight, Fang Zhao was confident that things would improve quickly. He couldn't continue to live off the little cash that the original owner of the body left behind. The owner didn't say anything more. It was someone else's call. All he had to care about was getting paid and doing his job. He pointed to the dog and said, its fur is all tied up in knots. Who knows how long it's been out on the streets for? You won't be able to wash it thoroughly. It would be a waste of time and money. Why don't you have it shaved instead? Then let's give it a shave. How much would it cost? The checkup is 50 and the shave 100. But you look like you don't have much cash. I'll charge 50 for the shave for a total of 100, the owner said. He wasn't price gouging. That was indeed the market rate. And why was he willing to offer a discount? It was impossible to say what the future held for someone who clawed his way back from dire straits. Examples like that were hard to find on a black street, but he had come across a few. He was just going with the flow and extending a kindness. For him, it was still a good deal. Even if the man decided to commit suicide again, he wouldn't suffer a loss at that price. His own meal only cost $10, and yet he splurged 100 on the dog. Why bother? Fang Zhao did an imaginary shake of his head. Still, he was reborn today, so he was happy and impulsive. Whether he would keep the dog or proceed alone, that was up to the dog. After Fang Zhao paid with his bracelet and learned from the owner that the shave would take an hour, he left the dog at the shop and went for a stroll. He wanted to get to know his new world better. He could only take care of business once he had a basic understanding. He left the drugstore and took the elevator to the 50th floor, then walked along the corridor to a dead end where there was a platform. It was a train station. People were already lining up. The sight of freeways sprouting from the side of buildings like a spider web and extending to higher ground like veins was a huge visual shock. The images from his new memory weren't as powerful as the real thing. It had been 500 years. 500 years since the apocalypse. The alarms signaling the arrival of a train sounded, and the 100-meter-long train that was part of public transportation slowed down as it approached. Drawing from his new memory, Fang Zhao flashed his bracelet against the touch pad on the train door. He found a seat by the window when he entered the compartment. It was 2 in the afternoon. There weren't that many passengers at this hour. The students and commuters were already gone, so the train was quite empty. The skyscrapers became a blur as the train sped along. The area was filled with mass housing blocks. They were built flush against each other, not leaving much space in between. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many black streets. But once the train left the neighborhood, the horizon opened up instantly. Sunshine refracted through the train windows sporadically. On distant buildings, silhouettes shimmered on huge screens. Celebrities, ads, marketing campaigns. While technology advanced in leaps and bounds, so did the entertainment industry. After the apocalypse, everything moved forward at an increasing speed. Fang Zhao couldn't find any trace of the near apocalypse and the times leading up to it. Look, it's Miyu. Gorgeous. My idol. The bracelet she endorsed has sold out. I couldn't place an order online. I hear Miyu is about to stage a concert. Have you bought tickets yet? The online scalping is insane. Fang Zhao took in the giant screen hanging to a distant skyscraper as he listened to the discussion between several young women sitting in front of him. On the screen, a young woman with a nearly perfect body was dazzling viewers with her beauty. Every smile and every wink suggested an irresistible charm. Not a single flaw could be found on her pretty face. Her full figure exuded infinite sexual energy. Staring into those kind, sparkly eyes, anyone would easily miss a heartbeat. She was indeed a beauty. Fang Zhao agreed on that much. During the near apocalypse, survival was the top priority. Man or woman, no one had the time to tend to their appearances. A stunning sight like that was unheard of. The only thing was, Fang Zhao got a weird vibe as soon as he laid eyes on the woman with the charming smile on the screen. Soon his new memory told him why. This wasn't a real person. Fang Zhao kept staring at the screen until it was out of sight. Virtual idols. The perfect marriage of technology and art. The so-called virtual idol wasn't someone who existed in flesh and blood. It was an artificial creation that stemmed from advanced technology. Virtual idols were born into virtual worlds. They looked no different than actual human beings. They were the fad for some time, crowding out many of the superstars who were their contemporaries. They had boxed real idols and celebrities into a corner, even forcing some of them to retire. Even though real idols and celebrities were now dominant again, virtual idols were still a force to be reckoned with. They were a product with global recognition. A media mogul who backed real celebrities once commented that virtual idols were monsters born into the virtual world. If they weren't stamped out, as long as they could find some reprieve, they would stage a comeback that would spell doom for real idols. Chapter 5. New Talent. Competition. What disappointed many businessmen who invested in real idols and celebrities was the fact that the virtual idols didn't disappear completely over the years, even if their influence had waned since their peak years. Even though virtual idols lasted for a briefer period than real celebrities, they still carried significant weight in the entertainment industry. An up-tempo melody started playing in the train, grabbing Fang Zhao's attention once more. It was a classic piece by a superstar from many, many years ago. It was a solo instrumental performance without lyrics. Fang Zhao closed his eyes and let the melody sink in. The piece was often used as an upper by public transportation drivers. It wasn't just the drivers. The passengers were also stimulated. Some joked that the melody had become an office anthem. A few listens, and you would be motivated to work. The music transmitted a fiery passion and buzz. Passengers sitting on their seats began shaking their crossed legs to the beat. The sleepy heads of the afternoon ride saw their spirits soar as their leg shakes increased in frequency. Listening to the same song, the fellow commuters felt a sense of camaraderie. How long had it been since he felt that way? Fang Zhao felt the blood in his veins start to boil. He was so excited he wanted to roar. This world, he approved. The train was on a circular route that looped around the city. Even though it only looped a small part of the city and a suburban part at that, not downtown, Fang Zhao got a good sense of the geography. His new memory had almost fully integrated. When he returned to the station where he boarded and disembarked, he was in a different mood. He was keen on blending into this world as quickly as possible and then enjoying it. Train fares were determined by the length of the journey. Fang Zhao started incurring a fare the moment he swiped his bracelet. Still, public transportation was relatively cheap. The trip cost Fang Zhao $50, slightly cheaper than other forms of transportation. That was a bit of a luxury considering Fang Zhao's limited cash on hand, but he thought it was worth it. Back at the Black Street, Fang Zhao picked up his dog from the drugstore first. The filthy dog with knotted fur whose original color eluded him looked skinny after being shaved. His bones protruded in sharp relief beneath his skin. The dog looked unsettled after its shave. Likewise, the owner of the drugstore was also pale. "Your dog almost jammed my clippers," the owner complained to Fang Zhao. "But since I said $50, I won't renege." Dog fur could be that stiff? Fang Zhao was skeptical. Because the dog's fur was badly tied up in knots and stains, he couldn't get a feel of its texture. Now that the owner of the drugstore was complaining, he wondered if dog fur had stiffened since the apocalypse. But the owner might not be telling the truth. He might have exaggerated a bit. "Anyway, take your dog. I need to catch up on sleep." The owner waved his hand. On any Black Street, business was the best at night, so he had to sleep during the day. Fang Zhao left in silence, carrying the shaven dog in his arms. When the drugstore owner cleaned his clippers after Fang Zhao left, he realized they didn't work anymore. He swore he wasn't just embellishing. They really broke down after shaving a dog. The bemused owner checked the clippers again and confirmed they indeed had gone bust. "Good thing they were cheap. I'm not shaving dog fur again," the drugstore owner mumbled. On his way home, Fang Zhao passed Yuqing's store and picked up some more food. He returned to his second-floor rental. Residents of his building living on the 80th floor or higher were lucky enough to enjoy a bit sunshine, but people living in lower floors could forget about it. Not to mention that Fang Zhao lived on the second floor, which was even darker. His room was even darker than when he woke up before he turned on the lights. After tidying up the apartment, Fang Zhao scanned the display on his bracelet, which indicated 17 blocked calls. Out of the 17 calls, 3 were from the silver media agent in charge of interns, 4 were from Wan Yu, and 10 were from Zheng Huang. Wan Yu and Zheng Huang were the other 2 childhood friends of his body's original owner. But unlike Fang Sheng, even though the couple didn't spend as much time with the original owner as Fang Sheng, they were sincere. They had only drifted apart from him during their university days at the instigation of Fang Sheng. They had even less contact after he started his internship at Silverwing Media. No more than 2 minutes after he disabled his call blocking, Zheng Huang called again. Fang Zhao tapped the connect button on his bracelet, and out popped the hologram of a nervous Zheng Huang. "You doing okay, Big Zhao?" Zheng Huang breathed a huge sigh of relief after seeing Fang Zhao. He wanted to comment on Fang Zhao's peaceful demeanor, but refrained so as to gauge his mood some more. "I was worried you were stuck in your head and would do something silly." "The silly deed has been done," Fang Zhao thought to himself. Noticing the genuine emotion on Zheng Huang's face, Fang Zhao responded, I'm okay. That's great. As long as you've thought things through. Xiaohong. Zheng Huang stopped when he realized it'd be cruel to mention his ex-girlfriend so soon after the breakup. He shifted gears and said, that scumbag Fang Sheng must be pleased with himself. Big Zhao, are you going to sue him? He could fool an outsider, but not us. Those are clearly your songs. Someone of Fang Sheng's talent couldn't have possibly composed them. No need, for now, Fang Zhao said. If you're worried about money, you and I still have some savings left. Really, there's no need. I don't have time to wrangle with him now, Fang Zhao said. The new talent contest has begun. I need to catch up. Zheng Huang was dumbfounded. He never would have thought that Fang Zhao would still make a run for it this late in the game. 2 months had passed in the current season of the new talent competition. Only one more was left. Entering in June was doable, but Fang Zhao didn't have any presentable material to submit. Zheng Huang was skeptical, but since Fang Zhao had found his mojo again, Zheng Huang didn't want to rain on his parade. As long as Fang Zhao could survive this rough patch. In that case, go get him. Let us know if you need anything. Do you have enough money? After blurting out the question, Zheng Huang worried he would hurt Fang Zhao's pride. After all, Fang Zhao hated it when people mentioned his tight finances. Before Zheng Huang could explain himself, Fang Zhao said, I still have a bit of cash. It'll last me for another month or so. Oh, that's great. But you have to let us know if you end up in a tight spot. Got it. I'm going into lockdown mode starting today. Lockdown was slang favored by creative types. It meant they had to immerse in their work and tune everyone and everything out. Zheng Huang knew that meant Fang Zhao was getting ready to compose again and that he shouldn't intrude unless it was urgent. Fang Zhao had been in that headspace before, but when Fang Zhao gave them the heads up in the past, he sounded resentful. Now he didn't. He just spoke matter-of-factly. Zheng Huang was glad to see that Fang Zhao didn't resent him and won you after Fang Sheng's betrayal, actually seeming friendlier instead. The 5 of them had grown up together through thick and thin. Zheng Huang was the oldest of the group. After they were orphaned, he felt responsible for the rest of the group, like an older brother. Still, as they grew up, the 5 of them drifted apart. Yet Zheng Huang had still been worried after what happened. Fang Zhao didn't live on campus and hadn't told them where he lived. They hadn't known where to look. Fang Zhao hadn't answered his phone either, so Zheng Huang and Yu had been at a loss. Now that he had confirmed Fang Zhao was stable, Zheng Huang could finally relax. After hanging up on Zheng Huang, Fang Zhao looked up his agent Duang's number and placed a call. As soon as the call went through, a furious-looking Duang lashed out. Fang Zhao, what the hell is going on? You still want to become a permanent employee? Are you giving up on the new talent contest? What's the date, huh? It's nearly June. June. Do you know what that means? It's cutthroat time for this season's new talent competition. Out of our 10 interns, 6 have entered the contest. Of the 4 who haven't, 3 have already submitted their songs. They've finished recording and will launch their singles tomorrow. You're the only one left. Where's yours, Fang Zhao? I'm not finished yet, Fang Zhao responded. At this juncture, any other comment was bullshit to the volcanic Duang. What Duang wanted were results. Other circumstances like whether your work was stolen or not, those didn't fall within his purview. Duang glared in disbelief and took a deep breath. In the hologram, his bulging eyes stared at Fang Zhao as if they were about to erupt. In the end, Duang maintained his temper. It wasn't that he didn't want to chew Fang Zhao out. He didn't want to waste time. Duang said emphatically, 10 days. If you can give me something in 10 days, I'll sign you up for the contest. I'll save a spot for you. If not, you're gone. He hung up before Fang Zhao could respond. Fang Zhao wasn't upset by Duang's temper. Duang was furious that Fang Zhao hadn't turned in his songs after all this time, and he couldn't get through to him by phone. He had to do his job and couldn't pretend nothing was going on. He had finally reached Fang Zhao, but still came away empty-handed. Naturally, he couldn't be in a good mood. Even though Duang sounded harsh on the phone, Fang Zhao knew from his new memory that his agent was on his side. He had lobbied for the 10-day extension. If it were any other agent, he wouldn't have gotten 5 days, let alone 10. He might have even been fired by now. The new talent contest Duang referred to, its centerpiece was the new Pioneers chart, a listing coveted by all newcomers. Not everyone qualified for the chart. Candidates had to be signed by a record company and vetted. Most were eminent music school graduates or fresh graduates. There were also a few standouts who were signed when they were still in school. Many companies who hadn't signed newcomers also followed the chart closely, hoping to scavenge among the leftovers. They were hoping to bag a promising newcomer or poach one from another company. Speaking of the new pioneers chart, you had to mention one more thing. The birth of virtual idols was great for composers. Who cared about the singer? The companies that created virtual idols could engineer a voice. Any technician could turn a toad's croak into a heavenly cry. So in contrast, record labels that focused on virtual idols placed a greater premium on their technical and creative expertise. Any virtual idol release on the new pioneers chart shined the spotlight on the composer. It was a huge opportunity for aspiring composers new to the music industry. It was a battle between newcomers as well as a battle of company resources. Fang Zhao got online on his bracelet. Just as Duong had said, among the interns who signed with Silver Wing Media at the same time he did, 6 had qualified for the new talent contest, and 5 had already made the top 50. As long as the company kept promoting them, their songs would become even more popular. They would end the competition ranked even higher. Chapter 6. Brainstorming. Silver Wing Media signed 10 interns this year, 3 of whom were classmates of the body's original owner. They were all very competent. Competition was fierce. Fang Zhao didn't bother studying the chart further, contemplating his next move instead. He had fewer than 10 days left. What could he do? Reeling from consecutive blows, at his wits' end with the new talent contest around the corner, and his record company on his case, the original owner was out of moves. Should he scrape together a rough cut and turn it in? He would be rejected for sure. But if that was what he did, not only would it be beneath the pride of the body's original owner, Silver Wing Media would show no mercy and kick him out. His internship would be over. Being kicked out by Silver Wing Media early on would tarnish his resume forever. It would make his career all the more difficult. The new talent competition. Fang Zhao searched his new memory for information about the new talent competition. Record labels from before the near apocalypse operated very differently. He had to adjust. Before putting pen to paper, he had to figure out what people listened to. Pop culture shifted from generation to generation. Having endured the apocalypse and then evolved for another hundreds of years to this point, popular tastes had changed vastly. The sheer variety of new instruments and synthetic sounds was dizzying. The masses thought differently. The styles they preferred were a far cry from what passed as hip in Fang Zhao's old world. Even though Fang Zhao wanted to say screw it and compose by instinct and prior habit, he was not in a position to fail, or he would become homeless. Artists were also practical human beings. They had to fulfill their basic needs first. A sharpened blade is no impediment to chopping wood, so the saying went. Fang Zhao sat in the corner where he worked, closed his eyes, and started meditating. He had an idea. He pulled open the drawer next to him and took out a notebook. In an age when people preferred to take notes with their bracelets, the original owner of his body liked to jot down important thoughts on paper. These were the original owner's notes from the past 6 months. The first half were notes from his internship at Silverwing. The second half contained his songs for the new talent contest. The dates indicated that he started preparing for the new talent contest early. The 3 completed songs were crossed out with heavy strokes. Several pages were perforated, a sign of the tremendous force he applied. That was him venting his extreme disappointment, anger, and desperation when he realized the 3 songs had been stolen. But the original owner didn't tear up the entire notebook. He kept it in his drawer because he couldn't bear destroying the fruits of his labor. Fang Zhao studied the 3 songs. Only one of them had lyrics. The remaining 2 did not. He was probably planning on asking lyricists at the record label to help out. The notes also contained an unfinished song written when the original owner broke up with his girlfriend. There was also a diary entry. He probably wanted to use it as the lyrics for the song. The melody had been finalized. The original owner of the body probably planned on leveraging company resources to complete a proper recording after performing well in the new talent contest. After all, the song had special significance. Little did he know his songs would be stolen and that his breakup song would never see the light of day, something the original owner mourned before committing suicide. Fang Zhao studied the incomplete song carefully and circled it with his finger. This is it. A fixture resembling a folding fan was attached to the shelf in the corner. Tugging it revealed a piano keyboard. It felt functional. This was what the original owner used to compose. It wasn't top-notch, but it wasn't shabby either. It was Fang Zhao's first time using a keyboard after his rebirth. He was a bit rusty at first, but the more his memory kicked in, the smoother his performance became. Fang Zhao played a few of his old pieces, but they were fragments of incomplete songs. Fang Zhao memorized them, hoping to polish them after the new talent contest. These were treasures tucked away in his memory, gems that pulled Fang Zhao through countless rough days during the apocalypse. One day, Fang Zhao would present them to the world. After acquainting himself with the keyboard and integrating his memory, Fang Zhao started channeling his emotions. He wanted to experience what the original owner of his body was feeling when he composed the song. He could only finish the song when he was in the same headspace. Over the next few days, Fang Zhao didn't leave his apartment except for his noontan and getting food from Yuqing's shop. The windows couldn't block out the bustling nights of any black street, but the noise didn't interfere with Fang Zhao's process. The noise bothered Fang Zhao the first 2 nights. His excessive vigilance affected the quality of his sleep. But on the 3rd night, Fang Zhao figured out how to lower his guard. Adapting quickly was a skill he developed during the apocalypse, a quality found in many survivors. One day, Yuqing was dragging his chair back into the shop after his noontan. Even though the weather was getting hotter, some sunbathers had started putting on sunblock. The Blackstreet residents still treasured this brief window. Before he entered the store, he scanned the lobby of the building and spotted Fang Zhao walking his furless dog. That kid's been busy, Yuqing mumbled to himself. By June, the battle for the top spots on the new Pioneers chart had reached its climax. The music industry was abuzz with discussion over who would make the top 10 and which companies they were signed to. The higher-ups at Silver Wing were also paying close attention. Duong was under a lot of stress. On the one hand, he had to field questions from his superiors. On the other, he had to keep an eye on his interns. He couldn't afford to relax even with 3 assistants at his beck and call. Duong could very well follow the standard procedure. From years past, getting on the case of composers, lining up producers, recording the songs, releasing them, and then promoting them. All he had to do was give the order and his team would execute it. But this year, the bosses had a different agenda. You could tell from the fact that they recruited 10 interns. They usually only took 3 or 4, but this year, they had expanded the program to 10 interns out of the blue. Duong had also heard through the grapevine that the bosses had decided that, if all 10 did well, if they could all make the top 50, every one of them would be signed as full-time employees. No one could dissuade him from the impression that the company was betting big. That was why the pressure from up top was greater. Duong was exhausted from attending to every detail. But agents like him in charge of newcomers had it easy by comparison. The agents assigned to veteran singers were worried sick. But to think of his 10 interns, and to remember the only one who hadn't turned in a song was Fang Zhao pained Duong. Duong sighed. It's tough leading a platoon. Despite the pressure from above, he had lobbied for 10 more days for the kid. And that was because the higher-ups had pinned huge hopes on this year's interns. However, only time could tell if the kid would come through. If he couldn't turn in something presentable in 10 days, Duong would have no choice but to fire him. Duong refreshed the new Pioneers chart and glared at the top 2. His eyes were about to spit fire. He was genuinely pissed. The first place where newcomers could showcase of their talent was the new Pioneers chart. The top 2 hadn't changed hands in a week. They held on and even increased their lead on the others. If the opposition wasn't too stiff, Duong would consider making another push for one of his newcomers. But once these 2 showed up, Duong gave up. On the new Pioneers chart, in first place, Believe in Me, performed by Shui Huai, composer Shui Huai, a Tongshan True Entertainment release. In second place, Rainbow Candy, performed by Fei Lizhi, composer Fei Lizhi, a Neon Culture release. Both songs were both composed and performed by the same person. They had to be quite talented, no? No. The musicians behind the 2 songs were indeed very talented, but the songs were fronted by virtual idols. When they debuted, real idols had to overcome countless hurdles. The newcomers left no stone unturned in their chart campaigns. They were worried all the time, terrified their debut single would tank, which would reflect poorly on their record company. But virtual idols were different, especially the tailor-made ones. They were launched only after internal vetting. after elaborate planning and a major mobilization of resources. Their record labels also lavished huge budgets on them. It was the kind of treatment that real newcomers would never receive. Behind every virtual idol was a crack team and unlimited capital. Was it F*King? Fair to even consider them newcomers? The kind of manpower and financing big record labels threw at virtual idols, other newcomers could only dream of. Plus, there wasn't a real newcomer who could rival the two top virtual idols, and Silverwing couldn't possibly focus all its ammunition on taking them down. The record label wanted to save resources for their established stars, so the higher-ups had already given up on the top two spots. The virtual idols on the New Pioneers chart were like computer bugs that grew more permanent with every passing year. Every time a virtual idol showed up in the new talent contest, the other newcomers were left biting dust. A senior executive at Silverwing once lobbied the Global Trade Association for record companies to ban virtual idols from new talent contests, but he was turned down. Reminded of the rebuffed proposal, Silverwing staff always wanted to spit blood. Of course, the uninformed masses would wonder, if the top two of the big three record companies launched virtual newcomers this year, what's stopping Silverwing? But anyone with a basic understanding of the music industry would know that virtual idols were the Achilles heel of Silverwing. Whoever they promoted failed, one after another. None had made it. They were all flops. The company dedicated a team to virtual idols last year. The producer in charge was mocked mercilessly by the staff at Tangshan True Entertainment and Neon Culture after his virtual idol failed to make an impression. He was still hospitalized. He was also too ashamed to face senior management and the rank-and-file staff. After all, he had promised a triumph, but now he wished he hadn't. The senior executives at Silverwing also wished they had acted differently. If they knew such a dismal failure was in the works, they wouldn't have bothered with virtual idols. Now they were the laughingstock of the industry. The money they splurged on their virtual idol project was enough to launch several real newcomers. The project generated nearly zero returns. The senior executives at Silverwing thought that Tangshan True Entertainment and Neon Culture launched virtual idols this year deliberately to rub salt in their wounds as they made a major push for their real newcomers. Now that the company had banished any thought of launching virtual idols and focused their attention on real idols, the pressure shifted to the newcomers. Taking down the top two was unrealistic, but the higher-ups were hoping to land a few songs in the top 10. If they could land 3 top 10 hits, Duang's salary would double. If he could manage 4, he could get promoted. Be it a raise or a promotion, Duang had major incentive to do well. How many top 10 spots could they claim? Just as he was pondering the matter, a reminder sounded on Duang's bracelet. He tapped the message. It was a demo from Fang Zhao. Wow, that was quick. Duang felt reinvigorated. Regardless of quality, whether Fang Zhao composed the song himself or had outside help, receiving the demo meant that all 10 of his newcomers had submitted songs. Duang's work was almost done. Chapter 7, Qualification. To prevent theft, every demo sample submitted was encrypted using internal software. Duang had to decrypt them before he could listen to them. As he was listening, Duang also read the document that Fang Zhao had submitted along with his demo. His furrowed brows relaxed, surprise shone in his eyes, and he flashed a rare smile. He's quite crafty. After mentoring so many newcomers, even though Duang didn't have much talent in the way of composition, he could still determine the potential of a song. Even though demos were often incomplete and crudely made, he could extrapolate much from such a short sample. When this song is completed, it should do okay. At the very least, it won't fail miserably. Duang was happy with the song Fang Zhao had submitted. It vindicated his decision to lobby for 10 extra days for the kid, despite the pressure from above. After listening to the sample, Duang sent Fang Zhao a text message. Stop by the office this afternoon and get cranking on recording the full song. Even though advancements in technology cut down on production time dramatically, Duang would feel more secure if the song was completed early. Not to mention that this season's new talent competition was almost over. If they didn't get cranking, they'd be left eating dust somewhere. After sending the text message, Duang contacted operations. I'm releasing a new single in 3 days. Appreciate if you can save me a spot. After touching base with the producer, operations, and so on, Duang asked his assistant, how many of our newly signed singers are free? Singer-wise, We've signed 4 fresh graduates. We've already lined up work for 3 of them. There's still one left, but he doesn't seem to be in good shape of late. The assistant responded, neck hunched. Not in good shape? Duong furrowed his brows once again. He hated hearing that phrase. Not in good shape was too general a term. I think he may have broken up with his girlfriend. The assistant's voice faded as he noticed Duong's mood swing. Of course Duong was in a foul mood. Who the hell did they sign this year? They're too young to know the ups and downs in life. He was hired to mentor industry newcomers, not babysit. Who had time for heart-to-hearts? They're all so much hassle. This industry was so competitive, and the new talent competition was utterly cutthroat this season. Who had time to monitor your mood? You think you're a superstar? You want someone to comfort you? Go to mommy and daddy. As a nobody newcomer, you had to suck it up. Who didn't come up the ranks that way? No matter what was going on, when presented a golden opportunity, you had to claw through even if it meant tasting blood. If you couldn't deal with that kind of pressure, then get lost. Drag his ass over here, Duong said in a fiery tone. Yes, sir. The assistant scampered. He sure as hell didn't want to stay and face an upset Duong. Duong's mouth was a flamethrower these days, lighting up one after another. His underlings were on high alert, attentive to the smallest detail, lest they catch fire themselves. Once Fang Zhao got Duong's message, he rushed over by car. It was a half-hour ride from the mass housing district to downtown, thanks to a massive improvement in transportation infrastructure. Before the end of days, you couldn't even imagine getting close to downtown in less than an hour. If there was traffic, it was a different story. A 2 or 3 hour journey was nothing. Silverwing Media had built a 150-story building downtown. It was tower-shaped, nearly 800 meters tall. The top was graced with a giant pair of silver wings. Height-wise, the building wasn't a standout in the neighborhood. There were plenty of buildings taller than Silverwing Tower, but as one of Yinzhou's 3 top entertainment giants, Silverwing was no bit player. People came and went. No one noticed a nobody like Fang Zhao. The VIPs enjoyed private passage. Fang Zhao could only ride the regular elevator along with the rank-and-file employees. Duong's office was on the 20th floor. When Fang Zhao arrived, he was tearing someone apart, spitting saliva and all. Before Duong sat a young man of about 20, taking his beating submissively. He didn't even dare wipe the saliva off his face, repeatedly assuring Duong, "There won't be a next time. Definitely not. I've been meditating for 3 days now. I can perform right away. Really? Let me show you." "Shut up." Duong halted the singer's overeager apology and shifted his attention to Fang Zhao, who had just entered his office. Fang Zhao looked like he was in good spirits, not as disheveled as he expected, which improved Du's mood. "All right, stop bullshitting me. Get ready for your recording session soon. The chart rankings for the new talent competition are pretty much settled. If you don't enter now, don't think about making the top 100, let alone the top 50. As a matter of protocol, Fang Zhao had to submit his song to Silverwing Media, which then picked a singer. He was signed to Silverwing as a composer. His contract dictated that, unless otherwise specified, his songs had to be performed by singers signed to Silverwing. "Fang Zhao, all you've got is one song?" Duong asked. "Yeah, just one for now," Fang Zhao responded. "For the same amount of time, other composers produce 2 or 3. Never mind, just finish this one. Are you going to arrange it yourself?" "Yes." "Okay, it's up to you. Even if you need one of our arrangers, you're not going to be able to find a good one right now," Duong mumbled. All the best arrangers had been assigned to the top stars. Newcomers weren't so lucky. Instead of prying a few mediocre arrangers from the demons that ran the arrangement department, he might as well let Fang Zhao do the job. He couldn't stand the sight of those demons. Every visit left a bitter taste in his mouth. After tearing into the newcomer, Duong couldn't rest just yet. After a quick glass of water, he led Fang Zhao and the newcomer, Beiji, who was also on probation, to the recording studio. He had no expectations now. All he wanted was to get this last person out there. That was mission accomplished. As for how well he placed, whether he could seize the day, that was up to the trainee himself. All he could do as an agent was to lay the groundwork. Fang Zhao took in the production process with eager eyes and finally understood the saying that it was easier to catch a shade beneath a giant tree. That was why so many people wanted to sign with a big company at a time when the industry was blooming. More often than not, talent alone wasn't enough. There were so many composers out there and thousands of songs were being submitted every day. What the public fixated on and what the major companies got behind were seasoned veterans. As for the nobodies who weren't connected or didn't hail from prominent families, the only hope was the new talent competition, maybe a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they missed out, getting the record label to promote them was a tall order. That was why the original owner of Fang Zhao's body took the new talent competition so seriously, why he was so desperate as to commit suicide when his work was stolen. He felt that his dreams had died along with those 3 stolen songs. After the 3-day process of recording a song, the final product was subject to an internal audit to see if the piece closely resembled any previous releases. If there was a high percentage match, then it was flagged. If there was too much of a resemblance, or piracy, or any other problems, the company wouldn't release the song. The entertainment industry had evolved rapidly. The rules were different from those during Fang Zhao's times before the end of days, but you could say it was more orderly. And even though a completely level playing field was impossible, relatively speaking, under the new rules, more aspiring talents had a shot at stardom. The official launch is tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. The moment when Duong confirmed the launch date was when Fang Zhao officially qualified for the new talent competition chart. Even though the season was almost over, at least he had entered in the nick of time. It was June 10th. 10 days had passed since the last month featuring the new talent chart started. Although the rankings were still changing, there wasn't a major reshuffle. All eyes were on the battle for top 10. The top 2 finishers were all but confirmed. The 2 virtual idols were a shoe-in for first and second. As for 3rd to 10th place, let the games begin. The artists and staff of Silverwing Media were glued to the charts. After all, placing well in the new talent competition meant happy bosses, which made life easier for the small potatoes. Maybe a raise was in the horizon. We have 3 artists in the top 10 this season so far. Not bad at all. We only used to place 1 or 2. Our newcomers worked their hearts out this year. What a rare occurrence. 3 artists from the same company placing in the top 10. The staff of Silver Wing were quite happy with this result. No wonder Silver Wing was one of the big 3, even though it was on the decline in recent years and failed to place well in the new talent competition. At least they broke through this year. Companies smaller in scale than Silver Wing were also gossiping. The big 3 account for the entire top 10 in this season's new talent competition. The so-called Big 3 referred to Yinzhou's 3 biggest entertainment companies, Silver Wing Media, Neon Culture, and Tongshan True Entertainment. Silver Wing did well this year. They've got 3 in the top 10. I heard they're making some major moves. That's what I heard too. I heard Silver Wing signed 10 new composers this year alone. They went all out. Wow, 10 newcomers at once. That's a huge investment. 10? How come I only see 9? There are 9 Silver Wing artists in the top 50. Maybe the 10th wasn't that good and placed lower. No, I checked the top 200. Then the 10th artist must not have entered the competition. Even though Silver Wing has been in decline, they're still a force to be reckoned with. They're not so weak as to not even be able to make the top 100. The big 3 can't afford to lose face. Boss, the top 10 are gaining distance from the rest. Should we make a push? The employee of one entertainment company asked. Their outfit had also entered a few newcomers, one of whom placed in the top 20. With the top 10 pulling ahead by greater margins, after canvassing the charts, the boss set his sights on the final spot in the top 10 and pointed to the entry, commanding, "He's our target. Let's make a push and take his spot." At number 10 was Flight, performed by Kong Xie, composed by Fang Zhao, a Neon Culture release, with a total of 1,502,461 downloads. There was no other way. The rest of the top 10 had already surpassed 2 million downloads. Only number 10 had just hit 1.5 million. Even though number 11 and lower were drawing 1.3 million or fewer downloads, a considerable gap from number 10, competitive juices were stirred. Everyone had their eyes on the plum spot. Even though there was only 1 place's difference between number 10 and number 11, the gap in prestige was huge. There were 20 days left in the competition. With the right push, it wasn't impossible to overtake the current number 10. The bosses of other smaller companies shared similar sentiments. Seeing that the chart rankings had more or less settled and a bigger cushion developed between the top 10 and the rest, some had already thrown in the towel, but a few companies with deep talent set their sights on number 10, like a group of cats greedily eyeing a fat mouse darting about. Chapter 8. Awoken by Coolness. Music students were also paying attention to the chart movements. At Chian Academy of Music in particular, in the post-apocalypse era, university education had been expanded to 6 years. Rising Year 6 students, whether they majored in composition or performance, were paying close attention to the chart. They also determined the strength of each entertainment company based on the chart. Out of the big three, Silverwing Media was considered the weakest. Its glory days were in the past. The top students preferred Neon Culture and Tangshan True Entertainment, especially the latter, which had made a major push in recent years. Their virtual idols were flourishing and generated a huge demand for composers and arrangers, a perfect fit for the students. Silverwing did okay this year. They account for 3 of the top 10, one student said. The top 10 are all from the big 3. That's the kind of dominance the big 3 should project. As far as the students were concerned, given they were the 3 biggest entertainment companies in Yenzhou, the big 3 should rightfully rule the charts. Hey, out of the top 10, 5 of the composers are graduates of our school. 3 are signed to Silverwing, 1 to Tangshan True Entertainment, and 1 to Neon Culture, one student said excitedly. Oh, there are 3 at Silverwing? What happened to the 4th? I heard that Silverwing signed 4 of our final year composition majors. 3 of them are in the top 10. Where did the 4th go? He's not in the top 10. I checked the entire top 100 and couldn't find him. Really? Let me see who the last person is. The composition majors they signed are Rong Zheng, Chu Guang, and Sha Andu. No, Sha Andu signed with Tangshan True Entertainment. Is it Prius? Prius signed with Neon Culture. He's in the top 10. Oh, then it's not him. Who else is there? That's right, Fang Zhao. We haven't spotted Fang Zhao yet. Yeah, he hasn't shown up yet. Wasn't Fang Zhao the first one to sign? Our advisor was quite bullish about Fang Zhao, saying that Fang Zhao had the potential to make the top 10 in this season's new talent contest. The students sifted through the chart again, but still couldn't find Fang's name. What had happened? It was nearly the end of the season. How come he hadn't entered the contest yet? It wasn't only the students at his alma mater. His childhood buddies, Zheng Huang and company, were also freaking out and pissed off. They felt so repressed seeing Fang Sheng sitting triumphantly in the top 10. What they would have given to announce to the world that Fang Sheng's song was stolen from Fang Zhao. They had no proof, so if they rabble-roused, they would be sued for defamation. The punishment for defamation was heavy and Neon Culture would no doubt defend Fang Sheng. Getting on the wrong side of Neon Culture would do no good for these nobodies. What is Big Zhao thinking? Is he really going to enter the competition now? It's already the 10th. Zheng Huang's fiancée Fang Yu, also Fang Zhao's childhood friend, was also keeping tabs on Fang Zhao, but there still wasn't any news, even after days of waiting. As they were talking, Zheng Huang heard a ding, the crisp sound of a reminder on her bracelet. They saw the sender of the text message and their eyes brightened. There he is. Even though Fang Zhao was riding a high tide, he hadn't slept well since entering the new talent competition. Initially, it was nerves and anxiety about his ranking, and then it was excitement. As he monitored the number of downloads on his wristband screen, he could picture his coffers filling with cash. Every download cost $1. Unless specified, revenue was split 3 ways. The composer earned 30%, the singer 20%, and the record label 50%. The rise of virtual idols boosted the value of composers and devalued singers. Status-wise, B-list singers weren't as important as composers, so naturally, they received a smaller cut. For the current season, Fang Sheng entered all 3 songs that he stole from Fang Zhao as insurance. He bet everything on the current season, a strategy his company signed off on. If revenue was split according to his contract, given that the 3 songs had already combined for 3 million downloads, Fang Sheng's cut was 1 million. If his career took off even more and he signed a better contract, his cut would increase and he would earn even more. He had risen from poverty because of these 3 songs. It had been only how long? Seeing how the 3 songs charted, not only was Fang Sheng free of guilt and remorse, he was glad he had gone down this path. What a great F***king deal it was, stealing these 3 songs. When he first joined the company, the staff members who dealt with newcomers were quite cold. Now they smiled every time they saw him. The shift in attitude meant he was growing in stature. From now on, he'd be entitled to more resources at Neon Light and would work with better singers. The two words, infinite wealth, flashed in his head. As for Fang Zhao, Fang Sheng chuckled in a low voice, unlocked the screen to his bracelet, and skimmed the chart rankings again. There hadn't been much movement. Fang Zhao has no hope. At that very moment, ding, a reminder sounded. Fang Sheng had set up many reminders. The ding may have indicated a text message or an update in a news feed he followed, but somehow, Fang Sheng's chest tightened when he heard the sound. He looked at the clock on his wristband. It was 8 a.m. sharp. 8 in the morning was when new songs were uploaded and released after being vetted. Suddenly, Fang Sheng had second thoughts about tapping the reminder. Still, he took a few deep breaths and tapped. Maybe it was something else, Fang Sheng thought. After he tapped the reminder and read the message, his face turned pale. His screen showed a reminder announcing the new release of a composer he followed. Hee, My Dear, performed by Beiji and composed by Fang Zhao, a Silver Wing Media release. Composer, Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao. He glossed over the title of the song. The two words Fang Zhao were the eyesore. Yet he masochistically stared at the name for a minute before moving his stiff fingers, tapping the play button. When he was done, Fang Sheng stayed in his room. It was dead silent. When he was summoned to Neon Light in the afternoon, people wanted to approach and say hi, but noticed that he was pale as a ghost and wearing a terrifying look. What got to him? The staffers wondered in private. I don't know. He's doing well in the new talent contest. All 3 of his songs are in the top 100. One is in the top 10. I was afraid he had dropped out of the top 10. So isn't he in good shape? A Neon Light staffer said after reading the latest chart. No one could imagine how Fang Sheng felt at the time. Even though he wasn't a talented composer, he could tell a good song from a bad one. He could figure out which songs would succeed and which couldn't. His tastes were in sync with the masses. That's how he knew what repercussions Fang Zhao's song would bring. Now, if Fang Zhao had released his song independently, it wouldn't have been a problem. He posed no threat that way. But Fang Zhao had the backing of Silver Wing Media, one of the big 3. As long as Silver Wing applied the full weight of their promotional machine for newcomers, Fang Zhao was bound to soar in the rankings. 20 days was neither a short time nor an extended period. How was it possible? How on earth was it possible? How did Fang Zhao produce a new song in a matter of days? He must have composed it ahead of time. That was definitely it. So Fang Zhao was on guard. Fang Sheng recalled the look that Fang Zhao gave him when he returned to his black street to move. The look harbored a deeply buried sense of hatred. Now revenge had emerged, dangled in front of him. By June, the weather in Yenzhou was quite warm, but Fang Sheng felt a coldness travel through his body, as if he had just been dragged out of a freezer. Even though Silver Wing Media had been in decline in recent years, as one of the big 3, its marketing prowess was still no match for many of the smaller companies. Any new release would be promoted within channels dedicated to newcomers. The intranet at Qian Academy of Music, for example. There it is. Silver Wing has uploaded a new song. The composer is Fang Zhao. Let's download it right now. He's an old boy. We gotta support him. Brothers and sisters from the composition department, let's support our alumnus Fang Zhao. Already downloaded. Downloaded +1. Even though I'm an instrumental major, I'm going to help out too. Many of the students didn't listen to the song, but joined the outpouring of support for these fresh graduates. It wasn't a privilege that only Fang Zhao was entitled to. All the top graduates received this kind of treatment. Thankfully, none of these students were intent on supporting Fang Zhao. They didn't know Fang Zhao and might be fans of other newcomers, but they were still curious about Fang Zhao. What kind of product would this latecomer who showed up at the end of the season deliver? For Silver Wing to have the gumption to enter Fang Zhao now, it wouldn't be a crappy piece of work. Even if Fang Zhao wanted to enter a shit song, Silver Wing couldn't afford to lose face. Inside the dorm of a certain higher education institute in Qian, a Year 3 student had the morning off. He woke up late and got online with a yawn, planning to catch up on the news. In line with habit, he launched a music app called Intimately You Music that he used frequently and played the recommended playlist for the day. These recommendations were all drawn and whittled down from his past preferences. If he heard something he liked, he would bookmark it, only splurging on a download when it was a song he really liked. He wore his headsets and browsed the day's flurry of entertainment headlines as he listened to music. Nothing interesting was going on, and the music traveling to his ears didn't impress him much. It wasn't bad, but there were no surprises. Maybe there were one or two songs that were okay, but he wouldn't think much of them after a first listen. If you asked him what he thought after he went through his playlist, he wouldn't be able to say much. This was a common routine. Music industry outsiders like himself often just played songs they had already downloaded on a whim, maybe occasionally listening to recommended new or previous releases. Just as he was yawning and reading the news distractedly, a spooky laughter sounded in his ears, turning his partial yawn into a sneeze. His body woke up, cleared of any lingering sleepiness, and he sat up in shock. After maintaining that posture for about 20 seconds, the student finally moved his fingers, scrolling through his screen as he switched from the news to his music app to find out the name of the song he was listening to. When he saw the title, the student blanked for a second. Hee my dear, what kind of title is that? The student stared at the title that stood out from the others on the chart as he complained out loud. Yet his fingers kept moving, hitting play once again after the first listen. And again, and again, and again. Ding! You have hit your sampling quota for the day, said the reminder that popped up on the screen. I've hit my quota already. I've listened to the song 5 times already. Wow, that was fast. It suddenly dawned on him that he had devoted his complete attention to listening to the song 5 times. He had actually focused on one song and listened to it 5 times. Gotta download it. It was only $1. He was thinking he could loop the song the entire afternoon, a perfect fit for those 2 particularly boring classes. Maybe he would be awoken by the sound of hee in his headsets when he about to fall asleep. After the download, he posted the song on his school's intranet. Handsome's cool song. I was blown away by a song today. Below's the link to the sample. Chapter 9. So that's the kind of little secretary you are. By that time of day, even the lazy bones were getting up. There were still plenty of students without morning classes online. When they saw the post, they clicked away. There were also those who couldn't bother to click and join the chit-chat instead. Guitar's Flight. What kind of song can wake you up with coolness? Handsome's cool song. Hee my dear. Swimming fish, what? Handsome's cool song. Go search for it yourself. I'm out, gotta grab a bite. Got a date with the god of dreams this afternoon. Me you my love, wait. Are you talking about that god of dreams? One of the 3 hypnotists extraordinaires at our school? Handsome's cool song. Precisely. Guitar's Flight. I'm gonna check out the song. Swimming fish, me too. Me you my love. Same here. Others monitoring the conversation also clicked on the song as a result. They also wanted to know what song could withstand the hypnosis treatment of the God of Dreams. God of Dreams was the nickname for an old professor at the school who still hadn't retired. He used to teach philosophy, but now he had crossed over to music arrangement. The old geezer suffered from low energy in recent years, so he switched to teaching electives. There were only a handful of electives, which also demanded less of teachers than the required courses. The problem was this particular professor was an agonizingly slow speaker. To paraphrase the students, Professor Zhao spoke like a sloth, putting everyone to sleep. Students had repeatedly petitioned Professor Zhao to lecture by webcast instead, but he refused. Though the class was sheer hypnosis, attendance was still mandatory. It would make sense for students to steer clear of his class, but the thing was that the course was credit-rich, so quite a few students signed up. Thus there were tons of people being hypnotized. Upon hearing the student gossip, a young lecturer wasn't convinced and decided to see for himself. He never showed up again. No one saw the lecturer sitting in on Professor Zhou's class again. Professor Zhou had seniority and he had contributed to the school's success, so no one dared confront him. Those who didn't want to deal with him, so Professor Zhou's class kept being offered. Over the years, Professor Zhou got addicted to the class. He was strict in class. Students could ignore his lecture, but they were absolutely banned from doing anything else, including sleeping. Serious infractions led to docked credit. That day, Professor Zhou strolled into the classroom casually and scanned his audience. He had poor vision. It seemed like a big crowd, so he thought attendance was good. In keeping with routine, he checked his surveillance footage, examining every corner of the massive classroom that fit nearly 1,000 students. Good, no one was playing with their bracelets. The same case with other angles. This pleased Professor Zhou immensely. The only weird thing was that the students in class looked like zombies, staring upward as if their spirits had left their bodies, a group of thinkers in communion with the stars and planets. In other words, collective daydreaming. Professor Zhou would have ignored one or two isolated daydreamers, but the longer he lectured, the weirder the vibe. It wasn't just a select few, not even a minority. Most of the class was daydreaming. How odd. Professor Zhou slowed down and eventually came to a halt. There was something off in the atmosphere. He couldn't continue. Professor Zhou pressed a button. X, please repeat what I just said. The student who was called upon was awoken by the flashing light on his desk, which indicated that he had been summoned. He wanted to get up and say that he hadn't caught what the professor had just said, but instead he mumbled mysteriously, "Hee hee." Professor Zhou. The other students yelled, "Damn, that was bold." Old Professor Zhou dismissed his class with a sullen look on his face. He also exited at a much brisker pace, unlike his sloth-like movement of the past. The students were spooked, wary of a brewing storm, in no mood to pay heed to the student reaction. Old Professor Zhou got online as soon as he returned to his office. He had learned from his students what the problem was. As soon as he logged on, he headed for the sample. Donning his headset, old Professor Zhou wanted to give it a good listen. What kind of song would wreak such havoc on his class? When he heard the human voice at the beginning of the song, old Professor Zhou's furrowed brows sunk more deeply. What kind of crap are the kids singing these days? Professor Zhou picked up a pen and was about to write a critique, but his movement and train of thought were halted abruptly by the prelude. He took a deep breath when the song ended. He tapped the blank piece of paper with the tip of his pen and put the pen down, instead browsing the song's credits, shifting his attention to the name of the composer on a secondary page. Fang Zhao. After scanning the credits, old Professor Zhou posted, "I discovered a new song that I want to recommend today. The arrangement is quite interesting and defies convention. The fresh grads over at Qian Academy of Music this year are quite something. Haha, there are scarcely any songs that elicit this kind of praise from you. And to think it's the work of a newcomer. Gotta check it out." Old friends expressed curiosity. Even friends who didn't know a lick about music arrangement joined the fray. 2 days later, it was time for Professor Zhou's elective again. The students were extra attentive. They didn't get online or wear headsets. Even if they did, they didn't turn on the music. They wanted to see how the God of Dreams would behave today. He was in such a foul mood when class ended last time, which had left them wondering for 2 days. They were worried that the God of Dreams would flunk the entire class. Yet they were surprised to find old Professor Zhou in a decent mood when he entered the classroom. Old Professor Zhou scanned the classroom and turned on the projector. "We're going to analyze a new song today. This is important material. It'll be on the final." At the back of the room, 3 words appeared, flashing on the 10-meter-tall screen. "He, my dear." Before the screen stood Professor Zhou's smiling face. The audience. That evening, a group of upcoming graduates held a gathering to mark the end of their student days. The karaoke bar was a splendid place to vent. A waiter smiled professionally as he emerged from a private box carrying a tray. His smile was impeccable, but he was sighing inside. Pre-graduation breakups were very common. Every year around this time, they saw quite a few eminent graduates who were especially emotional. In the private box on the left, a young man about 1.9 meters tall was tearfully mourning his university-era relationship. In the box on the right, a petite young woman was singing a heartbreaking ballad with her bellowing voice. Sigh, these kids. The waiter let out a long, imaginary sigh, but he gave no further thought to the matter. All they had to do was keep smiling. Remembering that business was up and they were due a bonus this month, his smile widened. Inside the private box on the left, the waiter had just passed. 7 students were sharing a meal. They had stopped after a round of singing, shutting the projector and stereo system. 6 of the students consoled the tall, bulky young man sitting in the middle. The music was gone and the mood somber. "Say, I haven't checked my little secretary's recommendations today." A tall and slender young man sitting on the side tried to change topics, seeing as the consoling was going nowhere. The little secretary he spoke of was a special function part of the hit music app Intimately You Music. It recommended songs and tailored playlists based on your listening history, just like similar functions, except that, for a surcharge, you could pick an avatar for it. As he launched his app, the tall, skinny young man was ecstatic. "My little secretary is me, yo." As he spoke, Miyu's slender body appeared on top of his bracelet, as if she had sauntered in from afar. At the same time, a passionate voice announced, "Welcome back to Intimately You Music. F***CK, you set Miyu as your little secretary. It must have cost a fortune." The other students were jealous. A pop idol's images generated royalties. The hotter the star, the higher the royalty. Miyu was the talk of the town, so she commanded high royalties. Most fans weren't willing to splurge on a tailored little secretary. The tall, skinny student was reveling in the attention and about to show off, but considering the presence of a heartbroken brother, he held back, saying instead, "Let's see what my little secretary recommended today." He'd been listening to a lot of upbeat music, so today's recommendations should be able to lift spirits. "I listen to whatever Miyu recommends." This was a die-hard Miyu fan, even though what he was referring to was actually just a music app that used Miyu's likeness. "Yeah, let's check it out. Let's build up the mood again." Rowdiness was the best antidote for negative emotion. They were going all out to comfort their sensitive, heartbroken dorm mate. The app was connected to the stereo system in the private room. Hee. A laughter that exuded part self-pity, part sadness erupted. The entire room went silent, including the heartbroken student still mired in depression, and shifted their gaze to the tall, skinny student, as if complaining, "This is your style? This is your way of building the mood. This is what you mean by upbeat." The tall, skinny student started sulking too. He wanted to lash out at his little secretary, but seeing Miyu's perfect face, he couldn't do it. Instead, he mumbled, "So that's the kind of little secretary you are. It's okay. Let's generate another song." The tall, skinny student had raised his hand, but he froze when the laughter ended and the prelude began. A slightly retro chorus, a jumpy beat, and a jumble of instruments appeared like a gathering sandstorm. It's been a long time since we last spoke. In the same city. Too many pictures bring us to a halt. Time flies. I'm a bit nervous. The lead vocals, the chorus, and the instrumental performance blended perfectly to paint a certain setting, where the protagonist was an abandoned traveler soldiering alone, trudging along as he remembered past events and encounters. Electronic music was common, familiar to listeners of the day, but the electronic music in this song defied categories. Refined listeners could tell what school the composer hailed from, but in the case of this song, they were clueless. The front half of the song was sad and repressed. The high notes were tearjerkers, but gradually, the melody shifted. After a beautiful, spirited bass performance, the song rose to another level and became more epic. The torrid emotions that were gushing like a raging flood were suddenly plugged by a sturdy dam. The listener was transported to a roller coaster about to soar into the horizon. Sometimes a song was worth 1,000 words. In the private room, the student sitting in the middle wiped his tears and snot. "What's this song called? I want to sing it." The tall, skinny student came to his senses, frowning when he heard the question, but eventually eking out a smile. "It's a new song. It's not in the system yet. Then I'll sing without the music." The others opened their mouths, but refrained from speaking. "Sure, whatever makes you happy." What a horrible feeling it was listening to an off-pitch singer belt out a passionate solo. When the tall fellow sang the first the other students grimaced and pulled out their headsets. Forget it, they were better off listening to the original. Chapter 10, Crowded Out. The number of sample playbacks revealed the promotional prowess of the record company behind the singer and the composer. But whether the audience could be turned captive, whether they would splurge on a download, that depended the song itself. Undoubtedly, this song had legs. It was close to the end of the season, and though the extended delay put the song at a disadvantage, its meteoric rise drew a lot of attention, especially people who paid close attention to the music industry. No one would notice a leap from the bottom of the charts to the top 200, nor a leap from the top 200 to the top 100. But you couldn't ignore a song that made the top 50 in 3 days. For a newcomer single, the rapid rise of Hee My Dear dropped jaws among those who followed the new talent chart. Most of the people who listened to the song were students, but among them were also veteran musicians who studied composition and arrangement, such as Professor Zhao, who had his students analyze the arrangement in a test. That made the students both love and hate the song. However you looked at it, the song was a success. Just as Duong had predicted, the stars had aligned for that song. Even though it was a late entry, It wasn't that late, and it had enough momentum. Since Fang Zhao's song was launched, Duong was glued to the new talent chart from dusk to dawn. His other newcomers weren't raking in that many more downloads and had started to taper off, stagnating on the chart. The key was Fang Zhao's release. It would determine whether Duong would get a raise or a promotion. At Duong's office at Silverwing Media, things had quieted down as the new talent competition drew to a close. He didn't have any more songs produced. The heavy lifting was left to marketing and sales. So all Duong did was monitor the chart. He watched as Fang Zhao's number of downloads went from 0 to 3 digits, then to 4 and 5, and then to 6. It hit 1 million on the 9th day after its release. Even if they hit 1 million downloads, many new releases would taper off, but not Fang Zhao's. It saw a J-shaped exponential growth as it crossed the 1 million download threshold and kept surging. Glued to the data on his tablet, Duong's eyes, covered in bloodied veins, barely blinked. From the moment he arrived at the office at 8 a.m., apart from meals and toilet breaks, he was obsessed, constantly staring at the download tally on his screen. Every muscle in his body was taut, and his brain remained in an orgasmic state. None of his 9 other interns had had Duong this on edge. Fang Zhao was an exception. He was quite surprised and eager with anticipation. Even though demos differed from the final product, differences were minimal. But Fang Zhao's arrangement in the final cut had even the demons over in the arrangement department impressed. Maybe I will get promoted this time, Duong mumbled. Between a raise and a promotion, Duong naturally preferred the latter. Duong's 3 assistants could hear him mumbling whenever they entered his office. Initially, they weren't able to make out what he was saying, but after a few trips they realized Duong was chanting as he stared at the download counter. Promotion, promotion, promotion. It wasn't just Duong. The staffers who worked with newcomers were also glued to the chart. They also wanted Fang Zhao's release in the top 10. The only thing was that number 10 had already hit 1.8 million downloads. 800,000 downloads was too big a gap. Fang Zhao had to close a gap of 800,000 in 10 days. No, he had to chalk up at least another million. After all, the 10th place song would garner more downloads, so probably 1 million more downloads were needed to crack the top 10. Was 1 million more downloads possible for a newcomer, considering what promotional channels were in play? He thought it was impossible, and yet he hung on to a sliver of hope. That sense of hope grew and expanded as the days passed. What a rapid ascent. It had just cracked the top 50 the day before yesterday. Now it was in the top 30. The song at number 30 was released by a small company. Their goal was to crack the top 50. Lo and behold, the newcomer they signed went all out and clinched the 30th spot. What a pleasant surprise. The composer was likewise delighted. Considering the season was coming to a close and the chart rankings had more or less settled, he had a considerable lead on number 31. He was quite relaxed and had been celebrating with friends the past few days. He was hungover and fast asleep at 2 in the morning when he was awoken by repeated reminders. His bracelet was set to Do Not Disturb mode and most calls were blocked, but calls were put through after a 3rd try. 3 calls from the same number meant an urgent matter. Frowning, he rolled on his bed and announced in a foul mood, "Put it through." His bracelet put through the call after confirming his command. Before he could say anything, the caller started shouting, "You've been crowded out. You're the one who's been crowded out." The composer was still groggy, but the caller had touched a nerve, which prompted the sharp response. After he rubbed his forehead, he froze and exclaimed, "What did you just say?" A crisp voice emerged from his wristband. "You're really being crowded out. I'm not kidding. Hurry, take a look. Check out the newcomer chart. You're going to drop out of the top 30. The composer got up instantly, turned on the screen on his wristband, and scanned the chart. Indeed, he had dropped to number 31. F***CK? Who did this? He hadn't been paying attention to the chart the past few days and didn't pay much heed to the other songs on the list. Every day, he would check his own ranking and the 5 songs above and below him. How did he drop out of the top 30 in the blink of an eye? Number 32 to number 36 were the same, and the gap between them hadn't changed much. He shifted his attention to the songs ahead of his. He recognized number 30, number 29, and number 28. It was the same 3 songs that had edged ahead for some time. But number 27 was a fresh face. "Hee, my dear?" From Silverwing Media. He was curious and puzzled by the last-minute challenger. so he clicked for more details. It was released on June 11th. So late. What's wrong with Silverwing Media, waiting until June 11th? As he was complaining, the composer's fingers shuffled, scrolling through other details about the song. The more he read, the more he freaked out. After tracking the song's movement over the past few days, he took a deep breath. It resembled a hormone injection, the way it jumped from 500,000 downloads to 1 million in a few days. And counting. In 2 days, the song had risen from around number 50 to the top 30, an increase of 400,000 downloads. Now it was eyeing the top 20. The gap between number 25 and number 30 wasn't that big. Number 30 had 1,403,952 downloads, while number 25 accounted for 1,437,756. If it were early in the season, a gap of 30,000 was nothing, but it was near the end of the season and most of the songs had peaked. Even a hike of 10,000 downloads was difficult. Lo and behold, this song broke into the top 30 and upended the existing order in a few days. What kind of song could manage such an amazing feat? Curious, he clicked play. A long silence followed. He studied the details of the song with a confused look on his face. This wasn't just a matter of marketing muscle. It was also a function of the quality of the song. I'm a lesser composer, he admitted to himself. It had been more than 2 hours since he got word that he had been crowded out and started studying the song and everything about it. Daylight began to seep in. It suddenly dawned on him that he knew the composer who wrote number 25. Yesterday his friend was still praying that the chart stay unchanged. He was quite happy with 25th place. Now a dark horse had emerged. He reached out to his friend. His friend was also sleeping. He figured he had been partying the past few days as well. The friend answered with a sleepy voice, not bothering with a video conference. All he heard was a slurred voice saying, "Who is it? You're being crowded out." "What? Don't joke about something like this." The voice on the other end sounded panicked. "I swear, I'm not lying." Bam! Smack! A series of jumbled noises followed. After a while, his friend's voice re-emerged. He sounded distracted. "I've been crowded out already." "What? That's impossible." When he got word of his decline, Fang Zhao's song was only at 27. How could he have cracked the top 25 in 2 hours? He refreshed the newcomer chart in disbelief. Indeed, there was new entry at number 25. A bit of research revealed that a famed late-night radio host that gave relationship advice had recommended "He, my dear," around midnight. A flurry of downloads ensued. This isn't the end of it. It can't be. The composer shut the screen on his bracelet and checked the time. There are 7 more days left in the competition. Many other composers are going to start losing sleep. Framing the problem that way, he felt a bit better about being squeezed out of the top 30. He couldn't sleep anymore. He washed his face and contacted his agent, who was still asleep. He couldn't afford to take it easy these last few days. If he persuaded his company to launch one last marketing campaign, he might be able to reclaim the number 30 spot. If he did nothing, he might not even hang on to number 31. The storm that this dark horse had brought would impact the entire chart. Chapter 11. Overtaken. He, my dear. The dark horse that had, near the end of the season, burst through the gates from nowhere, continued its impressive run like a hot knife slashing through butter. On June 25th, He, my dear, hit 1.7 million downloads and broke into the top 20. On June 26th, it reached 1.9 million downloads. Ranked 18th. The song's ability to maintain its ascent this late into the season sent shockwaves through the industry. It even forced other record companies to dip into their contingency plans, tapping promotional platforms previously off-limits for newcomers. For example, seeing the tides had turned, the company behind number 17 diverted marketing resources from other singers, pushing the song to number 14 overnight. Singers who were crowded out were freaking out too. They scrambled to lobby their own labels for more exposure. Some labels were willing to divert their resources, but others did the math and decided it wasn't worth it. They concentrated their marketing efforts on newcomers they considered promising. The huge stone Fang Zhao had cast caused major ripples. On June 27th, He, my dear, hit 2.2 million downloads and climbed to number 12 in the rankings. It was less than 1,000 downloads away from the number 11 spot. At that point, number 10 had 2.4 million downloads, a gap of 200,000 downloads. with 3 days left in the season. Following the chart movements, Zheng Huang was even more excited than Fang Zhao. He called Fang Zhao and said, "Big Zhao, you're about to overtake Fang Sheng." Uh-huh. Fang Zhao was combing his dog in his Blackstreet apartment. After his last shave, the dog had grown about 2 centimeters of fur again. The fur was also slightly curly. He had asked the owner of the drugstore about it, but he too was dumbfounded, only saying that some dogs were different. After the apocalypse, some animals developed certain quirks. That maybe explained the fast fur growth. Fang Zhao's lack of emotion didn't dampen Zheng Huang's excitement. He was still ecstatic. "Big Zhao, at this rate, you'll overtake him by tomorrow or the day after that." Many people say that flight is actually quite flawed. Indeed, Zheng Huang wanted to criticize Fang Sheng's song some more, but then he remembered that Fang Zhao was the real composer. Criticizing the song would be slapping Fang Zhao in the face. That would be King awkward. Sensing the awkward silence, Fang Zhao responded, "He can't win because of the arrangement. He only stole the score and a fraction of the demo, but he got stuck arranging the song." "Ah, so that's what happened. I see. Fang Sheng isn't much of an arranger. I'm sure Neon Culture assigned him one, but I bet they weren't able to communicate with each other, haha." Even though Zheng Huang was neither a composer nor an arranger, he knew the business. Arrangers usually communicated with the composer to better understand the creative process and matters of craft, style, and so on, but Fang Sheng had stolen just the score and part of the demo. He knew nothing about the emotions behind or origins of the song. Even if he forced the original Fang Zhao to tell, he couldn't match the actual composer's passion for the song. And clearly, the arranger Neon Culture assigned to newcomer Fang Sheng wasn't the best, which prevented the song from reaching its full potential. Otherwise, Flight wouldn't have stalled at number 10. It would have gained at least a few spots. What a shame. Zheng Huang also felt that it was a pity. He also had mixed feelings about watching as Fang Zhao was about to overtake Fang Sheng. The few of them grew up together, but still ended up enemies. June 28th, 1 a.m. Fang Sheng's frozen face and wooden eyes stared at the numbers shuffling on his screen. The new Pioneers chart was in a state of constant flux. Fang Zhao had long claimed the number 11 spot and was about to overtake him. Ever since Fang Zhao joined the contest, Fang Sheng hadn't had a good night's sleep, plagued by nightmares every night. He often dreamed he was standing on the surface of the sea. Beneath his feet lay a deep, blue ocean. A huge sea monster broke the surface, flashing its sharp fangs, and charged straight at him. Wasn't his situation similar in real life? 1:32 a.m. Number 10. Flight. 2,430,561 downloads. Number 11. Hee, my dear. 2,402,796 downloads. 2:15 a.m. Number 10. Flight. 2,434,129 downloads. Number 11. Hee, my dear. 2,419,582 downloads. 3:55 a.m. Number 10. Flight. 2,437,643 downloads. Number 11. Hee, my dear. 2,437,596 downloads. 4 a.m. Number 10. Hee, my dear. 2,437,710 downloads. Number 11. Flight. 2,437,709 downloads. Fang Sheng turned pale. His lips started twitching and the hand on which he wore his bracelet trembled violently. "I lost. I still lost." Bang. He hurled the shiny bracelet he bought after signing with Neon Culture to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Neon Culture wouldn't allocate more marketing platforms to Fang Sheng because he had already asked once when he sensed Fang Zhao becoming a threat. If he asked again, the label wouldn't agree. A big company like Neon Culture was loaded with talent and established stars. It could only concentrate so much in the way of resources on a single newcomer. If you were overtaken, you couldn't blame the record label. Speaking of priorities, Neon Culture did invest in Fang Sheng. After all, he had climbed to the top ranks of the chart. But special attention was impossible. The company's muscle was still lined up behind the virtual idol it had launched this year. Everyone else had to take a number. Number 10 and number 11 might have been separated by just one spot, but for Fang Sheng, It was the difference between heaven and hell. As the sun rose, people started another busy day. Inside her silver wing tower, Fang Zhao was summoned by Duong first thing in the morning to discuss his full-time contract. Fang Zhao was already in the top 10 and gaining on number 9. No matter what, a top 10 finish was guaranteed. A promotion was guaranteed. Duong was in a particularly good mood. He wasn't yelling at anyone for a change, and he wore a beaming smile when he was discussing the terms of the contract with Fang Zhao. He even lobbied for additional benefits, so the discussion went smoothly. "Oh, have you checked the company's message board yet?" Duong asked. "No, I haven't." Fang Zhao found some information about the message board in his new memory, but not much. The original owner of his body didn't browse the message board much. "Go take a look. There are quite a few messages for you." Guided by Duong, Fang Zhao logged into the company's official website and visited the message board. The top threads revolved around the label's biggest stars. Fang Zhao searched for his name. There were indeed quite a few messages. Nothing compared to the major stars, but some 1,000 messages was a lot for a newcomer. Fang Zhao left Silver Wing Tower and boarded a train back to the suburbs. He clicked on the messages after he boarded. Because Fang Zhao was only an intern and not a full-time employee, fans could only leave a message but not gifts. Some left written messages, while others recorded them. He could, however, listen to all of them using the broadcast mode on his bracelet. 5th comment. Why does there have to be hee-hee at the beginning of the song? Without the hee-hee, the song would rise to another level. Why didn't Silver Wing release an altered version of the song? 6th comment. What a joke. Why release an altered version? Someone at our school muted the human laughter at the beginning of the song when they played it in public and was booed until he played the original version. And you're nitpicking about the laughter. You are testimony to the saying that those who missed out on treasures are always restless, and those in possession of them treat them like a pair of shabby shoes. 12th comment. I don't care. I like the original. Ever since I discovered it, I've stopped falling asleep in class. I just daydream. Fang Zhao had read some of the online discussion before, but he could see how strategic intervention by the marketing team at Silver Media promoted the song. The laughter track wasn't in the diary entry the original owner of his body left behind, but he did chuckle before he wrote the entry. Speaking of which, Fang Zhao had to admit that Silver Wing vetted its singers properly. Even though he had gone off the rails, Beiji was very talented, and his experience with Heartbreak could help him perform the song better than someone else. After reviewing the comments, Fang Zhao felt assured that his arrangement still struck a chord with the public. Did that mean he could release his old pieces too? He kept listening. 51st comment. I almost missed out on this song. Now downloaded and added to my library. 52nd comment. I almost missed it too. On my first listen I was thrown off by the laughter too. Thinking what kind of gimmick was that? But after 10 seconds, the intro sounded okay. I replayed the song. After I was done, I couldn't stop singing hee hee my dear, hee hee my dear. Who knew who had leaked the information that Fang Zhao's song was inspired by being dumped? In any case, it helped many people understand the song. 129th comment. Word has it that Fang Zhao wrote the song after he was dumped by his girlfriend. If I could write a song like this, I'd be willing to be dumped by my girlfriend. 130th comment. Dude upstairs, first. 131st comment. You need. 132nd comment. 133rd comment. Girlfriend. 272nd comment. The worst thing for a man is meeting a girl you want take care of for the rest of her life when you're least capable. I don't know Fang Zhao, but I can empathize with his feelings. 316th comment. You go, bro. I spent all my pocket money on you on the 15th, betting that you'd crack the top 10. My last impulse by before graduation. I'm counting my cash now. 429th comment. Don't be afraid. Even if the world has given up on you, you still have your music, Fang Zhao. 500th comment. Go get him, alum Fang Zhao, from Year 5 arrangement majors at the Qian Academy of Music. Admiring the bustling cityscape beneath the sunlight, Fang Zhao smiled. Rest assured, this is just the beginning. Chapter 12. The Shelved Virtual Project. June 28th, 3:21 p.m. Number 9. Hee hee my dear. 2,512,576 downloads. June 28th, 7:08 p.m. Number 8. Hee hee, my dear. 2,578,394 downloads. June 29th, 12:03 p.m. Number 7. Hee Hee, My Dear, 2,710,962 downloads. June 30th, 2:33 a.m. Number 6. Hee Hee, My Dear, 2,800,357 downloads. June 30th, 12:45 p.m. Number 6. Hee Hee, My Dear, 2,908,728 downloads. June 30th, 11:56 p.m. Number 5. Hee Hee, My Dear, 3,923 downloads. That night, nearly every pop music newcomer in Yenzhou stayed up all night monitoring the new Pioneers chart. They watched the dark horse that had entered the new talent contest, the latest, maintain its momentum. After crowding out number 10, it overtook the next 4 songs ahead of it in 3 days and began to threaten the top 4. If Fang Zhao had another day, he would have taken down number 3 and number 4. If he had another month, who knows what would have happened? When the clock jumped to midnight, when the new Pioneers chart finally flashed a symbol indicating the chart had been finalized, the throngs monitoring the chart could finally breathe a sigh of relief. It was finally all over. Especially Chu Guang in 4th place and Rong Zheng in 3rd. They were signed to Silverwing Media as well. They were also fellow graduates of the same department at Qian Academy of Music. They entered the contest early on and were given priority by Silver Wing, but Fang Zhao's appearance gave them a real scare. They were almost overtaken. Even though they still held on to 3rd and 4th place, they both just hit 3 million downloads. Not much of a lead on Fang Zhao. Just as people suspected, if the chart was live for another day, they might have been replaced in half a day. Luckily, as far as Silver Wing was concerned, all 3 were newly signed composers. But the composers themselves were quite conscious of their ranking. Thankfully, the season was over. Over. Or was it really over? The beginning of a new month brought the kickoff of a new season of the new talent contest. Even though this season wasn't as closely followed as the previous, it still marked a new round of battle. The previous season was over and the winners and losers determined. Newcomers who performed well would gain access to better resources and better music, while those who didn't do so well had their existing resources pulled. Fang Zhao, the last-minute dark horse, also drew attention and generated plenty of discussion within the industry. Prairie Fire was a Qian-based webcast popular among industry insiders. Their main focus was Yenzhou's celebrities of all levels. This season's new talent contest naturally fell on their radar. They even started a betting pool on the final ranking of the new Pioneers chart. A new edition of the show aired on July 1st. Sharing hosting duties were the regular male and female presenters. As soon as the show started, the lavishly dressed female host joked, "June has just passed." So many people struggled to sleep in the intense heat toward the end of the month. Industry insiders bitched in their heads, "It's just a show for the voyeuristic masses, but we, the actual competitors, have been losing sleep for a long time." No wonder people say the second season of the year is the year's most brutal. It's the real deal, cutthroat, grounded in reality, no room for fakery. No matter how good of a bullshitter you are, the market will deliver a rude awakening. The host continued, "This season's new talent contest was quite the draw. The male host. Indeed, thanks to a hit song that drains all sleepiness out of you, The male host's pun had music newcomers watching the show hurling their bracelets. Your ass. I get a headache from just hearing The female host. The past season of the new talent contest didn't exactly go according to script, though it was expected that the 2 virtual newcomers would take the top 2 spots. The male host. After a quiet period for Tongshan True Entertainment and Neon Culture, the 2 conglomerates relaunched their virtual idol projects. A video appeared alongside the host's voice. A slim silhouette wearing a white hoodie bearing a cone pattern flashed an insidious smile. A slight shift of his head could capture the hearts of thousands of teenage girls. The song Believe in Me started playing. The performer was the winner of the new talent contest, virtual singer Sun Hui. He had held the #1 spot on the new Pioneers chart for more than 2 months now. His single recorded more than 5 million downloads. Sun was created by Tongshan True Entertainment. After Sun Hui, a shapely figure emerged. Even though she looked young, her face was impeccable. Her mischievous smile and soulful eyes were downright charming. Following Believe in Me was the #2 song, Virtual. Singer Fei Lizi's Rainbow Candy, which was downloaded 4.8 million times this past season. Fei was created by Neon Culture. Wow, 2 virtual idols in a single season. Sun Huai's star power is beyond dispute. All of my cousins are keeping tabs on him. Fei Lizi isn't bad either. Word has it that a candy maker Neon Culture partnered with made a killing on Rainbow Candy this year. The female host said in a joking tone. The 2 virtual idols were indeed strong contenders, but I was paying attention to someone else on the chart, the male host said. Today we received an animation created by a viewer. It's about this year's new talent contest. The viewers were intrigued. What animation? A video soon followed. A slick, fat mouse marked with the number 10 darted forward, huffing and puffing, trailed by a group of cats. Each cat had a different fur pattern. If you looked closely, you could see that both the mouse and the cats were emblazoned with company logos. People who had followed the new talent contest understood immediately and flashed a knowing smile. Isn't this a depiction of the chart movements toward the end of the season? In the animation, a group of cats were chasing a fat mouse. Mine. It's mine. F***CK off, y'all. The mouse is mine. Y'all make way. I'm about to make a major move to take down the fat mouse. As the cats quarreled, a Cheeto whisked by like the wind, passing the cats and laying claim to the fat mouse with an emphatic stomp. It kept on running, fading into a speedy silhouette. The reaction of Neon Culture staffers in the newcomer department who saw the cartoon. Fang Zhao's agent. As people around him heaped looks of scorn, pity, and cynicism, a ghastly pale Fang Zhao trashed his second bracelet. In contrast, Silver Wing staffers were chuckling. They were used to being ridiculed by Neon Culture. Now the tables had turned. Even though they missed out on the top 2 spots, Silver Wing releases finished in 3rd, 4th, and 5th place. Add to that number 8, and they accounted for 4 of the top 10. 4. It was an outcome they never would have imagined. Duong was ecstatic after tracking the new Pioneers chart until midnight. He wore a silly smile until the next morning, despite being whacked by his wife with a pillow. He was going to be promoted. Singer Beiji was also too excited to fall asleep after seeing the final ranking. I'm a star now. Beiji stared at the chart without blinking. Ha ha. A change of fortunes often follows the depths of despair. A mishap might be a blessing in disguise. Bei's 3 roommates were amazed by the reversal. The 4 newly signed singers were housed in a company dorm. Unlike the composers, the singers had nothing to hide from each other. They took the same classes and vocal lessons. Beiji's 3 roommates knew he'd gone through a rough patch after signing. He was in no shape to sing. They'd thought that Beiji would be cut loose before his contract ended. But who would have guessed that Fang Zhao would come to the rescue? By June, Beiji had recovered and gotten the call from Duong. He'd lucked out. I'm a star, haha. Beiji burst into a frantic dance in his room. That's right. I need to thank Fang Zhao. Beiji raised his arm to call Fang Zhao. If now wasn't the time to kiss up to such an auspicious patron, then when? He was a rookie singer. Cultivating ties with composers was standard procedure. That way he would keep getting good songs. Good songs sent his stock rising. It wasn't all celebration. Sometimes woe followed triumph. Duong was miserable after getting promoted the next day. Duong used to be in charge of rookie composers. Now he was in charge of all of Silver Wing's composers. His predecessor had quit after leading the failed virtual idol campaign last year. Now, Duong took over his portfolio. The promotion was a good thing. But Duong stopped smiling after seeing his to-do list. Silver Wing launched virtual projects every year, but they rarely received much support. As far as the Silver Wing bosses were concerned, they could prioritize other singers. Their virtual idols could be second-rate, but they had to have them. A conglomerate like Silver Wing couldn't be dissed for not being able to create virtual idols. Whether or not they became huge stars was a different matter. But after last year's failed full-court press, the virtual idols team was in shambles. Staff either transferred to other projects or jumped ship. The department was a ghost town. The higher-ups were at wits' end. However hopeless the mission, they charged the team leaders with figuring things out. They had to have at least one virtual idol project a year. If no actual work had been done, they still had to pull something out of their asses. As long as they came up with something, quality was not an issue. Still, to fail miserably was a major loss of face. After being passed around, the hot potato had landed on Duang's desk. His new position had been left unfilled for some time, so everyone had pretended the problem didn't exist. Now that Duong had taken over, the other managers could rest easy. Old Du, Ya Erlin, the head of the arrangement department, gestured toward his colleague with his fingers. Don't old me. I'm only 40, at a time when the average lifespan is 180. I've only lived less than a quarter of my life. I'm still young, Duong said without lifting his head. Ya Erlin ignored the comment. Old Du, what's the point? You've risen up the ranks, only to suffer. Could he afford to take on the virtual idol project? Duong tried telling his superiors virtual idols weren't his specialty, but no one wanted to take the project. His bosses told him that, since he was filling the open post, he had to suck it up. Duong wanted to spit blood. If he had known, he would have passed on the promotion. He would have applied for a transfer after someone took over the virtual idol project. Hindsight was always 20/20ths. The manager lying in the hospital was a harbinger of things to come. A disgruntled Duong could only pass the buck to the composers he supervised. He wasted no time in offering incentives. Whoever is willing to take this on will be fast-tracked for promotion. Chapter 13. I'll leave this mission to you. The entire composition department got online punctually after receiving word that Duong had called a video conference, as did Fang Zhao. He was going to go for a stroll, but stayed home after learning about the meeting. As soon as everyone got online, Duong threw a time bomb in their face. Indeed, every single Silverwing staffer knew that the label's virtual projects were a death pit that chewed up money and people. Anyone who landed there was doomed. Plus, this fell outside of their expertise. They only knew how to compose, not how to produce virtual idols. They were clueless outsiders who had no idea how to respond to Duong. So after Duong dropped the bomb, everyone went silent. They drooped their heads, even breathing lightly lest a deep breath draw attention, just like students who avoided eye contact with their teacher. Once contact was made, they might be called on. Fang Zhao also remained silent. He didn't know much about virtual technology, so it wasn't an assignment he would jump on. The other three newcomers who were signed along with Fang Zhao were enticed by the promise of promotion, but once they saw how everyone else reacted, they knew what was going on. This project was kryptonite. There was no way they would jeopardize the great momentum they had built from the new talent contest, so they shut up and pretended they were rocks. Duong was awfully frustrated when he saw his staff playing dumb. See, he had told the higher-ups that they couldn't complete the project. Even the promise of promotion didn't do the trick. But Duong couldn't refuse a command from above either. The higher-ups just wanted to muddle through. They didn't have high expectations, they just wanted the job done. So Duong pondered briefly and broke the silence. Okay, we all know what's going on here. I'm not going to bullshit you. We're stuck with this project. We just need to put something together that's presentable. That's it. Our budget is only 2 million. 2 million, someone exclaimed. It wasn't too generous a budget, it was peanuts. Officially, the company spent 50 million on last year's virtual project, but insiders knew the real amount was probably no less than 100 million, and it was all for nothing. Otherwise, the company wouldn't have gutted the project team with firings and demotions. The department was practically unstaffed. The people who remained behaved like retirees. 2 million was nothing compared to 100 million. The amount of investment also reflected the label's level of confidence in the project. Getting involved was a career killer. Duong glared at the person who interjected. He was in charge. I'm not done yet. What are you butting in for? After a brief pause, Duong continued. Initially, the budget was 2 million. However, I successfully lobbied for another 3 million, for a total of 5 million. 5 million was still a paltry amount, the group thought. Take Sun Huai and Fei Lizi, for example. The initial investment those two virtual idols received was in the tens of millions. If they did well, another few hundred million was in the pipeline. The difference was that Tongshan True Entertainment and Neon Culture knew how to make money with their virtual idols. Even if they poured in hundreds of millions, they could recoup their investment. Fei Lizi's candy deal was a case in point. But as for Silverwing, so far none of their virtual idols had generated much revenue. Every single one had fallen flat on their face after their launch. Seeing as no one spoke up, Duong cleared his throat. Since no one is willing, let's draw lots. Drawing lots. Everyone started panicking, praying that they wouldn't be the one drawn. Duong didn't care how his people prayed for luck. To preempt any talk of cheating, he didn't draw lots by computer. Instead, he made paper strips with everyone's names on them in full view of the entire group, and then he crumpled them and put them in a box. The old-fashioned way. As you can all see, it's a fair process. I didn't rig the lots. Just pray that you're not so unlucky. As he spoke, Duong stuck his hand into the box and pulled out a piece of crumpled paper. He flattened it in front of his computer screen. Duong flattened the paper strip with it facing his camera, so everyone else could see the name on it, but not him. The moment he flattened the piece of paper, he heard heavy sighs of relief. They sounded like the breathing of a drowning person taking gulps of fresh air after being rescued. Duong flipped the paper strip over and saw the words Fang Zhao. His eyelids jolted. Duong was surprised. He didn't want to put Fang Zhao on the project. Given his performance in the new talent contest, he was bound to produce even better songs. There were 50-odd people in the composition department. Considering the odds of 1 in 50, Duong didn't think Fang Zhao would get drawn. Lo and behold, he was. There was nothing he could do. He had drawn lots in front of everyone. If he reneged, his staff would go ballistic. Duong tried to gauge Fang Zhao's response. All Fang Zhao did was furrow his brows slightly. He didn't respond dramatically. Du lamented that the newcomer had no idea what he was getting himself into. Even though the outcome wasn't ideal, the decision had been made. Fang Zhao, Duong spoke toward his camera. I'll leave this mission to you, then. All right, everyone else can leave. Fang Zhao, stop by the office this afternoon. I'll take you to the virtual projects department for a quick look. Not long after, Du ended the video conference. Erlin, the head of the arrangement department, dropped by. Old Du, I heard you outsourced that terrible burden. As soon as the meeting was over, Erlin had gotten the lowdown from several composers who attended, using his cunning ways. None of your bloody business. Duong found the demon in eyesore. He used to be Erlin's junior and had to restrain himself. Now that they were the same rank, he could speak with more authority. Not long after he saw off Erlin, Julian from operations stopped to gossip as well. Duong, I heard a composer under you took the project. Julian was much more senior than Duong position-wise. Both were department heads, but Duong didn't want to get on Julian's bad side, so he was more diplomatic. After disposing of Julian, Bulai, the head of back-office operations, showed up. He was 30 years older than Du. Du boy, I heard one of your composers took the project. Du-ong. He was tired of explaining. Within an hour, the entire company knew that the much-delayed virtual idol project had found a home, assigned to a newcomer in the composition department. So when Fang Zhao arrived at Silver Wing in the afternoon, he was the center of attention. That's him. That's right. That's him. The newcomer the composition department signed this year. The guy who finished 5th in the new talent contest. Number 5 in the new talent competition. You know, the hee-hee song? Right. It's him. Poor guy. What a stroke of bad luck. What can he do? A newcomer can't turn down an assignment. I feel sorry for him. Aren't newcomers meant to be used as scapegoats? You watch, he's going to get torn into. Everyone considered Fang Zhao unlucky. He had finished 5th in the new talent contest, and people in the know were clear on how much real talent backed up his ranking. As long as he did what his agent told him to, riches lay ahead. What a pity that he was stuck with a dead-end virtual idol project. Fang Zhao didn't go to Duang's office, heading straight to the 50th floor instead, as his boss had requested. The 50th floor was where the virtual idol project was based. They took up the entire floor. In the early days after the label was founded, the virtual projects department occupied the 45th to 50th floors, but with the passage of time, the department deteriorated and its floors were reallocated one by one. Now they were left with the 50th floor. When Silver Wing splurged on the department last year, the entire floor was packed. But when Fang Zhao emerged from the elevator, all he could sense was emptiness. A vast emptiness created by the diversion of hardware and personnel. A shout could generate a clear echo. This way, Duong was already waiting. He led Fang Zhao to an empty office. This is where you'll work until the project is complete. Fang Zhao looked it over. It was a tastefully furnished 200-odd square meter office, for him alone. Only a cash-rich company like Silver Wing could pull this off. Since Duong took over the virtual idol department, he was the head of the department. Fang Zhao was his designated producer. But Duang's focus going forward would still be the composition department. He would leave the virtual idol department to Fang Zhao. From now on, You're the producer for the virtual idol project. You're the most senior employee apart from me. You'll make all the key decisions. This has been signed off by the bosses. It's been logged in your personnel file. You've been cleared for access to this floor. All you need to do is flash your bracelet. Fang Zhao nodded. Where's everyone else? Make a left and head to the end of the corridor, the office in the corner. I spotted someone sleeping in there. Probably pulled an all-nighter gaming. Duong responded. Fang Zhao was baffled as to why, given Duang's temper, he didn't lash out at someone sleeping at work. How many people are there in the department? Fang Zhao asked. 1. Fang Zhao. He raised 2 fingers to confirm. That's to say, the entire department comprises 2 people. That's right. As thick-skinned as Duong could be, he felt ashamed. This was hazing a newcomer. Fang Zhao didn't know what to say next. He had heard about the virtual projects department. He knew last year's failed project had ended in a bloodbath. He just hadn't realized the company had cleaned house so thoroughly. If Duong hadn't taken over, the label would probably have kept procrastinating. You can make new hires or loan from other departments. Duong couldn't bullshit anymore. You take your time to settle in. I'm off. I still have a lot of things to attend to in the composition department. Duong got ready to bolt. Wait. Fang Zhao put the brakes on Duang's escape. More questions? I need to attend my graduation ceremony tomorrow and take care of some paperwork. I can't start immediately. Take your time, Duong responded. Of course he wasn't in a hurry. He had outsourced his problem. He had nothing to worry about. As for what kind of virtual idol Fang Zhao came up with, he didn't care. As long as he completed the assignment. He slapped Fang Zhao on the shoulder. Work hard and do a good job. Chapter 14. Don't set the bar too high, young man. After Duong left, Fang Zhao examined his office carefully. Apart from his office desk and mini-computer, the most glaring items were a row of bookcases. Very few people read physical books these days, but there were still a few. Some folks like to go retro, others like the look and feel of paper. The bookshelves in the office held up to some 10,000 volumes. Some of them looked new, some were dog-eared from repeated use. Perhaps it was the improvement of paper quality, but Fang Zhao didn't see any damaged pages. Or maybe the damaged books had already been replaced with new ones. Who knew how many department heads the bookshelves had survived? Fang Zhao scanned the collection. Most of the books were about virtual idols, including volumes covering the history of virtual idols, technological advancements in the field, and aesthetic design. Virtual idols and their cultural characteristics, the aesthetics of the virtual idol body, emotional expression in the virtual idol, an introduction to the Reg dimension, and so on. Fang Zhao picked a book about the cultural development of virtual idols and began reading in his office chair. The office was much nicer than his surroundings on the Black Street. There were no distractions. He had enough light with the window open. He didn't need to turn on a light. Browsing the book, Fang Zhao could sense how far along the entertainment industry had come. The virtual revolution began in the 206th year of the new era, when the so-called father of virtual idols invented the Reg dimension, which launched virtual idols onto the big stage. The open competition between real celebrities and virtual idols marked the pinnacle of the virtual age. After the apocalypse, the world economy recovered rapidly. Technological advancements proliferated, among them the advent of digital technology, which converted all available data into a digital format and created a new sensory experience that encompassed sight, smell, and other human senses. Through certain algorithms and procedures, the digital revolution also paved the way for images, texts, sounds, and physical shapes that didn't exist in the real world. Virtual forms derived from digital technology are a byproduct of mankind's visual era. They crossed over from the virtual world to appear lifelike in front of regular people, dazzling audiences on screen and injecting life into convention centers. The Reg dimension is undoubtedly a groundbreaking invention. Fang Zhao was fascinated by the book's overview of the Reg dimension. The Reg dimension was a virtual world, an application blending physics and computer science, invented by the new era's so-called father of virtual idols, Reg Smith, 300 years ago. Virtual idols were created with this program. 300 years ago, Reg Smith revolutionized virtual technology with the invention of the Reg dimension, which enabled future digital artists to craft better and more realistic virtual forms. The reg dimension encompassed billions of colors, overcoming the limitations of digital projection, making the movement of virtual idols smoother and more natural. Regardless of vantage point, they looked like real humans when beamed into life. To quote the book, the creation of a virtual idol is the process of creating an image in the virtual world and breathing life into it. Virtual idols born into the reg dimension were refreshed by new ideas digital artists brought to the table and advancements in digital technology. In the past 300 years, virtual technology has gone through countless upgrades that have perfected the virtual idol, but all these breakthroughs were built on the foundation of the reg dimension. You could say the reg dimension was the cornerstone of virtual technology. Reg Smith created the reg dimension, laying the groundwork for the golden age of virtual idols. But 300 years later, Reg Smith and the golden age were long gone. That wasn't the program's fault. The key was human talent. Human expertise was the driving force behind the reg dimension, the hand of God that shaped virtual idols. If he had the choice, Fang Zhao would have loved to time travel to 300 years ago and see the golden age of virtual idols for himself, the period so well documented in books and film. Footage wouldn't leave as deep of an impression as the real thing. Back in the real world, Fang Zhao had a problem on his hands. He could find the technical expertise, but first he had to decide what his virtual idol would look like. The book said, in the reg dimension, you're an artist with a pencil or a sculptor with a chisel, ready to bring your dreams to life. Fang Zhao's dilemma. What would he draw or sculpt if he had a pen or chisel? Just as Fang Zhao was deep in thought, he had visitors, 3 of them, no less. The head of the arrangement department, Ye Erlin, operations head Julian, and the head of back office operations, Bulai, showed up together. Geez, what a rare sight it is to see someone on this floor again. Ye Erlin raised his seemingly boneless finger and pointed at the corners of the office. It's still too empty. No worries. It's Fang Zhao, right? The head of back office operations, Bulai, assumed a paternal tone. I'll have a sofa shipped over tomorrow. Let me know if you need anything else. As long as it's not too much trouble, I'll take care of it. Don't be a stranger with Bulai. He's got tons of funding. Siphon off a little, and you can take care of things, Julian joked. The trio were curious about the project. They also felt that it was poor form to assign such a dead-end project to a newcomer, not to mention the newcomer who performed the best in the new talent contest. Wasn't this hazing? Even though they felt bad, they would never take on the project themselves. All Bulai was offering was to throw some resources his way. They didn't want to touch the project itself. Fang Zhao, I know your expertise is composition. How much do you know about virtual idols? Julian asked. When it came to their age, Fang Zhao was much older than even Bulai, the oldest of the group, but he was trapped in a young body. Sensing their patronizing attitude, Fang Zhao didn't take the conversation seriously. As for Julian's question, Fang Zhao pondered and said, virtual idols are like Sun Huai and Fei Lizi. The 3 department heads went silent for several seconds. That was a tough comment to follow up on. After a while, Julian joked, don't set your bar too high, young man. Otherwise you'll be disappointed. Everyone knew the other. 2 big 3 companies excelled at producing virtual idols, especially Tongshan True Entertainment. Anyone they launched drew tens of millions of fans. Sun Huai was another success. They had even started putting him in movies, which meant he would become even more popular. The 2-bit virtual idols of Silver Wing were no match. There's no need to set your sights on Sun Huai and Fei Lizi. AI, just do your best. If you fail, we won't blame you, Bulai said with a sigh. Hovering in the horizon, Ye Erlin rolled his eyes. Sure, they wouldn't blame Fang Zhao, but the higher-ups were a different story. Do the 3 of you have favorite virtual idols? Of course. Ye Erlin was about to say something, but pretended to laugh instead. That was so long ago. It's not worth mentioning. Fang Zhao shifted his gaze to Julian and Bulai. The 2 of them weren't in a sharing mood either. We were just concerned. Fang Zhao, we gotta get back to work. Bulai waved and headed out. I should get going too. Me too. Julian and Ye Erlin followed suit. Barely out the door, Ye Erlin was glad he had stopped his train of thought. If he said too much and Fang Zhao created a virtual idol based on his ideas, he would be blamed for the failed project too. Thank God I caught myself. Thank God. After the 3 department heads left, Fang Zhao was just a few more pages into his book when another person showed up. The new arrival was about 30. His beard was a mess and his palm length hair resembled a mop. There was a mark on his face, probably made when he fell asleep on his desk. This was the lone staffer Duong had mentioned. "How are you?" "I'm Zhu Wan, a technician in the virtual idol department." "I'm Fang Zhao, the new producer." Fang Zhao signaled Zhu Wan to find himself a chair. Zhu Wan pulled up a chair casually and sat down, legs spread. "I know about you. The whole department has heard." Fang Zhao knew his new reputation didn't stem from the new talent contest. Even though the competition was important to newcomers, it wasn't not so important to other staffers. He had an idea where his newfound renown derived from. The whole company knew that the virtual idol project had been dumped onto a newcomer from the composition department. It was a hot topic on internal message boards. A techie like Zhu Wan had to be up to date. "So we're the only 2 people left on the project?" Fang Zhao asked. "Yep, it's just us 2. Zhu Wan responded lackadaisically. "There used to be 3 more people. They applied for transfers this morning when they heard you were assigned to the project." So before Fang Zhao's arrival, the virtual idol department hadn't been gutted entirely. There were 4 staffers this morning. The department hadn't had a manager since last year's project failed. The last department head/producer was still hospitalized. Word has it he took the failure hard and was mired in deep depression. He'd been resting in the hospital since. No one knew exactly how he was doing. Since they didn't have a boss, the staffers behaved like carefree shepherds, signing in and then napping and gaming until the workday was over. Their pay wasn't great, but it didn't require much effort. After word spread that the department was being revived, the 3 staffers fled. "Why did you decide to stay?" Fang Zhao asked. "How come everyone else left and you decided to stay?" "I didn't transfer in time," Zhu Wan said with a yawn. "I fell asleep writing my transfer application. I just woke up." Fang Zhao. No wonder Duong didn't lash out at Zhu Wan when he caught him napping. He was probably afraid that he would scare off the final employee. Zhu Wan kept yawning. Fang Zhao suddenly asked, "You follow any pop stars?" "You mean the virtual idols that are active on the internet these days?" "Yes, but older ones count too." "If that's the case, no." Zhu Wan flashed his white teeth. "Because I'm a Reg Dimension technician." Fang Zhao remembered reading in his book that most Reg Dimension technicians shared the same mindset. "I only worship the idols I create. The existing pop idols on the market were created by others. My idol has to be the product of my own imagination." Chapter 15. Do you follow pop stars? Then what do you think our virtual idol should look like? Fang Zhao asked. He was a newcomer when it came to virtual idols. Even though there were virtual idols before the apocalypse, that was a different story. Now virtual idols were a mature product. It was hard to choose between them. "Don't ask me." Zhu Wan sprang from his chair, as if he'd sat on a nail. "You don't want to ask me. I'm just a technician who executes. The look of the virtual idol is decided by the producer. I'm just responsible for building the image the producer decides on. In simple terms, I just do what you tell me to do. You, the producer, decide what we make." Zhu Wan had no intention of becoming the scapegoat. That had always been the prevailing mood on Silver Wing's virtual idol projects. If any of his ideas contributed to the failure of the project, he was dead meat. Seeing that everyone was avoiding volunteering ideas like the plague, Fang Zhao realized that he would have to design the look of the virtual idol. No one else was going to touch that one. "If that's all, I'm going to head back." Zhu Wan just wanted to report for duty and scope out the new producer. "No problem. Why don't you head back?" Released by his boss, Zhu Wan bolted in huge strides, leaving Fang Zhao alone in his massive office where he became engrossed in the book on his desk. What should the virtual idol look like? A call came through on his bracelet. It was about his Black Street apartment. He had hired contractors to renovate his studio. Silver Wing had wired him a payment. Per his contract, Fang Zhao got a $100,000 cut because his entry for the new talent contest recorded 1.9 million downloads. It was a token of thanks. For finishing fifth, Fang Zhao could have used the money to rent a better place or even buy a smaller studio in the suburbs. The label asked him if he wanted company housing, which full-time employees were entitled to. Fang Zhao had planned to buy a studio in the suburbs, but he dropped the idea after taking on the virtual idol project. He would be spending more time in his office for an extended period. Composers could set their own schedules, but as producer for the virtual idol project, he had to look up a lot of information that he could only access for free at the office. He would have to pay a significant extra amount to access the company's intranet from a remote location. He could do his research at his office. He could even sleep there. In that case, finding a new apartment wasn't a pressing matter anymore. He had lived in worse places during the apocalypse. He was in no hurry to upgrade his digs. That better wait until the project was over. So Fang Zhao decided to renovate his current apartment instead. After giving Duong a heads up, Fang Zhao left Silver Wing and returned to his Blackstreet apartment. After deciding not to buy a new place, Fang Zhao upgraded his headset, his glasses, and his stereo system. The contractors were about to install soundproof windows and a ventilation system. The installations were completed in less than an hour. He checked the time. It was already 5 in the afternoon. Fang Zhao headed downstairs, and his dog with curly hair followed. He bought some food at the store. Now that he had some cash, he didn't have to mistreat himself anymore. He ordered food of better quality. Yu Qing handed Fang Zhao the decompressed food. This meal was more refined and more tender and naturally fragrant than the decompressed dim sum he'd had before. How much? Fang Zhao asked. It's on the house. Congrats on doing well in the new talent contest. Yu Qing didn't follow the music industry. He'd only found out because he overheard a few youngsters chatting in his shop yesterday. Fang Zhao didn't put up any pretenses. Thanks. That's right. Boss Yu, what kind of pop idols do you like? Virtual or real? Fang Zhao asked. Pop idols. Yu Qing froze and then shook his head. I don't follow pop idols. The current pop stars don't really strike my fancy. When I listen to a pop song, I don't bother figuring out who the performer and composer are. The only reason I knew about the new talent contest is because I overheard someone else talking about it. I wasn't following the competition. But Yu Qing turned his head to scan his store carefully. After making sure his wife was still at work, he said, but I remember one celebrity who had quite the body. Yu Qing traced her curves in a dreamy state. What was her name again? I can't remember her name. Was she a virtual idol or a real one? Fang Zhao asked. I'm not sure. Does it make a difference? These idols are all beyond our grasp, Yu Qing said. Boss, is there someone you admire? Fang Zhao asked. Someone I admire? Yeah, my former commander. Before he retired from the army. Yu Qing got carried away reminiscing about his army days, but he quickly came to his senses. What are you asking all these questions for? I took on a virtual idol project, Fang Zhao responded. It was no secret, so there was no need for him to lie. Then I won't be of any help. Those celebrities and idols really don't do much for me. Even if I remember what they look like, I can't remember the names of their songs, let alone know how to critique them. I just save songs when I hear something I like. But very few songs strike my fancy these days. They're either too mellow or they rock my eardrums. Not my cup of tea. Yu Qing was no music aficionado. He didn't listen to much music. Someone called for Fang Zhao. Hey, Fang Zhao, over here. Fang Zhao followed the voice and saw the owner of the drugstore waving at him. AI1 wanted to see you, Yu Qing said. AI1 was the owner of the drugstore. Fang Zhao stuffed down what was left of his food, returned his plate, and darted from the shop to the drugstore. What's up? Fang Zhao asked. AI one-eyed Fang Zhao's dog, which was following closely. It's about the dog with the curly fur. After inviting Fang Zhao inside, AI1 handed over a batch of test results from the past few days. After he shaved the dog, he was curious what was so special about it that it could jam his clippers. But the tests revealed nothing out of the ordinary. I found traces of 5 rare metals. They didn't show up before because their levels weren't excessive. But it's no big deal, probably from the dog's years of scavenging. There's a lot of toxic waste in garbage dumps. Don't worry about it, AI once said. Fang Zhao scanned the test reports and asked, this is what you wanted to tell me? Of course not. AI1 brought out another batch of test results. When I analyzed the dog fur, I cross-checked its DNA sequencing against a database. Weren't you asking what breed it was? Turns out it might be descended from a curly-coated retriever or a water spaniel from before the near apocalypse. But your dog's fur is extra curly and many species mutated during the end of days, so the results aren't completely reliable. That's the best I could do. The database is limited because too many animals went extinct during the apocalypse. But I also checked a database of new era dogs. AI1 brought out another chart. You probably don't know that a distinguishing marker gene was found in the service dogs that survived the apocalypse. The wild dogs that survived have a different marker gene. That's how dog researchers can tell whether a dog is descended from a service dog or a wild dog. AI1 pointed at the chart and pointed at the dog with curly hair sitting next to Fang Zhao. I found both marker genes on this one. And your conclusion is? Fang Zhao asked. One of its ancestors is definitely the offspring of a service dog and a wild dog, but perhaps, by its generation, its wild dog genes are stronger. It's a small dog after all. Service dogs are usually quite large. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that it's the descendant of one of those rare, smaller service dogs, but I'm inclined to believe in my hypothesis. Wild dogs from the new era were known for their small build and top-notch survival skills. The larger wild dogs have long gone extinct. Think back to what it looked like when you first adopted it, and consider the heavy metal levels in its system. It would have died if it were any other species. Its wild dog genes kept it alive. As AI once spoke, he reached out to fondle the dog, but it shied away. Hey, you were such a steady boy when I was shaving you, AI1 complained. Many thanks, Fang Zhao said. He didn't request the tests, so he was grateful that AI1 took the time to conduct them and had shared the results. AI1 waved off his thanks. My pleasure. I was curious. I just hope you don't mind. Fang Zhao paused, then asked, Boss AI, are you a fan of any pop idols or celebrities? Idols or celebrities? Yeah, what's her name? She played a nurse in a movie last year. She was really cute, haha. Do you remember her name? Fang Zhao asked. I can't remember off the top of my head. Is she a virtual or real idol? A virtual one. How great it would be if she were a real one. I might run into her. One day, she was a better actor than the real actors. She really delivered as the nurse. She reminded me or an actual ER nurse. The other actors couldn't pull their parts off. They wouldn't be able to fool someone with a medical background. After leaving the drugstore, Fang Zhao returned to his second-floor apartment and watched a few movies and concerts that featured some of the more popular virtual idols in recent times on his new projector. He wanted to see what a hit virtual idol looked like. Chapter 16, Graduation. Quality situational glasses and headsets allowed Fang Zhao to better experience the mood at the scene. They resurrected the event in question. Situational technology was the same as simulation technology, or what people often call virtual reality technology. Virtual idols staged two types of concerts: live shows and virtual concerts. Live shows refer to actual, real-life performances that fans buy tickets to attend. Virtual concerts were staged online with the help of situational equipment. The advancement of virtual technology allowed people to experience the volcanic energy that radiated from the stage in a different space and time. Regardless of whether the glittering scenes on stage were real or simulated, as far as the fans were concerned, their sole focus was the people on stage the moment they arrived at the arena. The epic scale of the event and the shuddering sound effects were recreated with utmost authenticity. But what Fang Zhao dwelled on was which performers could set the tone on stage, regardless of the quality of the songs they were singing. There were all types of hit virtual idols, just like real celebrities staked out different styles. Virtual idols were launched by their production teams with a specific personality in mind, be it the happy-go-lucky type, slightly depressed, mature, or utterly adorable. But unlike real people, virtual idols were ageless. A 16-year-old virtual idol would always be 16, unlike a real idol who needed to cover up the passage of time. Fang Zhao couldn't possibly watch the performances of every hit virtual idol, so he just browsed. The current crop of virtual idols seemed to be tailored to younger fans. That made sense. Young men and women were a demographic willing to follow pop stars closely and spend on them. Older people like Yu Qing didn't bother. Fang Zhao was still clueless after watching all that footage. There were many types of virtual idols who made it big, especially in the age of Reg Smith, the father of virtual idols. Humans, animals, crossbreeds, fairies, and demons, you name it. You could say that the abundance of talent made the golden age of virtual idols. Otherwise, virtual idols wouldn't have all but relegated real idols to a historical footnote. The golden age of virtual idols was also known as the Reg era. Many of the idols might not have been created by Reg Smith himself, but they were all products of Reg Dimension technology. The virtual idols who are popular now had traces of their predecessors from that era. You could find similarities between the virtual idols from the two periods. How about basing his design on a hit idol during the Reg era? Fang Zhao couldn't make up his mind, and he didn't want to do a half-assed job as Duong had suggested. For him, it was all or nothing. He decided to consult a professor specializing in virtual technology when he attended graduation the next day. The next day was the last day the imminent graduates appeared in school as students. When the day was over, they would shed their identities as students and join their respective professions. The talk of the school was naturally the outstanding graduates. The composition department accounted for 6 of the composers behind the New Pioneers chart's top 10. Setting aside the 2 virtual idols, 6 of the 8 remaining composers were Qian Academy of Music graduates. The composition department was in a great mood, and the school leadership in an even better mood. They ordered everyone to brag about their illustrious alums, no holds barred. The graduation of one batch of students meant it was time to recruit a new freshman class. The more people knew about how well their alums performed in the new talent contest, the stronger their applicant pool. So the entire campus had been reveling in a celebratory mood the past few days. The head of the composition department was especially boisterous, striding around in a confident gait, until he heard that Silverwing Media had stuck Fang Zhao with the virtual idol project. I don't care. You're hazing a newcomer, wasting talent. It's a travesty. When Fang Zhao arrived, the department head was video conferencing. The other party was Duong, the head of Silverwing's composition department. Duong wore a look of resignation. He kept his temper and offered an explanation. Fang Zhao was indeed being mistreated, after all. He could also tell where the department head was coming from. He had to do something when a star student from his department was being treated this way. So what if Silverwing was one of the big 3, Qian Academy of Music was a top school too? A big-name school had to project the aura of a big-name school. It should speak up when it was called for. He would have done the same thing for any other student. He knew his call wouldn't change things, but changing the outcome was one thing, and speaking up was another. He had to at least posture. Duong thought the sly fox showed a great knack for timing, calling just as Fang Zhao was visiting. Who knows? The timing might have been intentional. After hanging up angrily, the department head shifted to a gentler mood when he turned to face Fang Zhao. He looked like he felt for Fang and uttered a few words of consolation. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Their top professionals couldn't put together a decent virtual idol, so don't be too hard on yourself. Thanks. Professor, I know. So Rongzheng said you wanted to see me. When Fang Zhao had arrived on campus, fellow composition major Rongzheng told him that the department head was looking for him. Oh, it's no big deal. I just wanted to help you put things in perspective. Silverwing doesn't care about the project, and you can keep composing on the side. After more consolatory remarks, the department head let Fang Zhao go, but not before making sure that he wasn't as depressed as people had imagined. Sigh, bad luck for such a budding talent, and a year down the drain. The department head sighed as he watched Fang Zhao leave, but his mood improved when he thought of his other graduates. The virtual idol project would definitely take up a good chunk of a year, or even more than a year. Even though he told Fang Zhao that he could still compose on the side, when things got busy, who had the mood and inspiration to compose? So wasting a year was certain. Still, there were other composition department graduates who could make their presence felt in the industry in the coming year. Discounting Fang Zhao, didn't they have 5 other graduates among the composers who made the top 10 of the New Pioneers chart? The Chimu posse still reigned supreme. No other music school could compare. Meanwhile, Fang Zhao also had an inkling of the old geezer's thinking. He wasn't born yesterday, after all, so he didn't take the lecture too seriously. What bothered Fang Zhao more was the way his most fervent supporters during the new talent contest avoided him. Out of the 6 composition majors who placed in the top 10 of the New Pioneers chart, the reception given Fang Zhao was markedly different. People weren't cold or distant, they just didn't know what to say. The ones that approached him offered consolation. The students knew from alums how important the year following the new talent contest was. To waste a year, or even longer on a dead-end project added an element of uncertainty. His future hung in the balance. Fang Zhao didn't mind the consolation, though. He just smiled and said thanks. As one of the outstanding graduates, Fang Zhao got to go on stage during the graduation ceremony and receive an award, along with the other honored students. That was why everyone fought so hard to make the top 10 during the new talent contest. The top 10 offered plenty of exposure and name recognition. Fang Zhao could also hear the whispers in the audience and see the mournful looks thrown his way. People were probably expecting him to disappear from the composer contingent of the music industry in the next year. Fang Zhao didn't leave with his classmates after the graduation ceremony. The original host of his body didn't have close friends at school. There wasn't much to say. He applied for an auditor's pass for a class on virtual idols instead. Now that he had graduated, he no longer enjoyed student perks. He had to pay for an auditing pass. The class was held in a large, terraced auditorium. Compared to web lectures, live classes were more interactive. The main attraction was that this particular classroom was well-equipped, outfitted with the latest audiovisual equipment, which enhanced the lecture experience. It was worth the long trip for Fang Zhao. He ran into Chu Guang when he was applying for his auditor pass. Chu Guang was also a composition major. He placed fourth in the New Pioneers chart and was also signed to Silver Wing. An auditor pass? You're sitting in on a lecture. Chu Guang was surprised initially, but it made sense after he remembered Fang Zhao had been stuck with the virtual idol project. Not too many students sign up for this class, but the professor is my uncle. His name is Chu Hong. I'll give him a heads up so you can ask him questions. He's just been called away by a few other professors. Thanks, Fang Zhao said. Spare the pleasantries. We're classmates, and now we're signed to the same company. No need to thank me. If Fang Zhao hadn't been assigned the virtual idol project, Chu Guang may have been more guarded. After all, they were competitors. Now that the situation was different, he was willing to lend Fang Zhao a helping hand. So your uncle teaches a class on virtual idols. How much do you know about virtual idols? Fang Zhao asked. Not much. But I do know one thing. My uncle said this, not me. Chu Guang was quick to claim anonymity. No worries. I won't tell anyone. Fang Zhao understood Chu Guang's concerns. Chu Guang relaxed after Fang Zhao offered his reassurances. After scanning their surroundings to make sure no one was eavesdropping, he said in a low voice, Once, I heard my uncle be *tch when he got drunk with my dad. War and chaos breed real men, and prosperous times produce sissies. That's the direction virtual idols are headed in. Fang Zhao frowned. Why is that? Because the market no longer needs a warrior to maintain order. Chapter 17, Creativity. Fang Zhao was still frowning, so Chu Guang turned on his bracelet screen and switched to draw mode. To put it in simple terms, Chu Guang drew two circles on his screen and connected them with a straight line. He pointed to the circle on the left. Let's say this is the tough guy type. Then he gestured to the circle on the right. This is the pansy type. Fang Zhao nodded. Chu Guang drew a third circle in the middle of the line. This is the hybrid. During the Reg era, most virtual idols were centrists or center-left. Even if right-leaning idols existed, they were a minority. But after the Reg era, virtual idols veered to the right. That's why my uncle made that comment. Even though he was exaggerating and things aren't that bad, the overall data supports this trend. Fang Zhao understood. He had read about the transformation of virtual idols in his research as well. To compete with real idols, virtual idols had to reinvent themselves, and their evolution did indeed lean toward the right of the spectrum, as Chu Guang had said. Chu Guang turned off his bracelet screen. This is a visual era. Standards of beauty shift from generation to generation. The top idols during the Reg era may not be successful if they were transplanted to today. You can see traces of the classic idols from the Reg era in today's virtual idols, but they have been tailored to current aesthetic standards so they can better fit prevailing visual preferences. Just like our styles as composers will evolve over our lifetimes. A businessman once said, the market is always right. If you can't fit in, then the problem lies with you. You must change with the times and not fight the market. Fang Zhao still looked puzzled, so Chu Guang offered up more consolation. But you don't have to take these things too seriously. You're a composer, not a professional virtual idol producer. Plus, Silverwing doesn't really care about the virtual idol project. Just base your design on the company's previous virtual idols and wrap up the project soon. Composing is your priority. We'll be waiting for you on the charts. There were many more charts beyond the New Pioneers chart. The New Pioneers chart was only a starter chart. They had many other charts to climb. After leaving campus, Chu Guang drove away in his flying car. Fang Zhao boarded his train too. He had to switch trains once to get to his Black Street. When Fang Zhao got home, it was already 4 p.m. The Black Street was still dark. Curly Hair sensed Fang Zhao's arrival and was waiting by the door. When Fang Zhao entered, it whimpered and wagged its tail vigorously. Fang Zhao scanned his apartment. Nothing was broken. He fondled the dog on the head and poured food onto its plate. He had just set down his briefcase and barely finished a glass of water when his bracelet indicated a call. Fang Zhao raised his eyebrows when he saw the caller ID. When he answered, Fang Sheng's face appeared. After being crowded out by Fang Zhao on the new Pioneers chart, Fang Sheng's stock at Neon Culture had no doubt suffered, even though it hadn't completely tanked. It was their first contact in some time. Fang Sheng looked less obnoxious. His horrible pallor, puffy eyes, and the dark green circles surrounding them suggested he was in bad shape. It had been a while since he'd last slept well. "You cunning bastard." Fang Sheng gritted his teeth. "Why, thank you." Fang Zhao was oblivious to the anger in his tone. "Did thieves have the right to be angry? You must be delighted to have pulled a fast one on me, eh?" Fang Sheng was convinced that Fang Zhao had held back a song from him as a precaution. Otherwise, where did the hee-hee song come from? He never knew about it when they were close. You couldn't blame Fang Sheng for his suspicions. Yet a diary entry written during heartbreak was very private. Unless Fang Zhao completed the piece, he would have never shown it to anyone, even Fang Sheng, whom he considered a close friend back then. Fang Zhao ignored the question. He put down his glass and stared at Fang Sheng. "You think this is over?" Fang Sheng was going to make fun of Fang Zhao for being stuck with the virtual idol project at Silver Wing. Instead, he was caught off guard by Fang Zhao's response. "What do you mean? Just wait and see." Wait for what? What did Fang Zhao have up his sleeve? Could Fang Zhao have held back other songs? "What do you mean, Fang Zhao? Be straight with me." Fang Zhao hung up, shunning the panicked Fang Sheng. He walked to the corner where he composed and pulled open the drawer where the original owner of his body kept his diary. He added the medal he'd received today at graduation from Yinzhou Music Association for his 5th-place finish in the new talent contest. Even though Fang Zhao arranged the song, his body's original owner was the composer. He deserved the credit. "I'll take care of the rest." Now that he had graduated, Fang Zhao didn't need to go to campus anymore. It was also summer break, and the next virtual idol course didn't start until September. It was only early July. That was more than a month away. Fang Zhao had to draft a project proposal in the next month. Otherwise, he would be too busy to sit in on the virtual idol class come the new semester. Recruiting a team could wait. First, Fang Zhao had to decide on the look of his virtual idol. Fang Zhao understood everything Chu Guang had said, but he was an old relic parachuted into the present time. After all, he was still absorbing. Why not retain the core of past virtual idols and repackage it? Virtual idols had an edge in that they didn't have to be human. There was a huge market for the fairies and demons that ruled the Reg era and furry, cute pet animals. Some of the classics lasted several generations. Different styles catered to different demographics. The market. How do you cater to the market? But the market was a mystery. No one had an absolute answer. Fang Zhao was still struggling the next day. When he was having breakfast in the morning, Fang Zhao noticed the paper notebook sticking out of his briefcase. He used it to take notes when he was doing research in his office. Eventually, there had been too much information to jot down, so he'd started scanning pages with his bracelet instead. But among the few lines in the notebook was a quote that stuck with him. Something the father of virtual idols, Reg Smith, had said, "I worship only what I create." Composing was a form of creativity. Even an artist trapped in a cage was free at heart. "I worship only what I create." Fang Zhao repeated the quote again in a low voice and laughed. He opened the notebook and started drawing with a pen. No one knew that the core of this body had endured the end of days. Fang Zhao couldn't shed his experiences from his soul. Instead of second-guessing all the time, why not give yourself free rein? Time passed and light started seeping through the windows. The noon sun was about to arrive. Dressed in a wife-beater and baggy boxers, Yu Qing dragged a chair to his storefront for his daily tan. He was surprised that Fang Zhao hadn't showed up yet. Did the kid head out? AI once stopped by to ask. I don't know. Didn't see him this morning. Yu Qing scanned Fang Zhao's window, which was open. He hasn't left. The kid's still in, Yu Qing confirmed. That's odd. Very unusual. AI once shook his head. Out of occupational habit, he had studied Fang Zhao for days. There was something off about him. He was a bit guarded. Maybe all artists were like that. Inside the apartment, Curly Hair had just finished his breakfast and was resting quietly. Its droopy ears occasionally shifted in sync with the hustle and bustle outside. The noon sunlight and the noise didn't affect Fang Zhao's concentration at all. Chapter 18, Longxiang Tianluo. War heroes from the period of destruction couldn't be casually appropriated as virtual idols. When virtual idols were first introduced, a few companies modeled their idols after war heroes, but they often distorted the real person, which infuriated the descendants of the heroes. They banded together to clamp down on the trend. Virtual idol companies were banned from basing their designs on real-life war heroes from the period of destruction or even using their names. When exceptions were made, they required extensive vetting. Violators faced legal action. There was no way he would use a fellow veteran's likeness, and Fang Zhao never considered drawing himself. He was right there in the flesh. If he wanted to do anything, he could do it himself. There was no need for a virtual version of himself. But Fang Zhao still preferred to draw from people and events that had left a deep impression on him. If real people from the end of days were off-limits, then he would find inspiration elsewhere. Fang Zhao worked for 2 days straight, taking breaks only to eat and sleep. He labored in his corner, drafting and redrafting before completing a prototype. He wasn't a visual artist. His sketching skills were limited. He would leave it to the professionals to polish his design. He just needed to come up with a rough draft. Another noon arrived. It grew brighter and brighter outside. A draft sketch appeared on the piece of paper sprawled on the desk in front of Fang Zhao. Even though it wasn't very detailed and refined, no more than a rough outline, anyone could tell it was the image of a tree. Fang Zhao took a deep breath. He didn't know if it was the right decision, but this was what came to mind. Longxiang Tianluo. The Longxiang Tianluo was a common plant during the apocalypse. No one knew what it looked like before the end of days, but judging from its size, it was probably descended from a regular, widespread species found across the world. Many species died during the end of days, which saw a massive round of extinctions, but some plants survived after undergoing mutations. The Longxiang Tianluo, for example. The name Longxiang Tianluo, which roughly meant powerful and sprawling, was coined by a botanist. Unfortunately, the botanist died in the early days of the apocalypse. No one remembered his name, but the name Longxiang Tianluo survived. At a time when most plants withered, this species of tree survived the end of days. It was one of the rare plants during the apocalypse that wasn't poisonous and actually had medicinal value. During the apocalypse, many types of medication were derived from the Longxiang Tianluo. When designing his prototype, Fang Zhao recalled a conversation he'd had with a few old friends. "Old Zhao, don't you think the three of us kind of take after the Longxiang Tianluo? We were just ordinary folks before the end of days. I was a prison guard, and Su Mu tended to his cattle." "Old Shi, you got it wrong. I was a shepherd," Su Mu corrected. "Same thing. See, Old Zhao, a shepherd, a teacher, a prison guard, and a composer. All regular people. The apocalypse changed everything. It's not just us. No one who has survived looks like they used to. It wasn't for the fame. It was all in the name of survival, no matter what we became." During the end of days, he used quite a few wooden tools made from Longxiang Tianluo. Vaccines were also extracted from the tree. You could say that the Longxiang Tianluo and mankind had survived the apocalypse. Hand in hand. Someone once joked that the Longxiang Tianluo was another comrade. Fang Zhao tucked away his drawing, washed his face, and headed downstairs. After seeing Fang Zhao for the first time in 3 days, Yuqing and AI Wan both approached to chit-chat. "You've been holed up working the past few days?" "Yeah." Fang Zhao bought some more food from Yuqing's shop. He ate while getting a tan. "It's not easy being a creative type. Takes up a lot of brain power," AI once said. Fang Zhao chatted briefly with Yuqing and AI Wan. When the sun faded, he returned to his apartment to tidy up, then picked up his briefcase and headed to Silver Wing headquarters. He went straight to the 50th floor. He wondered if Zuwen had pulled another all-nighter gaming in his office. His sole staffer only responded after several shouts. "Who are you?" "Oh, right, the new producer." Zuwen was still in a daze. He'd almost forgotten that Fang Zhao had been assigned to the virtual idol department. Thankfully, he caught himself in time. "You've decided on a prototype?" Zuwen asked with a yawn. "I've finished a draft." Fang Zhao opened the notebook and laid it before Zuwen. Zuwen stared at the page and went blank for 2 seconds. He rubbed his eyes and took another careful look. After a long silence, he blurted out, "Either I'm not entirely awake or you've gone nuts." Zhu Wen's first reaction was disbelief. "Are you kidding me? If I'm not mistaken, you drew a tree." Zhu Wen had been wondering for the past 2 days what Fang Zhao would come up with. He'd even wondered whether Fang Zhao would cherry-pick features from various virtual idols like previous virtual idol designers had done. This nose, those eyes, this face, and that body. It had never occurred to him that Fang Zhao would hand over a tree. There had been all types of virtual idols, humans, animals, fairies, and demons. But as a veteran virtual idol designer, Zhu Wen had never seen a plant. If it was going to be a plant, so be it. But it had to be a unique plant, no? Cuter than usual, more attractive than the average plant, or more colorful. Otherwise, how were you going to attract a following? But Fang Zhao was a renegade. "Brother, are you shooting to become the basket case of the modern virtual idol industry?" Zhu Wen stared at Fang Zhao, who nodded firmly. His world collapsed. "What kind of tree it?" Zhu Wen asked, pointing at the drawing. He wanted to rip it to shreds. "Longxiang Tianluo." "What?" "Basically what you know as the Tianluo tree." "Since when were Tianluo trees called Longxiang Tianluo?" A skeptical Zhu Wen started typing on his computer. Also known as the Longxiang, the Tianluo is a product of the period of destruction. It was a giant among plants from the end of days. Zhu Wen read verbatim from the research he'd looked up without an iota of embarrassment. "Sorry, I flunked botany. It's the first time I've heard the name. You really want to do this? I mean, have you run it by Boss Du?" Zhu Wen asked. "Boss Du is busy," Fang Zhao responded. "Understood." Regardless of whether Duong was actually busy, he didn't want to have anything to do with the virtual idol project for sure. So Fang Zhao was calling the shots. "How long do you need to create a detailed virtual image?" Fang Zhao asked. "Based on your prototype, probably a week. Don't think I'm a slow worker. It's just me, after all. A week is pretty quick." The prototype was like a draft sketch, the first step in deciding the look of a virtual idol. Revisions and fleshing out the design were still to come. Virtual idols had the upper hand over real idols in that imagination was the only limit when it came to their aesthetic potential. But how pretty could a tree look? Even an anthropomorphic tree wasn't that attractive. A cartoonish design could make it cuter. Zhu Wen was brainstorming how to improve the prototype when he heard Fang Zhao say, "We'll have to prepare a music video to go with the launch." "That's the standard procedure." "Oh, speaking of which, you need to get ready for soul casting," Zhu Wen said. Finalizing the look of the virtual idol was only the first step. Next came the more important process of soul casting. Soul casting referred to the process of injecting life into the virtual idol, coming up with a backstory, adding a voice and personality, and so on. Deciding the virtual idol's personal history, where it came from, and how it behaved. The point was to allow fans to better understand it. That's what soul casting was all about. The launch of a virtual idol was usually associated with a music video. For example, Neon Culture and Tongshan True Entertainment released music videos when they entered Sun Huai and Fei Lizi in the New Talent Contest. Typically speaking, the first music video of a virtual idol in the new era gave a personal history and introduced its personality. Launching a virtual idol also involved storytelling. Maybe nobody paid attention at the beginning, but if the idol became a star, you'd have to extend the storyline. Virtual idol teams planned well in advance before taking their first step. If you only wanted to pass muster, you could fool around and keep things simple. But if you wanted to do a good job, that involved a lot of preparation. That's why virtual idol projects were so costly. There were too many details to consider. I can take care of the look of the virtual idol. You need to start looking for a voice and start recruiting other technicians. It will take an expert to engineer a professional voice. That's not my expertise. Hiring more technicians is a must. I'm not going to be able to manage on my own much longer. Whether you make new hires or loan staffers from other departments, the sooner you decide the better. As for a starter voice, we have so many singers signed to our label. Just pick one, Zhu Wen added. Chapter 19, Professional Extra. Fang Zhao was beginning to understand why an entire team made a virtual idol. He and Zhu Wen were working themselves to death, but were still making little progress. Recruitment. Everyone avoided the 50th floor like the plague. No one wanted to get sucked in. Their budget was limited, so new hires were unrealistic. Fang Zhao could only loan staffers from other departments. After deciding on the initial look of the virtual idol, Fang Zhao had to source a starter voice and land a technician who could engineer the voice. Technicians on loan would simply charge by the hour. They were not hard to find. It could wait until after he decided on a starter voice. Zhu Wen had suggested Fang Zhao land one of the singers signed to the label. The company also had dubbing talent, but it wasn't a large pool and they were already busy with existing assignments. Even if they could be transferred, they wouldn't be cheap. Many of the staffers had dubbed for big stars and might not bother with a virtual idol project. It might be easier to hire an unassigned singer. A second-tier singer would be cheaper. Even though they all worked for the same company, the pricing was fixed. Fang Zhao first tried the newcomers. Duong was his boss, so he was Fang Zhao's first stop. Duang's eyelids had been twitching nonstop since he got up. Somehow, he had a hunch that something bad was going to happen. So he reviewed his pending and completed workload to make sure he didn't miss anything, items he had taken care of, projects that were ongoing, and upcoming tasks. Fresh assignments for his newcomer singers had been issued. The project proposals submitted by agents he had just been put in charge of looked okay. The new composers were doing okay. No problem there. Arrangements for his newcomers' upcoming releases he had delegated to that demon Ye Erlin. That wasn't part of his portfolio. He had completed the minutes for yesterday's meeting. What else? There seemed to be one department that he had skipped. Ding. A reminder for an internal message. It was his assistant. Boss Du, Fang Zhao is here to see you. F***CK. Duong felt his eyelids twitching even more violently. It was the first time Duong felt more nervous meeting an underling than a superior. He drank a glass of water to calm himself down. After taking a deep breath and soothing himself, Duong cleared his voice and said with the authoritative tone of a boss, "Send him in." As soon as Fang Zhao entered Duang's office, he could sense that something was wrong. Even though he looked serious and calm, Fang Zhao's well-honed instincts told him that Duong was tightly wound, as if Fang Zhao were a time bomb. Fang Zhao pretended he hadn't noticed and cut to the chase. "Boss Du, do you want an update on the virtual idol project?" "I've been busy. Didn't I tell you to use your own discretion on the virtual idol project?" Duong made the point of gesturing at his full screen. Fang Zhao nodded, pretending that he hadn't seen the completed label at the bottom of the screen. "I've decided on the look of the virtual idol. Zhu Wen is refining the prototype. We're quite short-staffed. I need to pick a starter voice. I also need actors, judging from the project proposals from previous years. I can poach a few technicians after other key personnel are in place, but the starter voice can't wait. Can you check if any of the newcomer singers are available?" When he heard Fang Zhao say he had decided on the look of the virtual idol, Duong was about to say, "Let me see." But when he heard Fang Zhao's request, he swallowed the comment. He cared more about his newcomers than the look of a virtual idol that was going nowhere. He had already lost Fang Zhao. He couldn't afford to lose more people to the death pit. "They're all busy. I'm not bullshitting you. Beiji and company were sent to training camp the day before yesterday. I can't say for sure when they'll be back." There was some truth to Duang's response. It was true that the newcomer singers were dispatched for specialized training. Even though they performed okay in the new talent contest, their vocal skills could use improvement. To better prepare them for their careers, Du's agents had tailored training sessions to their weaknesses. Duong had signed off, and the singers were off-site. They couldn't be tracked down, but Duong had lied about the timing of their return. How could he not know, considering he had signed off on the training sessions? Fang Zhao stared at Duong when he responded. He noticed the twitching in his eyelids pick up a notch. Duong scrambled to switch topics. "None of the newcomers are available. You can try the rehearsal studios on the 51st floor. Our singers like to train there when they're free. It's only one floor above your office, a stone's throw away." The virtual idol department used to also take up the few floors above and beneath the 50th, but as the department's fortunes declined, every floor except the 50th was reallocated. For example, the 51st floor was turned into a public rehearsal area. After leaving Duang's office, Fang Zhao headed straight to the 51st floor. All full-time employees were allowed without exception, but not interns or contractors. They had to get special approval. Fang Zhao was now a permanent employee and the producer for the virtual idol project, so naturally, he had clearance. After scanning his ID, Fang Zhao crossed the threshold. A buffer zone was located just inside the entrance, where employees could relax and store their personal items. When Fang Zhao showed up, There were 7 or 8 people engaged in conversation. When they saw Fang Zhao, they eyed him curiously. The regulars on the floor all knew that Fang Zhao was a stranger. Looks-wise, Fang Zhao was okay, but pretty and handsome faces were the norm in a company stacked with idols, so even his above-average face didn't stand out. But the virtual idol project was a hot topic on internal message boards as of late, so people remembered what Fang Zhao looked like. Someone who hadn't recognized Fang Zhao was getting ready to say hello before a neighboring friend whispered in his ear and shut him up. Some of the folks pretended they hadn't seen Fang Zhao. Others nodded and smiled, their smiles apologetic and awkward. Fang Zhao didn't mind and smiled politely in return before stepping into the official rehearsal zone. He walked through a door. When he opened the second, a cacophony of sounds gushed toward him, which sent him briefly into a dizzy spell. But Fang Zhao had endured worse noises during the apocalypse, so all he did was frown slightly before finding a seat on the side of the rehearsal zone. The singers who rehearsed here weren't big shots. Singers who were either talented or connected would train on other floors that had individual booths. This was a public area. Everyone wore headsets and minded their own business. Fang Zhao scanned the crowd. There were about 80 people or so. Not all of them were singers. Some were regular employees who wanted a vent. The building was equipped with karaoke rooms, but they were off-limits to the rank and file. So singing in the pubic rehearsal studio was a good alternative. And it was free. Some of the singers recognized Fang Zhao. They pointed him out to friends in their vicinity and started gossiping, giving Fang Zhao the occasional glance. They probably figured out why Fang Zhao was there. For many, serving as producer of the virtual idol department was a toothless position that promised neither riches or power. So even if they recognized Fang Zhao, they didn't bother to approach him. Fang Zhao paid no heed to what people were saying or the way they looked at him. He had been focusing on the voices since he entered the room. In scouting a starter voice, all that mattered was the voice. Looks, age, and experience were irrelevant. Even though he could tinker with the starter voice, Fang Zhao was hoping to find one that met his requirements right off the bat. His eyes wandered and his ears started filtering the different voices in the room. Suddenly, he focused his gaze on a spot in the room. The room was too crowded and cluttered furnishings blocked his line of sight, so Fang Zhao couldn't immediately identify the source of the voice. He got up and headed toward the voice. The people who were gossiping about Fang Zhao were intrigued and moved toward him. Fang Zhao followed the voice to a corner where he found a young man who looked like a fresh graduate. He was shorter than the people around him. That's why Fang Zhao couldn't see him. His looks were SOSO, the type that wouldn't stand out in a crowd. If you had to choose an identifying feature, his neck was a bit short. Good thing he wasn't fat. If he were fat, you wouldn't have been able to see his neck. The other singers stayed away from the young man. The singer closest to him was at least 10 meters away, headsets on and ears covered. Fang Zhao noticed the young man was wearing a contractor tag on his chest. People like him usually served as background vocalists or sang in choruses in a pinch. They weren't official Silver Wing employees. They enjoyed no benefits and were considered even lowlier than interns. Folks like him were also known as professional extras. They were marginalized and lacked job security, not knowing what 2-bit gig lay ahead. Chapter 20. One freak dubbing for another. Judging from the warm-up exercises he was performing, the young man was preparing for a chorus. When he noticed Fang Zhao approaching, the young man began to interrupt his practice. When he stopped and realized Fang Zhao was seeking him out, he panicked. So sorry. Am I bothering you? The young man stuttered. No, not at all. Carry on. I'm just listening. Fang Zhao sat in a chair in the corner. The corner was empty. The other singers were avoiding the area, and the chairs were all unoccupied. The young man scratched his head hesitantly. He glanced at Fang Zhao and the onlookers. He opened his mouth, but couldn't continue. It just felt like he was surrounded by a crowd that was focused on him. What if he was so afraid and nervous that his voice scared people away? Would they kick him out? After pondering the matter, the young man stopped altogether and walked to the corner. He decided to take a break and resume after folks shifted their attention elsewhere. What's your name? Fang Zhao asked. Preparing for a chorus? A Silver Wing choir is recruiting. I'm here to try my luck. The young man clutched a glass of water nervously. My name is Pang Pusong. Doesn't it sound like the name of a song, haha? He had wanted to crack a joke to ease his nerves, but Pang Pusong became even more nervous after laughing. He wondered if Fang Zhao was about to kick him out. "My name is Fang Zhao," Pang Pusong heard the other man say. "I'm the producer for a virtual idol project here at Silver Wing." "A producer? A big shot." Pang Pusong was immediately impressed. The man looked like he was about Pang Pusong's age, and he was already a producer. No wonder he projected such a powerful aura. "I'm looking for a starter voice, and I heard your warm-up exercises. I think you might be a good match, but I want to listen some more. Can you repeat the section you just sang? Don't hold back. Don't sing it like a chorus. Sing it like you would normally sing it," Fang Zhao said. Pang Pusong felt like he'd been struck by a huge stone. He was a little dizzy. He wondered if he'd misheard Fang Zhao. "SSSI, sing it again." "Yes, the section you were practicing. Don't hold back. Don't worry about anything else," Fang Zhao explained patiently. "Oh, okay." Pang Pusong put down his glass and got up. He didn't set the glass down properly, and it nearly toppled and rolled over, but he didn't look back. He was as serious as a soldier preparing for battle. The surrounding gazes still gave Pooh pause. He cleared his throat, but didn't start singing. "Go ahead. What are you looking at them for?" Fang Zhao asked. "Okay." Pang Pusong collected his thoughts. He was at Silver Wing to audition for a choir spot. The audition was scheduled for just after 4 p.m. His uncle had had a friend secure him a pass for the public rehearsal area. This was where he usually practiced before an audition. He never would have thought he'd have such good luck. Providing vocals for a virtual idol was naturally a better gig than singing in a choir. It was the difference between a leading and supporting role. Trying his best to ignore the attention and let go of his worries, Pang Pusong started repeating the section he was practicing. He had trouble relaxing at first, but after a few verses, he didn't hold back anymore. A few of the singers donning headsets nearby were singing to the melodies playing in their headsets, but they started to have trouble continuing. They frowned, turned off their recordings, and started bitching to Pang Pusong. "If you want to sing, go outside. You're not welcome here." "That's right. You're not welcome here. Why not ask Fang Zhao take you downstairs and sing there? If you have the guts, go downstairs with Fang Zhao. You can sing freely there." The onlookers pitched in. This time, Pang Pusong freaked out. He stared at Fang Zhao blankly. Fang Zhao wasn't affected by the heckling, flashing a smile instead. He seemed to be in a good mood. "This is a public rehearsal area, meaning everyone can sing freely here. You're not able to concentrate, and you blame others. If you've got the guts, why don't you practice in an individual booth?" Fang Zhao glared at the haters. He didn't press on. There was no point in wasting words on people he despised. Bullies were a dime a dozen. He pointed at Pang Pusong. "You come with me." Pang Pusong looked like a lost child. He shrank his already short neck and followed Fang Zhao out of the public rehearsal area. "Wow, he really thinks he's a big shot." Someone chuckled behind Fang Zhao's back. "Fang Zhao's probably here looking for a starter voice." "Definitely. I wouldn't sign up even if he begged. All he can do is impress clueless outsiders. Look at how happy that fool was when he was leaving." After leaving the public rehearsal area, Fang Zhao led Pang Pusong to his office on the 50th floor. He asked him if he was otherwise engaged. If not, he wanted Pang Pusong to start recording as soon as possible. "No, I don't have anything else going on." Pang Pusong couldn't help but shift to the edge of his chair. He waited anxiously for what followed. "This is your contract. Please take a look." Fang Zhao opened a file on the microcomputer on his desk. It was a template. He could use it for Pang Pusong with a few modifications. Pang Pusong studied the contract carefully and found everything in order. He nodded, even though it was still contract work, and he wasn't about to become a full-time employee at Silver Wing. Pang Pusong was so excited he wanted to dance. After he signed the contract, he felt like he was on cloud 9. He wasn't good-looking enough to be on stage. He could only work behind the scenes. But there were different kinds of backstage work. On previous gigs, he had always shared the workload with others. This was the first time he landed a solo contract, meaning he was the leading man. "I'll submit your personal information. I'll let you know when your pass is ready," Fang Zhao said. "Gr, great. Thank you. Thank you." Pang Pusong wanted to bow. He was so excited when he left that he ran into the door. Fang Zhao shook his head. "Actually, never mind. I'll head out with you. I need to see someone downstairs." Fang Zhao wanted to see Duong, but first, he escorted Pang Pusong to the lobby. Pang Pusong was still in a daze. Fang Zhao was worried about his state of mind. What if something went wrong? Where was he going to find another singer on such short notice? As they stepped out of Silver Wing Tower, a fleet of flying cars hovered above. Unlike rank-and-file employees like Fang Zhao, the big stars at the label were typically allocated higher floors, which had separate parking spots, so it was rare for Fang Zhao to see them in person, because they headed straight to their respective floors in their flying cars. The flying cars were headed for floors beyond the 100th. It was probably a few big shots. If I could reach their heights, I would die with no regrets. Pang Pusong looked up with admiration, extending his short neck. Fang Zhao chuckled. Who knows what the future will bring? Fang Zhao headed back inside as Pang Pusong queued for the train. He could hear his new recruit calling his mother with the good news. Hello? Mom? Yes. Yes, I went to practice at Silver Wing. Yes, I used the pass Uncle got me. No, I didn't cause any trouble. Really? I lowered my voice. I didn't bother anyone. But, wait, calm down, let me finish. Don't think it's bad news just because I shifted gears. I landed a project today. Yes, I signed a contract. It's an internal project, not a chorus part, but a solo gig. One of Silver Wing's virtual idol producers wants to use my voice. An extra had become the leading man. Even though it was a small production, it was still a leading role. For a veteran extra, it was a milestone. After heading inside, Fang Zhao asked Duong to issue Pang Pusong a pass, then returned to the 50th floor to get an update from Zhu Wan. When Pang Pusong visited, Zhu Wan was holed up in his office. When Fang Zhao told him he had signed a singer, he reflexively responded, "What an idiot." When Fang Zhao glared back, Zhu Wan rephrased, "No, I mean what a good man." The contract didn't state the length of the project. If it ended up taking an extended period, weren't they holding the singer hostage? Zhu Wan thought Pang Pusong was too naive, too easily swayed. But Zhu Wan was also curious. How come you picked him out of all the people in the public rehearsal area? Fang Zhao pondered the question. He didn't respond with a direct answer, asking instead, "Do you know what radiance is?" Zhu Wan shook his head. He had never heard the term despite working on previous virtual idol projects. Radiance is invisible. It can exist in silence and create tension, but it can also exist in a voice, teasing out emotions like fear, sadness, happiness, or excitement. For a singer, it's not just a matter of delivering the melody. You also have to adjust various aspects of your voice to enhance the listening experience and move hearts. That's the power of radiance, Fang Zhao explained. Just like the same song can be handled differently by two singers. One could sing with feeling and the other version could be instantly forgettable, Zhu Wan said. That's right. It's a specialized skill. You can unleash hidden radiance by manipulating your voice, tugging senses, heartstrings, and souls in the process. But there are some singers who are naturally better at unleashing their radiance than others. You mean the kid you just signed? Right. The only thing is that radiance is hard to harness. That's why he had to restrain his radiance when he was practicing to stay in line, to blend in with the crowd. He thinks his voice is a monster. The monster sets him apart. It gets to other people in a chorus. He's heckled when he sings. His voice throws up roadblocks everywhere. That's why he keeps suppressing it. Little does he know, it's a force that is a game changer. It's not a monster. It's talent. Zhu Wan scratched the goosebumps that had started forming on his arms. He still felt that radiance was a monster. But then he thought, one is a vocal freak, the other is a virtual tree. What a great combination. One freak dubbing for another. A trace of anticipation set in. Chapter 21, Step Aside. After securing a starter voice, Fang Zhao went about renting professional equipment to engineer the voice. Naturally, the label had the best equipment of this kind. It also had other types of top-notch devices and tools. But everyone, regardless of rank or department, had to pay to rent the equipment. Some of the more popular devices had to be booked in advance. The good thing was that there was no competition for the type of equipment required for a virtual idol project, so advance bookings weren't necessary. Fang Zhao talked to Bu Lai and requested the necessary gear from the property department. Fang Zhao also loaned a technician from another department to work on the voice. She was a young woman, a fresh graduate who studied music post-production, voice engineering, and so on. She had just been hired by Silver Wing. Because she was a newbie, she had been chosen as the sacrificial lamb when Fang Zhao came beckoning. Hello, my name is Song Miao. I'm a voice engineer. This is my proof of graduation and diploma. Song Miao presented her credentials. She was an anxious, fresh arrival who stuttered. Fang Zhao gave his loaner a look over. Her slightly lengthy hair was tied in a ponytail. She donned a track suit and trainers, the typical look of a technician. She carried a toolbox and looked tense, probably nervous about her new workplace. After asking a few questions about voice production, Fang Zhao summoned Pang Pusong. Take Song Miao to our studio. Yes, sir. It was time to record. Pang Pusong was geared up. Creating a complete vocal database required a professional system. Now that the equipment was in place, Song Miao would take care of the rest. She would record and process vocal samples and build a vocal database. The latest sound engineering equipment was highly automated, requiring less manpower than before. Otherwise, Song Miao would have her hands full. With the starter voice taken care of, Fang Zhao paid Zhu Wen a visit to see how the look of the virtual idol was coming along. That's right. Do we need an eye model? Zhu Wen asked. The virtual idol was an anthropomorphic tree, so they couldn't count on that many facial expressions. Thus its gaze was all the more important. Eye models were models who provided eye shots for virtual idols. Actors who weren't good-looking, lacked influence, or didn't receive much backing because of bad luck suffered from a lowly status in the industry. It was hard for them to get exposure. Movie parts were hard to come by, and the ones that were offered were unsubstantial, so they often took on other assignments, like providing eye shots for virtual idols. Project teams that weren't exacting would use existing eye shots, form a database, such as eye shots from previous films, and incorporate that acting prowess into their virtual idol. But project teams that were more demanding would shoot fresh eye shots in a variety of settings. Even award-winning actors and actresses delivered performances within a plot context and drew from their character's psychology. If the virtual idol were set up in a different context and had a different personality, then those eye shots wouldn't apply. They would even turn people off. People who resisted virtual idols often accused them of being blatant acting copycats, but the project teams behind those virtual idols didn't mind. That was how virtual idols were designed. Everyone did the same thing, as long as they could draw an audience. Zhu Wen asked about eye models because he noticed how serious Fang Zhao was about their project. I discussed this with Boss Du yesterday. He said he would try to line someone up for us. Just as Fang Zhao was speaking, Duong arrived on the 50th floor with another person. Even though Duong didn't want to micromanage the virtual idol project, he was the manager in charge, after all, so he couldn't be completely oblivious. After asking Fang Zhao about the look of his virtual idol out of curiosity, Duong fell into deep thought in his office the rest of the day. He even wondered if he should overturn Fang Zhao's previous decisions and take over the reins himself. But Duong eventually thought things through. He knew he wasn't that creative. No matter what Fang Zhao decided, now that the project was underway, he would give Fang Zhao total control. Even if he failed and became the subject of ridicule, he could chalk it up as a learning experience. He was a young man, after all. Adversity was a good thing, and no matter how poorly the dead-end project failed, the label wouldn't completely put it on a newcomer like Fang Zhao. So after Fang Zhao showed up yesterday, Duong hit up a few friends who managed actors. Regardless of whether you were a singer or an actor, everyone was ranked internally. They were classified in their contracts from grade D to A, with A being the highest. The top talents were ranked S, which was a different category altogether. Grade D talents were typically newcomers or marginal players. Duong set his sights higher, so when he asked his friends for loaners, he approached agents who managed B- and C-grade actors. I can't give you any B actors. They're all A actors in waiting. They can't afford to stumble. But I could pick from my C actors. That was how an old friend had responded yesterday. He brought over the actor today. A C actor showing up and doing his thing would suffice, Duong thought. Even though a C actor wasn't as competent, he would still be better than many others. If he didn't work out, then they could use eye shots from the database. That would save a lot of trouble. This is G. Poland. He starred in a movie about the period of destruction. He should be able to help you. Duong left after briefing Fang Zhao quickly. Fang Zhao gauged the loaner. He knew G. Poland was a C actor. He wasn't entirely clear on the distinction between the different grades, and he couldn't find much relevant information in his new memory, so he was polite. G. Poland was doing them a favor, after all. In contrast to Song Miao's nerves and uptight demeanor, this actor carried himself like a star. Naturally, he was rather good-looking. In this day and age, people who could become stars wouldn't look too bad. His hair was meticulously combed, and he stood straight as a rod. His gestures were sleek and refined, but it was all contrived. G. Poland scanned the furnishings of the 50th floor with discerning eyes and glanced at Fang Zhao and company, his gaze brimming with a sense of superiority and arrogance. Let's get started. What kind of shots are you looking for? I'm on a tight schedule. After dusting his sleeves for non-existent dust, G. Poland started walking. Zhu Wen looked at Fang Zhao, who nodded, so he led G. Poland to the filming studio. This way, Fang Zhao explained the scene to him. He was interrupted by G. Poland just 2 sentences in. Okay, I got it. I've done this before. Give me some space. He shifted his gaze to Zhu Wen. Get ready. I'm about to start. Fang Zhao didn't respond. He retreated and sat in the chair next to Zhu Wen. He wasn't offended by G's attitude, as long as they could get the right shots. On his end, G. Poland started acting hard after building his mood. Lo and behold, even though G. Poland was an obnoxious prick who looked down on everyone, he was serious about his craft. The only thing was, I'm thinking, why don't we just find some suitable shots in the database? Zhu Wen typed in his bracelet. G. Poland was still acting, so he couldn't speak his mind. G. Poland was acting with purpose. You could tell he wasn't holding back, but he still fell considerably short compared to a top actor. It was even more obvious in close-up. Zhu Wen had seen quite a few movies set in the period of destruction recently. In comparison, G. Poland's acting was a bit awkward. They were better off just searching in the database. Fang Zhao's frown grew. After reading Zhu Wen's message, he got up, walked toward G. Poland, and tapped him on the shoulder. What are you doing? Can't you see I'm acting? G. Poland fumed. Do you know what being in character means? You've interrupted my train of thought. G. Poland was furious that he was tapped on the shoulder just when he was getting into character. He turned his head and watched Fang Zhao lift his hand and point to the side. Step aside. Chapter 22. What do you think about when you're acting? A puzzled G. Poland pointed at himself. You were talking to me? Fang Zhao nodded and repeated, please step aside. G. Poland stared at Fang Zhao in disbelief, as if he had gone mad. Having confirmed that Fang Zhao wasn't kidding, he distorted his face, got up abruptly, and stepped away in exaggerated strides. Fine. Don't accuse me of being a prima donna. He had showed up as a favor to his agent. Not only are these clowns ungrateful, they don't think I'm good enough. Shedding the posture with which he had arrived, G. Poland bolted toward the door, but he stopped just as he was about to cross the threshold. He turned back and plunked down on the chair next to Zhu Wen. He dropped his act, folding his arms and crossing his legs. He wanted to see what these clowns would do now. It looked like they were going to act out the scene themselves. What a joke. He'd heard this fellow was a new composer, and now he thought he could act. Did he think acting was the same as gaming? How naive. Who did he think he was? As a newcomer, he was only on a grade D contract, 1 notch below G. Poland. G. Poland started brainstorming for a snide comment he could make to avenge his dismissal if the producer turned out to be a shitty actor. Otherwise, he wouldn't be pacified. How could they treat him this way? Fang Zhao didn't care what G. Poland thought, let alone pay attention to his furious gaze. He signaled to Zhu Wen that he wanted to reshoot the scene. Fang Zhao didn't understand the craft of acting, but what G. Poland had just said about getting into character. It was just a form of imagination, placing yourself in the scene conjured in your brain. But be it G. Poland or any other actor, their acting was just a function of their imagination, because none of them had actually experienced those desperate times. What they knew about the period came from watching documentary footage. But Fang Zhao was an exception. Some events during the period of destruction were digitally recorded, and quite a few films about the period were shot during the new era. The advancement of virtual technology also enhanced the viewing experience, leaving a deeper impression than regular footage. But no amount of simulation could rival the memories of Fang Zhao, someone who had actually survived those times. Taking a page from G's playbook, Fang Zhao closed his eyes for a few seconds to build the mood. G. Poland was blown away. He uncrossed his legs and leaned forward. The condescension on his face faded, replaced by a serious look. Fang Zhao's eyes were red and tearful, as if he were listening to a song that mourned the loss of the world, projecting a deep sadness and resignation. Although he didn't cry. All hell breaking loose, lives sacrificed and families destroyed. How puny and helpless everyone and everything became when the world fell apart. The pain and suffering projected in that moment engulfed the entire studio. Ji Polin took a deep breath. Fang Zhao managed to stir those emotions all by himself in this closed space without a set. He didn't have an acting partner. He had no lines. All he did was sit there. He barely moved his body, conveying his character's emotions with the subtlest of facial expressions and his gaze. His timing was impeccable, down to the wink of his eyes. Had he winked a second earlier or later, the effect would have been completely different. Ji Polin reflected on his own performance just now. By comparison, his delivery was slightly exaggerated and contrived, lacking genuine emotion. A professor once said in acting class that sadness wasn't conveyed by screaming or crying. Sometimes a subtle look would do. Was this guy really an amateur actor? Ji Polin quickly scanned in his head all the classic scenes from the countless movies about the period of destruction. He couldn't find any matches. Fang Zhao wasn't aping a previous performance. Ji Polin even got the feeling that he wasn't acting, that he had actually survived the horrible disaster and had lived in those times. Come again, what was the character they came up with? What was its personality? He had acted based on his imagination without learning about his character first. Bad move. That was a major no-no. Maybe it was the casual tone of his agent. He didn't care for the job, didn't take it seriously. Ji Polin continued to observe in silence. Fang Zhao continued acting based on his script. He needed no pointers. He knew the character he designed the best. This was a scene without dialogue. For eye shots, the focus was the eyes. Everyone in the studio breathed lightly. The only sound was the noise of Zhu when setting up equipment. But both Zhu 1 and Ji Polin, who was sitting beside him, could feel the mood evolving in the small studio. Repressed sorrow, smothering desperation, disappointment, indecision. How did one survive? He was a bee frantically looking for a light source in a shuttered house. The minutes went by. Fang Zhao ended the session only when Song Miao had a question about the starter voice. Let's take a break. Fang Zhao told Zhu when to catch a breather, while he got up to leave and headed to the sound mixing panel. When he got up, he instantly dropped out of character and became his normal self. He was out of character already? Mind-boggling. When Fang Zhao left, Ji Polin approached Zhu 1. That Fang Zhao character, he's really just a composer? He never studied acting. I'm not sure if he ever studied acting, but he is a professional composer. He soared to number 5 in the new talent competition in 20 days. You must have heard, Zhuan said. Of course he had, but Fang Zhao's performance still left him perplexed. Hey, aren't you going to leave? Zhuan thought Fang Zhao had spied Ji Polin into leaving, but now it seemed he had no intention of doing so. Leave? Why would I leave? That's right. Did you shoot a music video? Do you have more details about your character? Let me take a look, Ji Polin asked. Zhuan gave Ji Polin a surprised look and handed him a few pages from his drawer. Ji Polin had signed a confidentiality agreement, and Zhuan was going to show him the information anyway. Ji Polin just didn't bother. The next day, Zhuan had counted Ji Polin out. Fang Zhao could do the job himself. But Ji Polin still showed up on the 50th floor. Don't look at me. Just pretend I'm not here and do your thing. Which scene are you on? Has the character transformed yet? Ignoring the gazes of Fang Zhao and Zhu 1, Ji Polin dragged over a chair, sat down, and began watching intently from the periphery. It wasn't only the second day. Ji Polin showed up the next few days. He didn't do much, just sat in the studio and watched. His body language suggested he was there to stay. Even though Ji Polin had his flaws, he was an actor keen on improving his craft. And Fang Zhao didn't kick him out. When shooting finally wrapped, Ji Polin couldn't help pestering Fang Zhao with questions. Can I impose on you to reveal what you think about the most when you're acting? He wanted to know how Fang Zhao got into character and delivered genuine emotion. When Fang Zhao heard the question, he stopped drinking from his glass and responded in a serious tone. BGM, background music. Ji Polin suddenly remembered what a professor once said during his university days. Don't bother trying to figure out what goes on in the head of a professional composer. BGM is always playing no matter what they're doing. Chapter 23, My Version, My Rules. As far as Fang Zhao was concerned, drawing out a certain mood depended on a passage of music, not a certain visual. Just like how a programmer turned everything into code, Fang Zhao could turn everything into music. He already had a song in mind for the music video. It was a song he'd written during the end of days. It wasn't complete. He'd only gotten around to finishing it recently. He'd also rearranged it, and modified parts to better fit Pang Pusong's voice. When he was shooting, he did recall certain scenes, but his memories of the first few years of the apocalypse were blurry. However, the music he composed during that period remained fresh in his head. Every time he recalled those broken melodies, Fang Zhao could remember how he'd felt at the beginning of the apocalypse. After projecting the eye shots onto the virtual character, Zhu Wen showed Fang Zhao a draft. He had juxtaposed on his computer screen shots of Fang Zhao's eyes and a pair of brown, wood-colored eyes surrounded by rough, cracked bark. Don't they look the same? Happy? Zhu Wen asked. Fang Zhao nodded. They were clearly two different sets of eyes, but they conveyed the same gaze and mood. It was as if two people were injected with the same soul. Reg Dimension, such amazing technology. Perhaps that was why virtual idols created with the Reg Dimension drew so many fans. Even though they often looked very different from humans, it was easy to forget that they were virtual images and instead believe that they possessed real souls. As long as you're happy. Zhu Wen stretched his arms. The basic look is also complete. The only thing is that I could use more help on the music video. Even one extra person would be great. If it's just me, Lord knows when I'll finish the CD. If you want to see a completed product by the end of the year, then get me a loaner. Zhu Wen was so busy these days, he didn't have time to game. I've asked around. The people you mentioned who know how to use Reg Dimension don't want to transfer. The company hasn't made any new hires this year, and they fired a bunch of people last year. We can forget about an internal loaner, Fang Zhao explained. Then poach someone from one of the smaller or independent record labels or outsource to a contractor, although the company usually frowns on outsourcing on a project like this. The bosses prefer that you take care of things internally, but see if you can poach some people from other companies. There are so many fresh graduates out there. There must be quite a few who haven't landed jobs, no? Let's con a few into working here first. Zhu Wen started brainstorming as he organized the eye shots. Zhu Wen's suggestion reminded Fang Zhao of someone. How many years of experience would you be looking for in a Reg Dimension technician? Let's not set the bar too high. The most important thing is to con some people into helping me out. I've been so tired. Zhu Wen returned to his office to work. Fang Zhao headed back to his office and sent Zheng Huang a message. Zheng Huang responded quickly. What's up, Big Zhao? Your project isn't going well. Zheng Huang knew Fang Zhao was stuck with the virtual idol project and had even offered to help, but Fang Zhao refused at the time, saying he needed to learn more about the project first. How busy is your current project? Do you have time to take on another gig? Fang Zhao asked. You hiring? Yes, we're short on Reg Dimension technicians. If you aren't available, do you know anyone who hasn't landed a job yet or wants to switch jobs? I don't need someone super experienced. Someone who knows the basics will do. A Reg Dimension technician who doesn't have to be that experienced. Someone who hasn't landed a job or wants to switch jobs. Indeed. Any recommendations? Me. I want to switch jobs. You know I'm a fresh grad, and not from a very prestigious school. I won't be able to command a very good salary. Plus, I'm looking for a new job. It's a perfect fit now that you're hiring. Zhu Wen's idea was to con people into joining the project, but Fang Zhao was completely honest about the state of his project. Zheng Huang was offering to help out when Fang Zhao was in a tough spot. It would be shitty of him to take advantage of a friend now. After being briefed by Fang Zhao, Zheng Huang said he needed to think it over, but he ended up calling back in less than 10 minutes. Big Zhao, you still hiring? Why don't both you and I help out? She knows a thing or two about the Reg Dimension, but her expertise is post-production. I wonder if she would come in handy too. Yes. Fang Zhao smiled. Thanks. Hey, who's the boss here? Big Zhao, don't put too much pressure on yourself. We're still young. Even if we fail, we can chalk it up as a learning experience. It's good for us to take risks. Got it. As long as you've put things in perspective. So it's a done deal. You and I will defect tomorrow. Just like Pang Pusong, Zheng Huang, and you would be signed as contractors, not full-time employees. Fang Zhao had explained the temporary and transient nature of the work, but Zheng Huang still insisted on joining. Considering the status of the virtual idol project, Zheng Huang and his girlfriend had no ulterior motives. They just wanted to lend Fang Zhao a hand. Zheng Huang was actually thinking Lady Luck wasn't on Fang Zhao's side this year. Setting aside the theft of his songs, Fang Zhao had worked hard to make a name for himself in the new talent contest, only to be tossed into this death pit. Zheng Huang didn't want to see a brother begging for help, so he and Wan Yu quit their jobs to help out. They were still young and had plenty of other jobs ahead of them. Now it was time to help Fang Zhao. The next day, Zheng Huang and Wan Yu tracked down Fang Zhao at Silver Wing. After signing their contracts, Fang Zhao got them company passes. Besides Zheng Huang and Wan Yu, Bei Ji, who had just finished training camp, also chipped in. He knew that he owed his success in the new talent contest to Fang Zhao. He'd heard that they were setting up on the 50th floor, so he decided to help out. Wow, they actually let you come? They're not afraid of jeopardizing your career. Zhuan asked when he saw Bei Ji. Bei Ji didn't care. It's okay. Training is over and my next assignment hasn't started. I have 3 days off, so here I am. Peng Pusong, Song Miao, and Bei Ji set up outside as Fang Zhao discussed the music video with Zhu Wen and Zheng Huang in his office. Since the music video was set in the end of days, they would have to feature mutated animals from the period. Zhu Wen showed Fang Zhao a batch of images he had compiled. Get rid of this, Fang Zhao said, pointing to one of the pictures. Why? Zhu Wen asked. I've never seen it before. Because he had never seen it before, he couldn't be sure that it existed. Fang Zhao decided to drop all the animals he'd never laid eyes on. Wow, you sound like you've seen the actual thing, Zhu Wen responded. But he didn't resist, deleting the animal from his screen. Fang Zhao pointed to another image. Shrink the head of this one a bit. Like this. Smaller. How about this? You overdid it. Allow me. Fang Zhao pondered the projected hologram, his fingers playing with the head of the animal. He couldn't feel the actual object, but the smart design. Software allowed even a non-technician to tweak the image. It was like altering a clay figurine. That looks weird, Zhu Wen said. Not at all. That's how they look. Get rid of their mustaches. They don't have mustaches? Are you sure? I remember seeing them with mustaches in many films about the period of destruction. A skeptical Zhu Wen checked his research. He had downloaded a database from a leading scientific journal that was compiled by scholars who studied mutated animals from the period of destruction. The researchers were considered the world's leading authorities on the subject. The download was quite expensive, but he'd build the project. They have mustaches in the film I starred in. G. Poland, who had been watching them work, offered his 2 cents. That was fiction to begin with. Fang Zhao had seen the movie G. Poland starred in. There were way too many inaccuracies, but you couldn't expect much from a commercial film. It was just entertainment. But your virtual idol isn't real either. G. Poland remembered that the look of the virtual idol was also made up. My version, my rules, Fang Zhao responded curtly. Got it. You're the boss. You have the final word. At that point, Zhu Wen had found a photo of the mutated animal in question in his database. No mustache indeed. They went through the other animals. Every modification Fang Zhao asked for was consistent with the database. This time it was G. Poland, not Zhu Wen, who checked. You're the man. He thought to himself. Everyone in the room wondered. How good of a history student was this guy to remember so many details? Chapter 24. Your F*** messing with me. As things were picking up on the 50th floor, Duong was taking a video conference call from an old friend. G. Poland was heading to the 50th floor every day, so his agent was worried. When he asked G. Poland to help out, the kid was reluctant. How come he was so keen now? There had to be something shady going on behind the scenes. I heard your producer is from a black street. Did he somehow blackmail my guy into helping out? G. Poland's agent was full of speculation. They're not done shooting? I heard 2 days ago they were done with their eye shots. Duong was puzzled too. That's why I think it's odd. I'm not in Qian right now. Old Du, go take a look yourself. Maybe your guy pulled something on my guy. I hear folks from black streets are ruthless. G's agent was being diplomatic. What he suspected was that Fang Zhao had threatened force against his client. Wait, Fang Zhao is just renting a room on a black street. He didn't grow up on a black street. Also, just because you're from a black street doesn't mean you're the mafia. Don't be a bigot. I lived on a black street when I was young. G's agent was about to say something else, but Duong preempted him. Okay. I understand your concerns. I'll head up for a look in a bit. But rest assured, everything is fine. Fang Zhao isn't that kind. Of character. After hanging up, Duong realized he hadn't dropped in on the 50th floor in a while. Even if G. Poland was okay, as the manager in charge, he should put up pretenses. He rode the elevator to the 50th floor. When the elevator doors opened, He saw Ji Polan huffing and puffing and moving equipment. Du-ong. He suddenly questioned his judgment. An idol that relied on his looks like him couldn't risk getting injured. If he did, he had to pay the company damages that would consume way more than a month's wages. Ji-boy, come over here. When Ji Polan saw it was Duong, he put down the equipment. Duong took a close look at his face and didn't see any signs of physical abuse. Aren't you done with the eye shots? How come you're still here? He asked. I don't have anything else going on, so I decided to help out, Ji Polan responded. Duong surveyed the floor. The 50th floor looked quite different. Maybe it was the additional staff. He spotted Du Ji also lugging equipment around nearby. Where's Fang Zhao? He asked. He just stepped into his office. Ji Polan pointed to Fang Zhao's office. As Duong approached Fang Zhao's office, Fang Zhao was getting ready to head out. Boss Du, great timing. I was about to go to you, Fang Zhao said. I'm about to start recording my first single. Can you book a recording studio for me? The song is ready? Duong took the paper score Fang Zhao handed over and uploaded the encrypted demo file. He pulled out his headsets and gave it a listen. He was also curious how Fang Zhao's song was coming along. He was a bit baffled by the score, but once he heard the demo, it came together. No wonder the score looked weird. So Fang Zhao had decided on this style. Duong lifted his head abruptly and gazed at Fang Zhao. Did you compose this yourself? Yes. This is the song you're making a music video for? Duong raised his voice, prompting the movers nearby to look his way. Yes. Fang Zhao wasn't too alarmed by Duong's response. Hold on. Put everything on hold. Wait until you hear from me. Duong dashed out. As for the original purpose of his visit, who gave a damn? Duong had only one mission now, to talk this over with someone. He needed to decide if he would actually release the single. The head of the arrangement department, Ye Erlin, and the operations head, Julian, were quickly summoned. I say, old Du, what's the hurry? What's wrong? Have things gone south on the virtual idol project? Let me put this out there. I'm not going to get involved with the virtual idol project, Ye Erlin said as he stepped into Duong's office with Julian. Duong didn't speak, instead handing over 2 pairs of headsets he had prepared for the two. What's going on? So secretive. Ye Erlin wore the headsets reluctantly, but soon enough, he was hooked. Julian's expression also indicated her surprise. Where did you get this? Is this a new Pegasus release? No. Ye Erlin blurted before Duong could answer. At first glance, it's a similar style, but there's still a big discrepancy. This is not a Pegasus song. Not to mention that a Pegasus demo wouldn't be this crude. The Pegasus that Ye Erlin and Julian referred to as Flying Pegasus, a leading cooperative under Silverwing. Ye Erlin had tried to join several times, to no avail. Flying Pegasus was home to Silverwing's top composers and arrangers, the cream of the crop. But if this isn't a Pegasus song, who composed it? Julian wasn't an expert in composition or arrangement, but she knew this song would make waves if released. Besides a Pegasus member, who else could compose a song like this? If such a talent existed, he or she would have been recruited by Pegasus already. That's right, old Du, who wrote this? Who? Ye Erlin demanded. Julian was a music outsider, but as a veteran arranger, he was already blown away by many aspects of the incomplete demo. Duong wore a look of mixed feelings, proud, a bit sad, among other emotions. He paused before saying, Fang Zhao. Who? Duong rubbed his ears, which had just been pierced by 2 sharp cries, and sighed. The composer is Fang Zhao. Ye Erlin and Julian were speechless, but glared at Duong with the same expression. You're King messing with me. Sigh, I'm not lying. I got this from the kid. As soon as I got it, I called you guys. Ye Erlin took a deep breath. He was still in disbelief. Fang Zhao can produce something like this at his age? What about his age? Don't forget how well he did in the new talent contest. Duong hated when others dissed his composers. But this song is completely different from his entry in the new talent contest. Ye Erlin was agitated. He didn't finish his sentence. He wouldn't jump to conclusions until hearing the full song. All right, let's cut the bullshit. I've invited you here to help me decide. So what do you say? Do I release this song or not? Will something go wrong if I do? Duong asked. Of course. Why not? Ye Erlin was more excited than Duong. Duong shifted his gaze to Julian, waiting for her response. If Julian disagreed, even if they recorded the song, it wouldn't see the light of day. Julian returned the stare and smiled gently. I agree with you, Erlen. It'd be such a shame not to release a song like this. I, for one, want to hear the complete version. Julian was a big fan of Flying Pegasus' work, yet the cooperative rarely released complete songs, even if you were willing to pay for a download. Lowly managers like her weren't qualified to commission Pegasus members either. All right, we'll release it then. Fang Zhao said he can start recording right away. As for the recording studio, Duong gave Ye Erlen a glance. I'll book a studio for him. Ye Erlen was close with the folks who ran the recording studios. It was easier for him to pull strings. Ye Erlen had trouble breathing. He couldn't wait to see the look on their faces when the Pegasus members heard this song. Chapter 25, Yenzhou Derby. Before anyone knew it, it was mid-September. Newcomer status only lasted for a year. After the new season of the new talent contest that kicked off in June, Fang Zhao had disappeared from the newcomers chart for nearly a season. The chart was filled with new songs. Last season's entries were replaced by new singles. Nonetheless, leading the charts were still the two virtual idols, Sun Huai and Fei Lizi. They just swapped their previous songs for new ones. Fang Zhao had long been forgotten. Perhaps some still remembered that hit song from last season, the dark horse that emerged toward the end of the season, but the internet suffered from amnesia. In an era of a rapid change, memories were shortened, and the masses were at the mercy of the constant influx of new things. Fang Zhao sat in the huge terraced auditorium listening to the lecturer outline the evolution of virtual idols and offer insight into the charisma of hit virtual idols. Virtual reality is an art. By expanding reality with virtual imagination, the real and the virtual feed off each other. The classroom with a capacity of several thousand was sparsely filled, only about a tenth full. Fang Zhao jotted notes by hand on his notebook. He stayed away from electronic gadgets. A few of the students in the classroom recognized Fang Zhao. As a distinguished alum, he was a regular topic. On internal message boards, some of the students who didn't know the full story were wondering why he was auditing the class. When they were told the reason by fellow classmates, they felt bad for him and threw him sympathetic glances. To imagine what other outstanding alums from his class were up to and contrast that to Fang Zhao auditing an unpopular class by his lonesome self, what could they say? However talented he was, he couldn't stave off a formidable streak of bad luck. It really was such a pity. After the class ended, the students departed in groups of 2 or 3. Fang Zhao also collected his belongings and was planning to head back to the office. Fang Zhao. Chu Hong approached from the lectern and interrupted Fang Zhao. Are you able to follow my lectures? Chu Hong asked. He wasn't being patronizing. It was just that he knew that his class was quite offbeat, plus Fang Zhao had never completed coursework on virtual idols before. He wasn't sure if he was going too fast for Fang Zhao. Chu Guang had briefed him on Fang Zhao. He had to at least make a gesture. I'm okay, Fang Zhao responded. In fact, he had already covered the bulk of Chu Hong's lectures and online classes. He was auditing to get more insight. Feel free to ask me any questions. I heard from Chu Guang that you've been busy with your virtual idol project. How is it coming along? Chu Hong asked. Not bad. We're almost done. Good to hear. Chu Hong held back. In any case, he wouldn't get too many answers if he probed. Projects like this were confidential and couldn't be shared with outsiders, so Chu Hong didn't ask specific questions about his progress. He just asked Fang Zhao if he wanted general pointers from a scholar who specialized on the topic and shared thoughts on what stood out about the hit virtual idols of the day. Virtual idols these days, first and foremost, they have to be good-looking. That's basic. You're aware of this, right? Yes, of course. Fang Zhao nodded. Then what does your virtual idol look like? Chu Hong was quite curious what a virtual idol designed by an outsider, a composition major, would look like. Can't say it's good-looking, Fang Zhao responded. If he was being so diplomatic, that meant it was ugly. Chu Hong was troubled. If even its looks were in question, what could he do to help? When Fang Zhao left, Chu Hong sent Chu Guang a text message. That classmate of yours, Fang Zhao. How's his virtual project idol coming along? Have you seen what it looks like? Chu Guang happened to be free, so he initiated a video conference when he saw the message. I heard the project is almost done and the virtual idol may be launched soon. As for what it looks like, I haven't seen it. Boss Du has been quite vigilant about keeping it under wraps and won't entertain questions about it, Chu Guang said. Then it probably won't end well. recalling that Fang Zhao had said the virtual idol wasn't good-looking and considering he was a producer new to virtual idols. Chu Hong wasn't optimistic. People within the company aren't bullish either, but Boss Du has been acting weird. He's often holed up in his office with two other department heads. Their discussions can last 2 or 3 hours. Regardless of what they're up to, you should be preparing your song for the last season, no? I heard from your mother that she hired her old teacher to tutor you. This one should take the number 3 spot, no? Just yesterday, your mother was complaining that, if not for the 2 virtual idols, you'd be shooting for the top spot. Chu Hong smiled. Chu Guang responded in a relaxed tone. Number 3 shouldn't be a problem. It wasn't just Chu Guang. Everyone else in the industry was paying close attention to the final season of the year. The final season of the year was about to kick off. Singers that had done well in the 3 previous seasons were eyeing a good finish to the year. A strong finish on the New Pioneers chart in the final season could translate to a higher end-of-year bonus. A rough pecking order had been determined by the preceding seasons, and the major labels had reallocated their budgets accordingly. The top performers saw their marketing budgets beefed up, and the underperformers received less backing. Both Neon Culture and Tangshan True Entertainment were planning on giving their virtual idols an extra push in the final season. Their first movies were coming out and promotional campaigns were already under way. All eyes were on the final battle. Even the popular webcast, Prairie Fire, had proclaimed that the final season was a duel between Tangshan True Entertainment and Neon Culture. Which of the 2 virtual idol newcomers, Sun Huai or Fei Lizi, would claim final victory? The program had coined the phrase Yinzhou Derby, suggesting a clash of titans between Yinzhou's 2 strongest entertainment companies. But Silver Wing supporters went hee-hee when they saw the phrase. Yinzhou Derby? What about us? So the so-called Big 3 of Yinzhou was just bullshit? Had Silver Wing disappeared? Under fierce attack from Silver Wing supporters, the pundits explained that Yinzhou Derby referred to the 2 Yinzhou labels that produced the best virtual idols, nothing more. But anyone with a brain would realize that it was an intentional slight. The phrase would suggest to the ordinary masses who didn't know the industry well that the only major record labels in Yinzhou were Neon Culture and Tangshan True Entertainment. But there wasn't much Silver Wing could do. Virtual idols were indeed their Achilles heel, and it was a brutal wound that bled badly. Some media outlets even started a bet called Eye on Yinzhou Derby, encouraging punters to submit their picks for the top spot on the year-end new talent chart. As the buzz around the contest heated up, the 2 major virtual idol newcomers, Sun Huai and Fei Lizi, saw their stock rise even further, just as their companies had expected. Amid a sea of speculation from industry insiders and outsiders, September passed and October loomed. The final season of the year was about to begin. October 1st. Without any warning or advance advertising, Julian launched a full-court press when the clock struck 8. The newcomers were ranked according to marketing budget. At the outset, they all received the same backing and were launched in no specific order. Whoever was ready first debuted first. After taking part in the new talent contest, budgets were allocated based on performance and by company discretion. The better your prospects, the more exposure you got. The priority list for the final season of the new talent contest. Number 1, Divine Punishment, performed by Polar Light, composer Polar Light. Number 2, The Lavish Dance, performed by Enoch, composer Chu Guang. Chu Guang was dumbfounded when he saw the list. This was not what had been discussed. How come he was ranked second? His main competitor, Rong Zhong, was pushed to number 3. Where did number 1 come from? How did it merit the top spot? Who was Polar Light? At first glance, he thought there was a typo in the top spot. Chu Guang was even more pissed off when he saw the music video label after Divine Punishment. He thought only he and Rong Zhong were given the music video treatment because they did well in the previous season. How come this newbie who parachuted and got a music video? Then he noticed the singer and composer were the same, and factored in the music video. It was AF * King Virtual Idol launch. Chapter 26, First in History. Chu Guang was puzzled, but he wouldn't question the decision before getting to the bottom of things. He wanted to listen to the song first. Did Julian place the song first because of quality, or because virtual idols were given special preference? There were many screening rooms at Silver Wing. Some of the offices also had the audiovisual equipment to play music videos. After signing with the label, Chu Guang was given his own office. A fully equipped screening room was located near where the newcomers were housed, so Chu Guang planned on heading to that screening room and playing the song on the audiovisual system there to see what kind of song merited the top spot. But before he arrived, he noticed that Rong Zheng and a group of other newcomers had already shown up. Rong Zheng's expression was one of bafflement, surprise, and disbelief, but not the look of someone who felt robbed. "Oh, you're here too. Let's listen to it together." Rong Zheng pointed to a seat on the side. Chu Guang sat in his seat and took in the holographic image projected by the audiovisual system. The top-of-the-line stereo system delivered every note clearly. Was it techno, rock, or another genre? When the music started, Chu Guang was shocked to discover it was none of the above. The music video, a vast, lush forest that projected vitality. The flowers, plants, and trees were all anthropomorphic. The branches had eyes, noses, and mouths. They had peaceful faces. The blue skies were abruptly tainted with a coat of red. A horn sounded an unsettling melody on a low register. The seemingly inchoate notes suggested a growing anxiety. The symphonic arrangement resembled a whimper, suggesting imminent disaster. A symphonic structure? Chu Guang was so shocked he almost stood up. In the music video, fiery meteors hurled toward Earth. Panicked human beings fell into deep despair before the unexpected crevices. The heavy drumming resembled the sound of rolling thunder. It grew in volume and pace, delivering an unsettling shudder. Bang bang, bang bang. It could have been the landing of the meteors, the collapse of the landscape, or the heavy beating of someone's heart. Panic and fear spread. After the deafening clash of percussion and strings, a low voice sang. Unlike the ebullient, wholesome opera technique that Chu Guang was familiar with, this voice was wild and unkempt. A mournful sigh emerging from the tree silhouette the camera had focused on. The voice had an amazing energy that radiated from the sound system and imprinted itself on every nerve of the brain. A tense string score reemerged, and the drums found a measured, upbeat rhythm. The various tones created by the electronic synthesizer suggested a darkening mood. An invisible thunder invaded the universe. Planet Earth was sick. The combination of heavy percussion and wailing woodwind foreshadowed the ruthless, violent character of mutated animals. The savage beasts lurked everywhere. A trail of destruction engulfed the landscape. One after another, towering trees that had been around forever toppled one after another. Some were struck by meteors, others overturned by the massive tremor that broke the surface of the planet. There were also some torn to bits by the silhouettes darting about. Trampled by unrelenting catastrophe, every form of life inevitably marched toward death. In the face of total destruction, everyone and everything was reduced to specks. The sun was blocked by thick smog, and the lingering warmth trapped in the atmosphere dwindled amid the tragedy popping up everywhere. A piano and woodwind combination made for the end of days theme, ushering in stark images of bodies scattered across the land. The intricately layered string score and the tastefully structured arrangement, coupled with a top-notch sound system, delivered the melody to the human brain with the utmost authenticity. It felt like a supernatural power was tugging at your soul, easily parachuting you into those war-torn times. The symphonic bass foundation conveyed a weighty sense of history. Even if you closed your eyes, images of jadedness, turbulence, suffering, and the dilapidated Earth surfaced. It was a period everyone in the new era knew about. The 100-year period of destruction. A refined, low-register piano melody resembling a painful sob accompanied. Scenes of wasteland. Electronic music transcended the limited range of traditional instruments, creating a chilling atmosphere with a conventional arrangement, like a mysterious music whisperer. The tone shifted again, this time reinforcing the sense of restlessness and the anxious, panicked mood. Scenes of chaos and gore inundated this sick planet. There were countless casualties. Once lush forests were depleted to a pathetic state. Mutated beasts ravaged the bodies of innocent souls. Seas of fire erupted everywhere. The silhouette the camera focused on examining its surroundings, its eyes revealing a deep sorrow and helplessness. Was this the end of days? Were the days of earthly life numbered as a result? The figure started humming in a deep voice. The hum seemed to stem from the bottom of his heart. It mourned the death of souls, and the uncertain future that lay ahead. The melody picked up, a melancholic woodwind score mixed with a steady percussion beat that resembled rolling stones. The heavy beat and extended notes seemed to suggest the silhouette's indecision, but a blaring horn broke through, rekindling the hope of survival. Danger was approaching. This land was no longer fit for living. Should he curl up in a dark corner and pray for Lady Luck to save his scalp? Or should he forge a way out? Straddling the threshold between light and darkness, mired in blood and fire, he had a decision to make. The tempo of the melody shifted, as if a turning point had been reached. A quirky flute solo combined with the synthesizer picked up the pace. After a brief pause, the tone became spirited, the silence of percolating thoughts, pierced by the determination of a charging bull. A modulating piano melody and firm strikes of the timpani shattered the lingering doubt, signaling the muted triumph of rebirth after surviving dire straits and capturing a volcanic eruption of unfettered masculine pride. Once deeply buried in the ground, his roots freed themselves from the encumbering earth and burst to the surface, transforming into leg-like limbs. His verdant green leaves receded and his thick branches shrank. Finally, he took his first step. An excited human voice emerged, projecting a powerful aura that sent every hair on your body standing. It felt like a storm was afoot. Can't let it go, and can't call it quits. Hope still exists. March forward, despite the thorny path ahead. It was the first time in his life that he had stood erect on this land. He didn't know how long it would take to find a destination, but now that he had planted his first step, he could take the next 1,000, the next 10,000. The laws of nature prevailed, but uncertainty and patterns existed side by side. One decision could bring about a change of fate. He turned back to look at his compatriots. The weak light of dawn seeped through as a horn sounded a wake-up call. The piercing siren was followed by a spirited chorus of indeterminable sighs, which augured the determination and gall to take the world by storm. 1 tree, 2 trees, 10, 100. A flurry of shadows flapped like butterflies. Thousands of survivors broke free of the earth, taking a cue from their leader and transforming into ambling figures. They were about to leave the land that nourished them and hit the road once and for all. But from that moment on, they need no longer cower. No one was born with endurance, but for survival's sake, why not take a first step? There was no room for retreat. To survive, they could only move forward. Maybe there was some place on Earth where they could keep living? The symphony lingered on a long note, and a drum beat suggested rolling thunder harbored by the clouds. A new chapter was forthcoming. The screen showed a dense, packed cluster of countless departing survivors on one side, and the fluttering shadows of demons amid a bloodied, dusty atmosphere on another. Fade to black. The credits rolled. Leading man, Polar Light. Species, Longxiang Tianluo. Song title, 100 Years of Destruction, First Movement, Divine Punishment. Producer Fang Zhao. Production team, Polar Light Project Team, Fang Zhao, Zhu Wen, Song Miao, Peng Pusong, Zheng Huang, Wan Yu, Ji Polan, Beiji. A Silver Wing Media production. The music and footage ended at the same time. The audience in the screening room let out deep breaths, as if they had just been suffocated for a long time, recovering from the chills sent down their spines. This is. Chu Guang didn't have the guts to mutter the word he had in mind. He questioned his judgment, yet his sense of injustice had vanished. He was a lesser composer. The arrangement department. Ye Erlin has just hosted a screening for his staff. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, as if taking in a lingering fragrance in the air. Do you smell it? Ye Erlin whispered to the arrangers sitting beside him. What? They were still in a trance. The smell of an epic. There was a genre in the new era distinct from pop music and the repeatedly covered classic songs. Maybe it didn't have many fans, but no one could dispute its status. It evoked life and death situations, rebirth in extreme circumstances, the vastness of the universe and the enormity of the galaxy. It captured boundless dreams and hope, the beauty of human life, and miracles in dire times. Its awesome power derived straight from the soul. People called it the epic. Epic. That was the word Ye Erlin refrained from using when he'd heard the demo. The same word Chu Guang had hesitated to utter. When he listened to the demo, Ye Erlin wasn't sure how the final product would turn out, so he didn't want to jump to conclusions. Symphonic songs weren't easy to pin down. It was hard to craft a satisfactory track without sufficient experience and sensitivity and the ability to steer the overall piece. Even Ye Erlen wasn't confident he could execute a song to such perfection. That's why, when he'd first heard the demo, Ye Erlen had questioned Fang Zhao's ability. He seemed too young, hardly someone who could compose and harness a song like that. But when he heard the final cut, Ye Erlen realized Fang Zhao handled details like intensity and tempo perfectly. He blended a symphonic score and electronic music from the new era seamlessly, carefully crafting a layered texture and engaging plot. The powerful yet subtle melody beautifully conveyed the mood of the music video. Accustomed to cute, lively ballads, the passion and vigor of dance tracks and other musical styles, this was the first time Rong Zhong, Chu Guang, and company were exposed to the grand narrative of an epic. Captivated by the magnificent melody, every listener was transported to those dangerous times, traveling through the layers of bloodied smog to witness the evolution of a race, tracing their footsteps one by one. 'Twas the end of days, the cry of survival. A melody and voice so powerful they penetrated your bones. Now that was an epic in Ye Erlen's book. That perfect blend of score and singer lent itself to an incredible, awesome effect and impact. That was beyond doubt. Yes or no? Perhaps we'll find out this afternoon. Yet Ye Erlen had underestimated the industry response. It didn't take the whole day. October 1st, 9 a.m., an hour after Divine Punishment was released. The most respected music publication in Yenzhou, Voice of Yenzhou, founded by the Yenzhou Music Association, posted this review. Polar Light is the first virtual idol to debut with an epic in the new era. Chapter 27, Gold Brick Road. An epic debut. A definitive review. By the most authoritative industry publication. No one could dispute that. The epic label also meant that the upcoming season of the new talent contest was destined to be a bloody battle. No, maybe it went beyond the new Pioneers chart. Maybe it would develop into a storm that sucked in the entire Yenzhou music industry. Calling it subversion wouldn't be an overstatement. It had disrupted the planning of so many others. There was a reason why Ye Erlen and Chu Guang didn't classify the song as an epic lightly. Setting aside the quality of the piece itself, this was still an unprecedented feat. There had been epic pieces before. The big three, Silver Wing Media, Neon Culture, and Tangshan True Entertainment, all boasted their own elite cooperatives. Silver Wing had Flying Pegasus, Neon Culture had Metal Torrent, and Tangshan True Entertainment was home to Fourth Dimension. They were all capable of producing epic works. The same went for the other top music cooperatives in other parts of the world, not just Yenzhou. The music they produced was copyrighted. It was never positioned as pop music, and their target audience was never the average consumer. These cooperatives usually only composed for projects with hundreds of millions in profit at stake, like blockbusters, hit TV shows, ads, and online games. Or the biggest of superstars. They always enjoyed a heavenly existence. And every project was kept tightly under wraps. There were no leaks. That was why these elite cooperatives had special status within their respective record labels. Even a department head like Julian carried no weight with them. She wasn't kidding when she'd said she had trouble obtaining a full song from Flying Pegasus. When outside companies or entities wanted to use the work of these elite cooperatives, they had to pay up, and it was beyond what the average consumer could afford. For figures was a minimum, and that only bought you a limited license that lasted a few days or a few months. It depended. If you wanted to own a song outright, the pricing was even higher. Word was a piece composed by Flying Pegasus was sold for 7 figures to a video game studio last year. No one knew the exact amount. No one could vouch for the quality of the song because no one had heard it. The rumor was it wasn't an epic piece. If it were, it would have cost even more. That was why, when Silver Wing launched a virtual idol with an epic song, it sent jaws dropping everywhere. Are they nuts? That was the response of the Fei Lizzy project team at Neon Culture. Had the folks at Silver Wing lost it? An epic song for a virtual idol with uncertain prospects? This was no ordinary song. It was golden. If the Metal Torrent Cooperative at Neon Culture produced such a song, they would never waste it on a new virtual idol. Silver Wing's behavior was downright crazy, wasteful, and incomprehensible. It was like using a dragon-slaying sword to chop garlic. Even if Silver Wing could stomach it, other bystanders felt the pain. The community of composers was also blown away by this costly investment. So Flying Pegasus had quietly, secretly crafted a virtual idol. And everyone thought they were working on the score for a year-end blockbuster. They never would have guessed. Insiders at that level maintained a certain level of contact. So when Divine Punishment was released, Flying Pegasus members kept being pestered, but no one found out anything. It's okay. I understand if you can't say anything. No need to explain. You have your considerations. The folks calling Flying Pegasus started answering their own questions. But the composers at Flying Pegasus were equally dumbfounded. Wait, what do you understand? Please explain. What considerations? How come we were kept in the dark? Who wrote that song? How come Silver Wing had signed such a great talent, and we didn't know about it? The head of Flying Pegasus clutched his chest with a shivering hand after hanging up the phone again. Heartbreaking. An epic. Used to launch a virtual idol. He wanted to find out who had made such a wasteful decision. After swallowing a pill handed to him by an assistant, the head of Flying Pegasus couldn't sit still. He got up and punched his intercom. He was going to complain to the head of the label. The music industry was abuzz with heated discussion, and outsiders were equally excited. A song deemed hefty enough to back an epic film by an authoritative publication was used to launch a virtual idol. It was the equivalent of rolling out a red carpet made with gold bricks. What do I hear? Money. Tons of money. No, what you're hearing is the sound of gold bricks. Gold bricks. A gold brick you could purchase for $1. Even music fans uninterested in epic scores couldn't help downloading the song. Only the song was available for download. The music video could only be added to a playlist. Everyone who watched the music video shared the same thought. How come it feels like this is just the beginning? You're spot on. It is just the beginning. Didn't you see the words, first movement at the end of the video? It's the end of the year. I think Silver Wing is up to something. I think Silver Wing is up to something too. Neon Culture and Tongshan True Entertainment created such a frenzy with their virtual idols, while Silver Wing kept a low profile. Turns out they were holding back a secret weapon. They've made their first move. A second move is coming, no? Am I the only person who noticed the name Fang Zhao? No matter what, Divine Punishment being deemed an epic by industry authorities caused countless ripples. Everyone at Silver Wing was shocked except for Duong, Julian, and Yerlin. After reading the review, Duong and company rushed to the 50th floor. Today marked the official launch of Polar Light, so the entire virtual idol project team was there. They were celebrating when the trio arrived. Zhu Wen and Zheng Huang weren't music fans, but they knew what the review meant for Polar Light's debut. When Duong and company arrived, they locked the elevator doors so no curious outsiders could bother them. Duong was so excited he forgot what he wanted to say when he opened his mouth. Yet Erlin and Julian shoved him aside when they saw he couldn't manage a syllable after several false starts. Fang Zhao, are you really the composer? Julian asked. Even though she had asked the question many times, she was still skeptical when the review came out. Yes, I wrote the song. Fang Zhao nodded. If I'm not mistaken, there are still other movements in the works? Ye Erlin followed up. Indeed. Fang Zhao had nothing to hide. There are still 3 more movements to go. The trio of department heads took a deep breath. 3 more movements. Have you started recording them? Let us take a look. Duong was anxious to get a head start. I haven't started recording, Fang Zhao responded. Why? Duong asked in a surprised tone. But Fang Zhao was the one who was surprised by the stupid question. I've used up all my funding. Chapter 28. Upstairs for a meeting. Much of their top-notch equipment had a limited shelf life, and their rental payments accounted for a good chunk of their $5 million budget, let alone other costly expenditures. Plus, the project staff hadn't been paid yet. It was a cliché, but artists had to eat too. Fang Zhao didn't want to mistreat his own people, so when he used up all his funding, he put the project on hold. They would continue whenever they received additional funding. The success of the first movement convinced Fang Zhao that Silver Wing wouldn't pass on such a promising project. That's a loaded question. It finally dawned on Duong and company that the project was only budgeted for $5 million, and that was the result of Du's lobbying. It would have been even less had the original appropriation gone through. Indeed, $5 million was too little considering the success of the project thus far. Fang Zhao and company had done an amazing job just launching Polar Light. Rest assured, I'll lobby the bosses for more funding. It will be more than last time. Plus you'll get decent bonuses, Duong said. Even an idiot knew that Silverwing finally had a proper virtual idol on its hands. How could it not back the hell out of it? Not to mention a second epic was in the works. This kid was going to become rich. He might even be recruited by Flying Pegasus. That was a goal Erlin had failed to achieve up to this point. Having been dealt a reality check, Duong calmed down somewhat. Speaking of which, Duong scanned the group, his gaze pausing briefly on Zhu Wen and company. Mum's the word. Try to run a tight ship. Zhu Wen struggled not to break into laughter. Understood. Outside observers all thought that Polar Light's epic debut was a secret bomb Silverwing had held back for the end of the year. When a Silverwing spokesman was asked about the project in a clip they just watched online, all he could do was maintain his composure and smile, projecting an aura of mystery. But the project team figured the spokesman's back was drenched in sweat. What else could he do but smile and act coy? Say he didn't know about Polar Light? That would be the equivalent of slapping himself in the face. If that was how he answered, Silverwing would have become the biggest joke in the industry and even gone down in history as such. Silverwing couldn't afford to lose that much face. After Duong and company left, Fang Zhao was thanked by Bei Ji and Ji Polan. Fang Zhao had listed their names in the credits, which gave them exposure. It was an important boost for any singer or actor. Bei Ji probably didn't expect Fang Zhao to list him in the credits, considering he had only helped out on the 50th floor for 3 days during his break. All he did was haul equipment around for 3 days. Even though he was listed last, he was still excited. His agent had just told him the number of online searches for him would spike considerably. However you looked at it, that was a form of fame as well. He had an edge over other newcomers. So excited. So excited. Hee hee hee. Ha ha ha. Bei Ji scampered about ecstatically in the newcomer dorm, behaving like a convulsing lamb. His 3 roommates were jealous. What could they say? You can't control luck. After he was thanked and congratulated by Bei Ji and Ji Polan, Fang Zhao skimmed the comments on the song posted online, getting a sense of the overall response before moving on to the more respected media outlets. They were the opinion leaders on the matter. The hosts of the popular webcast, Prairie Fire, had all forgotten about the Yinzhou Derby they had coined earlier. Now all the talk revolved around Silverwing's underlying strategy and speculation about its next move. They were convinced that Silverwing had been working on the virtual idol for some time, and all previous rumors were simply a smokescreen. To back up their speculation, Prairie Fire invited experts onto the show. Experts wouldn't lie, no? 2 guests appeared on the live webcast. The first was Professor Bradley, a scholar from the history faculty at Yinzhou University who specialized in the period of destruction. The other was researcher Koda, who studied animal mutations during the period of destruction at the Yinzhou Academy of Science. Both were bona fide experts. Both were genuine leaders in the field. What they said was authoritative. No one questioned the veracity of their research. Bradley analyzed the authenticity of the Divine Punishment music video, the sequence of events, and the location and scale of the meteor showers and subsequent earthquakes. His conclusion: the music video was spot on. Although the virtual idol was fiction, the historical backdrop was accurate. He couldn't find any flaws. The music video was better made than many movies about the period of destruction. Professor Koda of the Yinzhou Academy of Science focused on the mutated animals that appeared in the music video. His conclusion: there were no inaccuracies. So many mutated animals appeared during the period of destruction, but the music video got all the minute details right. The production design was so exacting that he wanted to meet the expert consulted for the project. The 2 hosts acted as if they had landed a major scoop, concluding, "Therefore, our suspicion is that Silverwing was backed by a formidable team of consultants comprising the top names in the business. They stayed out of sight because they signed confidentiality agreements. You can tell that Silverwing put considerable thought into the project. It must have been in the pipeline for some time." On the 50th floor of Silverwing Tower, Zhu Wen and company shifted their gaze to Fang Zhao. A formidable team of consultants? Hee. Among outsiders, all eyes were on Silverwing's next move. In fact, many Silverwing staffers were wondering too. They were waiting for the company's top brass to respond. This was no ordinary debut. There was too much attention. The higher-ups were also cautious. Didn't you notice the label's chief? Spokesman could only smile and remain silent. Duong had decided to ask for more funding after conferring with Ye Erlin and Julian in his office. They had heard nothing from senior management so far. Duong wanted to use funding as an excuse to probe. But before he could make his move, he received a text message from his superior. He was so shocked he turned ghastly pale and nearly dropped his cup. "What's up, old Du?" Ye Erlin and Julian asked when they saw Duong react the same way a rat did when it ran into a cat. "Manager sure asked us to round up Fang Zhao for a meeting upstairs." Duong responded as he tightened his grip on his cup. "You mean us three?" Julian pointed at herself. "That's right. That's what manager sure said. Us three and Fang Zhao. The four of us. Not one less." "What floor?" Ye Erlin asked. The location of the meeting reflected the rank of the executive who called and led the meeting. The rule of thumb at Silver Wing was the higher the floor, the higher the rank. The meeting was most definitely about the virtual idol project and its epic song. If they found out where the meeting was being held, they could try to figure out the agenda through their connections. Duong took a gulp and pointed upward. "Top floor," he said in a shaky voice. Only one person could convene a meeting in the top floor conference room, the big boss. Chapter 29. The label prizes its best talent. No wonder none of the higher-ups had said anything. They were waiting. For the big boss. "You mean? Boss Duong?" Ye Erlin's voice was even shakier. "Didn't she go to Huangzhou?" "How would I know?" Duong didn't know what to do. They had expected the label not to handle the matter with kid gloves, but things had evolved beyond their expectations. Someone at Flying Pegasus must have complained to her. Ye Erlin voiced his speculation. "Regardless of what went down, let's get ready. I'll get in touch with Fang Zhao. We'll head up to the top floor together." On the 50th floor, Fang Zhao was monitoring the feedback to his release online. He was a bit surprised when he got word from Duong. He didn't expect the big boss to get involved. He got up, sorted out his wrinkled outfit, and then told the others, "You guys take a break. I have to head upstairs for a meeting." "Where's the meeting?" Zuin asked. "The top floor conference room." "The top floor." Zuin sprang from his seat. "Brother, a bit of advice. When you see the big boss, remember these 5 words. No bullshit. Tell the truth." The head of Silver Wing was Duan Qianji, the granddaughter of founder and megastar Duan Yiji. She was in her 70s. Word was that, when Duan Yiji was still alive, a young Duan Qianji enjoyed an active on-screen career under the tutelage of her grandfather. When Duan Yiji passed, Duan Qianji took over Silver Wing. Fang Zhao recalled the research he had done before. There was a limited amount of information online, and there were signs it had been doctored. As for the real Duan Qianji, Fang Zhao had never met her and knew little about her. He could only surmise from the reaction of Zhu Wan, Duong, and company that the boss didn't have the best of tempers and wasn't the type of person who smiled all the time. The elevator for rank-and-file employees couldn't reach the top floor. Fang Zhao followed Duong and company into a different elevator. The higher the elevator rose, the more nervous Duong and the 2 others became, Fang Zhao sensed. Initially, Duong still managed to give Fang Zhao a few pointers, but eventually he turned silent. His whole body stiffened. It seemed as if the air pressure had dipped. The elevator doors opened to reveal a 5-meter-long hallway flanked by cold, metallic walls. Even the sunlight couldn't disperse the invisible chill. After confirming their identities, an expressionless young man waved at them, signaling them to go ahead. Fang Zhao noticed that the man's gaze lingered on him for a few extra seconds. When they entered the conference room, the chit-chat stopped, and some 20-odd pairs of eyes shifted their way. Every single person at the table was a senior executive above manager grade. Lowly department heads like Duong normally had no business being there. The discerning and probing gazes were suffocating. Duong and company smiled stiffly. It seemed as though they could hear the heavy beating of their own hearts. Taking a cue from his direct boss, Duong and party walked to the four spots at the end of the table. They were the lowest-ranked employees and were seated accordingly. The conference table was an inverted V. The seat at the joint was reserved for the big boss. It was still empty. There was another empty seat by her chair. It was unclear who it was reserved for. Fang Zhao wasn't that nervous. He was checking out the conference room and wondering how the big boss would react. If she wasn't happy with his work, he wasn't going to grovel. In the worst-case scenario, he could leave and take his entire team with him. There were plenty of other record companies who would happily hire them. Less than a minute after they sat down, Before other curious senior execs could question them, the doors to the conference room opened again. The buzz that had greeted the arrival of Fang Zhao and company disappeared. It became so quiet every breath could be heard. This wasn't a curious silence. It was driven by fear and pressure. Fang Zhao saw a stern-faced woman walk in with huge strides. Because life expectancy had increased in the new era, even though Duan Qianji was nearly 80, she looked like someone in her 40s from before the apocalypse. There were some wrinkles in the corners of her eyes, but she looked quite sharp. She projected the strong aura of someone in charge. Duan Qianji was trailed by 4 underlings, 2 secretaries, and 2 assistants. They didn't show much emotion, but seemed more relaxed and less serious than their boss. Another elderly man entered along with Duan Qianji. After she sat down at the head of the table, he took the seat next to her. Fang Zhao scanned the old man and noticed he was wearing a lapel pin with a Pegasus logo. He was from Flying Pegasus. Which one of you is Fang Zhao? Duan Qianji cut to the chase right after she sat down. His head drooped. Duan tapped Fang Zhao beneath the table, signaling him to stand up. His other hand wiped away the sweat on his forehead. He took an imaginary deep breath. If she was going to question Fang Zhao first, did that mean she wasn't upset that they'd taken matters into their own hands? I am. Fang Zhao got up. Zip. Fang Zhao's seat left its original spot and shifted to the empty space in the middle of the conference table, toward the head of the table. Duan Qianji observed Fang Zhao's response. If he were a newcomer attending his first meeting on the top floor, the slightest movement would affect him. But Fang Zhao was unfazed. He wasn't nervous. Instead, he eyed his moving chair curiously. The surrounding gazes didn't get to him one bit. This was no ordinary newcomer. He was too calm for his age. You wrote Divine Punishment? Duan Qianji glared at Fang Zhao when she posed the question. Yes, I wrote it, Fang Zhao said without avoiding Du Qianji's gaze. Sensing no sign of deception, Duan Qianji's expression relaxed somewhat. How many more movements are you planning for your period of destruction series? 3 more. Gasps emerged from around the table. It was the same reaction Duong had had when he heard the news. The old man from Flying Pegasus was about to speak, but Duan Qianji raised her hand to interrupt. His eyes flashed panic. Have you recorded the remaining movements? Duan Qianji asked. No, I'm out of funding. Another round of gasps. Duong and company became even more sheepish. You've got guts, kid, asking the big boss for more funding. Duan Qianji paused for 2 seconds, a trace of a smile appearing on her face. 50 million for the second movement and the music video. I want to see a final product before November. No problem. Duan Qianji remembered something and asked, who was the model for the music video? Me. And your team of consultants? It was just me. The others at the table glared at Fang Zhao like he was a monster. The manager in charge of film production rolled his eyes and shut his eyelids in contemplation. This time, Duan Qianji paused a little longer. From now on, you're the manager of the virtual projects department and the producer for the Polar Light project. You'll be in charge of staffing. As for the bonuses for your team, Zhuzhen will be in touch after the meeting. One of the assistants standing behind Duan Qianji stepped forward and smiled at Fang Zhao. The label prizes its best talent. It sounded like a consolatory remark. Noticing that Fang Zhao was still deep in thought, she asked, anything else? One more thing. Go ahead. Can I bring a dog to work? Chapter 30. We're rich now. Duang's head dropped even lower. The mood in the room froze. It was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The pressure mounted again, reducing Duong and company to labored breathing. Can I bring a dog to work? This was the first time they'd heard someone pose that question to the big boss in the top floor conference room. Kid, do you have a death wish? You want to bring a dog to work? How about becoming a dog's bitch instead? Why not capitalize on the opportunity to lobby for more perks instead? What are you thinking? He was indeed too young, or maybe an artist's brain functioned differently. So this was the kind of brain that could produce an epic. After a nearly 30-second silence, Duan Qianji slowly responded, no problem. Like I said, the label prizes its best talent. Of course, the special treatment didn't mean that Fang Zhao could roam around the company with his dog. That was restricted to the 50th floor. The virtual projects department was now Fang Zhao's turf. He could do whatever he wanted. Duan Qianji had one demand, that he deliver a satisfactory product. As long as Fang Zhao met that demand, as far as she was concerned, he could bring a zoo to work. So that's the agenda for the virtual idol project. I want to see the second movement released before November. All right, the four of you can leave first, Duan Xinji said. Duong raised his head and glanced at his boss. Gleaning from Manager Shi's gaze, he confirmed that Duan Xinji was talking about the four of them, meaning their business had been attended to and they could leave. The rest of the meeting was beyond their pay grade. After tapping Fang Zhao, whose chair had returned to its original spot, Fang Zhao led the four out of the conference room. Whatever happened behind closed doors after they left was none of their business. Duong and the two department heads only dared to breathe when they entered the elevator. It looked like they'd been reborn. Yet Erlin was still clutching his chest. I was scared shitless. Shitless. Hey, Fang Zhao, weren't you scared? Why would I be scared? Fang Zhao asked. Julian looked at the peaceful Fang Zhao and recalled his bold question in the conference room. Then took Ania Erlin, still drenched in cold sweat, and shook her head. Both were creative types. How come they were so different? No matter what, congrats on the promotion, Fang Zhao, Julian said with a laugh. They used to be able to pull rank on him, but from the moment they left the conference room, Fang Zhao was no longer junior to them. Judging from his new title, he was actually more senior, except he didn't wield much real authority. But if his second movement also became a hit, Fang Zhao. Duong grabbed Fang Zhao's arm tightly and stared at him with a strange gaze. The nerves that paralyzed him during the meeting were gone, replaced with excitement and disbelief. Fang Zhao. The second movement must be a success. Duong wasn't mad that he'd lost oversight of the project. He could tell from his boss's gaze that he would be receiving a decent bonus too. Plus, he'd never wanted to manage the virtual projects department. He wasn't upset. He was thinking about something else. In the new era, commercial entertainment was never limited to one medium, be it real idols or virtual idols. They were never confined to the music industry only. Pop music was only the tip of the iceberg. It was always part of a broader strategic plan. Take the virtual idols Neon Culture and Tongshan True Entertainment launched, for example. After their songs charted well, they began to plot their movie careers. Silver Wings Real Idols followed a similar path. The difference was that, since Silver Wings' founding, none of its virtual idols had received this kind of backing from the label. But Duong had sensed a shifting landscape when he'd left the conference room today. Why had Duan Xinji lavished so many perks on Fang Zhao? Even someone from Flying Pegasus might not have received that kind of treatment. Something had to be lined up for him, pending the launch of the second movement. Now it's up to you to record the second movement. Duong could only confirm his speculation if the second chapter was also a success. Fang Zhao didn't know how much longer the meeting on the top floor lasted after they left, but less than an hour after he returned to the 50th floor. Silver Wings' chief spokesman mentioned Polar Light in an interview. He still maintained that calm smile. No one could tell what he was thinking, and he didn't reveal much, only saying fans should expect a second chapter. He continued to play coy, not announcing a release date. But Duong was willing to bet that the spokesman felt more confident. Duan Xinji's assistant, Zhu Zhan, had already sent Fang Zhao a bonus breakdown. The people who actually worked on the project, Zheng Huang, Wan Yu, Song Miao, and Pang Pusong, were each awarded $100,000. Zhu Wen, the chief technician, got $300,000. Fang Zhao, the producer, received $1 million. That was strictly a bonus. He would also get a cut of his song's profits next month. The second round of funding was also in place. They could start working on the second chapter right away. After consulting Zheng Huang, Wan Yu, and Pang Pusong, Fang Zhao changed their status to full-time employees. After becoming a full-time staffer, Pang Pusong felt he could carry himself with more gusto. After signing his new contract, he notified his mother and told her he wanted to buy her a gift. Song Miao was planning on using her bonus to buy the dress she'd spotted last time. Zheng Huang and Wan Yu were wondering if they should buy the flat they were considering. Zhu Wen, what are you going to buy? Zheng Huang asked after noticing the technician remaining silent. Me? I've already bought something. He turned on the screen of his bracelet and showed the group a settings page. I've upgraded my gaming gear. What's the point of having money and not enhancing the gaming experience? Zheng Huang. Whatever makes you happy. Boss, what are you going to get? Zhu Wen asked Fang Zhao, now addressing him differently. Fang Zhao was reading a text message he'd just received. Zhu Zhan, The chairwoman's assistant says she's sending us 2 flying cars. She wants us to check our garage to make sure they aren't cluttered. Flying cars. Zhuwen forgot about his gaming upgrade and jogged to the garage. Every floor above the 20th was equipped with a garage. So was the 50th, but the department had been gutted and nothing was left. Only a few staffers had remained, and they had been dirt poor. Things had only improved when Fang Zhao arrived, but they had still been on a tight budget. They'd rented their equipment by the hour. Otherwise, they would have gone over budget. Now they were rich. I checked. The garage is empty. Zhuwen opened the garage door. Soon, someone delivered 2 flying cars, each emblazoned with a pair of silver wings. They were also company cars, but these 2 were much better than the one Fang Zhao saw Fang Sheng arrive in on his Black Street. That wasn't to say that Silver Wings cars were better than neon cultures. The make of the car was a function of one's status within the company. The higher your position, the more the label valued you, and the better your car. The 2 cars were department property, not for personal use. They were there for emergencies, so the department didn't have to beg other departments for transportation. Zhuwen fondled the 2 cars lovingly top to bottom, even their wheels. I decided not to game today. I'm going to go for a spin instead. Boss, didn't you want to head home for a bit? I'll drive you, Zhuwen said. Fang Zhao gave his staff the day off. They would start piling on the overtime again tomorrow. They would be living at the office for some time. Although with only the few of them occupying the whole floor, everyone would get their own office. Plus there was a lounge. It wasn't a hardship. It was easier living at the office. Food-wise, Fang Zhao also treated them well. Meals from the company cafeteria weren't great, but they weren't bad. By the time Zhuwen drove Fang Zhao to his Black Street, it was already dark. Fang Zhao didn't have Zhuwen drop him off at his building entrance. There was more traffic at night. Various forms of transportation were out and about, zigzagging in the airspace, and Zhuwen was an average driver. So for safety's sake, Fang Zhao got off at a train station. He took the elevator to ground level and walked toward his building. Black streets were noisier at night. Many of the street lamps were broken and left unrepaired. The streets were illuminated by shop signs on both sides. Fang Zhao kept walking, pondering how to go about the second movement of his series at the same time. He stopped. Suddenly, he had reached a street corner. There were no shops on either side, and the street lamps were busted. He was about 100 meters from the busy stretch of the street. What stopped Fang Zhao was the 4 people standing in front of him. One held a gun that was pointed at Fang Zhao. The 4 men were wearing black masks and had scrambled their voices. Be smart and transfer $1,000 to this account. One of the young men, wearing a biker jacket, flashed a card with an account number written on it with fluorescent ink. He knew instantly that this was a repeat offender who specialized in extorting bank transfers. After he got over the shock, Fang Zhao couldn't help laughing. Even when he'd learned about his promotion, that he could requisition resources from other departments to produce his second movement, when people were flattering him, he hadn't laughed. How long had it been since he'd had a gun pointed at him? Fang Zhao couldn't remember. The gunman didn't know what Fang Zhao was laughing about. He was wondering why Fang Zhao's response was so odd. Wouldn't a normal person tremble and make the transfer? Is he nuts or crazy? The 4 robbers gauged Fang Zhao again. Whatever, the robbery was the pressing matter at hand. Transfer the money, hurry, the gunman urged. You just got the gun today, didn't you? Fang Zhao walked toward the gunman. What? Stop, or I'll shoot. Is this your first time using a gun? Fang Zhao pressed forward. None of your business. Stop, you hear me? Your hands are shaking. I told you. I'm going to shoot if you keep walking. Do you know what they called someone like you in my times? The quartet stared at Fang Zhao, puzzled by what this fellow who looked no older than them meant. Fang Zhao smiled at the 4 robbers. A little bastard. Chapter 31, It Can't Be Him. Bang. It was a dark corner, and the gunshot wasn't that loud, so it didn't draw much attention on a busy Black Street at night. Some shops were playing music at deafening volumes. Their employees were completely clueless. Yuqing was taking payment at his counter. He raised his head abruptly and looked in the direction of the gunshot. It might have eluded others, but it stood out to him amid the clutter of other noises. He couldn't hear it clearly, but he instinctively knew it was a gunshot. His shop was quite crowded, so Yuqing didn't head outside. He sat at his counter, adjusted the surveillance camera installed at his entrance, and watched his monitor. The street corner was a short distance away, and his camera had limited coverage. A few secondary school students riding their skateboards passed by, joking among themselves. Not them. A few drunken men mumbling as they leaned on each other. Not them either. Huh. Yu Qing spotted someone on his monitor. Fang Zhao? He was carrying something in his hands. Yu Qing zoomed in and realized it was only a takeout box from a neighboring barbecue restaurant. Fang Zhao showed up in Yu Qing's shop soon. Over time, Yu Qing asked with a smile and probing eyes. It's a busy time at work, but it'll start getting even busier from now on. I might be gone for a few days straight starting tomorrow. I'm just going to crash at the office. Fang Zhao opened his takeout box. He handed Yu Qing a piece of barbecued meat. Have some. Thanks. The barbecued meat at that joint is decent. They get their meat from Muzhou. It isn't hybrid meat. Offered food, Yu Qing flashed a wide grin. He pulled a bottle of liquor from a shelf and offered Fang Zhao a glass. Bonus? Yu Qing asked. He knew the barbecued meat wasn't cheap. People in the neighborhood typically dined on compressed synthetic food. Real barbecued meat was a luxury on a black street. A palm-sized piece cost $200 or $300. Yu Qing indulged himself only once or twice a month. Yep, that's why I splurged. Fang Zhao handed Yu Qing another piece. That's right, your new song sounds great. I downloaded it. The music video looks good too. I recommended it to my old comrades. They enjoyed it too. I heard in the news today that you're about to release your second single. Yu Qing asked. Hence the overtime. I'm rooting for you. We'll be waiting for your new release, haha. Fang Zhao bought 10 pieces of barbecued meat. He and Yu Qing each had 3 pieces, and he saved another 3 for AI1. AI1 had said he was too busy to drop by and asked Fang Zhao to leave the pieces with Yu Qing. He would pick them up when things died down at his shop. Fang Zhao brought the remaining piece in the takeout box upstairs. Inside his shop, Yu Qing slapped his forehead. He was so busy eating and drinking he'd forgotten to ask Fang Zhao if he'd seen anything unusual at the street corner, but it probably had nothing to do with that kid. Then who was it? Yu Qing pulled up his surveillance monitor and started watching the people who passed by. Around dusk, something went down on the street behind his shop. It was a violent dispute, but no one was killed. Yu Qing also learned that a gun was lost. But a lost firearm wasn't something people discussed publicly. After all, it wasn't a legal gun. Most of the guns in circulation on black streets were made in underground workshops. They were never registered, and no one advertised when they went missing. But he didn't nail down who had taken the gun. The gunshot from the street corner must have had something to do with the lost gun. Who had taken the gun? Yu Qing stared at his monitor for some time, but didn't spot anyone suspicious. He eventually gave up. Who cared? As long as trouble didn't come his way. As for Fang Zhao, he had already arrived on the second floor. As soon as he opened his door, Curly Hair approached, wagging his tail violently. The smell of barbecued meat excited it even more. It couldn't stop whining. Fang Zhao scanned the room and didn't see any damage. He fondled the dog. On its head. Good job. He placed the piece of barbecued meat on the dog's plate, closed his windows, and drew the curtains. He took off his coat, from which he plucked a gun. The gun was a rather old model, but it was still quite advanced for Fang Zhao's time. There were many improvements. Fang Zhao also removed a mangled bullet from his pocket. So when Yu Qing was glued to his monitor searching for suspicious characters who might have picked up the lost gun, Fang Zhao was upstairs studying the gun he'd confiscated. He was a long way from home. He didn't know how to use the current generation of guns, so he had to study up. The next day, Fang Zhao took Curly Hair downstairs to Yu Qing's shop. He would be crashing at his office for some time. He would need Yu Qing's help keeping an eye on his second-floor apartment. AI1 was there too. He was telling Yu Qing about the 4 young men he'd treated at his pharmacy last night. The 4 kids were petty thieves in school and eventually graduated to robbery. Now they had dropped out and continued their life of crime. Their previous marks were outsiders. They robbed small amounts and no one was killed, so Blackstreet residents turned a blind eye. But their job last night seemed to have gone awry. The 4 of them were badly beaten. AI1 had asked them what had happened. Initially, the 4 were tight-lipped, but eventually, AI1 got a few words out of them. I'm guessing the 4 kids are the ones who picked up the gun. As for who beat them up, they wouldn't say. They only suffered from flesh wounds. They'll be hurting for a while, but they'll be okay in the long run. The person who attacked them just wanted to teach them a lesson. So the gunshot at the street corner was those 4 kids? Yu Qing asked. No way. Those 4 kids had never handled a gun before. Even if they had a gun, they wouldn't have the guts to fire it. Even if they had the guts, they never had the chance to follow through. They were knocked down before they could see their opponent. The shot was fired by their attacker, probably to scare them. One of the 4 kids was so scared he peed. I could smell the piss on him when they arrived at my shop, Yu Qing explained animatedly. When he spotted Fang Zhao, AI1 greeted him with a smile. The barbecued meat yesterday was great. I hear you'll be stuck at the office for a while. Rest assured, old Yu and I will keep an eye on your apartment. No one will dare touch your windows. Just treat us to barbecued meat again next time you get a bonus. Sure thing. No problem. Fang Zhao responded succinctly. He was in a hurry. Go. Don't worry about your apartment. Yu Qing tossed Fang Zhao a bag of compressed biscuits. For your commute. Thanks. Fang Zhao stuck the bag in his pocket and headed out in a hurry, curly hair in tow. As Fang Zhao faded into the background, AI1 picked up where he'd left off with Yu Qing. Say, which outsider is capable of delivering such a good lashing in this neighborhood? You think it might be that kid? Yu Qing pointed at Fang Zhao's silhouette. AI1 shook his head firmly. Him? He's a musician. How could he? The 4 kids told me their attacker clearly knew how to handle a gun. But aren't you the only veteran on this street, old Yu? Yu Qing didn't think it was Fang Zhao either. Let me look up the new tenants. After leaving his black street, Fang Zhao called a cab because pets were banned from public trains. The first order of business was applying for a permit for his dog. He listed Curly Hair as its name. The dog was only officially adopted when it had a chip implanted. The chip served as its ID. Fang Zhao could locate it wherever it went, and a quick scan would reveal the pet's identity and owner. After registering his pet, Fang Zhao brought it to the company. Staffers on the ground floor were puzzled to see Fang Zhao bringing a dog to work. Then they noticed that he wasn't stopped. The security guards took a quick glance at him and moved on. They had no intention of interfering. I'm not mistaken, right? The person who just passed by was Fang Zhao, no? Yep, and he brought a dog. The things newcomers can get away with these days. He's even younger than you are, and he produced an epic, haha. Your information is out of date. My sources tell me that he's been promoted. Fang Zhao ignored the discussion and ducked into the elevator. He was on the phone. With Bulai, the body he inherited was weak. He needed to work out. Why, isn't it Manager Fang? Congratulations on the promotion. Bulai's jaded face beamed a warm smile. Thank you. You need more equipment? I can ask the property staff to hold your equipment. No, I was actually wondering if you had any exercise equipment. I don't think so, but I could order some, although the company already has a gym. You want to set one up in your department? That's what I was thinking. No problem. Your floor is quite spacious anyway. Anything else? I'll put them in the same order. Gaming consoles? Manager Fang, you're here to work. I also want the gear for shooting games. I prefer realistic guns. Fang Zhao, you're here to work. Let's go with games that aren't too old. The newer the better. Fang Zhao, you're here to work. Chapter 32, Killing by Flattery. Bulai could authorize the gym equipment, but he didn't want to take any flack for the gaming equipment. In his mind, Fang Zhao was still young, and young men lacked sufficient willpower. If Fang Zhao got addicted to gaming and didn't complete his project, or if the quality of his work declined, Bulai would have to be held accountable. So when it came to gaming equipment, he deferred to his bosses. He couldn't decide himself. The people Bulai delegated to were efficient and well-equipped. And since an existing space was available, the same with the equipment, tools, and manpower, it was a quick setup. The same afternoon, the virtual idol department on the 50th floor added a 100-square-meter gym. Our own gym. Zuwen was especially excited. Sometimes he wanted to work out when he got tired from gaming. No, he meant working. All he could do was jump up and down in his office. The company gym was too crowded. You had to book a time slot in advance. He was also a homebody and weak physically. His parents often urged him to work out, to not alternate between working and gaming. The key to life was exercise, they told him. Now that their department had its own gym, he didn't have to fight for gym time. I actually applied for gaming equipment too, Fang Zhao said. Zhu Wen's ears bolted up immediately, and he asked eagerly. The request was rejected. Zhu Wen shrank to his original state. What the bosses are thinking is if our second movement is a success, they might sign off, Fang Zhao continued. Then let's bust our asses. Zhu Wen threw hard punches into the air. He felt as if his life had renewed purpose. He was brimming with energy. For him, Gaming equipment was a stronger incentive than a cash bonus. Fang Zhao had sent out the timetable for the Polar Light Project and the division of labor a long time ago. He didn't want to set individual schedules. Staffers could decide their hours as long as they didn't mess up and stuck to the schedule. The project team met once every 3 days to take stock and deal with issues. One morning, Fang Zhao was running on his treadmill. It was an artificially intelligent treadmill that adjusted to Fang Zhao's pace. Curly hair ran alongside its owner. If Fang Zhao picked up pace, so did curly hair. If Fang Zhao slowed down, it slowed down too. He never tripped on the treadmill. Fang Zhao browsed industry news as he ran. The hit show Prairie Fire had turned its sights to Silver Media's Polar Light Project again. It had advertised yesterday that it would invite another expert to weigh in on the project. This time it wasn't a science or history academic, but a master from the music industry. Indeed, Padley was an especially verbose master who had an acid tongue. He had the talent to back it up, but he was quite talkative. Professionals naturally offered a professional perspective, and Padley specialized in symphonies. Fang Zhao's Divine Punishment happened to employ a symphonic structure. That was also why Prairie Fire invited Padley onto the show. He was an expert in the field and had a foul mouth. The ideal guest to generate controversy. Padley didn't trash Divine Punishment. To the contrary, he was full of praise throughout the interview. He zoomed in on every section of the song and expressed the utmost admiration. Of course, he sprinkled in some trash talk as well. As with his previous media appearances, it just didn't feel right unless he started a feud. He was only satisfied when he dissed a few folks. The show generated a lot of discussion, and what surprised people the most was that both Neon Culture and Tangshan True Entertainment praised the epic scale of Divine Punishment on their own live programs. They didn't seem upset at all that their own virtual idols were crowded out in the charts. They all but crowned Divine Punishment a masterpiece. Both labels said on their shows that they were eagerly anticipating the second chapter of the Polar Light Project and predicted it would also be an epic that didn't pale in comparison to the first chapter. That sort of commentary wasn't the exception. You could hear that kind of talk online every day just in Qian alone. When the buzz faded, people would add fuel to the fire. There appeared to be a driving force behind the scenes. Duan was also worried about the situation. He was thinking it was the doing of Tangshan True Entertainment and Neon Culture. Among the top cooperatives at the Big Three, each unit would study the other two when they had downtime. Their musical style, patterns in their songs, and so on. Metal Torrent and Fourth Dimension, the leading cooperatives at Neon Culture and Tangshan True Entertainment, had to have noticed that Divine Punishment was quite different from Flying Pegasus' past releases and suspected the composer was an outsider, hence the underhanded tactics to ferret details. They might have identified Fang Zhao already. Silver Wing wasn't a seamless ship. You could always pry out some information. The higher you ascended, the harder the fall. Killing by flattery. Given Fang Zhao's age, hearing such fulsome praise from all these masters would either get to his head or create pressure. Regardless the scenario, it would affect the quality of the second chapter. It was a thin line between an epic and an epic fail. Within Silver Media, people who were familiar with the Polar Light Project knew that Duan Qianji had prevented Flying Pegasus from getting involved for a reason. All of Polar Light's chapters would be penned by Fang Zhao alone. No one from Flying Pegasus would take part. It was all on Fang Zhao. No one else could take credit. Even though virtual idol projects normally didn't credit their composers initially, they would be unveiled later on through certain channels. The creators would not go unsung. Pieces produced by Flying Pegasus might have involved some individual work at some point, but at the outset, they were all composed as a cooperative, with the emphasis on Flying Pegasus as a collective. They would only reveal later if a certain person or several people wrote certain songs. Only by promoting the overall brand of Flying Pegasus could they boost the individual worth of its members. By the same token, Fang Zhao's current priority was to promote the virtual idol Polar Light. Everything revolved around Polar Light. They would reveal the creative talent after Polar Light gained a profile. If Fang Zhao was credited when Divine Punishment was released, then he would detract from the popularity of and divert attention away from Polar Light. Duan Qianji had given Fang Zhao a choice, and Fang Zhao had chosen to go solo. She had agreed and kept Flying Pegasus on the sidelines. Now, all eyes were on Fang Zhao. not just outside observers. But within Silver Media, Duan Xinji and other senior executives were also paying close attention to see whether he could shoulder the challenge of continuing the epic series. Of course, if Fang Zhao felt he was stretched and needed additional support, Duan Xinji would send help from Flying Pegasus. But that meant that, when the credits were announced, it wouldn't be Fang Zhao's name, but the Flying Pegasus Cooperative. The other staffers working on the Polar Light project also noticed the commentary. Should we hire a consultant? Zheng Huang asked. He was worried that Fang Zhao was under too much pressure. From top to bottom, the entire label had huge expectations, and killing by flattery was being committed in the media every day. A less steely person would have gone crazy. If Fang Zhao could hole up and focus on composing, maybe he could steer clear of some of the distractions. That would require hiring a consultant. That's right, boss. Why don't you hole up and focus on composing? We can hire a consultant or an additional team, Zuan also proposed. If Fang Zhao were actually a kid in his early 20s, he would definitely be affected by the widespread adulation. He would become too proud or crumble under the pressure. But not Fang Zhao. He didn't live 100+ years in his previous life for nothing. He had weathered countless close calls in the past. A little bit of pressure wasn't enough to rattle him. It's okay. I can handle everything on my own. Chapter 33, Expansion. Fang Zhao could handle the overall artistic vision and manage his staff, but the other members of the team weren't as mentally strong as he was. They were still affected by the pressure, both internally and externally. Even Zhu Wen was making careless mistakes. We're short-staffed. Thus Fang Zhao pronounced at their meeting every 3 days after surveying everyone's progress. My apologies. My focus hasn't been great. But we are indeed short-handed. The music video for the second chapter is even more complicated than the first. It's a tall order to maintain production quality and meet the advanced deadline next month. After starting on the video for the second chapter, Zhu Wen had realized it was more challenging than the one for the first chapter. He also wasn't good at managing large scenes. He made mistakes frequently, but he didn't feel comfortable delegating to technicians from other departments. I agree. It's best that we recruit a few more Reg Dimension technicians, ones that excel at staging scenes with many characters. Zheng Huang agreed with Zhu Wen. Even though they had a few lone technicians from other departments, they weren't on the same page, leading to occasional disputes. They didn't follow instructions. Let's recruit a few more people, Song Miao suggested. She wasn't assigned to the virtual idol department initially. She applied for a formal transfer after the first movement was released and became an official member of the team. Only their own staffers would go all out and dedicate themselves to the project. Fang Zhao shifted his gaze to Zhu Wen. Zhu Wen, any recommendations? Internal candidates or external? Zhu Wen asked. Internal. The Polar Light project had received a lot of attention. Outsiders might not be trustworthy. It was best to hire internally. Got it. Let me ask around. Technicians like Zhu Wen had their own chat groups. He was friendly with a few of his colleagues. The department ended up being overstaffed during last year's expansion, and a few technicians were crowded out. Now the department had been revamped and was recruiting. He could ask if they wanted back in. Fang Zhao also posted a notice on the label's internal chat forum, Virtual Idol Department on the 50th floor, seeking Reg Dimension technicians. The notice didn't generate many responses. Quite a few staffers saw the notice, but adopted a wait-and-see attitude. There was too much press coverage of the project. The praise was over the top. If the second movement failed, the backlash would be just as intense. They were reluctant to make a move when the project's fate was still unclear. Can I switch fields? Beiji asked his manager after seeing the notice. His agent vetoed the idea without hesitation. Considering your IQ, you better keep singing. There are quite a few smart singers. And you think you're one of them? Beiji went silent. Don't think too much. Go practice the new song you got yesterday. I won't say anything if you want to help out on the 50th floor when you're free, but don't think about switching careers. Reg Dimension technology is too difficult. Beiji's agent recalled his greenhorn days when he also aspired to become a Reg Dimension technician. Unfortunately, he didn't have the talent. Just seeing the lines of code gave him a headache. G. Polan wasn't contemplating a career change, but he had cleared his schedule for the next 10 days. He left a message for his agent saying he was going to hang out at the virtual idol department on the 50th floor. His agent didn't disagree this time. The epic release boosted G. Poland's popularity somewhat. More importantly, G. Poland's acting improved slightly. He didn't know whether it was the acting courses he'd signed G. Poland up for, or if G. Poland had actually learned a thing or two on the 50th floor. In any case, G. Poland said he learned a lot over there, so his agent signed off. The next day, 3 of Zhu Wen's candidates showed up, 2 men and a woman. They had all spent time in the virtual projects department, but were let go. They never thought about coming back. Even though Polar Light was a success so far, they were unclear about the dynamics within the new project team, so they didn't act even when they saw Fang Zhao's notice. They only turned up after being approached by Zhu Wen. Apart from the trio, a 4th candidate responded to Fang Zhao's ad. I'm Rodney. I graduated from the Yenzhou University of Science and Technology and joined Silver Wing last year. This is my diploma and my transcript for all 6 years. I've also included the certificates for awards I've won. Rodney lined up his certificates in front of Fang Zhao. He wanted to join Silver Wing's virtual projects department after graduating last year, but the department was undergoing a massive expansion then and competition was fierce. A fresh graduate without any connections like him was no match for veteran technicians. So he bided his time in the film production department. He was tempted when he'd heard that the virtual idol department was recruiting a while ago, but he hadn't acted because he hadn't seen an official recruitment notice. When he saw Fang Zhao's notice yesterday, he decided to try his luck. Frankly speaking, Rodney was a strong candidate. The Yenzhou University of Science and Technology was one of Yenzhou's top schools. Its Reg Dimension department ranked well in the continent. The transcripts and certificates Rodney brandished were impressive. Without a doubt, he was a stellar graduate, maybe even a nerd. But in a company like Silver Wing, nerds were everywhere. Every department had a few geniuses. Even the unimpressive Zhu Wen had an impeccable resume. That was why he was kept on while others were crowded out during the virtual projects department's expansion last year. The reason was simple: his technical skills were superior. Speaking of which, Zhu Wen had also graduated from the Yenzhou University of Science and Technology. He was only a few years ahead of Rodney. Fang Zhao sent Zhu Wen a text message. Have you heard of Rodney? Zhu Wen, who was working on something with Zheng Huang and company, responded immediately. No. Fang Zhao didn't follow up, turning his attention instead to Rodney's graduation project, a video he had made. It was a video of army ants attacking their prey during the period of destruction. Army ants mutated during the period of destruction. They became quicker and larger and proliferated in numbers. They were awfully deadly. Rodney's video probably drew from documentary footage and films about army ants. There were quite a few flaws in the details, but overall, he had successfully conveyed the invincible aura of the species. Otherwise, the video would not have been deemed prizeworthy. Fang Zhao didn't speak, and Rodney couldn't read his face. He kept rubbing his palms on his knees. For some reason, even though the project head before him was younger than he was, he felt like he was dealing with a professor at school. He was too scared to take a deep breath, and his palms were sweaty. Do you game? Fang Zhao asked. Huh. Rodney was caught off guard by the abrupt question. How many Reg Dimension technicians could resist the temptation of computer games? But given the circumstances, Rodney had to consider his answer. What if he came off as a slacker? Being caught lying was worse. Rodney hemmed and hawed before whispering. I do, but actually, You're hired. Actually, I'm a decent gamer. He was going to say he didn't game often, but switched gears. Thank God he had a quick wit and quick reflexes. Fill out your transfer application before 10 a.m. I'll pull your file. Got it. I'll get on it right away. Rodney answered gingerly. I'll give you a day to rest. Start tomorrow. Sounds good. I'll head back and get ready. Speak up. Can you live at the office? No problem. Pack your things and live out of the office. Yes, sir. Get ready for some major overtime. Yes, sir. Any more questions? No, sir. Dismissed. Rodney turned around and ducked into the elevator. He wiped the sweat on his forehead. He was suddenly at a loss. Something didn't feel right. Chapter 34, he's panicking. Rodney was still at a loss when he arrived on the 50th floor the next day. He wasn't sure if he'd made the right call in deciding to transfer. He'd had many questions he wanted to ask when he visited the 50th floor yesterday, but for some reason, none of them had come out. He'd signed his contract in a daze and left in the elevator. After tidying up in the office Fang Zhao had assigned to him, Rodney entered Zhu Wen's studio. How are you, senior colleague? I'm Rodney, the new hire. Rodney wanted to introduce himself first. Cut the bullshit and start helping out. Zhuan didn't bother to lift his head and pointed to an empty workspace beside him. A desktop and other equipment were already in place. Besides Zhu Wen and Zheng Huang, the studio also housed the 3 other new recruits and Rodney, for a total of 6 people. The technicians loaned from other departments had left. From now on, the project was an in-house job. Even though the department had expanded, the workload was still very heavy. They hadn't completed the day's tasks yet, so there was no time to welcome the newbies. Rodney stopped talking, headed to his workspace, and turned on his equipment. He scanned the list of tasks assigned to him. He was surprised. No wonder the department had to expand. Large scenes involved so many elements. Fang Zhao was also a demanding producer who paid close attention to detail. There was no room for fudging. It was time to get serious. Fang Zhao was recording the second song with Pang Pusong. He still wasn't happy after 2 straight days of recording, so they had to continue today. Around noon, Zhu and staff had completed their assignments for the morning, and Rodney still saw no sign of Fang Zhao. We've finally finished before lunch for once. Zhuan rubbed his eyes. I'll buy lunch, Zheng Huang said. It was his turn to buy lunch. He left for the cafeteria after asking Rodney if he had any dietary restrictions. Only then did Zhuan turn his attention to Rodney. You're a new hire? I heard you also graduated from the Yenzhou University of Science and Technology, Zhuan said. Yes, I've heard about you, senior alum. Your graduation project is still on display in the exhibition hall for outstanding student projects, Rodney responded. Work hard. The future of our department is bright. You've bet on the right boss. Zhuan shifted to morale-boosting mode. Our boss being? Fang Zhao, of course. He's the head of our department. Oh, Rodney nodded and pondered briefly. He followed up with another question. Say, senior alum, don't you think that Manager Fang looks like Old Shen? The Old Shen Rodney referred to as a veteran Reg Dimension instructor at the Yenzhou University of Science and Technology. He was well regarded within the industry. The only thing was that he was too serious and spooked people wherever he went. One particular scene stayed with every single class of Shen's students. The sight of the entire class paying him their undivided attention. Even if their minds were wandering, they would pretend to be listening to put the old man in a better mood, because if he was in a bad mood, he could easily flunk a higher percentage of students. When the class ahead of Rodney's had gotten on Old Shen's bad side, he dropped the pass rate for the final exam to 50%, flunking half of the class. He also refused to give a makeup exam, so the students who flunked ended up having to retake the course with Rodney's class. This time they learned their lesson and managed a bare pass. Zhuan graduated 3 years ago, so he did remember Old Shen, but he misinterpreted Rodney's comment. How dare you say that boss looks like an old man? Hush, hush, I'm referring to his aura, not his appearance. Rodney gesticulated wildly. You said what you said. I'll remember this transgression. No, I just think Manager Fang is a bit different. Rodney explained frantically. He just felt that even though Fang Zhao was younger than they were, he had the nerve-inducing presence of a senior professor. Zhuan didn't think it mattered. Artistic types are different from us technical types. There's usually something different about them. As long as he treats us well and lets us game during office hours, I don't care if he's a monster. True. Rodney forgot about the weird vibe Fang Zhao had given him yesterday. Zhuan was right. As long as they were well paid and could game during office hours, who cared about anything else? They just had to do a good job on their assignments. Whatever else was going on, there was a producer to cover for them. Oh, I wanted to ask you something. Senior alum, why is there a lower urinal in the bathroom? Does someone in our department bring their kid to work? Zhuan glared at Rodney like he was an idiot. It isn't for you, and it isn't for a kid. It's for a dog. Oh. While Fang Zhao was tweaking with Pang Pusong's vocal style and articulation, and Zhuan was hard at work with his junior colleagues in the studio, the demo for the second chapter had been delivered to Duan Qianji. This was something Duan Qianji had demanded of Fang Zhao. Once the demo was ready, he had to send her a copy for vetting. Listening to the demo ended up taking half a day. Duan Qianji ended up looping the crude, incomplete demo all afternoon. She took a long sigh and pressed a few buttons on her desk, commanding her assistant, "Send He Hao and Wayne up. We can move on to the next step already." Zhu Zhen flashed a look of surprise. Got it. It's about time we let the world know that Silverwing can produce a decent virtual idol, a real idol. Duan Qianji said, looking into the distant sunset. Zhu Zhan relayed the latest gossip. Boss, it seems that Master Glyphitz has been asking around about the Polar Light project. Glyphitz was the former head of the virtual idol department at Silverwing, the producer in charge, the master virtual idol producer that Silverwing wooed with a hefty salary. He had produced a few relatively successful virtual idols in his day. He later retired from producing and, as a master of his craft, became a visiting professor at various universities. He taught the occasional class, accepted the rare apprentice, and invested in some projects. Silverwing's lucrative offer had lured this long-retired master producer. Before the project kicked off, he confidently vowed that he would jumpstart Silverwing's long-struggling virtual projects. But reality delivered a slap in the face instead. Glyphitz had fallen ill after last year's virtual idol project had fizzled. The official word was that he was still recovering in the hospital, still remaining there after more than a year. When Duan Qianji had purged last year's project team, Glyphitz was naturally upset. Quite a few staffers were students he had handpicked. They were all forced out by Duan Qianji. When she heard her assistant mention Glyphitz, Duan Qianji laughed sarcastically. That old geezer. I'm sure he's panicking. Of course Glyphitz was panicking. The virtual idol department he had failed to reform was making waves this year, and it had generated heated discussion right off the bat. That was good news for Silverwing, but not for Glyphitz. If the Polar Light project took off, the reputation he had worked for years to build would be in jeopardy. Ignore him. Let him keep playing ill at the hospital. Duan Qianji couldn't help another snicker. I wonder if his condition will deteriorate again. Chapter 35. Come back? The coastal Yinzhou city of Jinggang is home to several large sanatoriums. Jinggang was a scenic city constantly bathed in sunshine with warmer winters. Many people liked to recover in Jinggang. Inside a sanatorium in Jinggang, famed musician and virtual idol producer Glyphitz was sitting by his room's French windows. Typically, this was the time of day he was in his best spirits. He could take in the sunshine of Jinggang peacefully. But today, he was in no mood to enjoy the warm sunbath that so many envied. Glyphitz frowned deeply as he read a news item passed to him by an assistant. Standing next to Glyphitz was one of his former students, one of the staffers forced out by Duan Qianji when last year's virtual idol project had failed. Teacher, any new moves from Silverwing? The young man asked. Yes. Glyphitz closed his eyes. He wanted to think hard about what Silverwing was up to. Glyphitz had run the virtual idol project last year. While he didn't have a total grasp on the thinking of Silverwing's senior management, he was usually half there. Silverwing had never paid much attention to virtual idol projects. That had been the culture since Silverwing's founding. The label had never produced a presentable virtual idol ever. Even if it decided to get in the game now to boost its profits, it would take time. At least, that was what Glyphitz thought. Glyphitz thought the failure of his virtual idol project was a function of Silverwing's internal problems, not his fault. Yet industry insiders and clueless observers were influenced by the media to think that the downfall of last year's virtual idol project was on him. How ridiculous. Glyphitz insisted he was not to blame. He even told close friends, Silverwing's virtual idol project was beyond salvation. Just 2 days after he'd made that comment, it somehow made its way to Duan Qianji, and the entire virtual idol department was purged. The few students he had handpicked were kicked out. Glyphitz lost a lot of face and became the subject of his colleagues' ridicule. Because Silverwing had never produced any substantial virtual idol projects, many news outlets did not draw a firm conclusion, whether the project had failed because of Glyphitz or as the result of internal corruption at Silverwing. Only when Polar Light had debuted at the end of the year did many observers think back to Glyphitz's fall from grace after the failure of last year's virtual idol. Unfortunately, journalists who wanted to interview Glyphitz found that he was heavily secluded. He refused interviews by video conference as well. Since the man in question was nowhere to be found, the journalists could only speculate in their daily reports. Jinggang was a considerable distance from Qian, Yinzhou's political and financial hub, and people in Jinggang didn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry, so the heated discussion in Qian never spread to Jinggang. That was also why Glyphitz picked Jinggang to recover. The failure of last year's virtual idol project had dealt Glyphitz a blow, but he'd never thought it was his fault. The news of his ongoing illness was indeed fake. He had recovered a long time ago. So why did he stay in the hospital? The first reason was to give the impression that he'd given his all to the virtual idol project and left no stone unturned, that he was sick from exhaustion and quite ill at that, to project professionalism and dedication. A restrained show of vulnerability would tilt news coverage in his favor. Second, he was embarrassed to appear in public. The failure of last year's virtual idol project did indeed taint his reputation, so he wanted to wait until Silver Wing launched its virtual idol this year. If the project was still lackluster, then people would conclude that Silver Wing's virtual idol projects were beyond saving. That way, the criticism would ease. Everyone would think that it was Silver Wing that had tarnished his reputation, even landing him in the hospital. Glyphits had been waiting since the beginning of the year, but there had been no sign of movement at Silver Wing. He'd finally breathed a sigh of relief when someone heard that Silver Wing offloaded the virtual idol project to a newcomer. Even Silver Wing itself had given up, ceasing to lavish funds on virtual idol projects, so no one would be willing to stir the pot again. It wasn't a matter of producer talent. The problem was Silver Wing itself. But now, Silver Wing's true intentions were being unveiled. But a big chunk of the year gone. 3 seasons later, the story still wasn't over. Silver Wing had to have saved the best for last, Glyphits suspected, so he ordered his people to keep digging. He'd never believed Silver Wing would put a newcomer in charge of a virtual idol project. Silver Wing can fool others, but not me. Duan Qianji must have been planning this. Ding. Glyphits received a text message. A glimmer flashed in Glyphits' eyes after he read the message. He became absorbed in deep thought. Teacher, is there news? The young man beside him asked. The second movement will be released before November. He checked the date. It was October 25th. It would be any day now. Glyphits had set up several alerts. He would be notified immediately when there was news about the second chapter. The first chapter was just a teaser. The second chapter would reveal Silver Wing's true colors. Was it a continuation of the epic? Or a publicity stunt? Glyphits knew his comeback hinged on the second chapter. Inside Silver Wing headquarters in Qian, Fang Zhao grabbed a copy of the new music video and shouted in the direction of the studio. Zhu, head upstairs with me. Upstairs where? Zhu yawned. He badly needed a gaming session to rest his overworked brain. The top floor, Fang Zhao responded. Zhu nearly fainted at the sound of the 2 words, top floor. The top floor. Hurry up and get ready. We'll head up in 5 minutes. Chairwoman Duan is waiting for us. Fang Zhao glanced at the time. Even though Silver Wing had given Fang Zhao full authority, he still had to run his final product by senior management. The top executives were starting to pay attention. Plus, the success of the second chapter depended on Silver Wing's next move. This was something Duan Qianji had stressed when she ordered the budget allocation. Fang Zhao needed to bring a technician. Zhu was the senior technician in the studio, so naturally, Fang Zhao brought him along. If the projection equipment needed to be fine-tuned and levels needed to be adjusted, Zhu would have to do it on the spot. When he heard the big boss was already waiting upstairs, Zhu felt his legs give in even more. He scrambled. When he washed his face, his hands were shaking. All he could remember was the stern look on the faces of Duan Qianji and other senior execs at the debriefing for last year's virtual idol project. The staffers had become piñatas. All they'd wanted to do was curl up in a corner. After tidying up, Zhu followed Fang Zhao into a special access elevator. Boss, I'm nervous. Even taking deep breaths couldn't calm his nerves. Zhu felt as if the temperature inside the elevator was plunging. Think of it this way. After the second movement, we get our gaming console. No, that makes me more nervous. What if we fail? Zhu was so nervous his teeth were clattering. He turned to see Fang Zhao as calm as always. He was baffled. It was genuine calm, not faked. Boss, I have a question I'm not sure if I should ask, Zhu said. If you're not sure, then don't ask it. But I can't help myself. Zhu stared at Fang Zhao. How come you're not nervous? What if the second movement fails? Of course I'm not doubting the quality. I quite like it myself. But will other people like it? Will the Yinzhou Music Association give a positive review? Will the Polar Light Project really end up a success? Every time I think about these things, I get nervous, lose sleep, and become unsettled. How come you don't feel anything? Fang Zhao pointed at his head. That's because I feel fearless every time background music plays in my head. That's what calmed him on the battlefield, and it served the same purpose now. Zhu Wen looked at Fang Zhao to make sure he wasn't kidding. It's mind-boggling to me. What do you carry around in your head? Probably a large symphony orchestra. Chapter 36. Bringing out the big guns. Zhu Wen felt that the concept of nerves or butterflies was inherently alien to someone like Fang Zhao. At least, he'd never seen Fang Zhao panic. The fact of the matter was, if Fang Zhao were an ordinary person, or if it were the Fang Zhao from before the end of days, he would have reacted just like Zhu Wen. But people who had endured an apocalypse were definitely different. Fang Zhao would get nervous and afraid too. But during the apocalypse, everyone had to find a center so they could carry on, otherwise they would break down. Some fought for the people they loved, others for religion or another surrogate. At the beginning of the apocalypse, Fang Zhao still had some family, but by the middle of the period, all he had left were his comrades. Some people looked for company, but more often than not, lovey-dovey was quickly replaced by permanent separation. What the apocalypse had in abundance were hysterical cries. After witnessing their share of painful separations, people became less attached. Fang Zhao led his troops from battle to battle. He had no time for distractions. Maybe it was the prevailing mood of the apocalypse, but Fang Zhao developed a rare talent. His brain was separated into two halves. One half was used for thinking and managing his body. As for the other half, just like Fang Zhao told Zhu Wen, the other half probably housed an orchestra. It started as a small orchestra that played musical fragments, but later grew into a full-scale orchestra that played with alternating passion and heaviness. Eventually, music would play in his background regardless of what he was doing. It was a form of hypnosis. He forgot about his other emotions, his nerves, his fear. He was prepared to die at any given moment. That gradually became the norm. He became numb. Compared to what he'd endured during the end of days, this was nothing. Fang Zhao wasn't nervous. On the contrary, he was excited. When they stepped out of the elevator, they were greeted by the same wide and chilly passage that led to the conference room. Zhu Wen trailed Fang Zhao. He refrained his eyes from wandering and mentally propped up his legs so he wouldn't collapse right there and then. This time, there was an extra guard at the checkpoint. Even though it was a simple ID check, the two guards didn't waste a single syllable. Fang Zhao detected a familiar quality. The two guards were veterans. Actually, Fang Zhao had noticed when he'd first joined Silver Wing that many of the label's security guards were veterans. Word had it that Duan Xianji's husband served in the Yinzhou military. No one knew his exact rank and title. In any case, due to her military ties, Silver Wing's security force was largely made up of veterans. When they entered the conference room, he noticed there were fewer people than last time. Including Fang Zhao and Zhu Wen, there were a total of 10 people. After Fang Zhao and Zhu Wen entered, the doors to the conference room shut and isolated the space. No one knew what was discussed except for the 10 people in the room. Hardly a ripple was sparked. Until that afternoon, the marketing department received a last-minute directive. The original marketing campaign was scrapped, replaced by a new plan. The allocation of promotional channels was shuffled too. Someone had butt in. Usually, the scheduled order of the marketing plan wouldn't be tampered with unless it was urgent. After all, too many factors were in play, and a change in order usually meant special intervention, like someone enjoying preferential treatment. Previous protocol suggested that special treatment was reserved for grade A stars. Yet the marketing staff was dumbfounded when they got the new promotional plan. What? Not a grade A star? It's actually a virtual idol. Are the bosses sure? Starting blanket coverage now. This is too much. Aren't they worried about history repeating itself? Yet no matter what the underlings thought, they still had to follow orders. Switching marketing strategies, adjusting ad launch dates, and so on, everything went ahead. The next day, a series of unique ads popped up in Yinzhou's public transportation system, public squares, construction sites, and so on. They were bound to stand out because they were too eye-catching. Posters with a distinct style showing up amid a cluster of pretty or handsome faces would naturally draw more attention. Amid the passionate melody of divine punishment emerged a still picture. The picture was separated by a lightning bolt. On one side was an army of anthropomorphic trees, and clusters of mutated animals took up the other. At the bottom in bold, 100-year period of destruction, second movement, out November 1st. The journalists that had been waiting for Silver Wing's next move were blown away. They had expected an early promotional campaign from Silverwing, but they'd never thought the label would launch such a huge and aggressive campaign. The intensity rivaled the campaign for a grade A star. Stars grade B or below definitely wouldn't enjoy such treatment. Besides locations with heavy foot traffic, the campaign also had deep penetration on the internet. Were they bringing out the big guns? No one would have thought that Silverwing would one day bet so heavily on a virtual idol. Even their expanded virtual idol project that year wasn't promoted this vigorously. Even though Silverwing had launched a marketing campaign for last year's virtual idol, it struck people as lacking confidence. But this year, Silverwing was strutting its stuff. Several students riding a public train were admiring the huge screen hanging on a tall building they passed. "Is that an upcoming film?" one student asked. They were some distance away and couldn't read the text on the ad clearly. "No, it's a virtual idol launched by Silverwing. But this virtual idol is special. Have you checked out the song Divine Punishment?" "I have. It was playing nonstop at school a while back, but I'm not into that type of musical style. I haven't seen the music video either. I quite like it. And the second single is about to come out." Another student searched online. "October 1st? Haha, that's soon. I hope the second song is an epic too. I'm telling you, you have to listen to these epics with quality headsets or a good stereo system. Otherwise, you won't be able to fully appreciate the genre." Apart from fans that were into epic songs, the most active internet commentators were fad seekers. "The second song is an epic too, no? I hope so. You guys probably don't know that every time I listened to Divine Punishment, I heard the sound of clashing gold bricks. I'll read the Music Association review when it comes out. If it's an epic, I'm going to download it." Is the second song only available for download within Yenzhou? If that's the case, I'm going to laugh my ass off. Right now, outside of Yenzhou, the other continents don't allow legal downloads of copyrighted music. The full soundtracks for many blockbusters aren't available online. Silverwing was explicit in its advertising for the second chapter. The release date was announced in advance. The date wasn't announced merely to promote its virtual idol. It was also a challenge of sorts to the other two members of the Big Three. "Come November 1st, I'll be ready for battle. Join me or not." Song Shihua, Tongshan True Entertainment's big boss, sat in his office silently pondering the meaning of Silverwing's next move. He didn't believe that Duan Qianji had laid down an epic just to prove that Silverwing could produce a hit virtual idol. He was a businessman. Duan Qianji was a businesswoman. From a business perspective, Song Shihua believed that Silverwing had made such a massive investment with huge returns in mind. But what was it all for? Suddenly, Song Shihua snapped his fingers, his pupils shrank, and his cheeks twitched. He was skeptical, in disbelief. He had to squeeze every syllable out of his mouth. Is it for next year's release of Battle of the Century? He couldn't think of another reason. Battle of the Century was the most anticipated game in the world, period. It was a title gamers around the world had been looking forward to for nearly 10 years. And it was set against the 100-year period of destruction. The studio behind Battle of the Century had announced ahead of time that the game would be endorsed by a single celebrity in each continent. And only virtual idols were being considered. The endorsement fee was secondary. The most important thing was the exposure the deal came with. It was global. Silverwing wanted to join the contest for Battle of the Century. Endorsers with that tree? What a joke. To count on that tree. Chapter 37, Fiery Bird. Lo and behold, Song Shihua had indeed figured out Duan Qianji's thinking. Why else had Silverwing splurged on and built such a massive team for its virtual idol project last year? On one hand, it wanted to prove itself by producing a quality virtual idol. On the other, from a business perspective, the label also had its eye on the Battle of the Century endorsement deal. The production studio behind Battle of the Century, Fiery Bird, released just one game every 10 years. Each game lasted for 10 years. It was a snobbish company, but at the same time, it was a force to be reckoned with. Fiery Bird had been founded 100 years ago. Word was that the founder was a plane maker. Its first game revolved around spaceships. It was a huge global hit. It had never dropped out of the industry's annual poll of top 3 games in the 10 years since its release. 10 years later, Fiery Bird released its second game, which became as big of a hit as its predecessor. Duan Qianji didn't care about anything else. She wasn't a gamer. What she did know was that Fiery Bird's previous release 9 years ago, Myth, earned a profit in the tens of billions. No one knew the exact number, but it couldn't have been less than 100 billion. And that covered profits from the game alone and didn't include earnings from related merchandise. Still, the main chunk of income alone had many competitors jealous. Everyone wanted a piece of the action. Not to mention, every single celebrity affiliated with Fiery Bird in the past century had become a big star on a global scale. Among the big three, why did people think that Neon Culture and Tangshan True Entertainment were stronger companies than Silverwing? Virtual idols were the main reason. In terms of real idols, Silverwing didn't fall short, but when it came to virtual idols, Silverwing did indeed pale in comparison. Both Neon Culture and Tangshan True Entertainment had landed Fiery Bird endorsement deals in the past. That was why, in terms of global influence, Neon Culture and Tangshan True Entertainment were superior to Silverwing. Virtual idols were a critical line of business that Duan Xianji always wanted to improve. Silverwing had to produce a successful enough virtual idol to resolve its predicament. But Duan Xianji had never revealed her thinking to Glyphits, or to anyone else for that matter. Maybe some of her colleagues had guessed what she was up to, but they'd stayed mum because they lacked confidence. Silverwing had never produced a virtual idol popular enough to be a contender for the endorsement deal. It just so happened that Fiery Bird was at the end of a 10-year cycle. They had announced the name and setting of their new title last year, Battle of the Century, set against the backdrop of the period of destruction. Duan Xianji had learned through her sources that the budget for Battle of the Century was even larger than the one for Myth. From a businessman's perspective, the more you invested, the greater the returns you expected. It was obvious that Tangshan True Entertainment was positioning Miyu, a virtual idol adored by youngsters, as a candidate for the endorsement deal. The virtual idol produced by the Silver Media team, led by Glyphits last year, like Miyu, was also a female virtual idol with pretty looks and a seductive body. Unfortunately, it hadn't been embraced by the market. Of course, this also had to do with interference by Tangshan True Entertainment, but the failure of the project couldn't be attributed to underhanded maneuvers by their competitors alone. The inherent problems of the project were the key. Miyu was already a big hit, and her popularity had no sign of fading. The market didn't need a similar virtual idol. That was why Neon Culture's new virtual idol, in contrast to Miyu, sported a playful, lively, and adorable look. The failure of last year's project had put an end to Duan Qianji's aspirations. Naturally, she wasn't happy about it. Why else was Zhu Wen so afraid of Duan Qianji? Because the tantrum she'd thrown last year was so scary. No one forgot what went down. And just when Duan Qianji had given up on virtual idol production and the race for the Fiery Bird endorsement deal, she stumbled upon Fang Zhao's Polar Light. That rekindled her competitive spirit. She even gave Fang Zhao free rein to launch an epic series over the strong objections of Flying Pegasus. As long as Polar Light became a hit, money was not an issue. If the 50 million she budgeted wasn't enough, she would divert funds from other departments. Special perks were okay too. Bringing a dog to work? That was nothing. A private gym? No problem. Gaming equipment? As long as the second movement was a hit, she would build a gaming room right away. The timing of Fang Zhao's appearance was so serendipitous, so terrific. Now that they had a shot, she was counting on Fang Zhao's performance. On the 50th floor of Silverwing Tower, even though the second movement had been recorded, no one ventured out, so as to prevent leaks and for various other reasons. They rested on the 50th floor instead. Besides, they had everything they needed there. You could work out, and you could game. You wouldn't get bored. Come November 1st, when the second movement was officially released, they could storm out and party. The prerequisite being that the second chapter was a success. If not, forget about partying, they could be out of work. Divine Punishment had hit 10 million downloads. The second chapter should do well too. Zhu Wen wasn't in the mood to game. All he did every day was monitor the download figures for Divine Punishment to psych himself up. They were going to make it. A bonus and gaming equipment, the two things he cared about most, were riding on the second movement. How could you explain the fact that the first chapter, Divine Punishment, had managed to break the 10 million mark? Not every person who downloaded the song was a fan of epics. Some were followers, and others saw a good deal. But regardless of the reasoning, it had been a long, long time since a newcomer's debut had hit 10 million downloads. The media was all over the milestone, but industry insiders thought it was a bad strategic move. Having chosen to release the song publicly, Silverwing could no longer command high royalties for placing it in movies or video games. Plus, a public release seemed to cheapen the song's status. Still, these insiders had to admit that they were surprised to see Divine Punishment surpass 10 million downloads. There had been epic songs that received wide releases before, but their numbers hovered around 1 million downloads. In an impatient, fast-paced world, not many people were willing to slow down and truly appreciate a sophisticated piece of music. But pieces like this typically found a more suitable home. Quality scores were critical too. Certain video games, ads, and movies with large-scale scenes that couldn't be carried by more earthly tunes. Hence, epic or quasi-epic pieces filled the void. Composers often earned millions or tens of millions through these commissions. Over time, this genre carved a rarefied niche. Epic music had never been associated with a single virtual idol, not even in the golden era of virtual idols, the Reg era. That was why Polar Light's debut had sparked plenty of discussion and drawn attention. The right timing, the right company, and the right combination of people, the stars had aligned for Fang Zhao. If he were missing any of these factors, he never would have achieved such success. Regardless of whose side you were on, whether you were a fan or critic of Silverwing's strategy, everyone was glued to the calendar, waiting for November 1st to arrive. October 31st. After skimming the label's marketing plan for November, Chu Guang, who had dropped to number 4 on the New Pioneers chart, was dumbfounded. Again? Hey, wasn't Fang Zhao's debut a series? Chu Guang had a hunch he was about to fall out of the top 5. Chapter 38, Second Movement, Cocoon Breach. November 1st. This was a day marked by many in the Yenzhou music industry, and also a date some in the entertainment industry paid attention to. Could Silverwing maintain the quality of its first movement? Song Shihua, the big boss of Tongshan True Entertainment, had long been ensconced in his office, which was equipped with top-of-the-line audiovisual equipment. Once he heard the second chapter, he could confirm his suspicions. Did Silverwing splurge even more on the second chapter? If that was the case, then it was obvious that Silverwing was using the epic series to promote Polar Light and vie for the Battle of the Century endorsement deal. 8 a.m. It was time for the morning commute, and also breakfast time for many schools before early classes went into session. In the new era, compulsory education was divided into introductory, intermediate, and advanced levels. Every period lasted 6 years. The introductory level was equivalent to primary schools before the apocalypse. Intermediate schools were a combination of junior and senior high schools. Advanced education referred to post-secondary studies, the rough equivalent of university, but students were also taught more difficult material. Many intermediate students in Xi'an were riding their bikes or taking public trains to their schools, where they headed for their school cafeterias. Schools in the new era were well-funded. The food was decent and quite cheap. Rushing to school for breakfast before dashing to the classroom was a common routine. At that time of day, both day students and boarders were trickling toward their cafeterias. Xi'an No. 1 Secondary School, inside the northern cafeteria. The big TV screens on the cafeteria walls typically played loud, fast-tempo songs to wake up the students. Secondary school. Cafeterias were noisy to begin with. Slow and mellow songs wouldn't be able to rise above the din. They'd be long buried under the noise, save a few faint notes. November was midterm time for most intermediate schools in Yenzhou. Schools weighed exams during this period quite heavily. The small clusters of students having breakfast were bitching about grades, homework, life, and their budding romances. Students drank soup and chatted with classmates at the same time while eyeing the big screens to see if any footage caught their fancy. It's the same stuff every day. I can guess what they play next with my eyes closed. People who grew up during the era of fast internet connections were exposed to so much information when they were kids. The older they grew, the less novelty they detected. The footage and songs that played on the big screens might have stirred something at the outset, but they wore on them quickly. They were already sick of the current playlist. Students who were planning on ignoring the big screens suddenly heard a fellow student exclaim, "Look, it's Polar Light." Where? Students scanned their surroundings. On the big screen. That's right, I almost forgot. Today is November 1st. Polar Light's second song is coming out. Journalists had revealed in their reporting that, among the student fans of Divine Punishment, most were secondary school students, not higher education students. Even though students at the intermediate level were at a restless age, they weren't as restless as advanced students on the cusp of entering society. It was also a sensitive age, which was why it was easier to sway the emotions of teenagers. November 1st, 8 a.m. The second movement of 100-Year Period of Destruction was released online. The overall color tone of the first scenes was darkish, but the resolution was crystal clear. The TV screens in the cafeteria were large enough. The quality of the projection equipment and related hardware was key to attracting students, so naturally, the gear wasn't that shabby. Emerging at the same time as the initial scenes was a deeply unsettling foundation melody. A prolonged bass score and a repeated beat combined with an electronic score that sounded out of place and wasn't pleasing to the ear. A gradual sense of suffocation. A traditionalist would argue that the electronic melody detracted from the song's musicality, blurring the lines between the music and sound effects, but it also made the score more stimulating, provoking a sense of curiosity and unease in the listener. It was as if human souls were in conversation with the landscapes of the apocalypse. The 100-year period of destruction, the real yet surreal time the video drew inspiration from. Fang Zhao incorporated more electronic elements in the second movement. If the first movement was a seamless blend of electronic and symphonic music, then in the second chapter, the electronic music was an integral part of the melody. Considering the level of human development by the information age, standards of living and spiritual fulfillment had taken huge leaps. Technology was highly sophisticated. Automation and artificial intelligence were commonplace. And with these advancements came the sound of robotic machinery and electronic gadgets. People had long been accustomed to these sounds that inundated daily life in the new era. And composers in the new era incorporated these sounds into music. Aesthetic standards were evolving, personal tastes were evolving, and so was pop culture. Electronic music produced new tones and sound effects. In contrast to traditional instruments, electronic elements were more representative of this era and more easily embraced by audiences. That was why composers in the new era either strictly used electronic sounds or mixed traditional instruments and electronic music. When in Rome, do what the Romans do. Fang Zhao injected these new elements into his work, adding a metallic and electronic flavor to his music. After all, musical styles from a long time ago might not be readily appreciated. The first chapter, Divine Punishment, struck many fans as alternative classical. It was just novel enough to attract audiences. But if it were overdone, the piece would have turned people off. Inside the northern cafeteria at Qian No. 1 Secondary School, the din scaled back. More and more students were paying attention to the big screens. Cafeterias were always noisy, which was why the stereo system was typically turned up. As the chit-chat faded, the music gradually stood out. The footage showed overcast skies and a trickling of rain. The barren landscape was accompanied by a mellow cello solo. Next came a melancholic and winding horn that projected a deep sense of resignation, mixed in with tragedy and bleakness. The tree men who had chosen to leave their homeland in search of a new beginning saw their expectations crushed again and again. Danger was everywhere. They didn't know where they would be safe and wondered if there was still a peaceful land left for them. Their companions who had left home with them had either died of illness or were ripped apart by mutated beasts. The remaining tree men were heavily wounded. Disappointment, exhaustion, and a downtrodden quality permeated their faces and hearts. For them, life had hit a low point. Their faith in finding a new home had crumbled under the cruel reality. A prolonged sense of fear and resignation was about to swallow their consciousnesses. A classical melody conveying disappointment and muted notes projected desperation and terror. Deep background vocals gradually emerged against the backdrop of a dark symphonic arrangement. It was as if a voice had whispered, "Do you see?" The low hum of the background choir encompassed the latent tension of hidden dangers, reflected the cold, cruel conditions of the end of days, and recreated the survivors' tepid moans of agony. The silhouette at the forefront of the group carried many wounds. Its branches had obvious scratches, and some were truncated. Flapping on the branches was a sparse smattering of green leaves. It was the picture of struggle, Ahead lay a slope populated with a flurry of bloody and evil beasts. Behind the leader lay a tribe emaciated by the cruel circumstances. The vivid imagery was backed by a low-register, meandering string melody that resembled a sigh, as if suggesting an imminent end. Look, this is what's left of the world. There's no hope. Let's give up. We'll stop marching forward, find a place to hide, and pray that our luck will carry us on, a day at a time. The surreal imagery, coupled with the symphonic and electronic score, made for an overarching feeling of helplessness. Dragging their weak limbs, it was as if the tree men were looking up from a dark pit, resigned to the cold, cruel fate God had doomed them to. Just sheer determination wasn't enough to fuel their battle against fate. There was no room for hesitation in times like this. A cocktail of spooky sound effects and a percussion score of varying beats repeated themselves. A fleeting, trembling piano solo interjected, along with a male bass vocal performance that spoke of utter sadness. Propelled by the thick sound texture, the leader of the pack ambled forward. He looked back after taking 2 steps. No one had followed. When he looked ahead again, a shadow making menacing gestures pounced. Inside the northern cafeteria at Chia No. 1 Secondary School, there was hardly a whisper. Students who were about to down their spoonfuls of soup stopped halfway, eyes glued to the big screens. The servers in the cafeteria also slowed down. The atmosphere inside the cafeteria turned tense, as if a single string was being plucked repeatedly. In the video, the lonely silhouette that walked toward the slope was flanked by converging branches that then twisted and tightened into solid arms while its roots assembled into sturdy and powerful legs. A string melody played that suggested resistance and evasion. Such feelings prevailed like the weather, which was intangible but enveloped the atmosphere. 2 contrasting registers in the melody resembled conflicting forces and emotions. It was as if a heavy cocoon encased the tree man. Every step took tremendous effort. Everything is gone. Where's the light? Should they obey fate? What was fate anyway? Past companions were lost, and their homeland abandoned. The remaining life forms during the end of days mourned and agonized, but they could also fight back and resist. Lighting flashed through the dark clouds. The wind picked up and the rain grew heavier. The woodwind score resembled howling winds picking up pace, and the heavier drumbeat mirrored the sound of thunder, suggesting an even stronger storm. The drums, woodwinds, cello, and electronic elements made for a textured melody. A sliding male vocal played, signaling bold and sacrificial intentions, as if a deeper force was about to be unleashed. The brown pupils of the lone shadow shrank as it examined the approaching red-brown beast that resembled coagulated blood. The tree man knelt, picked up a rock, and clenched his fist. A broken, plucked string melody played. With one giant step, the tree man leaned forward and raised high his arm of bunched branches. The hand that held the rock painted an impressive trajectory that looked like a wildly swung hammer and hurled itself toward the attacker. Bang! A series of heavy drum beats burst out. A blur appeared. It looked like the shadow attacking with menacing gestures was struck down, but it also looked like something else was smashed. The tree man panted and watched the neutralized threat. The pounding of a keyboard seemed to suggest a mental confirmation of sorts. The triumphant melody that emerged lightened the heavy mood. The tree man finally realized that many problems weren't as scary as he imagined them to be once he had confronted them with bravery. The world would not easily shake. That was all these threats amounted to. The sun will set today and rise as usual tomorrow. Even though the skies were smothered with thick smoke, he knew that the sun still existed. The tree man lifted his foot and stomped on the collapsed beast heavily, thoroughly dashing its chances of a comeback once and for all. He wanted to punish all those sharp claws and gnarly teeth that struck fear in them. After taking a glance at his fellow tribesmen, he proceeded again, tossing away the rock in his hand, replacing it with a larger stone batten, and lunging toward his second beast. Large strides turned into a quick gait. His sluggish frame became nimble, as if it had shed the heavy cocoon that once encumbered him. In a tumultuous world, you still remain. The deep male vocal was emboldened by the rhythm of battle. Set against a grand, sweeping symphonic score, this crudest, most natural form of expression touched the heart. Fight. There was no other alternative. In times like this, someone had to rise to the occasion. Not cower, not muddle through. Fight. fight to the death against this absurd and cruel fate. The remaining life forms in the end of days stood in the abyss, roamed the darkness, and chased the light, always climbing upward. This quality called belief could be as still as stagnant water and frighteningly kinetic at the same time. It was both mind-blowing and gory. Against the epic symphonic arrangement blended with electronic music, a fierce, dogged evilness abruptly arose alongside the extreme tension and overwhelming atmosphere. Music and film were temptations that no one could resist, regardless of the era. Electronic elements seamlessly folded into the grand symphonic structure, and the footage matched the melody. Every viewer and listener felt as if an ice cube had been slipped under their clothing, prompting an impromptu shiver. Yet their hearts were on fire, sizzling like a mean barbecue. It felt as if they had been disintegrated and reassembled. The silhouette in the video that resembled a person, a convergence of twisted branches, looked like it was bulging with beefy lumps of muscle. Every step he took was accompanied by a heavy drumbeat, making for a pronounced battle cry. The tree man lost his heavy, cumbersome shadow and turned into a nimble and speedy leopard. He planted one foot emphatically, leaped from the ground, and greeted the approaching silhouette with a swinging whack, delivering a blow even more powerful than his previous. The passage of time seemed to slow. Blood-tainted fragments from the stone batten sprayed in the rain, creating an explosion of muddy splashes that enveloped the sharp tooth that was dislodged. The music approximated an explosive force in the winter light. The cheesy melody was replaced by a mixing of electronic music and brass performance that tugged at the heartstrings like a sword removed from its sheath, cold and heavy. It was the coldness that remained after layers of warmth had been stripped away. A seemingly out-of-sync choir backed up the spirited male vocals, the unconventional combination bringing greater stimulation to the senses and audio shock. A rich tapestry of instruments was weaved in, the exquisite layering bringing the score to its climax. Every single note was bursting with an unyielding passion for survival. An escalating piano solo twirled like a tornado and telegraphed howls into the stratosphere, sending the human body shuddering, as if an electric current had zapped through the spine and blown open every pore. The shadow wielding the stone batten didn't look back because it didn't need to. He had heard the trailing footsteps press forward, stomping all over the bodies of the fallen beasts. Following his lead, a second pair and then a third pair of feet walked over the two beasts. The end of days, the 100-year period of destruction, was an era that produced an abundance of heroes. Many people thought that Fang Zhao had randomly picked a species that appeared during the period of destruction and built a virtual idol around it with a crafty, epic score. But Fang Zhao's choice of the Longxiang Tianluo tree man polar light actually was a metaphor for people like him who were born during peaceful times but spent most of their lives fighting for survival. The cruelty of the end of the days lay not in the butchering of lives, but in the toll and torture it exacted on people's spirits, the double whammy of physical and mental pain, in addition to the utter mockery and callous treatment human life received. Consider the characters from the period of destruction widely glorified into heroes in the new era. If you took away the deification and over-the-top emotions, these were ordinary people on a plain quest to live. Was it for fame and glory? Hell no. Back then they were simply staving off death. It was the brutal battle for survival that turned them into hardened heroes. It was heroism necessitated by the times. That was why Fang Zhao created Polar Light. In the video, the camera panned wide. The heavy rain continued to pelt. Behind the leader, several silhouettes emerged from the stagnant cluster of trees that trailed him, their branches transforming into fierce fighting poses. They trudged through the mud and followed, treading on the corpses of the slain beasts. A woodwind score played at a frenzied tempo as the strings section repeated the same note frantically. A gushing melody accompanied the wide shot. The stormy weather harbored a renewed, earth-shattering spirit that was about to erupt. The footage and music came to a sudden halt, and the end credits appeared. Lead character, Polar Light. Species, Longxiang Tianluo. Song title, 100-Year Period of Destruction, Second Movement. Cocoon Breach. Producer Fang Zhao. Production team, Polar Light Project Team, Fang Zhao, Zhu Wen, Song Miao, Peng Pusong, Zheng Huang, Wanyu, Fu Yingtian, Stiller, Zhangyu. A Silver Wing media release. The silent cafeteria resumed its buzz only when the big screen started playing other songs. I feel like I can blow up the cafeteria right now. I don't know why, but for some reason, I suddenly feel a weird sense of purpose. Server, 2 more bowls of rice, please. I'm going to battle after I have a square meal. There were 3 more exams left that day. Coming right up. The servers doling out rice in the cafeteria worked their serving spoons with what seemed like energized strokes. Students who were just arriving at the cafeteria did a double take on the students who were leaving in a hurry. What's up with them? A new arrival asked his companion. There was a killer vibe going around. Maybe they just took part in a mass pledge for their midterms. A mass pledge in the cafeteria? It's probably just second-year students. They're always neurotic like that. Just ignore them. That's not right. I just saw a 5th year. The strange atmosphere puzzled the late arrivals. What had happened in the cafeteria before they arrived? Chapter 39. Haven't heard of a single one. After the second movement, Cocoon Breach, was released, it racked up nearly 100,000 downloads within a minute. This was mostly industry insiders or people from related fields. They had been on standby. Online news outlets were geared up for the release so they could do their write-ups and immediately post. Everyone wanted to get the first word out, but the pundits were at a loss after listening to the second movement. There was so much they wanted to say, but they didn't know where to start. Chu Guang and company were also camped out in a projection room. They downloaded the music video at 8 a.m. sharp and turned on their projector. The same scene as last time replayed itself. No one said a word when the video played, and no one spoke for the longest time after it ended. Sitting in his chair, Chu Guang took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He knew he would soon lose the number 4 spot. He felt some sadness and a sense of failure, but then he quickly remembered the virtual idols launched by Neon Culture and Tongshan True Entertainment. That made him feel vindicated. Those 2 virtual idols wouldn't be able to hang on to their number 2 and number 3 spots for long. Knowing they would suffer too, much of Chu Guang's depression dissipated. He admitted he was outperformed, but he was also delighted to see the 2 virtual idol teams from their rival companies, who always had the upper hand, finally take a beating. Things were playing out just as Chu Guang imagined. The project teams behind Sun Huai and Fei Lizi were agonizing over their next moves. Did they need to revise their strategy? Song Shihua, the big boss of Tongshan True Entertainment, smashed his cup in his office. This is indeed what Silver Wing is up to. Even though, considering Tongshan True Entertainment's prowess when it came to virtual idols, they shouldn't be afraid of Silver Wing, Song Shihua was starting to get worried. Judging from the 2 movements that had been released, 100-year period of destruction couldn't be underestimated. Either song was epic enough to carry a blockbuster. What was more, it was a series set against the period of destruction. Battle of the Century, the game being launched next year, was also set during the period of destruction. Would Fiery Bird pick the more popular virtual idol or the one that fit the theme of its game better? Song Shihua could neither decide nor speculate. You want to fight us for the endorsement deal? Let's see what you've got. Song Shihua summoned the senior execs from the virtual idol department for an emergency meeting in his office. It took up half the day, yet outside observers didn't care about Song Shihua's plans. All eyes were on the Yinzhou Music Association's review. Without their blessing, other industry insiders were reluctant to draw their own conclusions, even if they thought the second chapter wasn't inferior to the first. The person who deemed the first chapter an epic last time was Ming Song, the deputy head of the Yinzhou Music Association. He was also the former president of the Qian Academy of Music. No one from the academy had said anything yet. They were waiting to hear from Ming Song. It would be an embarrassment if they broke their silence at the urging of news outlets and diverged from Ming Song's take. Silver Wing staffers were also waiting for the Voice of Yinzhou review because it was considered the most authoritative publication in the entire Yinzhou music industry. That was also why no one dared question the epic categorization of the first chapter. The Yinzhou Music Association might have had its internal politics, but anything published on their official website was gospel. It carried with it the reputation of the entire Yinzhou Music Association. No one would dare to dissent on the official website because of personal grudges. If they did, they would do so in another setting, like in media interviews. On the 50th floor of Silver Wing Tower, besides Fang Zhao, Everyone else on the Polar Light Project team was glued to the website of Voice of Yenzhou. How come the review still isn't out? It's almost 9. Last time, the review came out around now. It doesn't stand to reason that they would post later this time. I'm nervous. Zhuwen was glued to his screen, hands raised and thumbs twiddling. He no longer cared about the number of downloads. All he cared about was the judgment of the Music Association. If they got a negative review, even if the download numbers went up, they wouldn't be considered a total success. He glanced at Fang Zhao beside him, who was calmly browsing on his computer. Zhuwen wanted to ask Fang Zhao something, but closed his mouth as soon as he opened it. Forget it. Who knows what kind of background music is playing in Fang Zhao's head? After 9 a.m., the eagerly anticipated review from Ming Tsang didn't appear, but another deputy head of the Music Association, Dina, posted instead. Deputy Chairman Ming is a bit emotional right now, so I've showed up instead. Dina's old smiley face appeared on the official website of Voice of Yenzhou. Many were confused by Dina's comment. Why was Ming Tsang so emotional? It was just one song. What an overreaction. But Dina carried no less weight than Ming Tsang. In fact, in terms of seniority, Dina was senior to Ming Tsang. He belonged to an even older generation of musicians. It was even better to hear from him. Normally, Dina refrained from commenting on the work of newcomers. Usually, what elicited comment from this seasoned veteran was an A-list star or an extremely popular song. But Polar Light was a special case. Ming Tsang had classified the first movement an epic, after all, which piqued Dina's curiosity. He was waiting around for the second movement today as well and was willing to offer his 2 cents. Music journalists perked their ears, not wanting to miss out on the words of wisdom from this music veteran who was more than 100 years old. Many people have asked me if Cocoon Breach, the second movement of 100-year period of destruction, qualifies as an epic. As for this question, ears perked up even more. Let's set that question aside. Let's first discuss the concept of an epic, Dina said in a relaxed pace. Journalists who were getting ready to copy, paste, and send. People who knew Dina had already rolled their eyes. That old geezer was still the same, switching gears halfway through a thought. Who knew when he would get back on topic? A downright tease. Dina didn't care what other people thought. He spoke at his own pace. Restraining his smile somewhat, he launched into a solemn commentary. The genre of epics has to be traced to the period of destruction or an even earlier time, be it the ancient tradition of chanting or the folk songs that circulated in the imperial court, in army barracks, or among ordinary people and were passed on for generations. They can all be considered epic forms. Many epics extolling heroics during the 100 years of war also appeared after the period of destruction, in the beginning of the new era. But as peaceful times prevailed and the war became a distant memory, no one bothered to listen to these songs anymore. Nowadays, any grand pieces that can stir emotions are easily labeled epic. But many people forget that epics were intended to honor heroes. The seasoned veteran continued to expound on the history and development of epics, and how more contemporary styles evolved. The journalists looked like they were constipated. They quietly urged, "Can you get to the point, old man? Just state your conclusion and explain later so we can file." But music professionals were paying close attention. Dina's spiel helped them understand the creative process behind the 2 chapters and their arrangements. Life itself is a series of stumbles and recoveries. Likewise, the second movement moves from adversity to triumph. The point is for people to experience hope through the fluent flow of musical notes. Another thing worth mentioning is that in the second movement, which barely lasted 4 minutes, there are hundreds of tracks created by virtual instruments and hundreds of tones. The arrangement and use of vocals is outstanding. You can tell the second chapter was worked on by a top-notch symphony mixer and electronic music arranger. But I couldn't find a distinguishing signature, so I'm also curious whose work this is. Music professionals knew that the most minor slip-ups in mixing and arrangement would stifle the ear. For example, too many modulations, or out of sync, or overwhelming background vocals could be easily magnified and deemed glaring inconsistencies. Judging from these comments, the mixer and arranger were stellar. Only, it wasn't known who these 2 seasoned musicians were. After much waiting, Dina finally pronounced, "This is indeed worthy of the epic label," which sent the press corps scrambling to file. But industry insiders, including Dina himself, were still curious who had composed the two movements. Was it really the newcomer Fang Zhao, as was rumored? Who were the symphony mixer and electronic music arranger? Senior musicians who didn't pay close attention to newcomers took the time to read the credits at the end of the music video. They were still clueless, because they had never heard of a single member of the Polar Light Project team. Chapter 40, Pushing Back. The technical analysis of the second movement was valued by the professionals, but for most people, the epic label was sufficient. A second epic. This shocked many industry insiders, not just because of the nature of the song, but more so because many of them realized that Silver Wing was clearly determined to launch a virtual idol with an epic series. Was it worth it? That was what many people wondered, and also the question posed by many journalists after Yenzhou Music Association deputy head Dina deemed the second movement an epic. Silver Wing's chief spokesman, Lin Dun, had a simple 8-word answer for the media. We remember history and honor our lost martyrs. Song Shihua. Hee. Go bullshit someone else. Such noble intentions you tout. But isn't the real objective the race for the endorsement deal? Even people who didn't understand how spin worked were skeptical, let alone folks who had figured out Silver Wing's true intentions like Song Shihua. How implausible was it that Silver Wing had invested so much money and produced 2 epics, and more epics were probably in the pipeline, because of those 8 words? That was the explanation Lin Dun offered, regardless what people believed. On the 50th floor of Silver Wing Tower, Zhu Wen and the other members of the project team were ecstatic after hearing Dina's review. The success of the second chapter meant bigger bonuses, more prosperous futures, and, "Boss, can we get approval for the gaming equipment now?" Zhu Wen asked at the top of his voice. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He was downright giddy and wanted to take a celebratory dash, but first things first. "It's done," Fang Zhao replied as he browsed the reviews. Online. What did the top floor say? The other members of the project team shifted their gaze to Fang Zhao. "It's approved. Someone will stop by tomorrow to set things up." "Oh, ha ha ha." Zhu Wen let out a weird, piercing laugh. Nothing beats sanctioned gaming during office hours. "What type of games?" Rodney asked. "Shooting," Fang Zhao responded. Shooting games weren't Rodney's favorite, but like Zhu Wen, he was happy to be able to game in the open at all. It was indeed the right decision to jump ship. The 3 technicians who were recommended by Zhu Wen, Fu Yingtian, Zhang Yu, and Stiller, were sharing the good news with family and friends. A bonus was a shoe-in. Silver Wing had always been generous with bonuses. They wanted to share their joy. Their decision to switch jobs had met a lot of resistance. Even their family members had been worried. Plus, they couldn't share too many details while they were working on the second movement because of confidentiality rules. All 3 of them were tightly wound. Now, they had finally survived. This was AF * King Goldmine. Given how things were unfolding, there was a good chance the 3rd chapter would be a success too. After all, they had the full backing of the label and a mad genius like Fang Zhao as a boss. They didn't have to worry about funding or discrimination from other departments. How good did that feel? Didn't y'all think that the virtual projects department was a death pit? All the not-so-subtle sour grapes. You're regretting your words now, aren't you? Too late. Seeing Zhu Wen and company share their good news and brag in their social media feeds made some of their colleagues jealous. If only they'd known, they would have applied for transfers to the virtual projects department too. Unfortunately, the department wasn't recruiting anymore. Even if it were, the competition would be fierce. Silver Wing's official video channel also gave significant coverage to Dina's comments on the second chapter. The host even facetiously thanked Neon Culture and Tongshan True Entertainment for their praise ahead of the second chapter's release. That gave them a big boost in visibility, he said. They wouldn't have drawn as much attention as they were getting now otherwise. Still, there were naysayers among media outlets. The reason the first movement of 100-year period of destruction had logged so many downloads was because Polar Light's debut was quite unique and novelty drove playbacks and downloads, they argued. But with the release of the second song, the novelty had faded. As high-profile as epics were, it was a genre reserved for a niche audience and was out of touch with the masses, they said. Not many people in modern society could appreciate an epic. The most they would want would be to listen to one as part of the soundtrack to a blockbuster movie. Other commentaries argued that, While the first epic song released to a mass audience definitely drew a lot of bargain seekers, the second release would strike some as a worse deal. Sales for the second single might suffer as a result. More than one news outlet touted this line of thinking. Simple supply and demand. An abundance of supply led to a drop in value. The music cooperatives within some labels outright demanded that Silver Wing quit while it was ahead, meaning if download numbers dropped for the second song, the music industry would lose face and the Epic label would be cheapened. However, while some talked trash about the second song, another demographic was gaining attention. People who paid attention to intermediate-level education noticed that a weird fad was going around. Many people were listening to Cocoon Breach. Others listened to Divine Punishment and Cocoon Breach together. They played the songs when they got up, when they ate breakfast, before they worked on problem sets, and even during breaks. The prevailing mood was also extremely upbeat. Initially, people thought it was just those sensitive and escapist second-year students again. But they later realized that the trend wasn't confined to second years. Students from other grades were also taking part. The fad was in full force, especially in the lead-up to midterms. Quite a few teachers thought to themselves that the inner worlds of secondary students were a mystery to them. The trend drew some media coverage, and Silver Wing was there to fan the flames. Soon enough, Neon Culture and Tangshan True Entertainment started to fight back. Miyu and Andy Leo cast in Wasteland Rebirth. Scarred soul Andy Leo plays tough guy, fights for justice. Rumor has it Miyu will play a disfigured character. The headlines kept popping up. Soon, all the buzz about Silver Wing was overshadowed by Yinzhou's two main virtual idols. In the new era, virtual idols could act in movies just like real idols. The difference being one performance was generated by software programming and the other delivered by a real person. What? Miyu is going to disfigure herself. Why will my unparalleled beauty, Miyu, disfigure herself? Project team, please explain yourself. Seeking tough guy pictures of Andy Leo. The combination of a handsome leading man and a pretty leading lady was always worth looking forward to. But what took Duan Xinji by surprise was the fact that Neon Culture and Tangshan True Entertainment had decided to work together. Miyu and Andy Leo were Tangshan True Entertainment's and Neon Culture's two top virtual idols respectively. In terms of star power, Silver Wing simply couldn't rival Miyu's and Andy Leo's popularity and fan bases. Everyone had to concede that point. Still, Duan Xinji wasn't too panicked. She didn't respond by cranking up their marketing campaign. She decided to wait. Song Shihua was delighted to see that online discussion of Polar Light and Cocoon Breach had fizzled somewhat. He celebrated by nursing a glass of wine in his office. Even though Tangshan True Entertainment and Neon Culture were competitors, the race for the endorsement deal should have been restricted to the two of them. Silver Wing wanted to butt in? That was up to them. See, as soon as they promoted their top idols, everyone else was sidelined, be it Polar Light or Cocoon Breach or Epics. He wanted to show the folks at Silver Wing what a real hit virtual idol looked like. This was what was called a talent gap. The movie Wasteland Rebirth was a project he had been working on for some time. It was a tailor-made production for Miyu set against the period of destruction. Their intentions were clear. They wanted Fiery Bird to take notice. But when Neon Culture had approached them 2 days ago about a collaboration, Song Shihua quickly agreed. No matter what, they had to crowd out Silver Wing first. He had a hunch that if Polar Light took off, they would face an unprecedented threat. The folks at Neon Culture had to have seen the same signs. That was why they proposed an alliance, so they could push back against Polar Light's momentum. As he was contemplating his next move, Song Shihua's intercom beeped. He scanned it and saw a text message labeled urgent. The sender was a vice president. It was someone who was solid and dependable, but for some reason he was panicking. Had something gone wrong? Song Shihua tapped on the message immediately. Old Song, check out Voice of Yinzhou. Ming Tsang has spoken. Ming Tsang, the deputy head of Yinzhou Music Association, the first person to dub Divine Punishment an epic, had finally, belatedly posted his review, 5 days after Cocoon Breach had been released. Chapter 41. The assigned topic is over our heads. Even though Dina, an industry veteran with even more seniority, had already spoken, many people were still looking forward to Ming Tsang's comments. Epics varied in quality. In Ming Tsang's opinion, was there a discrepancy in quality between the first and second movements? Also, Dina had said that Ming Tsang was too emotional to comment when he'd offered his own thoughts the other day. What had prompted the other deputy head of the Music Association to get so worked up? That was why people were glued to Voice of Yenzhou, the publication run by Yenzhou Music Association, during the 5 days Ming Tsang was missing. When Ming Tsang showed up, everyone took notice. In his webcast, Ming Tsang looked like he was in good spirits, his gaze bursting with joy and lingering passion. That vouched for Dina's remarks 5 days ago. My apologies. These were probably the most exciting 5 days of my 60-plus years of existence. Ming Tsang's voice started to quiver toward the end of the sentence. A hand carrying a teacup entered the frame. Even though the hand was the identifying feature, people who knew about Ming Tsang's family situation recognized it belonged to his wife. Ming Tsang was probably trying to break the ice. Wasn't his wedding the happiest few days of his life? But judging from the gesture that had just occurred, Ming Tsang's wife agreed with the sentiment. What exactly had happened to create such emotional upheaval in the couple? The keen news sense of the prairie fire producer prompted him to message a staffer immediately, asking him to look into Ming Tsang's latest movements. Back at the live webcast, Ming Tsang accepted the cup of tea and calmed himself down. He continued speaking with a steady voice. Many people know that I was preoccupied with my music career the first 50 years of my life. When I was 51, I married Professor Su Tong from the arrangement department at the Qian Academy of Music. The year I turned 52, we had a child. But God added a twist. Our son was different from other kids. At that point in the monologue, many viewers remembered that Ming Tsang was once a rising star. He was named president of the Qian Academy of Music at 49. That was young, considering life expectancy had doubled in the new era. Ming Tsang was the type deemed a genius since he was a kid. Ming Tsang's wife Su Tong was also well known back then. Hailing from a musical family, she was supremely talented, a standout at the Qian Academy of Music. But soon after their son was born, he was diagnosed as a carrier of the Hull virus. The new era was marked by rapid technological advancements. Medical care also improved leaps and bounds. Some 95% of diseases that had existed during the period of destruction had been cured, but 5% remained unsolved. Even though those illnesses were treatable, existing protocols provided limited relief. The Hull virus was part of the 5%, and even basic treatment and alleviation were unavailable. The virus emerged during the period of destruction. Infected patients were trapped in a frozen state, zapped of all emotion. Even though their bodies were perfectly healthy, they needed help performing basic bodily functions. They were rendered speechless, their listless eyes blinking nonstop. They were shells devoid of their souls. Their brains were state-of-the-art machines that simply refused to function. A Dr. Edward Hull had contracted the virus during the end of days. He had spent the nearly 6-month period of his illness studying the virus and promised his corpse to researchers following his death. The virus was later named the Hull virus. Perhaps for many people, having a deadly virus named after them might be a curse, but for researchers studying viruses, it was an honor, just like it was for Hull, whom future generations considered a madman. The Hull virus was transmissible by air, although it didn't survive long in the atmosphere. However, it could be picked up by many carriers, including plants, animals, and many microorganisms. It was tough to guard against. Initially, people had used sophisticated filtration systems as a precaution, but research later showed that the infection rate was less than 1 in 10 million. Gradually, people became complacent. Given the odds of 1 in 10 million, it can't possibly be me. So eventually, people gave up on the strict and complicated filtration protocols. Nonetheless, the odds of less than 1 in 10 million had struck Ming Tsang and his wife. They would have done anything to trade places with their newborn son. When they were informed of the diagnosis, the couple nearly broke down. Ming Tsang resigned from his hard-earned university presidency, and Su Tong quit as well. They traveled the world with their son in search of treatment, but time and again, they were greeted with the same response. No cure. Untreatable. There's nothing we can do. Close friends and family remember that the couple was deeply fragile. The young, by life expectancy standards in the new era, and promising couple started accumulating gray hairs. Many lamented the fact that these two genius types met such a cruel fate. If not, Ming Tsang might have still been the president of the Qian Academy of Music, enjoying tremendous status and prestige. Presidencies at the Academy usually lasted 5 years, but it wasn't uncommon for presidents to serve 2, 3, or even more terms. Ming Song had that potential, but some cynics teased that tragedy struck because the couple used up all their good luck in their first 50 years. How unlikely was it that the couple became that one case in 10 million? It was an emotional wound that no one dared touch, because the slightest breach would lead to a massive rupture. But now, Ming Song was actually bringing up the matter himself in a live webcast. Watching the live feed, Song Shihua had a bad feeling. Recalling the events after his son's birth, Ming Song was overcome with emotion. His eyes turned red. From total despair and breakdown to gradual acceptance, 12 years have passed. There's nothing you can't recover from. Our child is growing up. As parents, we are aging too. We thought the rest of our lives would continue this way. At this point, Ming Song got emotional again. A month ago, I listened to a song. To be specific, I listened to a movement. Song Shihua started gripping his cup hard, nearly breaking it. Ears pricked and eyes stared among the many viewers. Here it comes. My close friends know that I rarely listen to the songs on the newcomers chart. But every time I do, I share them with my son Mingyi. Even though patients infected with the Hull virus were non-responsive, Ming Song still liked to share his music with Mingyi and offer his comments as if his son was a normal kid. He had kept up the practice for 12 years. By chance, I stumbled upon the song recommended by Silver Wing, Divine Punishment. The first thing I saw was a tree. I was a bit surprised at the time. It was the first time I had seen a virtual idol that was a tree man, so I watched the music video. Quality-wise, Divine Punishment is undoubtedly a great song. Even though I'm not an expert on symphonic structures, I could notice many details worth studying. My common practice is to share my thoughts with my son first, and then write a review. But this time, when I turned my head and locked eyes with my son, I noticed a slight movement. It was as if someone's finger had smudged a small opening on a window covered in a thick layer of dust. Before Ming Song's brain could formulate a response, tears started streaming down his face without warning. He'd been afraid it was an illusion. After all, his son's eyes showed such little emotion. He and his wife were so familiar with their son's body from spending every day with him. Others would have missed such a subtle expression. So Ming Song played the song again, downloaded it, and started looping it. When he was certain, Ming Song was ecstatic. He immediately invited a medical professor in Xi'an who specialized in viruses from the period of destruction to check on his son. That was also why Ming Song gave his take on divine punishment so quickly and why it was a brief phrase without elaboration. He was busy tracking someone down to examine his son. Ming Ye's brain clearly responded slightly, but it was a subtle response. It was hard to draw a conclusion. Ming Song switched to other songs, but none of them prompted a response from Ming Ye's brain. That piqued the professor's curiosity. If the second song provokes the same response, maybe we'll have more data to work with, the old professor said. Sensing a sliver of hope, Ming Song got in touch with Duan Qianji. He wanted to know who composed Divine Punishment and whether she could set up a meeting. Duan Qianji refused, but she told Ming Song that the second movement was being recorded and scheduled to be completed by October. It would be released in November. After waiting for 12 years, one more month was nothing. Ming Song could understand where Duan Qianji was coming from. From a businesswoman's perspective, to unveil the composer behind the virtual idol then would hurt their interests and throw a wrench in their marketing plan. As a fellow composer, he knew that the composer had to have been busy composing and brainstorming at the time. He didn't want to intrude. He knew well from personal experience the frustration of being interrupted. An unintentional interruption could stem the flow of creativity. He'd be damned if impatience smothered the long-awaited sliver of hope. After a painful month-long wait, the release of the second movement was finally imminent. Ming Song's home was crowded with people filled with anticipation. Besides the couple themselves, there were also 2 professors who specialized in the Hull virus and their study group. The second movement was obviously an escalation of the burst of emotions in the first movement. During the month-long wait, Ming Song had studied quite a few songs with symphonic structures, but none of them provoked the slightest response. But when the second movement, Cocoon, Breach, played, Ming Ye's eyes showed an even stronger response. If the first movement had smudged a small opening on the dusty window, then the second movement left a large and clear handprint. For anyone else, the The level of response was merely a flash of emotion, but for Ming Yi, it carried as much weight as a meteor crash. 60-year-old Ming Tsang resembled a weary traveler who could finally shed his burden. He collapsed to his knees in a free fall and covered his mouth. He was scared a scream would scare off the smidgen of emotion in Ming Ye's eyes. Meanwhile, Ming Tsang's wife, Su Tong, was crying hysterically in a soundproof room next door, venting years of repressed feelings. When Ming Tsang's forehead hit the floor, he wore a silly smile, but his face was covered in tears. 12 years. The pressure of outside gossip and inner turmoil had nearly crushed the couple on several occasions. They had searched and hoped for 12 years and were prepared for a lifetime of waiting and searching. Lo and behold, their prayers were finally answered. "I'm sorry. I got emotional again." Ming Tsang had stopped reminiscing and wiped the tears on his face with a trembling hand. He took a deep breath to calm himself, then said to the camera, "I know many people are curious about my thoughts on the second movement, but my sincere apologies. I can't offer an objective review because, for me, it's an act of God." First-year classes at the Qian Academy of Music, 5 days after Dina had reviewed the second movement, Cocoon Breach. Instructors from the composition, arrangement, and mixing departments handed out a new assignment to first years asking them to submit a paper analyzing Cocoon Breach from the vantage point of their respective specialties. The paper served as their midterm and was due in 10 days. When they heard that former President Ming Tsang was about to break his silence, the students scrambled to get online to gather material. But now they were dumbfounded. "We were expecting musical analysis, and you start spewing medical diagnoses?" After conferring among themselves, the first years from the composition, arrangement, and mixing departments wrote a joint letter petitioning their instructors to switch topics for the midterm essay, the reason being, the assigned topic was over their heads. Chapter 42. It's actually a real photo. No one would have thought the debut of a virtual idol would gradually spin out of control like this. Even though they switched the midterm paper topic for first years in 3 departments at the last minute, none of the instructors at the Qian Academy of Music themselves dared to offer original comment on Cocoon Breach. In terms of qualifications and stature, they were still inferior to Dina and Ming Tsang. Even when someone wrote a review, it merely built on Dina's and Ming Tsang's comments and sprinkled in a few of original thoughts. Are you kidding me? To contradict prevailing opinion at that, Tom would be asking for a beating. That wasn't something they would sign up for. You could frown on the epic style. You could even choose not to listen to the 2 movements. But you couldn't deny that they indeed caused unexpected, surprising ripples. Its influence wasn't limited to the music industry. The medical community was probably blown away by now as well. After Ming Tsang's speech in the Voice of Yenzhou broadcast, he held up a still photo to the camera. It was a picture Ming Tsang had taken of his son Ming Yi when he had showed that flash of emotion while listening to Cocoon Breach. Compared to the response of a healthy person, it wasn't that obvious. It resembled a slight shimmer in the gaze of someone with a cool personality. But considering Ming Yi had been suffering from the Hull virus for 12 years, it was a remarkable reaction. The photo convinced people who thought Ming Tsang was exaggerating. Ming Tsang and wife and the 2 professors were also in the picture. It couldn't have been faked, so it was a real photo. Before he ended the webcast, Ming Tsang wore a broad smile as he admired the picture. "Go get him, my little sapling. You must stay strong," he said. There was nothing wrong with describing your son as a little sapling. Just as Ming Tsang had himself said, because of his son, he could no longer evaluate this virtual idol's debut and the creative team behind it. So he would no longer publish his reviews in Voice of Yenzhou. Commentaries published in the Voice of Yenzhou couldn't be driven by personal feelings. When the next movement was released, he would review it in a personal capacity. Maybe that would lead to more unexpected commentary. My thanks to Polar Light, the Polar Light project team, and the composer behind Polar Light. Even though I don't know who you are, I hope I can thank you in person after the entire series of songs is released. This was a sore point for Ming Tsang. The fact that Duan Xianji still refused to identify the composer. But she had told him that there were 2 movements left. After the 2 remaining movements were released, Silver Wing would unveil the identity of the composer. The fact that 2 movements remained was great news to Ming Tsang. He couldn't wait. He'd also promised Duan Xianji that he would not pester her about the identity of the composer before the 2 movements were released. At the same time, he had made a veiled suggestion that Duan Qianji not front the project with another composer, which was common in the artistic community. Ming Tsang didn't want to thank an imposter. The public wasn't privy to the private communications between Ming Tsang and Duan Qianji, but Ming Tsang's final sentence during his live webcast got many people wondering. Who was the composer he was referring to? Did a single producer pen the two movements, Divine Punishment and Cocoon Breach? Not a team of composers? This threw off people who had speculated that the songs were the handiwork of Silver Wing's Flying Pegasus Cooperative. If it was a single composer, then who was it? Such a talented composer couldn't be an unknown. Which Flying Pegasus master was it? Yet industry insiders who were familiar with Silver Wing also speculated the musical style of the two movements suggested someone that didn't belong to Flying Pegasus, or at least not one of its best-known members. Who exactly was it? That was the natural focal point of the music industry, but outside of the industry, the medical community was obsessing over how the two movements stimulated Ming Ye's brain waves. Word was that the Yenzhou government was assembling a research team to develop a cure to the Hull virus. That afternoon, the hit entertainment show Prairie Fire interviewed a medical expert in its live webcast to provide context. The producer of Prairie Fire had a keen sense for news. Ming Tsang had just been a few sentences into his webcast when he'd sensed an opportunity. He had dispatched a staffer to investigate and splurged on an expert from the Yenzhou Academy of Science who could unravel the secrets behind the medical mystery for the viewing public. Many people who were interested in Ming Ye's unexpected response, and skeptics as well, were glued to their screens. Many people know that sound waves serve as a stimulus to animals, and to some plants as well, for that matter. Some types of sound waves can advance plant growth. Others stunt growth or kill the plant altogether. Whether they can stimulate a plant hinges on their impact on its musically sensitive spots. Music is transmitted through rhythmic and flexible mechanical waves. When it travels through a medium, it also generates chemical and heat reactions. When music stimulates plant cells, the metabolic processes within the cells are also affected. The Academy of Science professor even broke down the exact impact a piece of music had on a specific part of a plant. In other words, every note in a piece, or a specific verse, will correspond with a specific amino acid in the plant. Protein is made up of amino acids. So from a biological perspective, a song is like a group of amino acids sequenced into a complete protein. When a plant is exposed to this protein, a specific song, certain enzymes in the plant are activated and create certain biochemical reactions. The professor spoke at length. Some of viewers could follow him. Others understood about half, which gave them a basic grasp. Basically, he was saying Ming Ye's response wasn't embellished. It was for real. If plants and primitive animals could be stimulated, then humans were naturally even more responsive. The Hull virus emerged during the period of destruction, while the two movements, Divine Punishment and Cocoon Breach, were part of the 100-year period of destruction series. Was that the crucial link? Yet previous songs about the period of destruction didn't have the same effect. So it was still something inherent in the two movements. Others had also tried to use sound waves to stimulate the brains of patients infected with the Hull virus, to see if these stalled machines could produce some feedback, to no avail. Now, researchers knew that music did make a difference, but it had to be the right music. Just like substrates need to be matched with the right enzymes for conversions to take place. I'd really like to meet this musician who's threatening our livelihoods. The professor's tone was vindictive, but he wore a smile that was joyful and expectant. Music and medicine were separate disciplines that minded their own business. But now that this composer had cracked an opening for researchers and pointed them in the right direction, the rest was up to the scientists. The development meant that there was a general strategy for treating a virus that posed a serious threat to mankind. Even though it wasn't clear when a cure could be devised, coming up with a strategy was a good thing. Now that the first step had been taken, the rest of the process was a matter of time. Big news. This drew the attention of journalists across different beats, regardless of whether they took an interest in medicine and entertainment. This pertained to a human disease that hadn't been cured. Naturally, the reverberations were huge. Reporters started scrambling. What about the story about Me You and Andy Leo? The Cub reporter who had just filed a story about the creative teams. behind the two hit virtual idols was in an awkward position. Who cares about that now? Let's hold the story. Hurry up and do as much reporting as you can about the two movements and the whole virus. Then file a story. Thus, all the carefully engineered buzz about the two virtual idols was overshadowed by talk of polar light, divine punishment, cocoon breach, and the whole virus after a few short days. Inside the chairman's office at Tongshan True Entertainment, Song Shihua smashed the teacup that was a recent replacement. Song Shihua was furious with himself. He should have delivered a knockout blow when the first movement was released. Now it was too late. They could try foul play within the Yenzhou entertainment industry, but the situation had evolved beyond the reach of his influence. The rise of polar light was now unstoppable. What could he do? Poach. Wait, that was actually not a bad idea. Chapter 43, Serendipitous indeed. The person Song Shihua wanted to poach the most was the actual composer behind the two movements. Initially, he had suspected it was the newcomer Silver Wing listed in the credits, but after figuring out Silver Wing's true intentions, he reversed himself. Silver Wing couldn't possibly have assigned such an important project to a newcomer. Song Shihua studied the credits at the end of the two music videos again and again. He also ordered his underlings to research everyone listed. His conclusion, the list of project team members was incomplete. Silver Wing had left out the most important name. More than a few people shared Song Shihua's thinking. Industry practice was to only identify the producer of the virtual idol project at the outset. The producer was the equivalent of the director of a TV show or movie. As for the composer, the arranger, the mixer, and the actual performer, they were never named. Any other names that would draw attention away from the virtual idol were held back. Only when the virtual idol became a bona fide star, when the timing was right, would the label provide a detailed division of labor. Even though everyone wanted to know who had composed the two movements and who had mixed and arranged them, you couldn't tell from the list of credits at the end of the music videos. Most people believed that the names listed were merely technicians and that Silver Wing had held back the names of the composer, arranger, and mixer. They were probably afraid these folks would get poached. Inside a sanatorium in Yinzhou's coastal city of Jinggang, famed musician and virtual idol producer Glyphitz was sitting by the window in his room as usual, except he hadn't been in the mood to enjoy the bright sunshine for days now. All he did was stare at his tablet. He looked pale and frowned increasingly harder. He wasn't faking it this time. He was really sick. On the day the second movement, Cocoon Breach, was released, Glyphitz was nearly transferred to intensive care. His humble hopes for a comeback were dashed with the release of the second movement. Ming Tsang's comments put him in an even tougher spot. The more attention Polar Light got, the worse his situation and the dimmer the prospects of his comeback. Quite a few colleagues were already poking fun at him, saying he didn't even measure up to a newcomer. Still no luck. Glyphitz asked the three people standing next to him. They were all disciples of his. Two of them had been purged from Silver Wing's virtual projects department last year. Glyphitz's voice was hoarse and muffled, but his tone was pointed. He spoke slowly, making for a creepy delivery. It sounded like a set of rusty gears struggling to rotate, giving his three students the goosebumps. Not yet, one of the students said. His head drooped. The other two students shriveled, wishing they were somewhere else. Glyphitz had asked them to identify the composer who wrote the two movements. The composer was the key to Polar Light's success. The three students tried on their own and worked some of Glyphitz's connections, but they still came up empty-handed. It wasn't just them. Most of the folks at Silver Wing only knew that the project was assigned to Fang Zhao, but they didn't know who the actual composer was. No, Glyphitz sounded like he was responding and talking to himself at the same time. He had a desperate look in his eyes. Glyphitz paused briefly, then waved his hand, signaling his students to leave. A tremendous weight lifted from their shoulders, and the trio bolted, not bothering to ask any follow-up questions. Glyphitz was the only person left in the quiet room. The afternoon sun was quite strong, flooding the entire room with light. The flowers in the vase were still lush, adding a touch of brightness to the room. But the room was so quiet you could hear Glyphitz breathe, and a sense of chill prevailed. Glyphitz switched his tablet to encrypted mode and dialed a number. The person on the other end answered after about 15 seconds. "What is it?" The person sounded cautious. He lowered his voice and, before Glyphitz could speak, blurted out, If you're calling about the Polar Light Project, I can't tell you anything. Duan Qianji is watching everyone like a hawk. I don't want to get kicked out. The person on the other end was a senior executive at Silver Wing who had a history with Glyphits. He benefited quite a bit from Glyphits' help in the past. It's okay. I know I'm putting you in a difficult bind. All I want to know is who the actual composer behind the first two movements of the Polar Light Project is. The senior executive went silent for a few seconds. Duan Qianji issued strict orders not to tell. I just want to know for myself. I won't tell anyone else. Glyphits knew his source had to be careful, so he added, I swear I won't tell anyone else. A longer silence on the other end. Hesitation. Glyphits didn't dial up the pressure. He just waited patiently. After a minute's silence, the person said in a muffled voice, It's Fang Zhao. Come again. Glyphits was so shocked he got up abruptly and almost fell before struggling to regain his balance. You know, the newcomer. Impossible. Believe it or not. How come? That doesn't make sense. Why would Silver Wing trust a newcomer with such an expensive project? A newcomer couldn't possibly have composed. Glyphits was in disbelief. I'm warning you, just keep this to yourself. Don't tell anyone, otherwise we are both finished. You know what Duan Qianji is capable of, the source said before hanging up. In the warm and bright room, Glyphits collapsed onto his deck chair, limbs sprawled, and dropped his tablet. He lay paralyzed, a corpse waiting to be fossilized. A sudden shiver. Glyphits felt the chills. Fang Zhao? The newcomer he'd researched, the one who had joined Silverwing just this year? He remembered that fellow. A fresh graduate in his 20s. Fang Zhao wasn't even a third his age. A little punk had all but hammered the final nail into his coffin. If only Fang Zhao knew what Glyphits was thinking, he would have responded, I'm your daddy, not the other way around. Regardless of what other people thought, regardless of the fact that some industry publications were clamoring for the name of the composer behind Polar Light, Fang Zhao was in no mood to deal with the media. He stuck to Silver Wing's new protocol of not leaving the building unless it was necessary. He wanted a game. The gaming equipment he'd requested from Duan Qianji had finally been set up. There were about a dozen prop guns that were nearly identical to the real thing. These were hard to come by. They looked so realistic that they were more tightly regulated than the prop guns used by the label's film division. Duan Qianji's husband was a military official, and she had her own connections. If they wanted to, they could probably procure a sizable batch of real firearms, let alone prop guns. Some of Silver Wing's security staff were licensed to carry. Duan Qianji gave the virtual projects department 20 days off. Fang Zhao planned to devote the bulk of this period to gaming. Fang Zhao's bracelet rang as he watched technicians install the gaming consoles in a dedicated room. It was a number he didn't recognize. He walked into his office and selected voice transmission. Hello? Is it Fang Zhao? It was the voice of a male stranger. Speaking. Fang Zhao walked to his window and examined the flying car traffic below the 50th floor. My name is Beavis. I'm a B-level agent at Neon Culture. Are you interested in working at Neon Culture? Don't worry about the fine for breaking your Silver Wing contract. We can take care of that. As long as you're willing to jump ship, we'll sign you right away. You'll be treated as a level B star. Your work will be given priority release during your first year. We'll also assign a master composer to mentor you. And if you want anything else, we're all ears. Beavis was quite confident. His offer was better than what most newcomers could manage. He was thinking that Fang Zhao was just a figurehead at Silver Wing's virtual projects department. He was better off jumping ship to Neon Culture, where he would enjoy real perks. He had other enticements up his sleeve, but he wanted to gauge Fang Zhao's reaction first. He would continue with his sales pitch if Fang Zhao was interested. Neon Culture? Fang Zhao had thought Tongshan True Entertainment would approach him first. He hadn't expected Neon Culture to beat them to the punch. Fang Zhao knew what Neon Culture was up to. Since they couldn't find out who had composed the first two movements, then they would poach a few known staffers from the project team. As the project's producer, Fang Zhao was naturally first on the list. While Song Shihua was still debating whether or not to make an offer, Neon Culture reached out first. Beavis from Neon Culture? How did you get my number? Fang Zhao asked. The original owner of his body had gotten a new number when he'd moved to his Black Street after graduation. It was different from the number in the school directory. Only a few people had the number. Now that you mention it, it's quite serendipitous. One of our newcomers is from the same hometown as you are. I think you know him. You mean Fang Zhao? Exactly. What a coincidence, right? Huh. When he was digging into Fang Zhao's background, he had noticed that Fang Zhao shared a hometown with one of Neon Culture's new composers. They went to the same primary school and high school. He asked around. It turned out they did know each other. Fang Zhao turned pale when Beavis asked him for Fang Zhao's number, but Beavis didn't think much of it. He thought Fang Zhao was just jealous and didn't dwell on the matter. Serendipitous indeed. Fang Zhao chuckled as he stared into the glint from a passing flying car. Why don't you ask who the real composer of his first 3 songs was first? He hung up before Beavis could respond. Chapter 44. Such a bully. Even though Beavis was mad that Fang Zhao had hung up on him, he was more intrigued by Fang Zhao's comment before he hung up. Why don't you ask him who the actual composer of his first 3 songs was? Which 3 songs? The actual composer? So Fang Zhao hadn't written them after all. Beavis wasn't in charge of newcomers. He wasn't on top of the inner workings of the newcomers department. He merely scanned the list of newcomers Neon Culture had recruited this year. If his bosses didn't want to poach people from Silver Wing, he wouldn't have bothered studying the list. But even though he wasn't familiar with the workings of the newcomers department, he could deduce from Fang Zhao's parting comment. A gloomy Beavis sat in his office pondering the matter for some time. Then he got in touch with newcomers department and requested Fang Zhao's personnel records. He gave them a careful look. The more he read, the angrier he got. If he was 70% skeptical of Fang Zhao's allegations, then after reading the personnel files, that figure dropped by 20 or 30 percentage points. Fang Zhao had graduated from the Qian Academy of Music, probably the best music school in Yenzhou, while Fang Zhao had graduated from a SOSO school. That didn't necessarily make a difference. During the recruitment process, graduating from a top school wasn't a prerequisite. Even if you attended a low-ranked university and flunked all your classes, as long as you had musical talent of some kind, if you shined in some way, you would be considered. In other words, setting aside your educational background and connections, the key was real skill and talent. The reason Fang Zhao had caught the eye of Neon Culture's newcomers department and was signed was because of the 3 songs he'd submitted. Nothing stood out in Fang Zhao's files. He wasn't a stellar student, and he'd never won any prizes. But the 3 songs still won over the newcomers department. The songs weren't top-notch, but they were slightly better than what the average newcomer produced. One of the 3 also placed well on the newcomers chart. The label actually wanted to promote Fang Zhao, but he hadn't submitted any new songs since. Beavis summoned Fang Zhao and his agent. He scanned both of them with a vicious gaze. Beavis usually smiled, but he looked scary when he got serious. Fang Zhao's agent was still a bit pissed and disgruntled about being summoned by Beavis. Even though he managed newcomers, he had managed B-level stars before. He had also spent more time at Neon Culture than Beavis. Beavis's tone was downright rude, hardly befitting the respect he deserved as a senior employee. But now that he saw Beavis's expression, he could tell something was wrong. Is something wrong? Fang Zhao's agent asked. He knew Beavis had looked over Fang Zhao's files, but he still didn't know why Beavis had asked to see them. Beavis ignored Fang Zhao's agent and stared at Fang Zhao hard, as if launching a flurry of daggers. What I want to know is, who actually wrote the 3 songs you submitted when you joined the label? Already a bit fidgety at the outset, Fang Zhao's heart leaped when he heard the question, and he broke into a cold sweat. The muscles by his mouth twitched, but he didn't know what to say. He remained silent but clasped his hands nervously. When his agent cast him a questioning look as well, he knew there was nowhere to hide. He tried hard to mask his guilt, somehow managing to eke out a smile. Did someone say something? Don't believe them. I wrote those 3 songs myself. Oh. Beavis didn't press on, looking at Fang Zhao's agent instead. His gaze seemed to say, you signed the guy. It's your move. The agent stared at Fang Zhao with piercing eyes. He had managed dozens of artists. Even though he might not be as competent as Beavis, he could still spot a liar. The subtle changes in expression on Fang Zhao's face hadn't escaped his notice. Panic, guilt, fear, lack of confidence. Once Fang Zhao's agent became suspicious, everything made sense. The arranger of the 3 songs had told him in private that Fang Zhao had a poor grasp on the 3 pieces. His understanding was hazy and incomplete. Initially, the arranger had chalked it up to the usual inexperience of a newcomer and thought a bit of training and guidance would do. But Fang Zhao hadn't produced any new songs since the three he'd entered in the new talent competition. Again, he'd thought Fang Zhao had simply been running low on inspiration. But it had been so long that it was becoming a problem. The three songs may very well have been stolen. He didn't want to believe that he'd signed someone like this. He had heard of similar cases of theft or plagiarism. Some were exposed, and some were kept secret. The final outcome depended on company policy and individual finesse. Of course, the safest practice was to avoid folks like this. The bigger the label, the more it cared about its reputation. So he had the manpower and resources necessary at his disposal for a cover-up. But he'd never thought something like this would happen to him. Even if he had made the mistake of signing the man, the mistake couldn't be made public. To do so would be slapping himself in the face. It might also create unnecessary hassle for the label at this critical juncture. He had to get rid of Fang Zhao as soon as possible. Even if Fang Zhao's theft was exposed, they could prepare in advance and take the backlash in stride. Fang Zhao was signed to a 3-year contract. His contract stipulated that if he was fired without cause, he was entitled to severance totaling 3 times his income during his employment. This wasn't an unjustified firing, but the label couldn't reveal the real reason behind the dismissal. They also had no proof that Fang Zhao had stolen the 3 songs. Fang Zhao would never admit to it. Based on the number of downloads the 3 songs had generated, Fang Zhao's severance would amount to more than $10 million. That was an expense the label didn't want to incur. Even though the amount was nothing to Neon Culture, they didn't want it spent that way. So after amicable negotiations that were sticking carrot in reality, Neon Culture agreed to a severance pay of $1.5 million. Fang Zhao was terminated effective immediately. Fang Zhao's agent conducted the negotiations on his behalf. Beavis stayed mum, giving his tacit approval to the deal. So Fang Zhao stole someone else's songs, most likely Fang Zhao's. Even if they confirmed the theft, if Fang Zhao was a nobody and Fang Zhao had potential, they wouldn't have fired Fang Zhao. They might even have helped cover up the theft. They were businessmen, after all. Their financial interests came first. But Fang Zhao was a rising star with the full backing of his label, while Fang Zhao wasn't an asset worth protecting. His firing was a no-brainer, and it had to be done fast. They had to get rid of him before the scandal broke and the finger-pointing began. If people asked, they would just say that Fang Zhao had poor character. Poor character was a catch-all term in the industry. It could refer to personality issues, an inability to get along with colleagues, or a foul temper that affected morale. It could also refer to specific behavior, like theft or plagiarism. The former wasn't a big deal. As long as the person in question was talented, personality wasn't an issue. But the latter was a problem. There were no secrets in the industry. If they pried enough, prospective employers would find out about the poor character assessment in Fang Zhao's personnel files at Neon Culture, even if he tried to hide it. That was enough to make him off-limits for most record labels in the industry. Fang Zhao was kicked out of Neon Culture's headquarters half an hour later. He struggled to maintain his composure as he got all sorts of looks from the people around him. He didn't linger. He ran to an empty corner and quietly cursed to himself. His eyes were bloodshot. Lord knew how long it had been since he had rested properly. His face was paler than Zhu Wen's after 2 straight days of gaming. As for the $1.5 million in severance pay, the old Fang Zhao would have counted his blessings. But after enjoying the adoration and the easy money the 3 songs had generated, the $1.5 million was a pittance. But he didn't want to lock horns with Neon Culture. If he'd stayed at Neon Culture, he would have earned much more. He was entitled to much more. After taking a few deliberate breaths, Fang Zhao turned his attention to his bracelet and looked up Fang Zhao's number. It was just a matter of time before he could buy another song from a music student desperate for cash. But Beavis had to tear into him now and interrupt his plans. How had Beavis found out he stole the 3 songs? Fang Zhao. The raw hatred gushed like a raging current when the call went through. Fang Zhao, you son of a b*tch. You said you considered me a brother, but you had your bases covered all along, right? You've got quite a few songs up your sleeve besides those 3 songs, right? Nicely done. Slick move. He was so agitated the veins on his neck were bulging. He rambled on for nearly 3 minutes until his voice went hoarse. But no response came from Fang Zhao. You're mute now? Fang Zhao screamed at the top of his voice. 2 seconds later. Woof, woof. The other end answered with a series of barks. They were real barks, not simulated ones. The barks were followed by clear sound of panting. Fang Sheng. He had just delivered a 3-minute tirade to a dog. Fang Sheng was so pissed his body shook. He felt like spitting blood. Such a bully. Chapter 45. Don't be afraid. Fang Zhao had actually used a dog on him. Fang Sheng was so mad he wanted to smash his bracelet, but luckily, he held back. He had just been fired. He wouldn't be receiving any income for some time. His severance pay was still being processed. It hadn't been wired to him yet. There wasn't much left of his cut from the revenue from song downloads during the new talent contest after he had bought his new apartment. The bracelet had cost him tens of thousands of dollars. He couldn't afford to trash it now. Fang Sheng wanted to vent his anger from losing his job. He didn't dare take aim at the folks at Neon Culture. All he could settle for now was Fang Zhao, the person who had set him up. Little did he expect Fang Zhao to not answer altogether and put his dog on instead. Was Fang Zhao mocking him? Knowing full well that his tirade would only be answered with dog barks, Fang Sheng took a few deep breaths and hung up. He was going to bottle up his frustration and take off, but after taking 2 steps, he stopped suddenly to look at his bracelet. He was so angry he had let his guard down. He reviewed what he had just said. He didn't think he had confessed to stealing the songs outright. So even if Fang Zhao had recorded the conversation, it wouldn't amount to much proof. He wouldn't lose in a court of law. Good thing he had restrained himself. If he was thrown off by a few dog barks and confessed to stealing the songs, then it would all be over. So that was what Fang Zhao was up to. You wanted to set me up again. Fang Sheng stared at the end of the road, eyes burning. Fang Sheng was being paranoid. Fang Zhao knew that he wouldn't fess up to stealing the songs that easily. Here was someone savvy enough to steal the 3 songs without the original host of his body noticing and without leaving a trace of evidence. He wouldn't be easily duped into a confession. There were always people who felt that they were entitled to your generosity. Even if there was a falling out and they were clearly in the wrong, they wouldn't own up to their mistakes. They would even play the victim. Personal interest and temptation distorted the human heart. Fang Zhao had seen so many examples and heard of so many during the end of days. Fang Sheng acted purely out of self-interest. If it were the end of days, Fang Zhao would have delivered a bullet to his head, but the rule of law prevailed in the new era. Fang Zhao didn't want to run afoul of the law on account of Fang Sheng and squander the rare opportunity of a rebirth. Good job. Fang Zhao picked up his bracelet and fondled Curly Hair's head. He grabbed a handful of dog food and placed it on the dog's plate. Fang Zhao returned to the lobby of the 50th floor after making sure the technicians had installed the gaming equipment properly. The department was on vacation, so no one else was in the lobby. Zheng Huang and Wan Yu were spending time as a couple. They wouldn't be showing up during the vacation. Peng Pusong was traveling with his family. Song Miao was gone too. The only people left were Zhu Wen and company. They gathered in their studio to game every day. If all you were doing is gaming, then you might as well live out of the office. You wouldn't have to worry about the utilities bill, and the cafeteria food wasn't that bad. It was also quite cheap. When Fang Zhao approached, Zhu Wen's group had just wrapped up a gaming session, and they were deep in discussion. Neon Culture had reached out to Zhu Wen and company as well, but not through an agent. A few of their technicians knew Zhu Wen and his team and put out feelers, but the Silver Wing crew rejected the overtures. Their reasoning? Setting aside the tremendous potential of the Polar Light project, they had landed the unlikely boss who was addicted to gaming. It didn't make sense to give that up. For folks like them, as long as they weren't in a pinch, bonus size was secondary. The key issue was whether they could partake in their preferred form of entertainment during office hours. Why had Zhu Wen stayed when the entire virtual projects department was purged last year? It wasn't that he was lazy. He was lured by the prospect of gaming all day if the department no longer received any assignments. The group stopped talking when Fang Zhao entered the room. I'm going to head home for a bit. Are you guys going to stick around? Fang Zhao asked. Yup, but we're going to head out later in the day to check out a gaming trade show. Will you be using the flying car, boss? Zhu Wen asked. The department had 2 flying cars. Zheng Huang and Wan Yu had taken one of them, and one was left. Zhu Wen and company leered at him, which gave Fang Zhao a kick. No, I'll take public transportation. Knock yourselves out. Thanks, boss. Zhu Wen hooted. We'll bring back some samples for you, the others said. Fang Zhao left the office after reminding Zhu Wen and company to lock the door to the 50th floor before heading out for the trade show. He didn't bring Curly Hair. All he had to do was pick up a few things from his Blackstreet apartment. He would be back first thing in the morning. He could already afford a place in downtown Xi'an. Barring massive, extravagant properties, he could pay in cash. But it was hard to find quality real estate in Xi'an these days, and folks who owned prime properties were reluctant to part with them. Fang Zhao hadn't been looking online because Duan Qianji had promised to introduce him to a homeowner looking to sell, a veteran composer. The composer rarely lived in his home but didn't want to sell it to a stranger either. Duan Qianji knew that Fang Zhao was in the market, so she had approached the elderly composer. But the owner wasn't in Yenzhou. He would return in a few days to handle the paperwork and meet Fang Zhao at the same time. It was only a matter of days. Fang Zhao could wait. Evenings on black streets were still the same. Loud dance music, mixed with laid-back tunes. Drunks shot the breeze in clusters. Young punks new to the life were plying their trade. Fang Zhao bought 2 boxes of barbecued meat for Yu Qing, who ran the shop downstairs from his apartment, and the drugstore owner, AI Wan. Thanks. Not much to report. A few days ago, a drunk wanted to toss a bottle at your window. I got rid of him, Yu Qing said as he took the boxes. He grabbed a piece of meat and started chewing away. Are you moving? He asked. Yu Qing didn't know how the entertainment industry operated, but he had watched the music videos for the 2 movements. And he knew from news reports that the 2 songs were a big hit. Regardless of whether or not Fang Zhao was the actual composer of the 2 movements, judging from his official credit, he stood to benefit in a major way. It was time for him to leave. Soon, but I'm not going to give up my apartment in the coming weeks, Fang Zhao said. Please make sure you give me a heads up when you move out so I can buy your apartment, Yu Qing blurted. He had been eyeing the flat above his shop for some time. Tenant records were kept electronically. Once Fang Zhao gave up his flat, it would be up for grabs. If another tenant moved in, Yu Qing wouldn't be able to buy it. Planning an expansion? Fang Zhao asked. It's about time. I've also been in touch with the tenants on the 2 floors above yours. I should be able to buy those flats next year. I've been laying the groundwork for some time, huh? Now that he had saved enough, Yu Qing could proceed with his shop expansion. Naturally, he was in a good mood. Of course, folks like him couldn't compare to Fang Zhao, who could earn more than 1 million on one song alone. But average folks had their own way of life. Yu Qing was quite happy with his life right now. Got it. I'll give you a heads up before I give up the flat. Yu Qing's shop was swarmed with customers, so Fang Zhao got out of the way. He left the shop and headed up the staircase. But once he got to his apartment, Fang Zhao could tell that something was wrong. When he lifted his head, he saw someone standing in front of his flat. Another approached from behind on the staircase. The sandwich approach signaled premeditation and professionals. The staircase was dimly lit. To cut costs, public areas like this either had faulty lighting or were dimly lit. Fang Zhao didn't look back and continued walking until he was 2 steps away from the man standing in front of his apartment. He looked perhaps a few years older than Fang Zhao. He had a crew cut except for a crown-shaped hairdo in the middle, which was dyed half red and half blue. His right cheek sported a tattoo of a snarling beast. Fang Zhao remembered Yu Qing mentioning once that black street thugs with a beast tattoo on their right cheek were typically hired guns and not young punks who engaged in random petty crime. In other words, someone had paid them to show up. When the man scanned Fang Zhao's bracelet, Fang Zhao had a hunch who their employer was. Fang Zhao. The man standing in front of the door gauged Fang Zhao like a quality control inspector. His teeth were dyed neon green. The beast tattoo on his cheek became even snarlier. A fellow resident on the 2nd floor was about to head downstairs. He turned around immediately after noticing the impending conflict, too terrified to even fart. Zap! The man standing in front of Fang Zhao's door was holding an electric rod that emitted a live current. The sound echoed clearly in the corridor. He took a step toward Fang Zhao and said, "Don't be afraid. Just hand over your bracelet, and we'll be out of here in no time. There's no point in blocking traffic." But before he could finish, Fang Zhao had pulled a gun and trained it on him. Fang Zhao could hear the trailing footsteps cease. He flashed a warm smile and told the man in front of him, "Don't be afraid. You've made a long trip, so why don't you step inside for a chat? There's no point in blocking traffic." Chapter 46. Coffee. Fang Zhao's move caught the both by surprise. This wasn't part of the plan. The man blocking the apartment door secretly cursed their employer. "Didn't you say this kid was an artist type? An assassin, no question. A composer? Hell no." His temple pressed against the barrel of a gun, He swallowed the comment he was about to make and lowered his hand carrying the electric rod. The two of them had been working black streets for some time. They had completed quite a few jobs, so they knew who was faking it, who was a paper tiger. They could deduce from a single move or look. The way Fang Zhao handled his gun and the look in his eyes scared the man blocking the door shitless. He could tell Fang Zhao's composure and proficiency weren't faked. He knew that if they made the wrong move, Fang Zhao would pull the trigger. So the man trailing Fang Zhao also halted. He couldn't risk making a move before gauging the situation. Otherwise, he'd be returning with a body bag. But the good thing about professionals like themselves was that they were flexible. Big brother, this is all a misunderstanding. No need to get worked up. The man blocking the entrance to the apartment mustered a smile and turned off his electric rod. The sound of the current disappeared. He raised his hands up high. He had no qualms about addressing a man younger than him as older brother. I'm not worked up. Let's go inside and have a proper chat, Fang Zhao said. No. We better not intrude. We'll leave right away. Right away. As soon as he lifted one leg, he noticed Fang Zhao's finger on the trigger tighten. He stayed put, wearing a pained expression on his face. The snarling beast tattoo looked like a joke. It's okay. Head on in. I just want to ask you a few questions. Unlock door. On Fang Zhao's command, the apartment door opened automatically. Fang Zhao had upgraded the security settings on his door to a dual ID check, detection of his bracelet, and voice recognition. Staring down the barrel of the gun, the first man walked into the apartment with a gloomy look on his face. The other man was about 2 meters tall. His neck was exposed, despite the cold weather, revealing a blanket of tattoos. His muscles were firm and chiseled. Fang Zhao could also tell from the sound of his approaching footsteps that he wasn't as slow as he looked. Stand over there. Fang Zhao gestured to the big guy. Make yourself at home. Find a place to sit down. I'll let you go after asking you a few questions. Fang Zhao pulled up the only intact chair in the room and sat down. The two men scanned the tiny room top to bottom with one quick look. The only places to sit were 2 stools. Even though the stools were a bit low, they were better than sitting on the floor. The 2 20-centimeter tall stools were used to reach higher shelves. Curly hair also liked to sunbathe on them. Now they looked completely undersized as they held 2 grown men, one of them a big fellow. Forget about the knife behind you, Fang Zhao interjected. The man with the red crown hairdo had felt the knife behind him when he sat down. Fang Zhao's comment caught him by surprise, almost prompting him to jump up. Damn, we've met our match. Crown Head lowered his head and cursed quietly as he withdrew his hand. Fire away. It's our own fault that we got caught red-handed. We took the job without doing our research, Crown Head said. But we're not sure who our employer is. You're not clear, but you have a good idea. Fang Zhao was in no mood for fudging. Tell me, what has Fang Xing asked you to do? Crown Head raised his eyebrows when Fang Zhao uttered the words Fang Sheng. Now that all the cards were on the table, there was no point in bullshitting. You should know we are hired guns. We do what we're paid to do. Someone offered us 30,000 to steal your bracelet. The client only sent us a text message, and the number he left is a burner number. But I'm guessing he is probably the Fang Xing you speak of. He hired a friend of mine to monitor your movements. Crown Head stared at Fang Zhao and tried to glean a response. Nothing. Crown Head had revealed what he knew of Fang Sheng's recent moves, but the two of them didn't know that Fang Sheng had stolen 3 songs from Fang Zhao. Fang Sheng was very cautious. He didn't tell a soul. Anything else besides the bracelet? Fang Zhao asked. Crown Head was going to say no, but he cast a glance at Fang Zhao and decided to tell the truth. He said if we taught you a lesson, he would pay us an additional 10,000. He didn't ask you to kill me? No. We don't do murder. Crown Head was quick to explain. He raised his now silent electric rod slightly. This is just for show. Really, we never take kill assignments. There are only a handful of assassins working the black streets, and they are extremely selective. You can't contact them directly. Their pricing is also through the roof. They earn on one job what takes us dozens of years to make. Electric rods were strictly regulated, but these types of things were easier to come by on a black street. The big fellow sitting next to Crown Head kept nodding. They most definitely stayed away from kill jobs. They didn't want to die. All they wanted to do was make a living. Why risk their lives? As long as they stayed within bounds, no one would waste time hunting them down. But taking a human life was different. That wasn't something you could hide from. Fang Zhao watched as the two thugs justified their actions profusely and shifted all the blame to Fang Sheng. But he wasn't fooled by their cowering act. If he lost focus for 1 second or showed any sign of weakness, they would take advantage and turn the tables on him. These two weren't greenhorns. They were too experienced to intimidate with mere violence. That's why Fang Zhao went straight for his gun. It was easier to talk once he seized control of the situation, and it would dash any ideas of a comeback. Our typical job is collecting debt. We've done no wrong. Crownhead wailed. Then what are you doing here? Fang Zhao asked. Crownhead noticed Fang Zhao glaring at him, so he stopped wailing and rubbed his hands. The new year is around the corner. We just wanted to earn a few extra bucks. 30,000 was indeed decent pay for Blackstreet thugs. They were tempted. Plus, Fang Sheng had hired someone to watch Fang Zhao. They'd thought it would be a straightforward gig. Once they had gotten word that Fang Zhao was back, they had scrambled to set up in front of his apartment. Little had they known they would end up in this predicament. As Crownhead spoke, the doorbell rang. It was Yu Qing. A customer had told Yu Qing that he saw a man with a beast tattoo on his cheek head up to the second floor, so he had rushed upstairs to make sure Fang Zhao was okay. I heard a man with a beast tattoo on his cheek showed up. Yu Qing hadn't finished his sentence when he noticed the two men with beasts inked onto their faces kneeling, or sitting, rather, inside Fang Zhao's apartment. These two are. Yu Qing pointed to the two men with a look of surprise. Guests, here for a cup of coffee, Fang Zhao said. The two men sitting on the stools played along, lifting their plastic cups filled with room-temperature tap water. The two thugs grew up on the Black Street, so of course they knew of Yu Qing. They had bypassed Yu Qing's shop on purpose, but here he was anyway. Were Fang Zhao and Yu Qing close friends? Crownhead closed his eyes to conceal his sense of doom. Fang Zhao alone was enough trouble. Even if they snatched Fang Zhao's bracelet, would Yu Qing seek revenge for his friend? They hadn't researched their target properly. If they had known, they would have turned down the job. Fang Xing screwed them over. But when he lifted his head, Crownhead was already flashing what he thought was an honest smile and his rows of neon green, tinted teeth. Yu Qing gave both men a careful look over. They sat obediently on the two stools like primary school students listening to a lecture. If you ignored their build and beast tattoos, Yu Qing would have thought they were victims. He was baffled. Did Fang Zhao really know them? These two were familiar faces on the Black Street. They weren't from this building, but the one 2 blocks away. They had shopped at Yu Qing's store before. Yu Qing remembered them. He took another glance at Fang Zhao, who did not seem threatened. Someone had to mind his shop. His wife hadn't left work yet, so he couldn't be gone for too long. His customers would start getting antsy after a 5-minute absence or so. Then, just holler if something goes wrong. I can hear you downstairs, Yu Qing said. Got it. Thanks. Great. Then, enjoy your coffee. Yu Qing was still confused when he headed downstairs and shook his head. He could no longer read youngsters these days. Crownhead kept defending himself after Yu Qing left, all but calling Fang Zhao their daddy. Anything so that Fang Zhao would let them leave. Fang Zhao listened quietly as Crownhead wrapped up his spiel. He responded, there's a saying from the Black Streets, live in the present. Let bygones be bygones. In a Black Street context, that didn't mean you left grievances unanswered. What it meant was that you had to exact revenge right away. Crownhead understood right away, saying, we'd love to look up Fang Sheng for a chat, but we don't have his address. I do, Fang Zhao responded. Chapter 47, Home Purchase. When Fang Zhao had received his first paycheck, he had hired someone to follow Fang Sheng. He knew that once Fang Sheng had money, he would move out of the company dorm. Fang Sheng also liked to party at night. He told the two thugs Fang Sheng's address and let them go. It was going to be an exciting night at Fang Sheng's place that night. Fang Zhao stayed in the chair after the two men left. He sat quietly for some time, fondling his gun with his fingers and taking deep breaths. He was trying to suppress his instinct to kill. He had nearly pulled the trigger just then. He knew his opponents weren't out to kill. They just wanted to send a message, but he'd had the urge to shoot. Even though he was reborn into the new era, Fang Zhao had spent most of his previous life in the apocalypse. He was still adjusting to his new surroundings. Even though he looked no different than anyone else and blended into the new era well, he himself knew that he was suppressing a mean streak that was born during the end of days and had snowballed for nearly 100 years. The two thugs had noticed his inner turmoil. That was why they'd been so obedient. Fang Zhao didn't know how much longer he could control the mean streak. He didn't know if it would dissipate over time or accumulate like it had during the end of days. All he could do was keep repressing it and try not to act violently. When he'd been mugged on the street corner, he had nearly killed the little punk after snatching his gun. He had fired the shot that Yuqing had heard. He'd fired against the ground right by the kid's skull. After that, Fang Zhao could sense his mean streak swell. The new era was a world regulated by laws. Even black streets had their codes of conduct. Fang Zhao didn't want to break the rules. All he could do was vent his anger over time when he had the chance. That was why Fang Zhao was looking forward to having gaming equipment installed in his office. New era games allowed players to communicate their thoughts and feelings. Whatever mean streak he couldn't vent in the real world, he would do so by gaming. Just when Fang Zhao was wondering when he could game and vent his frustrations properly, Fang Sheng, who was waiting for an update at home, was paid a visit and badly beaten. He was also forced to fork over 500,000 as compensation. He was robbed of 500,000 just when he'd received his severance pay of 1.5 million from Neon Culture. Luckily, he was cautious and deposited the 1.5 million into 3 accounts. Otherwise, he might have lost it all. Fang Sheng didn't report the robbery or the beating. Investigating the matter would do him no good. He also wondered how the two men had found out his address. Weren't they supposed to steal Fang Zhao's bracelet? Why the hell did they beat him up instead? Fang Sheng also remembered one of the men flashing his neon green teeth and accusing him of setting them up. How had he set them up? Fang Sheng was hospitalized for 5 days, and that was thanks to the fact that medical technology in the new era was far superior to what it was before the end of days. If he were being treated before the apocalypse, he would have been hospitalized for at least a month. Indeed, the two thugs had given Fang Sheng a rather heavy beating. They'd cowered before Fang Zhao because their well-honed instincts told them that he wasn't a pushover. It would have been a tough battle. They would have had to go all out. But they were just in it to earn a living. They had no intention of risking their lives. So they chose to play terrified. But matched up against Fang Sheng, they showed their true colors. They wanted to let him know what a Blackstreet thug was really like. Fang Zhao read the new messages on his bracelet. Fang Sheng had moved into a new place after leaving the hospital. He'd probably realized his old flat wasn't safe anymore. He also wanted to avoid the two thugs. After sending a message to his hired guns, Fang Zhao headed to an apartment block near Qian's 3rd Ring Road. The black streets were located beyond the 6th Ring Road. The 3rd Ring Road was considered the outer limits of downtown Qian, although it was populated with mostly residential buildings, not commercial. Once, Fang Zhao had gotten word from Duan Xinji that the elderly composer looking to sell his home was back in town. He wanted to meet Fang Zhao and discuss the possible sale. Fang Zhao located the building based on the address he was given. It was a 120-story, pyramid-shaped building about 600 meters tall. The lower floors were thousands of square meters in size, but by the top floor, the floor area was only around 200 square meters. The apartment number Fang Zhao was given was the top-floor penthouse. The owner of the penthouse was an old man some 160 years old. He was older than Fang Zhao's previous incarnation had been. He was a composer who edited and co-wrote quite a few composition textbooks used by local music schools. Fang Zhao could instantly recall a few. Xuejing was a well-known name in the music industry. Xuejing's assistant was waiting when Fang Zhao arrived. "Please, Teacher Xue is inside." The assistant brought Fang Zhao to a room but didn't enter with him. Without Xuejing's permission, the room was off-limits. When Fang Zhao entered, Xuejing was sitting on a sofa with a wooden frame. Few sofas were made of natural wood these days. The bookshelves, tables, and other pieces of furniture were also made of wood. The room had a distinctly antique feel to it. The sofa and the chairs in the room were covered with cushions with a wood grain pattern. The room temperature was moderate. "How do you do, Teacher Xue?" Xuejing was much older and a veteran. "Teacher." The teacher honorific was appropriate. Xuejing put down the score he was reading and pointed to the single sofa chair across from him. "Sit." Xuejing was some 160 years old, which was equivalent to 60 or 70 years old before the end of days. He had quite a few gray hairs, but seemed quite energetic. "What do you think of the decor in this room?" Xuejing's scrutinizing gaze swept across Fang Zhao and met his eyes. "You definitely don't have any pets," Fang Zhao responded. The assistant who had Xue Jing's permission to enter the room to serve tea heard the response and glared at Fang Zhao. The aspiring musicians who had sat in the same chair typically lavished praise on the interior design, gushed at the painting on the wall comprising musical notes, which Xue Jing himself couldn't quite decipher, and kissed ass. It seemed that Fang Zhao's brain was wired differently. Pets. The assistant reviewed his entire tenure with Xue. The elderly musician indeed had never had a pet. The sofa and bookshelves would have never survived. The response also caught Xue Jing by surprise. He laughed, responding, "Indeed. You have a pet. I have a dog. I found it on a black street," Fang Zhao said. Most people would have avoided associating themselves with potentially self-demeaning references like Black Street, but Fang Zhao didn't think it was a big deal. It was a fact that he lived on a black street. There was no need to lie. There was no point in lying, either. Xue Jing had most likely gotten a detailed lowdown from Duan Qianji. "That's a shame. I was going to leave you the furniture," Xue Jing said with a sigh. The furniture was handcrafted by a master carpenter, not machine-made. The same score in the hands of different arrangers will turn out differently. "It's not a big deal," Fang Zhao said. "Indeed." Xue Jing laughed gently, a few deep creases forming on his face. Nowadays, few young musicians can find the inner peace to compose. If Duan Qianji didn't assure me that you'd written the two movements, judging from the two pieces themselves, it would have been hard to believe the composer was so young. But now that I have met you, I have no doubt. Xue Jing couldn't explain why, but when he laid eyes on Fang Zhao, he felt that this was someone who could produce those two movements. "Age is not a good predictor of musical quality," Fang Zhao said. "Indeed." Xue Jing gazed out the window quietly, exuding a sense of peace honed from an abundance of life experience. He could see quite a few taller buildings. There used to be a 100-plus-year-old building nearby, but it had been torn down recently. A new building was taking its place. It was going to be taller, prettier, and attract more eyeballs. Chapter 48. An order from another continent. Xue Jing only wanted to sell to someone that gave him good vibes. Good vibes were hard to define, but somehow, he felt that he wouldn't be upset if he sold his flat to Fang Zhao and the apartment was completely renovated. Just as Fang Zhao put it, different arrangers would handle the same song differently. Different styles would come out. Everyone was equally entitled to leave their mark. Any buyer was simply a temporary custodian of the property. Property prices in Xi'an were quite high, especially in this neighborhood. Flats that were located on the 100th floor or higher usually cost at least $10,000 per square meter. There was only one penthouse apartment in the building. The entire property took up some 200 square meters, but the flat only accounted for half of it. A garden and a parking space took up the other half. The price tag was $10 million, which was cheap compared to similar properties in the area. The market value was no less than $20 million. One of the reasons why real estate in that neighborhood was expensive was the presence of security guards and regular patrols. Quite a few Yenzhou celebrities bought homes in the area to avoid media attention. Xue Jing had bought this place back then because he'd wanted the peace and quiet. He was no celebrity, but he was quite influential in the music industry. Many people sought him out for favors, hoping a word from Xue Jing would translate into shortcuts. Xue Jing got so fed up he moved here. "There's another reason I invited you here, besides selling you my apartment. It's entirely up to you." "No pressure," Xue Jing said. Fang Zhao had thought a favor might be attached when Xue Jing had announced his asking price. Given Xue Jing was so generous with his pricing, Fang Zhao would comply as long as it wasn't too big of a favor. "Please continue," Fang Zhao said. "As you know, I'm not teaching these days, focusing instead on editing and writing textbooks." Xue Jing looked at Fang Zhao. "I'm working on a book about symphonic works. I'd like to use your songs as an example." Xue Jing was writing a textbook that analyzed symphonies and served as a how-to primer. Symphonies were an offbeat genre. Music students tended to avoid the specialty. Even though symphonies enjoyed greater prestige within the industry, they weren't too popular. Xue Jing wasn't only concerned with turning a profit. The elders in the industry didn't bother with symphonies, but the genre had to be preserved. Xue Jing didn't want to cut and paste like previous authors. He wanted to present contemporary examples. This would require Fang Zhao to discuss his creative vision, his sources of inspiration, and some memorable moments from the creative process. In short, Jing wanted Fang Zhao to pass on his knowledge and expose more students to the genre of symphonies. It would be the equivalent of a master class in written form. Of course, it was up to Fang Zhao to decide how much to reveal. As you know, this isn't a hit single. There won't be much money in it. Jing was frank. Fang Zhao's emergence gave Jing hope. The 100-year period of destruction series probably made for the most memorable symphonic pop songs in the past century. More importantly, the series was not condescending. It took the accessible form of pop music and reached a broad audience. Many young composers were reluctant to share their creative insight, so Jing thought Fang Zhao would take his time to consider the request. Little did he expect Fang Zhao to agree immediately. No problem. But Fang Zhao wasn't actually that young. He was happy to share his knowledge and pass on the lessons he'd learned from the end of days. Human life was finite, but there were no bounds to shared experience and knowledge. Jing was delighted. Terrific. Terrific. I'll add your name to the list of consulting editors. Textbooks in the new era, whether in print or electronic form, identified their authors clearly. University regulations also required them to identify their editors and consulting editors. Normally, protocol dictated that if the length of your contribution was brief and the content wasn't essential to the book, you weren't listed as a contributing editor. Jing was thinking Fang Zhao probably wouldn't share at length, but the fact that he was willing to open up and share was worth applauding. Jing was glad to give him credit. My assistant will brief you on the mechanics of contributing to the book. You could also organize your thoughts ahead of time. As for the apartment, I'll send for packers right away. I'll have all the paperwork completed and the flat vacated. In 3 days. There's no rush in paying me. If you can't pay the full amount in one go, you can pay in installments over a few years. No hurry. It's okay. I can pay in full now, Fang Zhao said. Fang Zhao left the apartment after the conversation ended. Jing had him chauffeured back to Silver Wing. Fang Zhao got a call from Zhu Zhen, Duan Qianji's assistant, while en route. Fang Zhao, someone from Lizhou, wants to use the third movement in a movie soundtrack. They don't want to buy the song outright, just license it for 30 days. In other words, there would be a moratorium on the song's release in other formats for 30 days after the film began screening in theaters. Orders like this from another continent were rare and often translated into new opportunities. We haven't discussed the price yet. Chairman Duan wants to get your okay first, Zhu Zhen said. To use on a soundtrack? It's a production company from Lizhou. Yes, the deal will help promote the song, but the production company doesn't have a great reputation. Every continent had protectionist measures in place to shore up their own music and film industries. Cocoon Breach was a good example that illustrated this trend. After the song was proven to have an impact on Hull virus patients, the publicity on other continents glossed over the title of the song or made brief mention of it. The focus was on its effect on Hull virus carriers and related topics. The medical discussion took precedence, obscuring any talk of polar light or details about the first and second movements. It was one thing if the two songs were merely released as songs, but the two movements were inextricably linked to a virtual idol, so they were heavily censored in Lizhou. Media coverage of the songs in Lizhou not only buried the title of the songs and the names of the composer and production company, Polar Light wasn't mentioned at all. Few people who read the news reports searched for the songs. The first two movements also weren't available for download outside of Yenzhou. So what Duan Qianji had in mind was using the Lizhou film as an alternative platform, even though it might be a crappy production. Given the fact that the two songs were not available for download outside of Yenzhou, they could license them for placement in films. This didn't affect their marketing plan in Yenzhou. But Duan Qianji was worried that Fang Zhao would find the placement degrading if the film was a mediocre production just judging from appearances. He might be turned off. That was why she had asked Zhu Zhen to run the plan by Fang Zhao first before entering into negotiations. After being briefed by Zhu Zhen, Fang Zhao thought for about 2 seconds. I'd like to get a sense of the plot of the film and where exactly the song will be placed. I'm not entirely clear on either. Let me get back to you. Half an hour later, Zhu Zhen sent Fang Zhao an encrypted file that outlined the plot and where the third movement would be placed. The document also listed the names of the production company and key investors, as well as the main actors. The credits would have meant nothing to someone outside the entertainment industry in Yenzhou. But anyone from Zhao could tell from the names of the production company and investors that the film was a shameless ploy to promote a certain star. What was funny was that, despite their corny storylines and shitty acting, films like this did okay at the box office. People usually bitched as they watched these movies online. They knew they were crap, but they couldn't resist watching. Maybe it was a form of venting. Fang Zhao spent an afternoon watching previous releases backed by the same production company and investors. He had his answer by sundown. I'll sign off on this. My only request is that the third movement only be used for the scene specified. There is no leeway on this. It can only be played then. Chapter 49, From Whence the Gumption. The continent of Renault, or Zhao, was named after the new era General Harman Renault. In Renault, the last name of Renault was a status symbol. Renaults frequently popped up among the top names in politics, military, and finance. But what captured the public imagination the most wasn't these men in positions of power, but young Zhao Renault, a regular in the paparazzi pages. Zhao Renault was the youngest grandson of the current governor of Renault. Even though the governor already had great-grandchildren, his favorite was still Zhao, who was rather spoiled. Zhao Renault was the prototypical impulsive rich kid. Born into royalty and wealth, he'd never worked a day in his life, and spent most of his time partying and chasing skirts. After graduating from university, he had launched the movie company Wireless Media. But even people who paid scant attention to the entertainment industry knew that the company was a joke. Every movie project it backed was a vehicle for his current girlfriend. So far, Wireless Media had 7 films to its credit, and Zhao had cycled through 7 girlfriends in the past 2 years. People jokingly dubbed Zhao Senior Master, and not because of seniority. He was the youngest Renault in his generation. Senior Master was a reference to his excess, indulgence, and incompetence. Anyone who lived in Renault knew that any Wireless Media production was crap plot-wise. Every film had a simplistic story. You could figure out the ending by reading the synopsis. Utterly unoriginal. Sometimes the movies barely made sense. Given the level of technological advancement in the new era, film production was quite straightforward. The number of films made had grown exponentially. Still, some of the major online portals screened their offerings. Yet any such restrictions were amenable to political and financial influence. Take Zhao's Wireless Media, for example. Its releases were nearly universally panned, yet they were promoted vigorously. On the most prominent platforms, they drew a significant viewership and did okay at the box office. Their revenues could never rival hit blockbusters, but they still managed to break even. Viewers also loved to trash the films online because Zhao didn't seem to mind. Gradually, moviegoers became emboldened. Every time a Wireless Media film was released, they would watch it right away and generate tons of reviews. The reviews were still mostly critical. But despite the overwhelmingly negative commentary, the movies still drew a considerable audience. Part of the reason was Zhao's reputation. Everyone wanted to see what kind of crap the notorious rich kid had produced. They got a kick out of it. There was another reason. Wireless Media releases usually boasted huge budgets and realistic sets. The Renaults were loaded, and while Master Zhao set low standards for story development, he was exacting when it came to production design and visual effects. He loved films with epic scenes, so the movies he made were filled with them. Movie technology was in full bloom in the new era. A single digital artist could easily create grand and realistic space shots, but sophisticated viewers could always spot flaws. The proliferation of special effects created a niche audience that preferred big-budget blockbusters that used actual sets and props. And the reason such viewers enjoyed Wireless Media releases was because they often used the real thing instead of props, be they firearms, flying cars, or spaceships. For his last production, Zhao had rented a spaceship and 10 fighter jets from the military. Several scenes were also shot in space. Zhao himself was no expert when it came to production design, but as a Renault, he felt he had to distinguish himself. When everyone used special effects, he would use the real thing. Only lavish budgets and splashy moves would live up to the Renault name. And now Master Renault was on his 8th girlfriend, and Wireless Media was gearing up for their 8th production. It was an old-fashioned damsel in distress movie. Usually, Zhao would hire a famous actor to star alongside his girlfriend. When he was in the mood, he would make a cameo appearance himself. But this time, Senior Master didn't want a guest star. He wanted to be the leading man proper. So Wireless Media's eighth production had an even larger budget than usual. Zero ordered the filmmakers to rent 3 battleships and nearly 50 fighter jets. Of course, the battleships and fighter jets were steered and piloted by actual soldiers. As impulsive as Zero was, he wasn't stupid enough to let non-professionals man the battleships and fighter jets. If any of them were damaged during shooting, his father would skin him alive. Zero had the perfect excuse cooked up when he approached his father for his military connections. The film would promote the military, boost recruitment, and help clamp down on draft dodgers. In the new era, a mandatory 2-year period of military service was required for both men and women. The length of service was scaled back to 1 year after 200 years. Still, people went to extraordinary lengths to avoid serving. Zhao had been plagued by a series of high-profile desertions not too long ago involving several rather prominent celebrities, which generated considerable public discussion. Zero's father didn't buy his son's story for 1 second, but alas, his father, Zero's grandfather, the governor himself, was already on board. Dad had no choice but to comply grudgingly. As a result, he was ostracized within the military and treated like a leper. The insults made in private were even worse. Someone once joked that Zero was born to screw over his father. The latest production generated buzz within Renault's entertainment industry because of the huge budget and the large number of military rentals. Others saw a golden opportunity. No matter how crappy the film turned out to be, people would still flock to see it. It would probably draw a larger audience than Wireless Media's previous 7 movies. Any role in the film offered great exposure. Agents were dying to place their clients. Apart from actors, composers also wanted in. They scrambled to offer their best songs. Many even offered discounts. But Zero didn't like any of the demos he received. Yet his appearance in the film called for the most epic song, so he decided to hire the best composer in town. Just as he was about to shop for composers, word broke of the magical songs that had a healing effect on a Hull virus patient. The story piqued Zero's curiosity. He ordered his underlings to obtain copies of Divine Punishment and Cocoon Breach. The songs weren't available for download in Zhao, but Zero had his connections. After listening to the 2 songs, he made contact with Silver Wing immediately. He loved the first 2 movements. Judging from the evolution of the songs, Zero figured the 3rd movement would strike his fancy even more. He never used pieces that had been previously released on his movie soundtracks. They were too familiar and wouldn't add to the class of the film. He was starring in this 8th production, after all. His entrance had to be accompanied by a brand new, epic song. Only that kind of background music befitted his status. Most blockbusters hired professional composers to write songs tailored to their plot and different scenes, also known as made-to-order songs. So Zero had people reach out to Silver Wing to see if the composer of the first 2 movements was willing to write a song for his movie. But Silver Wing refused immediately. The reason they gave was that the composer was too busy working on the 3rd movement. That pissed Zero off, but Silver Wing was adamant in their refusal. There was nothing he could do. Zero could make mountains move simply by flaunting his family name in Renault, but people in Yinzhou were less likely to extend a similar courtesy. After pondering the matter, Zero asked Silver Wing roughly when the 3rd movement was coming out. The answer was January, which was when Wireless Media's 8th movie was being released. So Zero decided to buy the rights to the 3rd movement. Zero wanted to buy the 3rd movement outright, which meant it would not be released online in Yinzhou. He was willing to pay extra. But Silver Wing responded with an equally definite no. Zero was so furious he cursed in his office the entire day. Even paying a premium couldn't get them the 3rd movement. Zero's assistants and his agent told him to give up. There are quite a few composers in Zhao who write symphonic pieces. If you haven't found one you like, just sift through some more, Zero's agent pleaded. The movie was already over budget. It was just a matter of commissioning a song. There were so many movie composers in Zhao. All they had to do was find a reputable one. It was going to be a crappy movie anyway. The most important thing was for Zero to get his fix from the starring role. What was the point of being so exacting? The agent was already in a tough spot. Other members of the Renault family were already upset that Zero had made so many trashy, soulless, and critically panned movies. He already been summoned by a few of them, who had asked him to restrain Zero and stop tarnishing the family name. Alas, his words carried little weight. Senior Master Zero didn't care what he said. At Zero's insistence, his people kept negotiating with Silverwing. They finally reached an agreement. Silverwing would agree to the placement, but it would only license the song for exclusive use for 1 month. The third movement would still be launched in Yinzhou as scheduled, while in Liezhou, the release would be delayed by a month, until Wireless Media's 8th film ended its theatrical run. Silverwing's price, 10 million. Zero signed off on the deal. His agent wanted to cry. In the first half of the year, the filmmakers behind an expensive Renault space war flick had commissioned a famed music cooperative to write a song. That only cost some 3 million. The filmmakers owned the rights to the song outright, which meant they could keep recycling the song in other movies without paying additional royalties. But now Wireless Media had spent 10 million licensing a song from Silverwing for a mere month. Where did Silverwing find such gumption? And yet Zero had agreed to the deal. What was he thinking? Did money grow on trees? He really was clueless about his finances. Senior Master, should we maybe reconsider? The agent pleaded again. There's no need. Let's do it. Let's speed up the shoot. The day the third movement is released in Yinzhou will be the day our movie is released. He didn't want the background music that introduced his character showing up elsewhere first. But the price and the terms. Zero's agent made a last-ditch effort. They're fine. Zero was already fed up. He wanted to get on set and figure out when his first scenes were. His stunt double had been filming until now. Zero's agent was the picture of doom. He wiped his forehead. You had to be nuts to spend so much to license a song. They were bound to become the laughing stock of the industry. He knew there was no room for savings on production design, given how demanding Senior Master was, but not being able to cut costs on music rights and going over budget instead. How very indulgent. I almost forgot. Did Silverwing mention any other conditions? Zero asked. The composer has requested that the third movement only be used for the scene he specified and nowhere else. An assistant standing next to him said. Zero looked at his assistant and smiled. That's what we were thinking all along. That's where I make my grand entrance. Indeed. That's why Wireless Media agreed to the deal, the assistant said. It was just one scene and they couldn't even play the entire song. For that, Silverwing had demanded 10 million. Only a dumb *SS so loose with his cash like Zero would agree, his agent thought. 10 million. Were they paying for golden bricks? Taking note of his agent's sour mood, Zero chuckled and said, Look how stingy you are. It's not that I'm stingy, Senior Master. It's $10 million, for crying out loud. What if the song doesn't work? Then we'll buy another song, the song you picked earlier. We'll use that as backup. So they would. Splurge on another song? What about the 10 million? Then we'd have to write off that 10 million, his agent said. Then write it off. I can afford it, Zero responded casually. Yeah, you're a Renault. 10 million is like $1,000 to you. But for mortals like us, it's like treading ice, the agent cursed silently. Given the cumulative profits from Wireless Media's first 7 movies, they could break even despite taking a $10 million loss this time. That was also why Zero was so carefree. They were breaking even making the occasional profit. He could keep fooling around in the entertainment industry. Is it worth it? Zero's agent was still in pain. Are you suggesting it's not worth it spending this much on music for a crappy film? Zero looked at his agent askance. The agent flashed an embarrassed smile, thinking to himself, so you realize this is a shit production too? Want to hear a saying? Zero asked. Yeah. The agent and assistant were all ears. Since the beginning of time, crappy films have generated hit songs. Chapter 50. This mofo ain't backing down. Zero was rather indifferent to the online commentary that all his movies were crap. He knew the movies he produced were shallow and lacked depth, but that was the kind of film he liked. Simple, straightforward, epic scenes, and visually exciting. Most importantly, they pleased his girlfriends. He felt good about them too. When he had launched a production company after graduation, he had been in it only for the experience. He hadn't thought that far ahead and was prepared to incur a loss. And yet he was able to break even. So eventually, Zero had become addicted. He did things his way, regardless of how the media and general public trashed him. Who cared what other people said? As his uncle once put it, how are you going to get through life without a bit of thick skin? But now, he no longer wanted to be a spectator. He wanted to act himself, to star in an epic love story, and play an invincible hero who saved the world. Everyone aspired to be a hero. Zhao actually quite envied the men and women of his generation who joined the military. He wasn't cut out for it, and he didn't want to suffer, so he would fulfill his dream through a movie. That was much easier. He was ready to go all out. 10 million for a song. Even if it was all for nothing, no problem. It was a movie built with cash. If he didn't like the song, so be it. He had thought about poaching the composer behind Divine Punishment and Cocoon Breach to tailor a song for him. But Silverwing had done a good job of keeping the musician under wraps. All he could do was wait. If he liked the third movement, then he would make a move on the composer. If not, he would blacklist Silverwing and the composer and not work with them again. Zhao was a big spender, but he wasn't stupid. If the song wasn't to his liking, he wasn't paying a cent. As for the plot of the movie, he didn't care. It was just a movie, after all. It just had to be entertaining. The story didn't matter. This year, it was an ordinary person who saved the world by defeating monsters. Next year, it'd be a mutant, and the year after the next, it'd be a Superman. And then a monster battling other monsters the following year. It was all the same. For his 8th production, he was going to battle beasts in robot armor. How cool was that? His stunt double was doing all the fighting. All he had to do was show his handsome face at some point. Piece of cake. Zhao had even named the film himself, God of War. People teased after hearing the title. Such hubris. Does his great-grandfather know? Zhao's great-grandfather, the father of Li Zhou's current governor, had belonged to the famed God of War unit when he was a young soldier. He had gone on to a highly decorated career and served as the deputy commander of the Li Zhou military. Now he was an old man, more than 190 years old. He had stopped wading into family affairs a long time ago, ever since his son became governor of Li Zhou. Still, the old man wielded considerable influence. Every year, some of his former troops would pay him a visit. While Zhao's father was ostracized every time his son loaned military vehicles and equipment for his movies, he was never purged. That wasn't entirely on account of Zhao's grandfather, the governor. The top brass also felt they had to show respect for Zhao's great-grandfather. As long as Zhao's demands weren't too outlandish and he was willing to pay, they were willing to turn a blind eye. But Zhao didn't think there was anything wrong with the title. He was starring this time. It wouldn't be worth the effort unless he crafted a heroic image for himself. As he was pondering the title, his agent ducked out to take a call, then scrambled back. The agent looked miffed. "Senior Master, we have a problem." "What now?" Zhao asked. "King of Snipers has bumped up its release date to January 1st. No wonder his agent was so alarmed. The reason they had scheduled their movie for a January release was because there was little competition, only a few low-budget productions. Considering Zhao's ability to generate buzz, they were confident about their box office returns. They weren't aiming high anyway. All they wanted was to break even. Zhao himself was a walking advertisement. So many people followed his every move. He was a frequent topic of discussion even on other continents. Li Zhou's Senior Master's new girlfriend revealed. Eligible bachelors on each continent you don't want to piss off. Senior Master Zhao named Li Zhou Male Celebrity of the Year. The headlines never ended. Even though Zhao didn't sing or act and had no other talents, the constant attention made him a bona fide celebrity in Li Zhou. News of Zhao's starring role had dominated entertainment headlines for days. Interest was huge, so Zhao's agent wasn't worried about the box office. This was the first time Senior Master had starred in a movie. So many people were curious. The movie didn't have to be a big hit. They just wanted to break even. But now, a genuine blockbuster that was scheduled for release in February had bumped up its release date to January. Somehow, this move seemed aimed at Zhao. King of Snipers was a co-production by Li Zhou's 2 leading film studios. It featured an all-star lineup. Rumor was that it was awards bait. Movie fans were looking forward to it keenly, and films that catered to mass tastes and critics alike tended to have more depth and cultural significance. A great plot, top actors, and a big budget to boot. Even outsiders could tell a movie like this was a box office guarantee that would also likely meet critical approval. So when news that King of Snipers was being released in February broke, Zhao and company had breathed a sigh of relief. It was such good news that they didn't have to go up against such a Goliath. But now, King of Snipers was being bumped up. What could they do? The good thing was that they had never nailed down their release date. They had announced a January release, but they could still push it back to February. All they had to do was come up with an excuse to feed the press. Zero also started getting calls from members of his family. Yes, uncle. What is it? Zero, have you heard that King of Snipers is bumping up its release date? Why don't you push back your release date by a month? Zero hung up before his uncle finished. He sat on his chair pouting. Less than a minute later, another call came through. Zero took a quick glance at the caller ID and put the call through. What's so urgent, Auntie? If it's about my movie, stop now. Zero, don't be impulsive. Zero hung up again and threw his tablet to the floor. His terrified assistant tiptoed to the tablet and picked it up in case Senior Master wanted to keep using it. Zero was fuming. Everyone wanted him to back down, but he was no fool. The filmmakers behind King of Snipers wouldn't have bumped up their release date so publicly without the tacit approval of the Renault family. Zero was right. The move did in fact have the blessing of the Renault family. The point was to give Zero a reality check, to make him realize that his success was due to respect for the Renault family. The time had come to burst his bubble, to restrain his personality through hardship. Zero had too many enemies. He had publicly trashed several leading actors. In revenge, their agencies had banded together and coordinated with the Renault family. The release date for King of Snipers was advanced after the Renaults gave the go-ahead. Members of the Renault family, including Zero's father, had spoken privately of wanting to teach Zero a lesson within reason. Just a bit of real competition would do. They didn't want to overdo it. If the Renault family ended up losing face, other family members wouldn't sign off on the move. The Renault family didn't own the continent outright, but it was an indisputable fact that it was still the most powerful family in Lizhou, and they were still a prominent force 500 years into the new era. That showed how united they were on key issues. The shrewd operators in business and entertainment knew how far to push things. In the Lizhou capital, several investors that backed King of Snipers were kidding around in an office. It's time to let Zero know that the only reason his movies made money and broke even in the past is because we gave way on account of his family name. We never complained. We even cracked down on the naysayers. But he should be more mature and not just mouth off without regard to our reputations. Let's let him find out what real competition feels like. What else was there to Zero's movies except for buzz and military hardware? They were total crap. Zero was the target of their sniping. The gap in quality is obvious when there's a contrast to Zero's films. People like Zero are a nuisance who poison the industry. It's time we industry elders come out and restore order. News of the earlier release date for King of Snipers generated a massive response in the Lizhou entertainment industry. God of War had also announced a January release, so these two hotly discussed films were going up against each other. Except the quality of the former was guaranteed. You could tell from the names of the director, the screenwriter, the actors, and the production companies. As for the latter, everyone knew what to expect. After King of Snipers announced its release date, wireless media kept putting off a formal announcement on the release date for God of War, leading to speculation that Zero was going to cave and push back his movie. Looks like God of War won't be screening in January, the editor of a local magazine told a friend in private. It's the right move to back down. This is no time to cling on, even if he's a Renault. I'm sure other members of the family have long taken issue with him. Yeah, you need to pick your battles. Being too aggressive and egotistical does you no good. He's in his 20s now. It's time to grow up. Zero has caused too much trouble already. Even other members of the Renault family can't stand him. And it's quite the lesson. Zero is going to get his ass kicked, isn't he? Let's hope that Senior Master can learn his lesson. But given Senior Master's personality, will he back down? Others speculated. Zero acted like he was king of Lizhou. He was used to having his way. Was he going to back down over a slight hiccup like this? Wireless Media Headquarters. Senior Master, should we have someone rework the script? Zero's agent asked. No, we're almost done with the shoot. How can we change the script now? Zero let out an eerie laugh. You want to mess with me? This mofo isn't going anywhere. Let's check with Silver Wing and see when the third movement will be completed. Sensing Zero's determination, his agent gave up and called one of Duan Qianji's assistants. After being briefed by her assistant, Duan Qianji asked Fang Zhao, "You're positive you'll be done before January?" "Yes." "That's great." After getting off the phone with Fang Zhao, Duan Qianji issued her orders. "We're sticking to our plan. The third movement will be released on January 1st. Get word to wireless media that will deliver the third movement in late December. Zero's agent looked ashen when he heard back. His wistful thinking that Silver Wing might not meet its January deadline was dashed. He didn't want to lie, so he relayed Duan Qianji's message to Zero unfiltered. That's great. Then let's set our release date for January 1st. I'm not backing down an inch. Zero kicked his feet up and started fidgeting hard. Have the production team hurry up. Let's wrap things up by the end of December. We'll announce the release date now. I'm going head-to-head with them. The result of the matchup didn't matter. He didn't care about the box office. He just wanted to stick to his guns. This mofo ain't backing down. Chapter 51. Exam time for secondary students again. The movie Zero was starring in was on a tight production schedule. In contrast to the film itself and the buzz it generated, the score was hardly mentioned. No one cared who wrote the score apart from a select few members of the music industry. When the token few music publications did discuss the score, all that appeared was a passing reference that the composer was a non-local and speculation over where the composer was from. No one bothered to delve further. Wireless media simply said they had signed a composer without identifying the person. While the entire Lijo entertainment industry was following the production closely, so was the entertainment press corps in Yenzhou. Silver Wing had issued a statement saying that the third movement of the 100-year period of destruction series was scheduled to be released at 8 a.m. on January 1st. The first movement, Divine Punishment, had launched on October 1st in the 531st year of the new era. The second chapter, Cock and Breach, had followed a month later. Yet there was a 2-month gap between the release of the second and third movements. The long production cycle suggested Silver Media had gone all out and had high expectations for the single. If the second movement revealed Silver Wing's ambition, then the third chapter would be a testimony to its staying power. Every member of the Yenzhou entertainment industry was waiting to see how explosive the combination of a virtual idol and an epic pop series would be. Many fans left messages on the message boards on Silver Wing's official website. Some were fans of epics, others simply curious. Another group was Polar Light's fans. The latter group was more interested in the music video than the music. What they cared about most was whether Polar Light would star in the video and if Polar Light merchandise would be released. Silver Wing assigned dedicated staffers to monitoring the message boards. They even put 2 staffers on the message board for Polar Light. Their job was to identify the most common questions and post responses. Recently, the message board monitors started noticing a 4th demographic. When is the third movement coming out? It's almost exam time. Hurry up. Hurry. We have to wait until January 1st? So late. Thank God. It'll be released just in time. Our exams won't have happened yet. I hope the third movement is even better. That way I'll have more motivation. Messages of this kind suggested the authors were students. And if you listen to the voice messages, you would notice that many of the voices sounded quite young. Some were clearly prepubescent, others going through puberty. Secondary school students? How come they were all secondary students? Did you guys hire fake fans? The message board monitors asked their marketing and PR colleagues. No. Even if we did, we wouldn't hire that many secondary students. Their colleagues were clueless too. Speaking of secondary students, I think they have final exams in January, a message board monitor said. Speaking of exams, they were reminded of the news coverage back in November about the popularity of the second movement among secondary students. When the second movement, Cocoon Breach, was released, it was midterm time at most. Yenzhou secondary schools. Students were looking for inspiration, so they preferred songs that were up-tempo or loud. Cocoon Breach was the most popular choice. The students were still young and lacked professional music training, so they couldn't appreciate the subtle and painful evolution of emotions in Cocoon Breach, but that didn't prevent them from being moved by the explosive parts of the song. This was a psychological process. To put it more bluntly, it was a stimulant of sorts. The climaxes in the song had an awakening effect, dispelling any trace of laziness or weariness. During their midterms, the students used the second movement to stimulate themselves. But they forgot all about the song when they finished their exams. There were too many other things that captured their attention. Other than music, they had video games and other forms of entertainment. Now the term was nearing its end, and the academic calendar showed that finals were imminent. Finals were even more important than midterms. If the students didn't do well, they would be scolded for starters. Winter break and Chinese New Year would be torture. No red packets stuffed with cash, no gifts. They would also be forced to do more problem sets and have their internet access restricted. What a bummer. So how about sucking it up and cramming for a few days? There was little incentive. As exam dates approached, some students tried to seek inspiration in song. They searched for songs that resembled Cocoon Breach. Unfortunately, repeated searches yielded few matches. An online news search revealed that more chapters were forthcoming in the 100-year period of destruction series, but they got tired of waiting. So the students started complaining on Silver Wing's official website in droves. The students could have returned to the second chapter, but listening to the same song over and over again was exhausting. The stimulation effect also diminished. That defeated the purpose of listening to the song in the first place. So now they were hoping that Silver Wing would release the third movement soon, so they would have a stimulant for their finals. The third movement became the focus of their attention. Whenever they were free, they would flood the Silver Wing message boards with messages demanding the third movement be released. When Silver Wing finally announced the release date, they still showed up every day in the message boards to count down. So every time the message board monitors spotted a countdown message, they knew it was the secondary students again. The two polar light monitors thought they were just secondary students, adorable in their own way. As former secondary students, they could empathize. Plus, finals were around the corner, and the pressure was immense. Finding a way to vent was totally understandable. Let them be. But as the day passed, the two monitors realized they were being naive. The number of secondary students grew, and they showed up at the same time every day, as if by appointment. Leaving a countdown message had become part of their daily routine. Initially, it was only a few people, but as the group grew, it became a nuisance. The message board monitors had to select representative questions and post answers. But now, the questions had been overwhelmed by countdown messages, which had to be filtered. It was too much trouble. The monitors decided to take action to stamp out the nonsense. The students who showed up to leave countdown messages the next day noticed a new announcement. The number of countdown messages would be capped to maintain order. So many countdown messages ended up being deleted. The monitors were relieved to find their message boards less cluttered. Now it was easier to browse fan questions. But in a few days, the two monitors noticed the secondary students had started leaving countdown messages on behalf of entire classes. Second year class number 7 of Qian number 1 secondary school reporting for duty. 9 days until the release of the third movement. Third year class number 1 of Qian number 12 secondary school reporting for duty. Second year class number 4 of Yinxi number 5 secondary school reporting for duty. Fourth year class number 2 of Gong Su number 3 secondary school reporting for duty. Wait, I'm from Yinxi too. Fellow students from Yinxi number 5 secondary school. Any sign of our friends from number 6 secondary school? Second year class number 8 of Yinxi number 6 secondary school reporting for duty. Anyone from third year class number 2 of Yinxi number 6 secondary school? Please sign in on my behalf too. Friends from second year class number 7 of Qian number 1 secondary school were from class number 8. Some of the older fans were amused. They asked in a patronizing tone, "Aren't you afraid of being banned again?" The students thought, they have a point. There were so many secondary schools in Yenzhou. Every school had 6 grades, and every grade about a dozen classes, even more in certain areas. The numbers added up. The message board monitors didn't say what the cap was. If the students pressed on, they could very well be banned. So, 2 days later, they tweaked the wording in their messages. Second years at Yinxi number 6 secondary school reporting for duty. 7 days until the release of the third movement. Third years at Qian number 12 secondary school reporting for duty. Second years at Qian number 1 secondary school reporting for duty. Wait, when were you chosen to speak on behalf of second years at Qian number 1 secondary school? Which class do you belong to? Class number 1. What? You got a problem? This M*FO is from class number 8. Yeah, I got a problem. See you at the gym after class. See you there? Don't chicken out. Reading the deluge of new messages, the monitors went from surprised to dumbfounded. What's up with these secondary students? Do they have too much free time on their hands? M*FO this. MO*FO that. How old? Do they think they are? Have you done your homework? Have you finished memorizing your passages? Done with your problem sets? Do you know what you want to do with your lives? The two message board monitors were baffled by the influx of group countdown messages. They couldn't delete one and not the other without pissing off one side. These secondary students didn't have the best of tempers. If they weren't careful, they could spark a war of words. If complaints of unfair treatment were lodged, their pay could be docked. But curious bystanders were mighty amused. An epic lover who was more than 100 years old commented, "It's good to be young." Initially, only students from Qian, Yinxi, Gongguxu, and a few other larger cities left messages. But soon the trend spread. Yandong, Yan'an, Yanbei, Jinggang, and even the remote Magu, their secondary students started showing up too. Some students just wanted to join the fray out of mob mentality. And when one grade at a school left a message, other grades followed suit. Rival schools in the same city couldn't leave their voices unheard. Secondary school students from other cities also joined in to prove their existence. 6 days until the release. 5 days. 4 days. 3 days. Underscore. Faced with all the fun the students were having at their expense, the two message monitors wanted time to speed up. Once the third movement was released, the craziness would stop. A day before the release, the two monitors each took a deep breath, looked at each other, and smiled. It's finally time. Chapter 52. Third Movement. Mission. 532nd year of the new era. January 1st. First day of a brand new year. Silver Wing Tower, 50th floor. Pang Pusong was feeling nervous. He was not even able to gauge how he had performed. When recording was underway for the third movement, Fang Zhao's demands were even greater than before. Over the past month or so, Pang Pusong had been practicing every day, sometimes even taking a week or two just to perfect a single verse. He had not even heard the final product and could only wait for the music video to be released. The nervousness was not limited to Pang Pusong. The entire virtual idol department was jittery. Returning from their vacation after the second movement was released, the team had worked overtime for more than a month. The second movement decided whether they would succeed. The third movement was to see how far they could go. Having experienced the sweet taste of success, even without Fang Zhao's instructions, the motivated team pushed themselves harder. When tired, they would head to the gaming room to relax a little before sleeping, continuing to work the moment they woke. Silverwing Media had assembled a backup technical team to lend their support should the virtual idol department require additional resources. Therefore, the team needed not worry about being short-handed, lacking funds, or welfare. All they needed to do was complete the tasks that Fang Zhao assigned. As for how the final product would turn out, all they could do was believe in their project head. Zheng Huang was woken up by an alarm. As he emerged from his room, he did not see Fang Zhao anywhere, so he turned and asked Zhu Wan, "Where is Big Zhao?" "In his office," Zhu Wan replied. Glancing around the department and seeing everyone, Zheng Huang asked, "Nobody went home yesterday?" "Of course not. Nobody would even be able to sleep," Zhu Wan replied with a yawn. Zhu Wan went to wash his face before taking a seat in the office along with the rest of the team, waiting for the clock to hit 8. Everyone left Fang Zhao alone. It was evident that, during the composition and arrangement of the third movement, Fang Zhao's temperament had not been great. Just as actors needed time to get out of character after a movie, a composer who poured his emotions and soul into his work needed some time to get the emotions out of his system. Thus, all Zheng Huang and Zhu Wan could do was complete the tasks at hand, leaving Fang Zhao with less to worry about. In the newcomer department, Chu Guang was rather unperturbed seeing Polar Light taking the #1 spot of the label's marketing plan for the month. In the final season of the previous year, he had already been crowded out to #5 on the New Pioneers chart. Still, it was a cause for celebration that the third movement had not been released in December. Otherwise, the #5 spot might not have even been his. After Divine Punishment and Cocoon Breach, the third movement, Mission, was also about to be released on public channels. The quantity of downloads would not be lacking either. Neon Culture and Tongshan True Entertainment no longer seemed like they wanted to compete against Polar Light, focusing instead on promoting their two biggest stars, the virtual idols Mi Yu and Andy Leo. Are they giving up on the newcomer scene? Whatever the reason, for Chu Guang, 2 less virtual idols to compete against was a good thing. At the top floor of Silver Wing Tower, Duan Quanji and the other senior executives were gathered in the conference room to watch the official release of the third movement's music video on the projection system upon its release. Amongst them, only Duan Quanji had heard the final cut and watched the completed music video. The rest were seeing it themselves for the first time. All the staff from Silverwing Media already at the office or on the way to work, regardless of whether they were singers, actors, technical staff, or from operations, were eagerly monitoring the development to come at 8 a.m. Alone in his office, Fang Zhao pulled down the blinds to block out the sunlight. Turning on the projection system, at 8 a.m. sharp, it played the broadcast of the music video for the third movement. The third movement diverged from the modulating style of the previous two installments. Right from the start, a combination of string and woodwind discharged the distinct, surging grandeur of an epic. The music video picked up where the second movement had left off. The desolate blue sky full of haze seemed to be morning. Lightning streaked across the skies amidst the thick clouds. Many silhouettes on the surface were running. Hurried and brief drumbeats perfectly reflected the tense atmosphere. In between the brief drumbeats, a familiar male voice began to sing as symphonic music and an opera combined in the background. Some new-era musical styles were blended in as well, giving off a wild and primitive vibe, as if ready to strike. In the music video, the scene of a prelude to battle unfolded with the two sides at a standoff. With the horrific crises everywhere, the building tension was surging and billowing, threatening to overflow. A figure leapt into the sky, like an eagle soaring through the clouds. At a glance, its branches, seemingly knotted with what seemed distinctly like muscles, gave off the impression of raw and explosive power contained deep inside. With one foot, the falling figure trampled on the mutated beast at the front of the pack before brutally raining blows from his boulder-like fist onto the throat of the beast. Explosive drum beats, combined with the crackling electronic music, sounded like the crisp shattering of bone. It was not the sound produced from the instruments, but rather the image and temperament that resonated with the viewers who, in turn, produced that bone-crushing sound in their own hearts. Soil and blood splattered in all directions. Some splashed onto the tree man's face and between his eyes. This diverted the attention of the viewers to his eyes. That pair of eyes radiated an immense murderous aura, akin to the violent fury of a ferocious beast shaken awake from its slumber. A bone-chilling sensation crept down the spines of the viewers witnessing this scene, insinuating doubts in their minds. Who were the mad ones? Was it the savage and violent mutated beasts, or was it the previously peace-loving and gentle tree man that wouldn't hurt a fly? This extreme change was not only limited to the figure of the tree man at the front. Around him, the other figures were emanating this murderous aura too. The shrill blare of a brass instrument signaled a variation as the string melody increased its vigor. The intense and frantic beats of the timpani portrayed an unyielding spirit. Compared to the first movement, the appearance and the temperament of the tree men had undergone a massive transformation. This was how they adapted to the battlefield in this dark age. Becoming what they were most adverse to was their way of resisting the cruel fate that befell them. In line with the expectations of all the people who followed the 100-year period of destruction series, the third movement had a theme of struggle and combat. Frantic alternating of the brass rhythm and woodwind variations set a fierce and intense tone of confrontations and close quarter combat. The immense and visually stunning images, coupled with the perfectly synced accompaniment, continuously battered the hearts and souls of the viewers. The third movement was in no way weaker than its predecessors. The transformed trees and mutated beasts collided violently against the dark and gloomy sky. Despite it being a virtual image, it brought about a realistic and overwhelming sense of bitterness that transcended time. The timid and gentle tree men were long gone, drowned out by the continuous battle to determine their survival. In order to seek a peaceful land to call home, the tree men were willing to release their inhibitions and fight. From the highest mountains to the lowest valleys, a peaceful land was nowhere to be found, and danger was lurking in every corner. Only this time, in the third movement, they no longer held on to the depressed notion of resigning to their fate. The tree men started off timid and cowardly. Making a stand, they fought against their fate, and after countless battles, they grew numb to war and death. Throughout the journey, they lost some comrades, but gained some new companions too. Finally, they found a relatively peaceful place, Polar Land. Blanketed by snow, Polar Land was a frigid and unforgiving place. Most viruses and mutated creatures were incompatible with the climate here. Ironically, this was the last pure land in the diseased world. Devoid of the reddish-brown smog and air pollutants, the sky here was clear. Sunlight shone freely in the day, and at night, the stars that were hidden for quite some time came out to play. On certain nights, the elusive colors of an aurora would flash across the sky. Like the calm after a storm, the intensity of the music receded. Ethereal sounds of a zither interweaving with the soothing flute gave the flustered spirits of listeners a moment to relax. This was a time for peace. Polar Land was a sanctuary for the tree men, a place where they could stay without worrying about dangers and mutated beasts lurking around every corner. This place might have been cold, but it was certainly safe. With slight smiles on their faces, a few young saplings were running stiffly on the snow-covered ground. When they were about to slip, a sturdy branch reached out and fished them up before setting the saplings down on its broad shoulders. The image and score induced a feeling of warmth in people's hearts. With this sort of backdrop, it seemed as if a scene of peace and stability was about to unfold. But for those watching the projection, they understood that Polar Land was just but a brief period in the true history of the period of destruction. Toward the later stages of the period of destruction, a summit meeting was held at Polar Land. Back then, the world had not been divided into the 12 continents, only war zones. Leaders from nearly 100 war zones had congregated for a comprehensive discussion on the war. This temporary period of peace was not the conclusion but a foretelling of the explosive finale that was to come. The music switched to a melancholy cello solo. While not absolutely safe, Polar Land was still a place of peace and tranquility compared to the various regions they had passed through. However, at the same time, this place was not suitable for them to have a normal livelihood. Most importantly, they no longer had to live like wandering nomads and could settle down. In the new era, most books regarding the history of the period of destruction had records and excerpts of the words spoken at that Polar Land summit meeting. Even though the original speakers were long forgotten, their words were passed down. We can end it all in our current generation. There is no need to leave it to the next. Since we are already at this point, what harm is there in staking it all on one last push? We have already become battle-hardened warriors and martyrs, but most importantly, we have also experienced a momentary period of peace. Whereas those born into this era, amidst fire and blood, have never known what peace is. The historical recording of the period of destruction might have been glossed over, but they were not fabricated randomly. Fang Zhao remembered that, back then, similar words were spoken. He himself might have spoken out too. Why are we not able to go back to living in our beloved homeland? Why do we have to give the world up? We are already strong, aren't we? In the projection, a group of tree men in the vast land of snow and ice gazed longingly at the heavens. Under the night sky adorned with stars, the magnificent aurora was like a bright and flickering flame lighting up the dark. The beating of a drum seemed to increase its intensity in layers, as if to emphasize a steadfast conviction. At the head of the group stood a familiar figure. His eyes were no longer clouded by madness and killing. Rather, in that moment of serenity, his eyes were filled with a slight reluctance and longing, as if parting ways with an old photograph. The flickering aurora gradually dissipated as night turned to day. Without any hint of reluctance, the lead tree man turned around to leave. The back of his wide trunk was full of scars. Nobody but himself knew that there was not a lot left in him. The next injury might be the last he could take before collapsing. Such was the burden he had to bear. Many of the other tree men were in the same situation. As long as their injuries did not hinder their movement, they joined in the ranks of the leaving. Some of the tree men were playing with the young saplings. Upon seeing the procession, they lifted the saplings from themselves, carefully placing them on the ground before heading to join the ranks. A tree man lightly pressed his finger against a sapling's forehead, as if to prevent the young one from following. Soon after, he turned to leave, exchanging fist bumps with a fellow treeman heading in the same direction. With a slight smile, he headed out without glancing back. He was afraid that he would lose the courage to leave if he looked behind. The young sapling was puzzled observing the leaving figures. This was a safe place. The world outside was fraught with dangers. Why was everyone still leaving? The departing figures increased, joining the ranks of the leaving. All that was left were those old and weak tree men who were incapable of combat. Polar land was harsh and unforgiving, but at the same time, it was still the safest place to be. A quick-paced string medley played, and paired with a unique sequence of electronic music, it set a tense atmosphere for boding combat. In that dark period, against their chaotic and unreasonable destiny, they were forced to make a cruel choice. The aerial view of the numerous figures against the background of the snow-covered land formed a long, snaking line. The numbers were so great that it was not possible to see where the line began. A loud horn sounded along with the vigorous beats of the timpani. The increasing tempo and intensity washed away any downcast feelings. Alongside the dampening from the double bass and the woodwind score, the accompanying singing grew in stature. Just like the scene of the leaving procession, it was a display of extreme determination. Contained within was an immeasurable strength and hope. The volume of the chorus gradually increased as the footage left polar land, crossing over mountains and hills. The rustling and flapping sounds made listeners imagine a harsh and chilly wind. In the projection, a grayish figure was rushing across the land in leaps and bounds. In a flash, coming face to face with a mutated beast, he raised his branch arm, as if swinging an axe. Throwing caution to the wind, with an unrestrained fury, he pierced the beast's chest. The combination of explosive sounds and music was a constant barrage to the ears. Freed of any apprehension, the tree men gave into their unbridled and frantic madness and clashed against the beasts as broken twigs, bits of wood, and blood scattered everywhere. A fierce wind swept through the silhouettes of trees and beasts in the fight for survival. Viewers could apparently even smell the fresh blood and chipped wood. The thundering timpani was followed by a frantic clash of acoustics. The arrangement that ensued was complicated. An amalgamation of classical symphonies, new-era music, church music, electronic music, even a military march amongst many other contrasting musical styles. It was as if a volcano that had been dormant for millions of years had suddenly erupted, triggering a tidal wave that could blanket the entire world. The principal color of the footage had gradually changed from a stifling blue to a brilliant yellow glow, the color of the sun shining through a layer of clouds, the brilliance of an intense blaze. The brightness of the projection had doubled since the beginning of the projection and was getting stronger. When are trees able to shine so brightly? When one has a burning desire. The projection faded as the deeply moving symphony came to an end. Lead character, Polar Light. Species, Longxiang Tianluo. Song title, 100-Year Period of Destruction, Third Movement. Mission, Producer, Fang Zhao. Production Team, Polar Light Project Team, Fang Zhao, Zhu Wen, Song Miao, Peng Pusong, Zheng Huang, Wanyu, Fu Yingtian, Stiller, Zhangyu, Rodney. A Silver Wing media release. Fang Zhao turned off the projection and audio equipment before raising the blinds. He did not check the web for opinions, nor did he observe the number of downloads. Rather, he gazed out the window on the 50th floor of the tower, taking in the view. Reminiscing a conversation he'd once had with an old friend. What exactly is a mission? Who knows? When we are fighting here and there, and we suddenly feel like we ought to do something. Without going through hardships, one would possibly never know how much one could change. People could transform into something they absolutely loathe, yet they could also become something worthy. In the beginning of that period of endless struggle, people fought in order to survive. Yet toward the end, accepting that they might not get to see the flourishing world they were fighting for, many still voluntarily participated in the fight, trading their lives so the future would burn much brighter. During that dark age, people were the real miracle. Fang Zhao had attended the summit at Polar Land in person. Ultimately, toward the later stage of the all-out war, he had died during a military campaign. During the period depicted at the end of the third movement, he had lost his life at the Qian War Zone, which would come to be known in the new era as Qian City, the center of Yenzhou, one of the 12 continents. Farewell, my old friends. _ At the same time, in the continent of Liezhou, with a 3-hour time difference. 8 a.m. in Yanzhou was roughly 11 a.m. in Lizhou. The first day of a new year was also the highly anticipated showdown of the two blockbusters the entire Lizhou entertainment community had been waiting for. However, wireless media had announced that God of War would be screened at 11 a.m. sharp on the January 1st. This piqued the curiosity of many. Rarely were there premiere screenings in the afternoon. Some believed that this was a disguised form of backing down. However, King of Snipers responded in the same way, pushing back the screening to 11 a.m. as well. Zero's agent had been very busy the past few days marketing God of War. Even though he did not have high hopes for the movie, in order to break even, he and his team had been generating as much buzz as they could. As long as there was enough buzz, lots of people would watch the movie, and when that happened, only then would they be able to recoup the expenditure. As the clock struck 11, all that he could possibly do was done. Whether the expenses could be recouped or not, he left that all up to the heavens. Chapter 53, Great-Grandfather. After post-production for the third movement had been completed, Silverwing Media had sent a copy to Zero. Zero was pleased with the music and was very satisfied with himself for making that decision. However, the score was just an accompaniment for a part of God of War. The movie's plot differed from that of the music video. Under normal circumstances, Zero would have just used it right away. This time, he was under heavy pressure and was taking his work seriously. Therefore, after discussing with Silverwing Media, he forked up another sum for the composer to make some changes in the arrangement to better fit the movie. Wireless Media had no shortage of arrangers. However, Zero felt that the original composer would do the job better. On Silverwing's side, the adjustments were done personally by Fang Zhao after Duan Qianji had passed on a clip from God of War. In a movie scene, there would be an abundance of sounds. Should the musical score's arrangement be inappropriate, the sound effects of the movie and the score might affect or conceal the other. Therefore, when Fang Zhao was producing the revised version, he watched similar movie clips in order to blend it with the music. He made adjustments to the tone, pitch, and tempo, as well as the harmonizing and acoustics. Some of the electronic tones were removed and instead made use of the movie sound effects for a seamless blend. On Wireless Media's side, the soundtrack did not garner much attention. Zero felt that the soundtrack was very suitable for his grand entrance. Zero's agent considered the soundtrack to be decent, but he didn't think it would impact the film much. As the clock approached 11 a.m., the staff of Wireless Media kept their eyes glued to the digital chart, paying attention to the sales for the premiere. Due to advancements in technology, projection equipment and sound systems had improved tremendously. Besides the major movie theaters in the commerce center of every city, most people could catch movies upon their release directly through the internet. Actual cinemas were a thing of the past, with the entire industry moving toward an online and virtual direction. People in every city of Lizhou had readied their projection equipment and prepared themselves. Most just wanted to see what sort of production the famous Zero Renault showcased this time. Some genuinely just wanted to view the film before writing reviews. Zero has specially invited a few of his close friends of the same ilk to watch the premiere in his own luxurious projection room. It's starting. Haha. Let's see how Senior Master saves the world. Zero did not bother checking the amount of online marketing done. Although he was hedonistic, he certainly was not stupid. He knew that the movie could not compare to King of Snipers, but he had already made a stand and there was no backing down. Having achieved what he had set out to do, box office numbers and reviews were just secondary. Most people did not have high expectations for God of War. Just watching the trailer would give one the gist of the plot. In the end, it would just be the age-old plotline of the hero saving the damsel in distress and saving the world. According to people online, watching one of Zero's movies was the same as watching all of them. God of War had a simple plot. The male lead was an outstanding soldier in the army. The female lead was a reporter. When a certain metropolis encountered an attack by a monster, the female lead headed to the disaster zone to report. In the time of crisis, the male lead led his team to the rescue, beating the monster and saving the beauty in a happy ending. Movies should be enjoyable. Logic goes flying out the window when the movie is taken too seriously. Perhaps due to Zero himself starring in the movie, compared to the previous 7, every single actor and actress, the female lead, and even the extras acted seriously. Every effort was made for the casting as well. Even Zero, whose acting was not that great, put in a lot of hard work. Unlike the 7 movies before, the 8th move was not just an extravagant and pompous affair. On this note, it was a great improvement. However, some sharp-sighted members of the audience could immediately tell the similarly sized Zero from his body double. These naysayers were quick to point out the parts where the body double stood in. Other than the times where Zero's face could be seen, the rest, including his back profile and silhouettes, were done by the body double. Not professional at all, bad review. Halfway through the story, the film focused on the disaster-stricken area under attack from the monster. Billowing clouds of black smoke and large-scale explosions contrasted with the tiny human figures. The flames threatened to consume as the heavy smoke and dust set a suffocating tone. The whole scene looked so realistic. At this moment, those watching this scene had 2 words popping up in their minds: crappy film. Commercial films laden with special effects and a cliché plot were a dime a dozen. One glance was more than enough to know how it would turn out. Especially in the new era where film and television were thriving, a typical film without much logic would be termed by the public as a crappy film. Having watched how the film played out, most people already had a gist of the plot. It was similar to what they had expected. Great. It was about time for Senior Master Zero's lead character to lead his troops to save the day. Most people treated this movie as a joke, and now it was time for the highly anticipated climax that the masses had been waiting all along to laugh at. This movie that Zero had invested in was melodramatic and lacking in logic, but at least it had a stunning atmosphere and special effects. This redeeming factor made the movie easier to endure. Almost there. In a moment you guys can marvel at how the great master steals the thunder, Zero exclaimed as he lay on the sofa, excitedly shaking his legs. At that moment, outside Zero's mansion, a flying transport was descending slowly. For this kind of detached residence, the large garden out front was the landing spot for flying cars and transportation. Zero's housekeeper was busy preparing food and drinks to be brought to the theater. As he saw the descending vehicle, he immediately dropped what he was doing and called out to the rest of the servants in the house to hurry over and welcome the guests. Even though his hair was in a mess, the housekeeper did not raise a finger to fix it. Instead, he stood rooted to the spot as if he were a statue. When the hum of engines died down, the cabin door opened. The housekeeper and servants dropped their heads lower, afraid to make eye contact. Peeking from the corner of their eyes, all they saw was the boots of a few security personnel. An elderly man with a head full of white hair stepped out from the transport. The personal doctor beside him raised a hand to offer his support, but was waved away. The elderly man scrutinized the house in front of him with a faint smile. With a slight smile, he sighed. Seems like it has been more than a decade since I last came. Turning to the respectfully waiting housekeeper, he asked, "Is the young punk Zero in?" "The young master is currently in the theater screening the premiere with 7 of his friends," the housekeeper replied politely, his voice wavering softly from the nervousness. "Great," the elderly man said as he walked forward. The housekeeper took a few large strides and opened the doors. Only after the elderly man had entered the room did he raise his head and worriedly glanced across the room. The housekeeper was not worried that Zero might receive a scolding. Rather, he was concerned that Zero might get annoyed at this old man. He was no ordinary man. He was the head of the Renault family. Even up to today, many of Lijo's top officials paid their respects to the man considered the founding father of Lijo. This was the man Zero addressed as great-grandfather. Chapter 54, Anguished Tears. This old man still held the most seniority in the Renault family. Despite having stepped down from power quite some time ago, all his glory and titles still remained, and people treated him as such. Nowadays, he was no longer involved with the government, but people still respectfully acknowledge him as Old General Renault. As one aged, one's bodily functions deteriorated. Ever since Old General Renault had stepped down, the amount of idle time made it easy to ponder. He thought about his family, wistfully remembered his late wife, and reminisced about his old comrades in arms. That was not a beneficial situation, and thus his doctor had recommended that he should head out more for some fresh air. Staying at home made it easy for him to overthink, which was not necessarily a good thing for someone his age. As for where to go, after some thought, Old General Renault decided to pay a visit to the great-grandson who was always causing trouble for the other members of the Renault family. In front of old General Renault, the other members of the family only mentioned tactfully that the little brat was lively. The truth, though, was not hard to find out. Although Zero might have been slightly pampered and prone to trouble, as long as his behavior was not out of line, old General Renault would turn a blind eye. A while back, when old General Renault went online, he had found that the internet was abuzz with news regarding Zero. Thus, when he went out for some fresh air, he decided to pay his great-grandson a visit. The personal doctor tagging along was a little concerned. He just hoped that Zero would not upset his great-grandfather too much. Originally, the doctor had only planned for 5 members from the dedicated medical team to come along, but after a little consideration, he had decided to increase it to 7 for some added insurance. Of all the relatives he could visit, the old master just had to pick the Zero that could not go a day without stirring up the media. The old master rejected the housekeeper's suggestion to call Zero over. Instead, he walked in the direction pointed out by the housekeeper. He wanted to personally see for himself what his troublemaker great-grandson got up to normally. He also wanted to see the younger generation in their true form. The door to the projection room was slightly ajar. Someone had not closed the door properly after a visit to the washroom. The sounds of rowdy heckling and jeering mixed with the jarring sound effects were seeping out into the doorway. The housekeeper followed behind closely, keeping his head down. His hands were grasped tightly as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. In his heart, he was praying, "Young master, you must absolutely keep your mouth shut. Do not say anything out of line. Even if you have to talk big, please do not do so now." The old master stood in the doorway, leaning on his crane. Even though his aged figure made him appear hunched, standing there, he seemed like a huge boulder that could not be shaken. His personal doctor was paying close attention to his every expression. He knew what that bunch were like every other day and was worried it would affect the old master. More than 10 people stood outside the doorway, not making a single sound. The tension in the entire house was stifling. The staff in charge of cleaning were shaking with fear, and every single action was done cautiously. Thus, the sound of activity coming from the projection room was clear and distinct. Inside, the oblivious Zero was bragging about his own acting experience. "I don't mean to show off, but when I was acting, I think I displayed the same demeanor as my great-grandfather back in those days. Aren't they alike? Not everyone can act out the vigor." The others hooted in agreement as Zero continued his bragging. Yet they clearly knew what they had seen. The figure that just leapt into the flying vehicle was obviously the body double. In the movie, numerous troops were heading for the disaster zone. The other movies that Zero had worked on might have lacked logic, but for this movie, with all the real military equipment and weapons, they could not afford to be careless. Of course, the real equipment only accounted for a small portion, as computer-generated special effects made up the rest. Having actual military equipment according to the scale of the movie would have been considered a military operation rather than shooting a movie. The scene now showed all sorts of aircraft and flying vehicles dispatched by the Air Force. As the grand spectacle unfolded, a timpani started beating in the background, gradually rising in volume. A shrill whistle from some sort of horn abruptly rang out, jolting the senses of audiences everywhere. As if an electrical current had just run through them, the languid audience was now alert and excited. The roars of the aircraft, together with an orchestra in the background, created a vast, majestic atmosphere. A brass march frantically alternated with a woodwind score to the clash between humans and monsters. The realism was stunning and, when combined perfectly with the accompanying music, was a non-stop auditory and visual barrage for the viewers. Haha, how is it? Can you feel the God of War vibes? Ah, here it is. I'm exiting the plane. Everyone in the project room straightened up and watched the scene attentively. The door of a transport aircraft opened, revealing the soldiers inside who were armed to the teeth. A close-up of Zero's character followed before he donned a pair of goggles and led his squad to rappel out of the aircraft. And after that, there was no after. Only half of Zero's face had been shown when he was exiting the aircraft. The following stunts of rappelling out of the aircraft had been done by the body double. No matter how badly the others in the projection room wanted to ridicule Zero, all that came out from their mouths was praise. Outside, the doctor could guess what all the flattering was about. Oh right, the young master's movie was called God of War? How thick-skinned can he get? How could the soldiers in the movie measure up to the real God of War division? Humph. The real God of War is right here. The housekeeper dropped his head even lower, hoping the ground would open up and swallow him. The personal doctor glanced quickly at the old master's face. Any traces of a smile had all but disappeared off his face. However, he did not look angry. Rather, he seemed deep in thought. He was not paying heed to the young master. Instead, the old master was deeply engrossed in the sounds that were coming out. He might have been old, but he certainly was not deaf. Even without watching the movie, he could differentiate the models of aircraft, fighters, and bombers just from the roars of the engines. From the explosions, he could tell the cannon model and the armor plating of the tanks, as well as the type of munitions that were being used. Even after leaving the battlefield for a long time, he still kept an eye on the happenings in the military. Expecting to have forgotten all these, the memories that came back were clear as day. Beside him, the equipment for monitoring the health of the old master started beeping out warnings. General, the doctor realized something was amiss. Veins were appearing on the hands tightly gripping the cane. That wrinkled face was trembling slightly, as if he was enduring an immense pain. General, how are you feeling? The doctor was worried. The old master's recent mental state had not been great, and at his age, even the doctor did not know how such a change might affect him. Old General Renault just stood there, not making a sound. It seemed like he could not hear the doctor's words. He stood gazing into the distance, as if attentively listening to something, as if reminiscing. His eyes were red and watery. As the background music and sound effects reached a climax, he closed his eyes as the tears freely flowed. His entire body started trembling uncontrollably. The doctor was at a loss. Ever since he'd taken over the job from his own father, he had never seen the old master in this state before. F***CK. This is bad. Medical team. Hurry. Only the personal doctor had followed the old master. The rest of the medical team were on the transport, standing by. Upon receiving the call, the medical team rushed into the house. As the door of the projection room was not closed, the sudden commotion could be heard by those inside. Zero had a bad feeling about this. Stepping out into the doorway and witnessing the scene, he felt an icy cold wind running through him. His legs turned weak as he knelt down in the doorway. It's over. I'm finished, Zero thought to himself. He had made the most senior Renault shed anguished tears. Chapter 55. What is the title? In Wireless Media's headquarters, after the premiere of God of War, Zero's manager and a few other senior executives were checking the ratings of the movie online. 5 points. Seeing this, a few of them double-checked to make sure their eyes were not playing tricks on them. Upon further inspection, there were already more than 300 reviews for the movie. After a quick check of their IDs, they found that amongst them were the reviews of some reputable film critics as well. Glancing once more at the rating, they slowly counted each and every star. Their eyes had not deceived them. 5 stars. A full 5 stars. It was inconceivable. How could a movie with a crappy plot receive such rave reviews? A rating of 5 was only half of a perfect rating of 10. Whether the film was good or bad, the rating was only given after watching the movie. Movies similar to God of War, termed by the masses as a crappy film, would normally receive a rating of about 3 stars. That was the average rating Zero's previous 7 films had received. The 5-star rating was still not comparable to the 8.6 rating of King of Snipers. Yet when compared to Wireless Media's previous productions, this was an unprecedentedly high rating indeed. In the eyes of Zero's team, 5 stars was very high. This was the highest rating ever received for one of Zero's productions. Screenshot it. Take a photo. This was solid proof. Zero's agent was worried that the system had experienced some errors, hence the high ratings. He trusted the reviews of the critics, but this high rating was just beyond his expectations. Every username was tied to the user's terminal. A large influx of fake fans was also impossible. If there were too many obvious fake fans, an investigation would take place. What called for the high ratings? Are you F***king kidding me? God of War has a rating of 5. There is something suspicious going on. Already 5.1 stars and still rising. Where are the ones who caught the movie immediately after it was released? Shed some light on the truth. I just watched the premiere. How do I put it in words? Rather straightforward with a crappy plot. Yet it was really cool. Especially the stunning spectacle of the final battle. I give it 5.5 stars. The visuals of Senior Master Zero's movies are always more or less satisfactory. Just that this time it left a profound impression on me, perhaps due to the soundtrack. I originally wanted to give it 3 stars, but on account of the amazing soundtrack, I made it 5. Amongst those voicing their opinions, there were also professional critics who were rather famous. My rating is 5.5 stars. The plot deserves only 1 star, as everyone should be able to tell. Production deserves 2.5 stars. Compared to the previous works, there has been an improvement, especially the acting. Although not great, it is evident that they were serious about their craft. I gave 2 stars for the previous 7 movies. This time, based on the same criteria, the movie would have received 3.5 stars on the account of their improvement. Alas, what prompted me to give an extra 2 stars was that short but exquisite soundtrack. I am sure others in the industry have given an extra 2 stars as well, just for the music. Indeed, another reputable film critic chipped in. The soundtrack of a film is an important component when it comes to making a film. Without a soundtrack, a movie is just like an empty shell. Music can accentuate a story, draw out emotions, and shape perceptions. Great soundtracks can enhance a film. Just try remembering all the classical greats. Most people might have forgotten how the plot goes, but the epic soundtracks will remain everlasting. The soundtrack in the climax of God of War was indeed breathtaking. During my university days, I minored in movie soundtracks. Thus, from a professional view, I was unable to detect any flaws. That piece brought out the essence of the joys and sorrows of the battle. The bloodshed and glory were all nicely depicted. I just wish to know which great composer produced this masterpiece. To anyone in the industry who has such information, I will be waiting online for any news. Due to protectionist measures, in Liezhou, music from other continents was not distributed freely. Most people in Liezhou were not familiar with the Period of Destruction series. Even with the big hoo-ha of the second movement, the news here was censored. Therefore, some people did not even know of the existence of the virtual idol Polar Light. As the release of the third movement and the premiere of God of War had happened simultaneously, even though there might have been a minority that followed the music industry in Yenzhou, those that had listened to the song had not watched the movie. At the moment, nobody had deduced the source or the composer of the soundtrack yet. Some people thought that the soundtrack would be under the film's copyright and would not appear anywhere else. Therefore, in order to hear it, they had no choice but to watch God of War. There were also soundtrack enthusiasts who went to watch God of War a second time. A large number who saw the reviews online decided to catch it too. Thus, during the second screening of the movie, Zero's agent and production team realized that the second screening had even more viewers than the premiere. This had never happened before with the 7 previous movies. This was a happy occasion. It called for a celebration. Zero's agent tried calling Zero to pass on the good news. However, Zero was totally uncontactable. Finding Zero uncontactable, he moved on to contacting the members in Zero's social circle. Alas, not a single one could be contacted. Had some sort of accident occurred? Thoughts of kidnapping, blackmail, and hostage situations flashed across the mind of Zero's agent, and he nearly wanted to make a police report. But after remembering that Zero was a member of the Renault family, the agent made a call to an uncle of Zero's. From that uncle, he received the news that Zero and his friends were at home and was told not to worry. Refusing to comment further, the uncle hung up. Zero's agent could tell that something was amiss. Could it be that something had happened? At the same time, in Zero's residence, Zero's friends were seated quietly in the projection room. All communication devices on hand had been confiscated and they were not allowed to leave. Even a trip to the bathroom required someone to follow them. 2 armed security personnel were standing in the doorway, giving off icy stares. No matter which family they belonged to, there would be no such preferential treatment given. The bunch of them sat in fear, afraid to even make a single sound. None of them even knew what had happened. At that moment, nobody had even dared to go out. All they saw was Zero kneeling down moments after opening the door, all hints of his normally insolent attitude gone. Before they even had time to look out, security personnel had already entered the room with their guns raised. In the Renault family, quite a few members were able to boast of having armed security personnel tag along. Yet, given Zero's reaction and the tense atmosphere in the house, it was highly likely that the rarely seen old General Renault was here. But why would the old general even be here? To visit Zero? Given the current situation and seeing the gun-wielding security personnel, one of them came to a conclusion. Something had happened to old General Renault. The health and well-being of this very important person was an important affair. Before the Renault family had done any preparations, it was important that no information was to be leaked. Therefore, even if Zero's friends had not seen anything, their communication devices had to be confiscated and they had to be confined to the room. Why had old General Renault suddenly encountered a health problem? Seeing Zero's kneeling figure, perhaps Zero had angered the old man and triggered a reaction? At the thought, the friend shivered. All he could do was offer Zero his condolences. If Zero had indeed offended the old general, even if he was the beloved grandson of Lijo's current governor, Zero would not be spared. At the moment, Zero was very pale. He was still kneeling, but at the doorway of another room. He did not know what was happening inside right now, but seeing the situation with his great-grandfather just now, he did not have high hopes. 5 other members of the Renault family were already in the house. They were his uncles and aunts. The Renaults of his grandfather's generation held important positions and were unable to set aside everything and rush over. Zero's father had also rushed over. After confirming that the old master's life was no longer in danger, he proceeded to rip into Zero. In the past, whenever Zero's father had scolded him, there would always be others to intercede. This time, nobody even bothered. Zero's mother sat to one side, her face fraught with worry. When she tried to interject, she was stopped by one of Zero's aunts. The members of the family did not know the entire story, but considering Zero's past actions, they came to the conclusion that Zero was at fault for the old general's current condition. Sporting a bruised face, Zero sobbed silently while still kneeling. Any trace of his arrogant manner was gone. Zero might have been pampered, but he had a conscience. He had not wished for such a situation. Even he did not know what had caused his great-grandfather so much anguish. Could it have been the bragging he had done in the projection room? If he had known that the old man had been standing outside, he would not have dared to say anything. As he knelt there sobbing, the door opened. His father gave him a cold stare and said, "Old master wishes to speak to you." Zero blew his nose, grabbing onto the doorframe to support himself as he got up. After contemplating, he decided to go back to kneeling and, in that position, shuffled into the room. The old master had his back to the door, so Zero could not see his expression. All he could do under the icy cold stares of his elders was tremble. "Gr great-grandfather," Zero mumbled softly. Having prepared himself for whatever punishment might come, Zero instead heard something totally unexpected. "That song. What is its title?" the old master asked. Zero grimaced. The others in the room were bewildered as well. "What? Hurry up and answer," Zero's father said as he rasped his knuckles down onto the top of Zero's head. "Oh." Zero relaxed a little and tried to think. At that moment, it should have been the part where he was acting. The soundtrack was titled, "Me Mission." That piece was called Mission, Zero hurriedly said. "Mission?" The old master repeated the word with a longing gaze and a light sigh. Chapter 56, Battle for the Composition. When some people heard the third movement, they felt that the music was cool and pleasing to the ear. Just as when Zero heard it for the first time, he felt the music could heighten the scene's atmosphere, complimenting him in the process. However, when old General Renault listened to it, the music did not lift him. Rather, it stirred a sense of sorrow. There was a saying, "Music only furnishes the ambience. Every listener only hears his own story." This saying was exactly what old General Renault was going through. Regardless of what the composer was thinking about when he'd created this music, when old General Renault listened to the music, all his past experiences came flowing back to him. A long time ago, when old General Renault was still young, he'd taken part in many military campaigns. These military campaigns were not known to the masses because they had taken place on another planet. The 100-year period of destruction had left Earth bare and lacking resources. At the rate the new era was developing, lots of resources were needed. The resources on Earth would have been exhausted before long, and that would have led to the real end of the world. Hence, there had been a need to look for resources and materials outside of the planet. It was no easy task, but somebody had to do it. Few people knew the terrible price that was paid for all the glory of the thriving new era. How many lives had been lost in the unbounded universe, on foreign planets where the remains were never claimed? Recently, he kept remembering his comrades who had traveled to a distant planet together with him. If they had not perished, they would certainly have a standing equal to his. Hearing the familiar sounds of guns and machinery unconsciously brought him back that period. The soundtrack directed his thoughts toward the desperate scenario he had wished to forget. People loved exalted heroes. Movies and films had no shortage of sparkling superheroes, but he rarely watched those. No matter what righteous mission they were given, no matter how valiant or great they were, in reality, heroes would bleed and heroes would die. He had watched and read enough films and books regarding heroes, and heard many songs praising heroes. But all of them were flawed. They might have depicted war, but they shied away from the true image of war. The cruelty and irrationality of war, the cost of lives, was all but neglected. Regardless of the glory or destruction, heroes were glorified while the normal man was swept aside. Heroes, whether in real life or real life, were just but a small part of humanity. The other end of the spectrum was overlooked. For every victory, there were always those that went through the sorrow of losing a family member. Because of these reasons, old General Renault could not appreciate real art. Perhaps he was old and was unable to keep up with the times. Maybe the younger generation reveled in the beautiful world without sorrow and anxiety. Perhaps only those who had been on an actual battlefield would understand the implications of war and the cost of lives. With a deep breath and another long sigh, the old master spoke. You did well finding this soundtrack. The kneeling Zhao widened his eyes, doubting his own hearing. Was the old master actually praising him? Zhao was astonished that the old master was interested in this piece of music. It was at this moment that he realized that it was upon hearing the soundtrack that the old master was so moved it triggered something. That meant the old master's tears were not from anger, but rather because of the music. He had gotten beat up for nothing. Still kneeling, Zhao glared at his father. Upon making contact with Zhero's barely recognizable and bruised face, Zhero's father let out a light sigh and turned his head away. The other elders in the room were also slightly awkward. Who would have thought that the old master's condition was a result of him listening to a song? They had nearly hit Zhao themselves, but hearing that the old master's condition was stable, they had controlled themselves. Luckily, they had saved themselves from an even more awkward situation. Who was the composer for Mission? The old master asked. I don't know. Zhao felt the piercing stares of the few elders in the room after his reply. He winced and continued on. Really, I don't know. The composer is someone in Yenzhou. Yenzhou's Silverwing Media. They didn't tell me who the composer was. But that composer has 2 other works before Mission. Great-grandfather, let me source them out for you to listen. SSS. At the end, he let out a little sound like a hiss. Zhero's father clenched his fist. He could tell right away what that little punk was trying to pull off. As expected, hearing the SSS, the old master turned his chair around and saw the bruised face of Zhao. Startled, he asked, What happened to you? Stand up. What are you kneeling down for? He had been deeply immersed in his memories and had not noticed his surroundings. Only now was he fully awake. Zhao got up, massaging his knee and wincing as if in pain. Father hit me. It hurts. At his age, old General Renault could have guessed. He laughingly said, You deserve it. What's similar to God of War? Far from it. He could tell from the look of it that Zhao was only suffering some bruises. A little discipline would be all right as a deterrent for the young punk. Zhao gave a cheeky laugh. Acting coy and cheeky was what made him so endearing to his grandfather, the current governor of Lijiao. Zhero's father rolled his eyes. Of all the things to learn, this little brat had learned to act like this. Zhao was an expert at currying favors with the elder generation, yet he knew when to draw the line. Too much flattery would make him annoying. Thus, he showed some restraint. Great-grandfather, do you want to listen to them? I can get the other 2 pieces and the complete mission for you. With that, he glanced at the personal doctor beside the old master. He did not want the old master to lose himself and cause an incident again. The personal doctor chuckled. No objections. For humans, releasing pin-up emotions was beneficial. The old master tended to bottle up his feelings and regrets, storing them in the deep recesses of his heart. After many long years, the scars and pains deep in his heart were a lot for him to bear. Crying it all out was as if letting his spirit finally relax. Just that this had been a big scare for him. Anyone who had seen the old master in that state would have panicked. Having received approval, the bruised and battered Zhao happily ran out of the room. Watching the scene, his mother thought that her child had suffered brain damage from the beatings. It's all right to be a little lively. The old master chuckled as Zhao went out. He meant the words for everyone in the room, and specifically for Zhara's father, to hear. What could Zhara's father say? He could only flash a smile and nod. That child had already grown up this way. How much could he change? As long as Zhao refrained from outrageous activities, they also did not need to keep him on a tight leash. In a short time, Zhao brought the full copies of Divine Punishment, Cocoon Breach, and the original Mission to the old master. It is even better when watching the music video. Let me help you set it up. Although Zhao said he was helping to set up, he was actually directing the security personnel and the servants to do the work. After all 3 music videos had been played, even though the old master was not as shaken as before, his eyes were all red and misty. An excellent piece of art. A few of those in the room gave their surprisingly good reviews. Zhara's father muttered, "How does this not belong to Li Zhao? Whichever continent's composer, being able to produce this sort of music deserves respect," the old master said. Music like this that was capable of evoking emotions could transcend politics and time. Having finished watching the music video, Zhao was chased out of the room by his father. The door was closed as the Renaults inside discussed important matters. After Zhao exited the room, he did not bother to check on his friends who were still under the watchful eyes of the security personnel. Instead, he called his agent. Receiving the call, Zhao's agent immediately relayed the good news regarding the showing of God of War at the box office and its rave reviews. Before he could ask about what had caused Zhao to be uncontactable, he was interrupted by Zhao. "I don't give a f***ck about any of that. Contact Silverwing Media right away. No matter how much it costs, purchase the copyright for Mission. Remember, I want the full copyright." Zhara's agent was shocked. Although the soundtrack was great and gave the movie extra points, was it worth it to spend another large sum of money to buy it? He wanted to ask what had happened within the Renault family, but before he could speak, Zhao had already hung up. At the moment when Zhara's agent contacted Silverwing Media with the intent to purchase the copyrights, Duan Xinji received a call inside the headquarters of Silverwing. A rough voice came through the line. "Dear wife." Hearing this, Duan Xinji wanted to sever the call. She knew that every time she heard this tone, there would be a troublesome request. "The new song Mission that your company just released, leave it for me. Don't ever sell it." "What? Didn't you have no interest in music?" Duan Xinji asked. I don't have interest in other music. But I really like this series. Especially the third movement. Make sure to leave it. Yinzhou's military is planning on expanding. We have shot a publicity film and are hoping to use the music alongside it." Chapter 57, Battle Date. The theme song for a recruitment drive had to project a commanding presence. It couldn't be soft. It also had to be hefty. Naturally, Duan Xinji's husband, Major General Hong Lu, was clueless about music and couldn't tell the difference. But others who belonged to the Yinzhou military command could. They had spotted a gem, and when they noticed it was a Silver Wing release, they sought out Hong Lu. You had to save the good stuff for your own. Even though she stood to suffer a loss, given that Hong Lu had asked for the song specifically, Duan Xinji decided to keep the rights of the song within her home continent. The song was noticed by the Yinzhou military command and slated to anchor a recruitment drive, which meant the series was quite popular. Even if the masses didn't like the song, as long as the military did, that was a good thing. Silver Wing had to borrow equipment and locations from the military for its film productions every year. Now the military wanted something from them. It was good to do this favor. There would be less backlash the next time they wanted to borrow equipment from the military. After hanging up with her husband, Duan Xinji asked her assistant, "Any word on the Fiery Bird poll?" Voting has started in Huangzhou. Voting in Yinzhou might be held off until Memorial Day. The online poll of virtual idols for the Fiery Bird endorsement deal was actually organized by Rising Dragon, a world-renowned gaming publication. It had nothing to do with Fiery Bird, but it received quite a bit of attention globally. Given that Rising Dragon was a media outlet from Huangzhou, voting naturally kicked off in Huangzhou. The voting order of the other continents was determined randomly by computer. By custom, voting in all 12 continents took 3 months. Fiery Bird was scheduled to finalize its virtual idol endorsers for all continents by May. Typically, Fiery Bird consulted Rising Dragon's online poll before making their decisions. Most of the time, the top vote-getter in each continent was awarded the endorsement deal. Rising Dragon typically completed voting for 4 continents in a month. Yinzhou was the 6th continent on this year's list, scheduled for early February. Send word to Fang Zhao to try to complete the last movement before New Era Memorial Day and aim for a February 8th release, Duan Xinji ordered. January 28th was New Era Memorial Day. The period of destruction ended and the new era began on that day 500+ years ago. It was a day celebrated worldwide, the most important festival in all 12 continents. The occasion was typically marked by a holiday of at least 7 days. The exact length of the vacation was determined by individual companies in each continent. Silver Wing gave its employees a week off, although entertainment industry types could never really take a vacation. They were typically busy hitting the road and attending various celebratory events in different cities. It was the busiest time of the year and the most profitable. Even if you ordered them to take time off, they wouldn't be willing. Celebrities who rested during this period were either ill or out of favor and couldn't swing a single invitation. Duan Xinji wanted to ask Fang Zhao to attend a few events with the Polar Light Project team to boost their profile, but she eventually decided against it because she was concerned about the progress of the 4th movement. The most important thing now was to focus and complete the 4th movement with a flourish. Memorial Day celebrations were secondary. An even more crucial endorsement deal was up for grabs after Memorial Day. That was of greater importance to Silver Wing. As for Ming Tsang, the deputy head of the Yinzhou Music Association, Duan Xinji had given him a heads up. After the 3rd movement was released, Ming Tsang had posted an emotional video on Yinzhou's largest social media website. It was impossible for him to be unbiased because of his son's illness, so he couldn't post comment on the official website of the Yinzhou Music Association. He could only speak in a personal capacity. Ming Tsang was still quite moved, but compared to his response to the 2nd movement, he seemed in better spirits. His cheeks were flush. The jaded look brought on by his son's condition had disappeared. He wore a bright smile. Ming Ye's condition has improved. His medical team is following up. His attending doctor says that the series clearly has an impact on the whole virus, but only the entire series, the 4 movements altogether, qualifies as a full course of treatment. A breakthrough probably can't be expected until the full treatment is completed. I'm looking forward to the 4th movement. Thanks again to Polar Light and the Polar Light Project team. Duan Xinji's concerns had vanished after she watched Ming Tsang's video. Quite a few hospitals in Yinzhou had already dubbed the 100-year period of destruction series the whole virus treatment tune. From a business perspective, once research had proven the series' efficacy in treating the virus, the sky was the limit. Tell Fang Zhao the priority is quality. Now that he has completed 3 movements, the 4th movement will be easier. As long as the quality is there, everything else will fall in place. All he has to do is focus on completing the series. As for marketing and other matters, tell him not to worry about it, Duan Xinji ordered her assistant. Then, what about our client in Lijiao? The assistant asked. Tell them that the rights to the 3rd movement have been sold. Lijiao, Zero's agent relayed Silver Wing's message to his client. What? The rights have been sold? They don't want more money. Zero was furious. The agent nodded vigorously. 10 million for a song could be written off as Senior Master's one-off indulgence. But as for sweetening the offer, he would be cautious. Zero had ordered him to spare no expense in buying the full rights to the song. But as the Senior Master's bookkeeper, he would never spend more than 50 million on a song. In his mind, it wasn't worth it. It was uneconomical and irrational. So he could finally rest easy when he got word from Silver Wing. Silver Wing are adamant about not selling us the rights, the agent said. Then let's poach the composer. We can't. Silver Wing has done a good of keeping him under wraps. Even folks in Yinzhou have no idea who he is. The agent was in a tough spot. Poaching talent was harder than buying a song. Silver Wing was no fool. You could tell by the way they guarded the composer's identity. Businesses acted out of self-interest. Every move was calculated. Silver Wing had to have bigger plans in mind. But that was the purview of the music industry. They were just making movies for fun. They wouldn't be affected. They were also from a different continent. In the worst-case scenario, they could buy another song from Silver Wing next time. Then let's poach him when he unmasks himself. Aren't there 4 movements in total? 3 are already out. The 4th will be released soon. Another thought struck Zero, and he started laughing. It won't be long. Silver Wing wants Polar Light in the running for the Fiery Bird endorsement deal. Online polling had started in Huangzhou already. Leveraging his status as a Renault and the favored grandson of the Liezhou governor, Zero had learned from a Rising Dragon source that Polar Light was Silver Wing's candidate for the endorsement deal in Yenzhou. We can afford to wait. Zero kicked up his feet. What's the latest score for God of War? It's 5.3 now. What about King of Snipers? 8.2. Ha ha ha. Zero started laughing with no regard for decorum. His agent flashed a cynical smile too. Why were they so happy? Because the rating for God of War was rising while the score for King of Snipers was slipping. In 3 days, the second film had lost 0.4 points. It was an alarming rate of decline for the critically acclaimed movie. The following comment had appeared online. I don't know why, but when I was watching King of Snipers, all I could think of was the song that played during the final battle scene in God of War. Actually, the score for King of Snipers isn't bad, but in contrast, after watching God of War, it lacks oomph. It was like having a heavy dish and then trying one that was lighter, of the gourmet variety. There was bound to be a difference. Many fans searched online for the soundtrack for God of War. There were calls for wireless media to release the song played during the final battle as a single, but the studio never responded. Eventually, someone discovered that the memorable song was part of a series performed by a virtual idol over in Yenzhou. Yenzhou? They actually used someone from Yenzhou? What's the name of the virtual idol? What's the name of the song? Let me check. Polar Light, from Yenzhou, and the song is called Mission. It's the 3rd movement of the 100-year period of destruction series. Oh, the first 3 movements are available for download in Yenzhou for $1 a pop. Wow, copyrighted music is actually available for download in Yenzhou. Us music fans in Liezhou can forget about it. There were many jealous fans in Liezhou. Copyrighted music in Liezhou was usually made to order and appeared only in ads and videos. They were not available for download. If you wanted to listen to a copyrighted song, you had to watch the ad or the original video, unless the record label released a single. The quandary made many think about Zero, the senior master with little restraint but plenty of cash to splurge. Have senior master Zero buy the rights to the song. Actually, have him buy all the rights to the song. That way we can listen to it. Zero read comments along these lines, thinking, I want to buy the rights too, but Silver Wing ain't selling. While the song generated quite a bit of interest online, not everyone was willing to watch God of War just to hear it. Mission could not be sampled in Liezhou. Even if the Liezhou fans managed to log in to a streaming website in Yenzhou, they could only play the first 2 movements. Silver Wing had blocked sampling of the 3rd movement outside of Yenzhou. Just when Liezhou fans thought they would never hear Mission in a context other than the movie, a video started circulating online. It was titled A Mission Calling, the Earth-Shattering Army of Yenzhou. The Yenzhou Military Command released rare footage of its 3 divisions taking part in drills and engaging in combat. The cinematography was slick and explosive, especially the Air Force footage, which projected power and elegance. And the score was a magical touch. Anyone who watched the video would be burning with passion and inspired to fight. The video generated heated discussion online. Many folks compared it to the recruitment videos in their own continents. They realized that their videos were visually okay, but somehow, they paled in comparison to the Yenzhou video. Folks in Rongzhou were genuinely pissed off. Earth-shattering? Have you forgotten about Rongzhou? The planet's 12. Continents were split into 8 main continents and 4 special continents. Yenzhou was one of the 8 major continents, populated mostly by civilians. Rongzhou was one of the 4 special continents, home to the world's largest military base and the headquarters of the Global Military Alliance. The entire continent was under military-style management. Most of its residents were descendants of soldiers. All local schools, from the primary level to university, were structured in the manner of military academies. Rongzhou was widely considered the most powerful continent in terms of military might. That was why people in Rongzhou were miffed after the Yenzhou recruitment video went viral. Mission calling my ass. It's AF*King propaganda video, pure and simple. Just cut to the chase. If you want to brainwash folks, get straight to the point. How can a tiny, crappy military district like Yenzhou shattered the world. Folks from Yenzhou and Rongzhou started quarreling online, while people from other continents took in the spectacle. But everyone knew that online talk meant nothing. Who was willing to actually fly over and fight? That was implausible, so they would battle in a different way. See you in Battle of the Century in October. The world-renowned gaming studio Fiery Bird was launching their new game, Battle of the Century, in October. Chapter 58, 10 Military Postings. Yenzhou's military turned a deaf ear to all the questions and debates. Online, they did not concern themselves with the buzz. All they wanted to do was show off their military might to spur on more citizens of Yenzhou to enlist, instead of coming up with other methods. When the recruitment video was released on the internet and went viral, it brought about a sense of patriotism. Duan Xinji's husband, Hong Lu, also received a commendation during one of the meetings. Just as people needed clothes, a video required accompanying music. Yenzhou's publicity film could not match up with Rongzhou's military recruitment video, might in terms of the equipment and scale shown, but the other continents' recruitment videos were not as memorable, and this was largely due to their inferior soundtrack. This was the reason companies spent large sums of money to produce custom-made music for their movies, games, and advertisements. The returns were way greater, far more than the average person could imagine. Yenzhou's military had shown itself in a different light, and Silverwing Media had benefited from it too. On the other continents, protectionist measures and censorship were put in place with regard to film, music, and other entertainment. Stringent measures were in place to protect the interests of their own continent's entertainment industry. However, the measures only affected commercial items. Yenzhou's recruitment video did not fall under this category. There were no obstacles preventing it from being viewed by anyone. Silverwing Media also took the opportunity to announce themselves globally. If not for that short 4-minute soundtrack in the recruitment video, the series by the virtual idol Polar Light would not have spread so quickly. The soundtrack spurred on many people from other continents to search for information regarding Polar Light and the Period of Destruction series, gaining publicity for his work and at the same time advertising for his wife. Hong Lu was very pleased. This was a win-win situation. Even Li Zhou's own God of War had an increased amount of discussions and attention. Zero's agent and the rest of wireless media grabbed the opportunity and promoted the film with added effort. They even managed to deny King of Snipers the award for Best Movie Soundtrack, and they watched as King of Snipers kept dropping points down to a measly 8. Before the premieres of the two movies, most people were certain that King of Snipers would run away with quite a number of awards at Li Zhou's biggest movie awards event. However, when King of Snipers and God of War were simultaneously screened, many people feared that King of Snipers would lose the Best Movie Soundtrack award. Everyone knew that a crappy film like God of War had no way of winning any awards. It was unlikely that Yenzhou's Film Association would give the movie any awards, as they felt it was beneath them. However, if they were to award Best Movie Soundtrack to King of Snipers, it would certainly cause an uproar. Many people could tell that Yenzhou's Film Association would instead hand over the award to a different movie, hence avoiding the head-to-head clash of soundtracks. The investors behind King of Snipers were raging. After all, the soundtrack was one of the top priorities. They had put in a considerable sum to hire a celebrated band to produce their soundtrack. Yet it had all gone to waste, as their plans for the award were wrecked by that imbecile Zero. Some investors had also hired a bunch of professionals to stir and discredit Zero and his team in the media. However, Zero hit back with a public interview. Yes, we may be smelly dogs hit, but even a pile of dogs hit has its merits. Putting in so much effort on a comprehensive effort to discredit wireless media is a despicable means. Rather, that effort could have been put to a self-reflection of your flaws and faults and finding out where you went wrong. Just being arrogant every day and you expect to be the undisputed best. For all those that criticized God of War and said that the ones who enjoyed God of War were handicapped, Zero shredded them. Just watching and criticizing a movie makes you feel all superior? If you're that capable, why not join the military and embark on a trip to search for new resources? Zero was not afraid of any criticism. No matter how vicious the comments were, he paid no heed. This crappy film he had starred in had a soundtrack that had denied the other side an award. Although not being able to compete in terms of box office sales, ratings, or awards, denying them the Best Movie Soundtrack award was satisfactory and made him happy. It was a heroic deed. He deserved a raise. Zero's agent was equally ecstatic, not just because they had managed to deny the award, but because the film had broken even and made a profit of more than 60 million. Purely profits. The revenue might be a small matter in other companies in the film industry, but given Zero's tendency to splash out cash to make a crappy movie, the target every time was to break even. This time around, after deducting the expenses, promotion fees, and salaries, they had profited more than 60 million. This was a tremendous improvement. Once in a while, Zero's agent wondered if it would have been even better had they managed to secure the rights to Mission, although he would quickly forget about it and shift it to the back of his mind. In Yinzhou, Fang Zhao paid no mind to the happenings in the global entertainment circle, instead leading his team to work. Even if Duan Xianji had not said anything, he had already decided to complete production for the fourth movement before Memorial Day, so the entire team could have a long and relaxing memorial holiday. Since the rights to the third movement already belonged to Yinzhou's recruitment video, for the masses, they could only listen to the third movement by viewing the video online. Television stations, studios, advertising companies, etc. were not authorized to play it. Doing so would be an infringement, and the offending party would have to go to court. The rights of the third movement had been sold to the Yinzhou military for its use in their recruitment video. Yet Silverwing Media did not receive a single cent, because Duan Xianji knew that, no matter how much the military offered, it would not even come close to what Zero was willing to pay. Instead, she used the rights of the song to exchange for other benefits. Some were for the benefit of the entire Silverwing Media, and some were specifically just for Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao was giving Pang Pusong some vocal coaching when he was summoned by Duan Xianji to the top-floor office. I have 2 issues I wish to speak to you about. Instead of having her assistants inform Fang Zhao, she chose to speak with Fang Zhao personally, as it was important. The first matter. Yinzhou military's recruitment video's global circulation brought a lot of attention to the third movement. Duan Xianji opened a projection and showed Fang Zhao a screenshot of an online discussion. Now that the third movement had garnered much reputation, more people realized that they did not understand the lyrics of a portion of the song. Does anyone know what it is? What language is it? Preliminary investigations have shown that it is some sort of ancient language, possibly from an era before the end of days. We need someone to shed light on the matter. Anyone online who has studied linguistics? Please explain. What Duan Xianji showed Fang Zhao was an online discussion where people from every continent discussed the lyrics, and it was even picked up by the media. Many people who studied music knew that songs were mostly expressed in a few globally fashionable languages. Just that, when the languages mixed and got complicated, it was harder to understand the meaning of the song. Thus, not many people would actually try to decipher the meanings behind the many languages. Still, no matter how many languages were used, there still existed music that was beyond the control of languages, using an unknown language to convey the song. To put it bluntly, it was self-created musical language. This sort of language on its own had no significance. Normally, it would just be for the sake of complementing the melody. Alternatively, it could be some sort of ancient language that had died out. No matter the reason, it would not be able to clearly express much, but it could convey the feelings that the artist had in mind. Whatever the reason, when nobody could figure it out, the remaining option was to ask the composer himself. This was the question on the minds of internet users of every continent. Previously, Duan Xianji had not paid much attention. She had felt that with regards to Fang Zhao's composition, lyrics were secondary. The composition was what attracted people. Therefore, she did not find any issue with the lyrics and hence paid no heed. It was only after the lyrics generated much buzz on the internet that it caught her attention. The company plans to keep this matter under tight wraps to deal with the matter. Therefore, whatever the meaning of the third movement, please do not divulge any information. For the time being, do not give an explanation online regarding the lyrics of the third movement, Duan Quanji emphasized in a serious tone. Don't worry about it. Fang Zhao laughed as he continued. Even I do not know what it means. Duan Xianji thought to herself, is he messing with me? I heard it before and felt that it suited this part, so I decided to use it. As for the meaning, I can't help you there, Fang Zhao said. After the end of days, many dialects and languages went extinct. When Fang Zhao had been composing the score, he remembered the words and sounds he'd heard during the all-out war. Some were farewells to family and friends, and others were the roars of battle cries. The people they came from no longer existed. Fang Zhao did not know what they meant, but when he was composing, the words came to him as he was writing the score. Thus, during recording, he then instructed Pang Pusong on how to sing them. Duan Xianji just stared at Fang Zhao, seemingly finding it hard to speak. She had no way of understanding what went through the mind of a talented and eccentric artist. Perhaps only such a person could produce such astonishing music. Cough. That's settled, then. Now, for the second matter. Duan Xianji scrutinized the expressions on Fang Zhao's face as she said, "Mission belonged to Silver Wing Media, and the rights were given to Yenzhou Military's publicity division. We did not charge them a single cent." Although the matter of entrusting the rights of the third movement to the military had already been discussed with Fang Zhao, and he had given his approval, Duan Xianji still felt the need to explain the situation clearly to Fang Zhao. From the looks of it, Fang Zhao was still young and might not have thought things through and instead held back his misgivings. Duan Xianji did not want such a promising talent to the company harboring any doubts. Of course, it was not entirely free, in a sense. We managed to obtain quite a bit of privileges, some that cannot be bought. Duan Xianji watched Fang Zhao's expression and behavior closely as she spoke. Yet from the start, Fang Zhao had projected an image of cool and calm, as if the two were just engaged in idle gossip. Duan Quanji had been overthinking things. Fang Zhao was not really fazed by this matter. He had already given his approval. All he had wanted was for the few compositions of his to see the light of day. Profit-wise, it was just not as great as the previous installments. Also, Fang Zhao believed that, as a business person, Duan Quanji knew best how to receive the most profit. Thus, he was not worried about losing out. Duan Quanji would also not have any shortage of cash. And receiving privileges, as she'd mentioned, could not be bought easily. There are some things that I am not liable to tell you, but I can tell you this. Duan Quanji chuckled. Other than privileges, I took the opportunity to obtain 10 positions for you. Military positions. In the new era, there were some things that were unavoidable. Military conscription was one. There were different types of soldiers, different divisions, and different vocations. Some would be assigned to a certain squadron and sent to a remote planet to mine for resources, whereas other positions might require doing simple administrative work in a city without the need for active duty. Duan Xianji saw that this had piqued Fang Zhao's interest and continued, I have checked up on the Polar Light production team. The others completed their military service during their time at university. Fang Zhao, only you have not completed the mandatory service. When you decide to enlist, you can select a posting they have given. Pick one that has rather light duties and even lets you stay in Qian. During that 1 year of military service, you can continue to compose your music without many disturbances. Of these types of postings, I have obtained 10. This was her preferential treatment toward Fang Zhao and a chance to do him a favor. Chapter 59, Arrested. There were many ways to complete military service. Those enlisting would be divided according to their physical condition. Those with physically weak bodies would be assigned to less taxing places and, as Duan Xianji had mentioned, did not need to leave the planet. For those with poor health, they might be assigned to a city office to help with easier jobs, such as administration. However, these jobs were also restricted by the postings. The majority of people were thus assigned accordingly, and more than 70% of postings required the person to leave the planet. Every year, many military personnel were sent to foreign planets. Not for holidays, they were required to undergo rigorous training and would need to toil hard there. Therefore, most people were unwilling to get sent there, and families with pressing or dire circumstances would try various methods to get a more relaxed posting. This resulted in many underhanded transactions happening on the black market every year, especially so in remote areas. By manipulating the assignments, one could even use this as a means of revenge. It had already been 500 years since the new era had started, and many laws and policies had lost the significance they'd had when they were first introduced. Yenzhou's military was no exception. Officials in the military would sometimes turn a blind eye. After all, the end of days were over, and in order to go on living happily, sometimes corners had to be cut. This situation was not just limited to Yanzhou. It existed in every single continent as well. Fang Zhao had not yet enlisted, yet he already had these postings. He did not need to worry about being assigned to an arduous foreign planet. Duan Xinji also hoped that Fang Zhao would remain in Qian City and be of use to Silverwing Media. After all, the nucleus of the Polar Light team was Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao left the rooftop office and headed for the 50th floor, taking advantage of the afternoon's free time to summon his team over. Wasn't the project meeting scheduled for tomorrow? Zhuan yawned. He had been about to take his afternoon nap. This is not a project meeting. I have received a number of military postings, Fang Zhao said. Zhuan was snapped out of his daze. Is it what I'm thinking it is? Is it the type that grants preferential treatment? Rodney rubbed his palms gleefully. Everyone else stared at Fang Zhao, awaiting his reply. Fang Zhao nodded. That's right. Aha. Zhuan let out a strange sound. Why did I clear my military service so early? I could have been living the life and enjoying special treatment. I wouldn't even have to travel to foreign planets to mine for minerals. Zhuan, were you also assigned to mining? Zheng Huang asked. Yeah, where else? Zhuan felt his stomach clenching when he remembered his time in the military. Luckily, my family pulled some strings and spent $1 million so that the person in charge would assign me to a planet with a well-developed base. You had it good. The planet I was assigned to had horrible conditions. The weather was bad, too, and it snowed all year long. Zheng Huang shuddered as he spoke. Zheng Huang and I completed our military service during year 3 of university. During year 1 and 2, we completed the curriculum for year 3 as well, so when we returned, we could directly continue with year 4 and have it not affect our graduation, one you said. But it seems like Fang Zhao has not served in the military yet. Generally, students would try to complete their military service together with close friends or family. Waiting till after graduation would only serve as a hindrance to their work. During university, the original owner of Fang Zhao's body had been kept busy by composing, dating, and striving for good results and awards. Therefore, he had not completed his military service. I have also completed my service. But, boss. Fu Yingtian paused. He had joined the team through Zhu Wen's recommendation and followed Zhu Wen's way of calling Fang Zhao boss. However, he was still not used to speaking to Fang Zhao in the same easy manner as Zhu Wen. Seeing Fang Zhao glance over, Fu Yingtian got a little nervous. My little brother is in his 3rd year of university. He spends most of his days coding and severely lacks exercise. This year, he and his classmates decided to defer their studies and serve in the military. He is really talented in science and technology. It's just that he loses track of time when he gets busy. He frequently stays up all night, and his health condition isn't that good. Last year, he also contracted an illness. Boss, the postings that you have, could you sell me one? Hearing Fu Yingtian's words, Fang Zhao nodded. Fu Yingtian felt relieved as Fang Zhao consented. Having joined the Polar Light Project team, he had saved quite a bit of money. It would be worth it if he could purchase a credible posting. He had asked around on the black market, but there were no guarantees and there was a risk of being conned. He knew his own brother best. If his brother was posted to mine at a planet with poor weather and working conditions like the one Zheng Huang had mentioned, chances were he would be sent back halfway through due to illness or health issues. Military service was not that bad to the extent that people died, but according to his experiences, he knew how tough it could be. If it was absolutely fair and people were assigned their positions according to the rules, he would have accepted it with no questions asked. However, now that everyone was using their own means and methods, why should he abide by the rules? He had not done so previously, but this time, given the circumstances, he could let the people he cared about suffer less. Struggling hard. Was it ultimately to give his family and himself a better life? How much? Fu Yingtian had only intended to ask how much a posting cost, yet he heard Fang Zhao say, you can have one. Anyone else? Fu Yingtian was flabbergasted. The few people around froze like statues as they watched Fang Zhao. A few seconds later, Zhu Wen took a deep breath. You mean you are giving them to us? Still finding it incomprehensible, he added. Really? You giving them to us for free? Fang Zhao nodded. Wait, boss. Do you know the market rate on the black market? Zhu Wen rubbed his eyes, struggling to control himself. 10 million. Without giving Fang Zhao a chance to reply, Zhu Wen continued. On the black market, it is 10 million. The lowest it has ever gone was also 5 million. Those are the ones you have where you can choose your own posting. Back then, I would have gotten one for myself, but I just didn't have the money. Fang Zhao replied to Zhu Wen's incessant chatter with 2 words, I know. I know. That was all. Zhu Wen's eyes widened. Fang Zhao glanced at the people in front of him. Zhu Wen, Song Miao, Peng Pusong, Zheng Huang, Wan Yu, Fu Yingtian, Stiller, Zhang Yu. The 8 of you can have one each. Use it on whoever you see fit. Let me know when you've made the choice. Huh. Zhu Wen roared with laughter. I love you, boss. As he shouted, Zhu Wen went in for a hug. Fang Zhao sidestepped and shoved him into a room. You have all received benefits. Make sure you give me good work. Yes. I guarantee all the work will be done to perfection. Zhu Wen was no longer sleepy. He was really excited. If not for the fact that this could not be publicly announced, Zhu Wen would have shown it off in front of his friends. Other departments distributed red packets. Here they distributed postings. Military postings that were worth millions. Even if there was no urgent need to use them within the family, it would still not be sold. The postings given by Fang Zhao still had value even if there was no immediate use for them. Peng Pusong wasted no time and made a call to his mother. Hello, Mom. I obtained a posting. Let uncle and cousin know that they no longer need to worry. Peng Pusong's cousin was his maternal uncle's daughter who was going to be of age soon. Her body was frail and she was frequently sick. His uncle had recently been borrowing money and asked for favors just so that his daughter could get sent to an easier place where she did not have to suffer. Back when Peng Pusong had been a freelancer looking for jobs, his uncle had been of great help. Previously, having the chance to audition at Silverwing Media was due to his uncle pulling some strings. If not for his uncle, Peng Pusong would not have met Fang Zhao. Peng Pusong was very grateful to him and hence had no qualms about giving the posting to his cousin. 2 days later, Fang Zhao received Peng Pusong and Fu Yingtian's requests and passed them on to Duan Qianji. Duan Qianji was astonished at Fang Zhao's decision to give the postings to his subordinates, but she respected his decision. I will ensure that this matter is handled properly. Fang Zhao, what about your choice? Have you decided when to enlist? Which position do you want? Duan Qianji paid no heed to others. She was only interested in Fang Zhao's decision. I wish to complete the Polar Light project first, Fang Zhao replied. That's true. If Polar Light wins the endorsement deal, you will be busy. You will probably be unable to serve your duty this year. You are still young. You will still be eligible to serve in the next couple of years. As long as you still have the posting and it is within the time period, you can enlist in the military as and when you want to. Duan Qianji hoped that, when the time came, Fang Zhao would be assigned somewhere within Qian City, in the vicinity of the company. She had not known that Fang Zhao had spent the last 2 days reading up on mining on foreign planets, and had taken a special interest in the most far-off ones. If Duan Qianji had known, she would surely have recalled the postings. After returning to the office and informing Peng Pusong and Fu Yingtian, Fang Zhao filled up the self-feeding machine with food for curly hair before deciding to retreat to his office to rest. That was when he received an incoming message. Big Zhao, what's up? Zheng Huang asked as he emerged from the washroom and saw the weird expression of Fang Zhao's. I'm going to drop by Qian police station. What happened? Zheng Huang was worried. Why would he be called to the police station for no reason? Don't worry. It's not a big deal. I will be back in no time. Hearing Fang Zhao's words, Zheng Huang relaxed a little. Oh, right. As long as it's nothing. Fang Sheng has been arrested. That's all, Fang Zhao replied. Chapter 60, Sideshow. Fang Sheng was arrested on account of his song theft and alleged assault. He had been struggling since he'd been kicked out of neon culture. He wasn't a talented composer, so he set his sights on music school students. Qian was home to some of the continent's best music schools. Other than the Qian Academy of Music, there were 2 other decent music academies. Quite a few students attending these schools lived on a shoestring budget. Some worked part-time jobs, but competition for music-related part-time gigs was fierce, so some students chose to cover their tuition and expenses by other means. They would not take credit for their work, instead posting excerpts of their songs online to draw buyers, and then selling the songs to the highest bidder. That was how certain pop starlets came by their original compositions. It was an open secret in the industry. Fang Zhao was planning on buying a few decent songs from these poor yet talented students. He was more or less blacklisted in Qian, so he would move to a city far from Qian and sell the songs there to turn a profit. He targeted students who were consumed in the creative process yet clueless about the business side of things, cheating them out of the fruits of their labor with extremely low prices. When he had built up a collection, he would flee to another city. His marks were often students whose personalities resembled that of the original owner of Fang Zhao's body. He really got addicted to stealing. The real reason was that this was such a killer shortcut. When he'd stolen the initial 3 songs, next thing he knew he had a new apartment and a company car. The temptation of overnight riches was too seductive. If Fang Zhao hadn't intervened, Fang Zhao would have done just fine. Yet Fang Zhao's latest ploy had failed. A prospective seller had balked at his offer, but he went ahead and tried to steal the student's song anyway and was caught red-handed. The victim petitioned police to use a lie detector on Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao crumbled under the dual pressure of the lie detector test and interrogation and confessed to stealing Fang Zhao's 3 songs. After arriving at the police station, Fang Zhao had his ID checked and was brought to a conference room. This wasn't an interrogation room, so it wasn't as intimidating. The walls were transparent. You could see the movement in a neighboring hallway. The room was also furnished with snacks and refreshments. A man in his 40s with a square face, sitting in the room, raised his head and asked, "Fang Zhao." "That's me." Fang Zhao sat down at the same desk to face the man. "Did you bring the items we requested?" the man asked. "I did." Fang Zhao removed a notebook from his bag and handed it over. The notebook was what the original owner of his body had used to compose. In it, he had jotted down all his scores. When Fang Zhao got the call from the police at the office, he was asked to bring proof that he was the actual composer of the 3 songs. A second officer took the notebook for verification. Current-day technology could determine the rough date the notebook was written in and establish the timing of the compositions. Even though Fang Zhao had confessed to stealing the 3 songs from Fang Zhao, the laws of evidence required further proof. Having the actual compositions was even better. The man who stayed in the conference room, the note-taker, noticed Fang Zhao turning his head and looking outside. He asked with a laugh, "Do you recognize the man in the blue checkered shirt and the 2 folks next to him?" "Who?" Fang Zhao responded as he gazed at the surface of the desk. "The girl who is crying is called Wei Qian. She's a student at one of the local music academies. Fang Zhao almost stole a song from her. If she hadn't buried a signature code in her score, it might very well have been registered under Fang Zhao's name." The man standing in the middle, wearing the blue checkered shirt, is her older brother, Wei Qi. He's a student at the Qian University of Science and Technology. When he found out his sister had been robbed, he started asking around about Fang Zhao's whereabouts. When he got a tip, he tracked Fang Zhao down. He caught Fang Zhao taking pictures of another person's score, so he detained him and called the police. He also borrowed money to hire a kick-ass lawyer. Multiple thefts and assault. I'm guessing Fang Zhao will be locked up for at least 10 years. You should thank them. If they hadn't requested a lie detector test, we might not have found out about the theft of your songs. Since Fang Zhao's hired guns had failed to steal Fang Zhao bracelet and the attempt backfired on him instead, this time, Fang Zhao hadn't dared outsource the job again. He'd done the deed himself, but he was caught in the act. "Hey, how come you didn't sue him when your songs were stolen?" the officer asked Fang Zhao. "I had no proof. I had no case," Fang Zhao responded. "True. This kid's a sly bastard. He never left any concrete proof. Typically, the lie detector isn't used before a conviction." The man gave Fang Zhao a sympathetic look. Knowing your work had been stolen but not being able to do anything about it, seeing someone profit from the fruits of your labor, that had to have been a horrible feeling. There were strict rules governing the use of the lie detector. They could only be used in certain types of cases, and the scope of questioning was limited. The officer who processed evidence returned to the room and returned the notebook to Fang Zhao. After the notebook was deemed legitimate evidence, Fang Zhao proceeded to fill out a bunch of paperwork that reverted ownership of the 3 songs from Fang Zhao to himself. Neon Culture had immediately recalled the 3 songs that Fang Zhao had stolen when they got word from the police, transferring their rights to Fang Zhao. "Can I see Fang Zhao?" Fang Zhao asked. "Certainly." Fang Zhao was led to a temporary detention center. "There are headsets on the wall. The officer who'd brought Fang Zhao to the detention center showed him where the headsets were located and left. The Qian police were quite careful about privacy issues. Fang Zhao looked skinny and downcast. He didn't know what had gone wrong. He didn't get it. Was it simply bad luck? Everything was supposed to go according to plan. How come things always went south at critical moments? Fang Zhao had intended to buy Wei Qian's song for 50,000. 50,000 was a bonanza for someone like her who didn't know the market and wasn't calculating. It was enough to cover her tuition for 6 years and obtain certain luxuries. But just when she'd been about to sign the contract, a call from her older brother sowed doubt in her mind. But Fang Zhao hadn't wanted to wait, so he'd stolen Wei Qian's score instead. Who knew that it was planted with her own signature code? What was worse was that, after he stole Wei Qian's score, he'd moved on to another school where he got a student drunk and was about to steal his score. He had wanted to buy it for a bargain, but this student was more business savvy and asked for at least 150,000. Fang Zhao had no intention of shelling out that much money, so he decided to steal again. He had even planned on fleeing Qian that very night. Yet Wei Qi had caught him red-handed. If he'd had a choice, Fang Zhao wouldn't have confessed to stealing Fang Zhao's songs, but he'd known he couldn't beat the lie detector test. And if he'd stonewalled, he would have faced an even heavier sentence. After weighing his options, he'd decided to come clean. There was no escaping jail time now. But in the worst-case scenario, he would be locked up for 10 years, no big deal. He might be released earlier on good behavior. In the end, he would have served 6 or 7 years. He would be only 30 then. There was plenty of time left. Even though he had depleted his savings, he could still mount a comeback. Fang Zhao plotted his next move. He wasn't feeling great. His face was still swollen, and he was missing a few teeth. As he pondered, he saw an officer bring in Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao? Big Zhao? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have stolen your songs. Please forgive me on account of the fact that we grew up together. If Fang Zhao forgave him and spoke on his behalf, he could apply for parole. Even if he couldn't shave a few years off his sentence, a few weeks or a few months was still something. After shouting for about a minute, Fang Zhao realized they were separated by a transparent barrier, and Fang Zhao couldn't hear him. He scrambled to grab his headset and indicated Fang Zhao to do the same. He thought Fang Zhao didn't know he had to use them. But Fang Zhao stood there motionlessly and stared at him coldly, as if observing a stranger. That reminded Fang Zhao of the look on Fang Zhao's face when he'd returned to his black street in a company car to move after signing with Neon Culture. A lightning bolt flashed through his head. Fang Zhao raised his head and stared at Fang Zhao blankly. It was you. Fang Zhao looked like he'd seen a ghost. When he'd hired thugs to grab Fang Zhao's bracelet and was robbed instead, he'd thought that was on account of Yu Qing. He thought the thugs had been afraid of Yu Qing, so they turned around and robbed him instead. Now he realized. It was Fang Zhao. It was Fang Zhao all along. He was the one who had turned the two Blackstreet thugs against him. He was the one who had played saboteur every time he was on the cusp of success. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Fang Zhao, mumbling the words. It was you. He finally got it. He'd never suspected because he had always based his thinking on Fang Zhao's old personality, but the Fang Zhao standing before him struck him as a completely different person. Coincidence or luck? That was all irrelevant. Fang Zhao turned pale, his eyes became bloodshot, and he gripped his fingers tightly, as if he was getting ready to rip his headset to shreds. But soon, his gaze went from projecting hatred to fear, because he noticed Fang Zhao laughing at him. It was a casual laugh, but it sent through Fang Zhao a deep chill. He felt frozen all over. If Fang Zhao had set everything up, what awaited him in prison? The more he thought, the more panicked Fang Zhao became. Let me out! Let me out! Fang Zhao yelled at the top of his voice. On the other side of the divider, Fang Zhao had stopped looking at him and left. After leaving the detention center, Fang Zhao picked up his documents and left the police station. He walked along the street and made a right turn, where he met up with Wei Qi, who had already been waiting. I've received your last installment. I've taken care of the legal fees, Wei Qi said. Fang Zhao had eyes on Fang Zhao all this time. When he had found out that Fang Zhao was targeting Wei Qian, he reached out to Wei Qi and struck up a partnership. Fang Zhao funded the operation while Wei Qi was in charge of entrapping Fang Zhao. You're not going to tell your sister? Fang Zhao asked. Wei Qian did not know that Wei Qi had set a trap for Fang Zhao, so he could steal her song easily. Later on, Wei Qi had seized the moment and caught Fang Zhao while he was stealing another person's score. I'll definitely tell her at some point, but not now. The whole point of this plan was to make her more guarded. As the saying goes, never set out to screw people, but also never let down your guard. She was too gullible, all set to pounce at the bait. Creative types like her don't know how to watch out for schemers. She's only going to be taken advantage of when she enters the real world. I won't always be around to protect her. Thanks for your help, otherwise, I wouldn't have come out of this unscathed. Fang Zhao always carried a knife with him, and he'd had someone protect Wei Qi in secret. Otherwise, Wei Qi wouldn't have emerged unharmed after detaining Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao looked at the time. I gotta run. They're still waiting for me. Next time you want to scam. No, I mean deliver justice. Remember to count me in. Fang Zhao watched Wei Qi leave and kept walking. For him, Fang Zhao was only a sideshow. He had simply wanted to reclaim the 3 stolen songs as a gesture for the original owner of his body. Zap! A flying car appeared in front of him. Fang Zhao checked the license plate. It was the cab he had ordered. He boarded the car in a hurry. Headed to Yinzhou Cemetery for Martyrs? The driver asked. Yup. It's almost Memorial Day. The cemetery is getting a lot of visitors. I've made 2 runs already. Is it always crowded this time of year? Fang Zhao asked. Of course. You've never been. The Yinzhou Cemetery for Martyrs in suburban Qian is the biggest such cemetery in the continent. It's also one of the world's 12 major cemeteries for martyrs. Word has it that everyone who died in Qian during the period of destruction is buried there. Chapter 61, His Own Grave. Yinzhou Cemetery for Martyrs mainly housed the bodies of martyrs who died in the Qian war zone during the period of destruction. After the new era was established, many graves were shifted over from other areas of Yinzhou. According to official estimates, there were tens of thousands of graves here, and most of the corpses had been cremated and compressed, taking up very little space. There were some without even a corpse, just leaving behind personal belongings or a personal record with their names. The people of the new era had a custom where, every Memorial Day, they would head to the cemetery for martyrs to pay their respects. Some people felt that paying their respects to the large congregation of martyrs would bless and protect them and make their wishes come true. Others just felt obliged to follow tradition and just came for a walkabout. As it was approaching Memorial Day, there were quite a lot of people visiting the cemetery for martyrs. During the journey there, Fang Zhao took the advice of the driver and got a queue number online. The cemetery for martyrs had a place set up specifically for people to pay their respects. However, the space was limited. Thus, it was always full during the few days around Memorial Day, hence the need for a number. There were too many people here to pay their respects. Fang Zhao's number was quite far back, and he had to wait approximately 2 or 3 hours before it was his turn. However, before it was his turn, Fang Zhao had decided to take a stroll through the cemetery for martyrs. As he was approaching the cemetery, from a distance, Fang Zhao spotted the landmark of this area, a huge tombstone exceeding 500 meters in height. The cab driver drove Fang Zhao somewhere close to the cemetery. There were too many people, and the parking lots were full. Occasionally, gun-toting police officers could be seen patrolling. At this time every year, there would be large numbers of police officers situated here to maintain peace and order. Seeing this, Fang Zhao alighted and made his way in by foot. No fees were needed to enter the premises. All visitors were subjected to an identity check. As long as there was no issues with the identity and the number of people inside was still within the limits, the person was allowed to enter. The path toward the cemetery was congested, but after entering, it was wide and spacious. This cemetery was huge, and there were many different areas. The core cemetery, the period of destruction memorial hall, the plaza, loose graves, public worship area, etc. That huge tombstone belonged to the core cemetery area, and it had restricted access. Most people would head to the public worship area to pay their respects before heading to the cafes beside the plaza for some tea and chit-chat. Descendants of martyrs would head to the loose graves or the core cemetery to pay their respects. On both sides of the main street were 2 sidewalks sheltered by trees. The variety of the tree was Longxiang Tian Luo, a tree that stayed green all year round. Even if a frigid winter season arrived at Qian City, the trees would still maintain a green glow full of vigor. Ahead of the main street was the cemetery's plaza. It was teeming with people, and the shops beside the plaza had a steady stream of visitors. Only when they were paying their respects did people have solemn expressions. Everywhere else, be it walking through the plaza or taking a rest in a cafe, most people were in high spirits. This was by no means disrespect for the martyrs. At the beginning of the new era, a solemn and respectful attitude was the norm when visiting a cemetery. However, it all changed sometime later. There was a high-ranking veteran from the period of destruction who had been approaching the end of his life. Before he died, he had instructed his children and grandchildren to smile and laugh more when they came to pay respects to him in the future. The new era that he and his comrades had fought so hard for was one where he did not want to see his descendants sullen and crying. Little by little, people became less solemn when it came to paying their respects. Memorial Day was, after all, a celebration. Since people came to pay their respects, they brought the same jubilant and festive spirit to thank the martyrs from the period of destruction who had fought for and secured a peaceful new era for them. Having experienced the end of the period of destruction, people of the new era firmly believed that those lying here were their saviors. When paying their respects, the elderly would pray for blessings for the younger generation. The younger generation would hope their wishes came true, hope for peace, hope for fortune, and hope for love. It was still too early for Fang Zhao to head to the public worship area, so he headed in the direction of the huge and tall tombstone toward the core cemetery. Are you a descendant of a martyr? Can I verify your identity, please? The receptionist at the core cemetery asked Fang Zhao. Nope, I'm not. Sorry, sir. Since you are not a descendant of a martyr buried inside, we require a thorough screening of your identity as well as a $1,000 deposit. May I know whether you still wish to enter? The receptionist asked politely. The deposit would not be returned. This restricted most people. The core cemetery held a greater importance, and it was not a place where anyone could enter. Thus, this rule was carefully drawn up by the managing board of the cemetery after much consideration. The deposit money collected would not be channeled to anyone's personal pockets, but would be used for the maintenance of the cemetery. Yes. Fang Zhao handed over his identification information, and after the screening of his identity, paid the 1,000. The receptionist helped Fang Zhao put on a blue bracelet that would track his position at all times to ensure he did not enter any restricted areas. Most of the people entering the core cemetery area were wearing bracelets of different colors. Blue was for normal people paying their respects. Red bracelets were for descendants of martyrs. White ones were government officials, and black indicated that person was special. Although normal visitors were required to pay a rather large sum, Fang Zhao observed that there were quite a number of people sporting blue bracelets walking about inside. However, under the watchful eyes of police officers and monitoring devices, the people had to think twice even if they wanted to do anything. The huge tombstone was the most prominent landmark in the core cemetery. The people standing next to it appeared tiny in comparison. The gigantic ash-colored tombstone seemed like a pillar supporting the earth. Steadfast and silent, it had braved the weather for more than 500 years, a figure of pride and sorrow. Fang Zhao spent quite some time standing before the huge tombstone. After he had his fill, he went around and headed to the back. Behind the huge tombstone, hiding in the shadows, were a bunch of neatly arranged smaller gravestones. With the huge tombstone as the apex, the smaller gravestones extended behind in a circular manner. Each of these gravestones represented a deceased person. The first row, which was closest to the huge tombstone, had 10 gravestones. These gravestones were larger than the ones behind. The closer they were to the front, the larger they were. The larger ones had more words carved on them and held a greater significance. From the left, the first gravestone belonged to a man known by everyone, General Wu Yan, who helped create the new era. The yen in Yenzhou was obtained from his name. Other than Guangzhou, where the Alliance headquarters was located, the 11 other continents got their names or dubbed them from the 11 generals who had founded the era. For example, the continent of Liezhou got its name from General Harman Renault. Since then, the Alliance had abolished the rank of Great General as a mark of respect. Wu Yan, 17th year of the period of destruction, 56th year of the new era, a founding era general, second in command of the 5th Corps, recaptured Yenzhou. Wu Yan's gravestone had a brief write-up on his lifetime achievements, mostly on how he ended a period of disaster and helped found the new era in an awe-inspiring and domineering manner. Reading the words that the government had carefully sculpted, Fang Zhao broke into a little grin. Probably no one knew that little brat Wu Yin was actually a scaredy cat. All he was really good at was hiding himself. Continuing forward, the smile on Fang Zhao's face was extinguished. The words on the second gravestone were, Fang Zhao, 99th year of the period of destruction, commanding officer of the 5th Corps. The 5th Corps was the predecessor to the Yinzhou military. Created toward the later stage of the period of destruction, the 5th Corps had become the Yinzhou military in the new era. Using the system for tracking time in the new era, from the year the period of destruction had started to the founding of the new era, in total, it had lasted for 102 years. 99th year of the period of destruction. In the historical records of the new era, after the difficult first 99 years of the period of destruction, by the 100th year of the new era, the fighting had more or less ceased. Most of the 2 years that followed was disposing of the remnants and, at the same time, rebuilding their homeland. Literally just a step away. Fang Zhao's gaze fell from the gravestone to what was underneath. He was really buried under this gravestone? Fang Zhao was in a complicated frame of mind. He did not even know what background music to play inside his head. Chapter 62. Where have they seen this name before? Paying respects at his own grave left Fang Zhao with mixed feelings. A sense of sorrow, as well as a bit of rejoice. He might not have survived to see the founding of the new era, nor had he become one of the 11 legendary generals. Yet, he got to live all over again. Even though he never got to see the founding of the new era, he got to see the rewards of what they were fighting for. The glorious new era over 500 years into the future. If not for his retained memories from his past life and seeing the records on the gravestones, he might not have believed he was still on the same planet. The changes had been absolutely revolutionary. As for the meritorious deeds and eulogies of his past life on his gravestone, Fang Zhao did not give more than a passing glance. He was sure that whoever wrote it down had not been familiar. That was because composer had not been written there. That had been his original job, and anyone close to him would never have forgotten that. Fang Zhao spent a long time deep in thought by his own grave. He thought about the end of days, and he thought about the records that were written in books about that period. He thought about the world in the new era and wondered what belongings he would find if he dug up his own grave. As Fang Zhao bent down to gaze at his grave, a man walked by. Sorry to bother you. I have to see your ID. Fang Zhao raised his head. A youthful police officer had come over. The police officer showed Fang Zhao his badge, and at the same time his white bracelet, which meant that he was on official government business. In the distance, a few other police officers were also watching. They had been assigned to situation response teams. Every year during this period, a number of these teams would be assigned to various locations throughout the cemetery to keep an eye out for suspicious persons. The officers assigned here were all experienced and were experts when it came to catching criminals and maintaining order. Although there had already been a screening at the entrance of the Corps cemetery, if the officers noticed any suspicious behavior, they had the right to do a second investigation. There were some people in the Corps cemetery area who were walking over to pay their respects. Seeing the situation, they immediately turned back and walked away, and when they were far enough away, they glanced back and discussed something in hushed voices. Fang Zhao raised his eyebrows. Had spending too much time in front of his own grave made him look suspicious? Acceding to the officer's request, Fang Zhao used his bracelet to transmit his identity information over. The officer studied the information on his display and checked whether his appearance tallied, and he was not an imposter. Fang Zhao? Sounds familiar. I think there is someone here called. The police officer caught the name on the gravestone, Fang Zhao. Glancing from the name of the tombstone to the name on the display, the officer was a little surprised but quickly broke into a smile. That's a great name. Among the billions of humans, there were many people who had the same names as heroes and martyrs of the period of destruction. Every year during this time, it was not a rare sight to see people paying their respects to their namesakes. Thank you for your cooperation. Please continue. The police officer replied politely after checking Fang Zhao's identity. With that, he turned around and walked away, signaling to his colleagues in the distance that everything was in order. After the inspection, Fang Zhao no longer lingered on his own gravestone. Instead, he moved to the others. Names both familiar and unfamiliar showed up, evoking a number of memories. Fang Zhao could still feel the gaze of someone on him. It was those police officers. He paid them no heed. Every year, these people guarded the cemetery and ensured the safety and order. Unless there were people with malignant intentions, they normally did not need to worry about the gravestones being damaged. In the 500 over years, the gravestones and garden had not suffered much damage. On normal days, the cemetery workers guarded the place, while during crucial times, these people were called in to stand guard. The younger generation is pretty impressive, Fang Zhao thought. The group of officers watching Fang Zhao did not know what Fang Zhao thought of them. Lian Jie, are you sure that person is all right? A young police officer asked. Lian Jie was the officer that had previously gone to investigate Fang Zhao. Yeah, no issues, Lian Jie replied, eyeing Fang Zhao who was strolling amongst the gravestones. Then why did you go over and check his identity? Another officer asked. I don't know. I just had a strange feeling that he seemed like he wanted to dig that grave up. Lian Jie continued. Another one with the same name as a martyr. Hearing this, the rest of them came to a sudden understanding. So what was his identity? One of them asked Lian Jie. A composer, Lian Jie said. There are 3 types of people I don't understand. One kind are philosophers. Another kind are artists. The thoughts and ideologies of philosophers are too profound for someone with my IQ to understand. As for artists, they are a fusion of crazy and calm. Unlike politicians who are able to have a firm grasp on the mundane world, an artist is like a narcissistic person living in their own world. I have no idea what goes on in their brains either. What about the third type? The officer beside Lian Jie asked. The last type are perverts. So do we still have to keep an eye on that fellow? Let's just watch him. Although I doubt he is going to do anything that would pose a threat to public security at the moment, who knows what would happen later. Keeping an eye on him would be better, Lian Jie replied. Fang Zhao paid no mind to the gazes of the officers and continued walking by the gravestones of the first row one by one. After he was done, he looked up at the densely packed gravestones arranged on the uneven earth. There was no end in sight. The area was too wide. Fang Zhao could not hope to cover the entire area within such a short time. His turn at the public worship area was coming up. Thus, Fang Zhao followed a trail and headed out of the core cemetery area. Raising his head, he realized he was in another cemetery area with a boundary that was indiscernible. Behind the core cemetery area was the loose graves area. Some were moved over after the cemetery was completed. Others were slowly added on later and were all martyrs of the new century. Although this was called the loose graves area, they were not disheveled or in a bad condition. There were more people paying their respects at the loose graves area. The security here was not as high as the core cemetery area. Here, there were parents bringing their children about, respectfully bowing, placing flowers, and then giving a long-winded talk about who knows what. They were most likely family or descendants of martyrs. The cemetery was really big, and it would take quite a while to travel the area on foot. Running was not permitted in the park, so those in a rush had to ride on the train within the cemetery. Train tickets were not expensive, only costing $1. Fang Zhao boarded the train and found himself a window seat. He watched as the train departed from the loose graves areas and the train passed by the core cemetery area. However, as the train passed by, the buzz and chatter of the passengers aboard got louder all of a sudden. Fang Zhao saw a lot of people gathering at the core cemetery area. However, something was blocking their way, so they could only stand at one side, tiptoeing to see what was going on. 5 black flying cars descended from the skies into the vicinity of the core cemetery area, followed the pathway, and drove in. Vehicles were not permitted inside the cemetery. The airspace above the cemetery was restricted to private cars. Private vehicles seen in the cemetery were special enough. Vehicles that could be driven straight into the core cemetery area were special even amongst the privileged. Looking at the number plate, it belongs to the Wu family. A male student holding a pair of binoculars at the front said. A bunch of girls who were beside promptly came over and asked, "Was Wu Yun there?" "Fellow student, could we borrow your binoculars?" "There is nothing to see. The car has already gone in," the male student replied. Wu Yun was a famous film star in Yenzhou. He did not belong to any of the 3 big media conglomerates. He had the wealth to engage his own business team because he was a member of the Wu family. Yenzhou got its name from the great General Wu Yan. But unlike the Renaults of Liezhou, the Wu family had experienced civil war after Wu Yan passed away. This nearly led to the extinguishing of the Wu family. This was the reason why, In the history of Yinzhou governors, there were very few that had the Wu family name. However, even though they had not become the ruling family like the Renaults of Lizhou, they were not to be taken lightly. Especially in recent centuries, the Wu family's businesses had been thriving. Even if they were not Yinzhou's number one, they were easily amongst the most influential families. What about the younger generations of the Wu family? Looking at the crowded gathered outside the core cemetery area, he remembered that, when he had received his new life, he had read up on the Wu family's history. He had wondered, back then, if Wu Yin was still alive. Would he have shot his unworthy children who had thrown Yinzhou back into a period of internal strife? Wu Yun, who was mentioned by those students, could only be considered among the younger generation of the Wu family. In those 5 cars, other than Wu Yun, there should be a few other members of the Wu family. Fang Zhao felt it was unfortunate that he did not get a chance to meet the younger generation of Wus. However, he still had a long time to live, so he was bound to run into them in the times to come. The train had already left the core cemetery and was headed in the direction of the public worship area. At the same time, the 5 lengthened black cars of the Wu family had entered the core cemetery. The most senior person was at the front, with the young generations following behind. Every year before Memorial Day, the Wu family would visit the cemetery once to pay their respects. This was their own custom. On the actual Memorial Day, they would join the Yinzhou governor as well as other officials of importance to take part in some memorial activities. Whatever the younger generation was thinking at this time, they had to put on the same expressions as their elders. Facing the gravestones, they put on an expression that was 30% respectful and 70% solemn. It had been so long since then. There were not many sentiments. After all, the people they were paying their respects to had already been gone for over 500 years. However, there was still a little sense of respect. After all, without Wu Yan, there would not be the Wu family of today. According to Wu family customs, after they had paid their respects in front of Wu Yan's grave, the Wu elders paid their respects to the grave beside it and placed a bunch of fresh flowers down. Every generation of Wus would feel an unbounded sorrow upon seeing the grave that was after Wu Yan's. If this person had not left first, Yinzhou would not have been named Yinzhou. However, today, upon seeing the name on the grave, a few members of the Wu family felt a little puzzled. Fang Zhao? Where had they seen this name before? Chapter 63, Immortality. Fang Zhao did not get to see anyone from the Wu family, nor did he return to the core cemetery area. It was almost his turn at the public worship area, and if he missed his number, he would not have the time to queue again. Paying his respects was more important. Compared to the core cemetery area and the loose graves area, the public worship area was much more lively. There were a number of large and grand halls. The color theme was a solemn and ashen gray. Sculpted on the outside of the walls were murals depicting battles during the period of destruction. The main hall was obviously more grand compared to the side halls. At the entrance were 2 30-meter-tall statues, the first being Yinzhou's most famous character, Wu Yan, and the second was Fang Zhao. The words carved on the base of the statue were the same as the ones carved on the gravestones. Back when Fang Zhao had been looking up the cemetery for martyrs online, he had already found out that he was a door guardian of the place. However, seeing the statue personally gave him a complex mood. The statue was molded after his image during the latter stages of the period of destruction. Just that, during the sculpting process, it was beautified. His facial features were made sharper and his muscles more defined. His cheekbones were raised and his eyes were enlarged. Although there were wrinkles and scars on the statue, it made him look like he was from the Middle Ages. Clad in his uniform, he looked bold and imposing. His head was raised, as if gazing at some far-off battlefield, and he seemed as if he was watching over the land. The expression on Wu Yan's statue seemed milder and had more warmth. That image was quite similar to the Wu Yan of stories that were passed down from people that had actually seen him in person. During the period of the founding of the new era, Wu Yan was smiling most of the time and gave off a friendly and amiable vibe. Even though the statue was not as sharp, it did not lose to its neighbor in terms of being imposing. This was the great person who had brought Yinzhou toward the new era and had rebuilt their homeland. The 2 statues silently watched over the people visiting the memorial halls every day. Qian City had many statues. Some were a means of signifying something, whereas others were meant for fun. Here, People respected these two statues that were a tribute. Unlike music, sculptures had a sort of ability to inspire and impact people, and also they had the power to immortalize something. Nothing was truly immortal. Immortality was just a relative concept. Every era would give rise to a few immortal characters. Through events that were worth remembering, commemorating those times would immortalize those characters. Never in his wildest dreams had Fang Zhao dreamt that he would become one. Gazing at the statues for a while, Fang Zhao then headed over to the open-air waiting area. Paying of respects was done at the main hall. The side halls were meant to serve as a place to rest. If there were many people, those who had obtained a number and were waiting for their turn could have a room to rest as they waited. At the waiting area, seated next to Fang Zhao was a middle-aged couple. They were discussing which methods to use for paying their respects this year. From their conversation, Fang Zhao found out that they were mainly praying for their children, especially their eldest son who was in the midst of his military service. "Hi. I wonder if they're still digging now. Do you think they get a holiday on Memorial Day?" The lady kept repeating in a low voice. "It has been a while since we last heard from him. Has he been eating well? How is his health? Hopefully he gets a break on Memorial Day." The man patted his wife's hand and comforted her. "It has only been 5 days since we received his video call. There are still 5 more days till we get his next video message. They will get a break on Memorial Day, just that it is not going to be as extravagant. Most likely, they just take it as a day of rest." During the period of military service personnel could not communicate with their family freely. They were limited to sending a video message to their families every 10 days. Even if it was Memorial Day or any other holiday, they were not allowed to go home. All they could do was wait till their service came to an end. On his way here, Fang Zhao had encountered many families in the same situation who were praying for the blessings of members in the military. Every year, there were lots of enlistees, and thus lots of families who came to pray. At the back was a group of youthful-looking students discussing which posture they should pay their respects in so as to not fail in school. For people in the new era, all sorts of patterns had emerged from the simple custom of paying respects to the martyrs. There were even some people who believed that, even though the previous year's wishes were unanswered, by changing the method, posture, materials, or even circumstances, their wishes might come true this year. As he was watching his surroundings, Fang Zhao's bracelet reminded him that his turn was up. Following his reminder, Fang Zhao collected his ticket and entered the main hall. The hustle and bustle from outside died off all of a sudden. The atmosphere inside the main hall was more tense and solemn. In the same area were many sculptures and projected images pertaining to the period of destruction. Some were photos of people, and others were scenes of events. These provided a brief introduction to the martyrs. Fang Zhao spotted his own image. The photo was taken toward the end of the period of destruction. Fang Zhao appeared quite aged and sported many scars. He looked a little scary, even though the photo had undergone some embellishment. Fang Zhao doubted that he would be recognized, even if his body from his previous life was standing right beside. He was different from the people who had survived till the founding of the new era. He had not left many images, and those that he had left were not meticulously taken. During the period of destruction, there was no time to pick out clothes or choose suitable lighting or backdrops, or even to pick a pose. Photographs back then were taken when they were in a situation where they could head out to battle at any time. Looking at the ticket in his hand, Fang Zhao headed to Area A in the main hall. In the public worship area, Area A contained smaller rooms. As Fang Zhao was alone, he was allocated to Area A. Following the number shown on the ticket, Fang Zhao found his assigned room and slotted his ticket into the machine at the door. This was the first time Fang Zhao was paying his respects according to the customs of the new era, and the experience was rather fresh for him. To ensure privacy, there were no monitoring devices or other people. The only thing in the room was a screen. Displayed on it were a few popular methods and recommended packages to pay one's respects. Also on the screen was a guide on how to do so. Fang Zhao overlooked all of these and just selected an altar, a 500 milliliters bottle of wine, and a retro wine bowl. Although people had different practices and methods for paying their respects, they could purchase different items here at a cost. The screen was just like a self-service shopping machine. Whatever items were to be used as offerings or donations, all proceeds went to the yearly maintenance of the cemetery. Fang Zhao did not change anything in the room. He had not even requested a cushion for kneeling. He held the wine in one hand and the wine bowl in the other. In the room was a holographic projection of a smaller core cemetery area. The giant tombstone only appeared 2 meters tall here, and the rows of tiny gravestones behind were glowing like stars. Standing in front of the holographic projection, Fang Zhao knew that he was facing the huge tombstone of the core cemetery area. He stood there gazing at the projection of the giant tombstone followed by the rows of glowing gravestones behind it for 2 minutes before pouring the wine. Fang Zhao poured the first bowl of wine straight onto the altar, a toast to all who had lost their lives during that period. Fang Zhao drank half of the second bowl and poured the other half onto the altar, a toast to all the old comrades he would never get to see again. Fang Zhao downed the entire third bowl in a single mouthful, a toast to himself. After the 3 toasts, Fang Zhao put down the wine and bowl. Taking a last look at the projection of the tombstone, he turned and left. Before leaving, he donated $1 million. He did not need to purchase any of the virtual items to use as offerings. Directly choosing to donate was easier and more straightforward. Other than the room, Fang Zhao did not take a look at any of the other furnishings in the main hall, instead just leaving and passing by the plaza on his way out. Many people were walking about in the plaza. Children were playing under the sun with bright smiles on their faces. In the plaza, a shopping area had been specially set up. A few small shops were lined up, and people who were passing through would stop to browse through their wares and purchase a few souvenirs. It has already been more than 500 years. Fang Zhao once again was clearly reminded of this fact. He was no longer the Fang Zhao of that apocalyptic period. Now that he was a person from the new era, he should no longer cling on to the past. No matter how hard others wished, they would not get a second chance like him. He should look forward and appreciate the new and prosperous world. Looking at the atmosphere in the plaza, Fang Zhao uncontrollably let out a smile. He might not have gotten to see the day the new era was founded, but he got to experience and live in the glorious new world 500 years later. Hey brother, 2 commemorative paintings for you. A shout from a nearby vendor woke Fang Zhao from his daze, and he glanced over. This temporary stall had many paintings of all sizes on display. This small stall specially sold paintings. These vendors were the staff in charge of cleaning and maintaining the cemetery on normal days. Every year during this period, they would double up as vendors and peddle items in a designated area of the cemetery. There was only one main religion in the new era, and that was believing in the martyrs who founded the new era. The people did not believe in gods, and yet, whether it was due to common folk coming up with the practice or merchants finding the opportunity to push their sales, the people adopted the practice of pasting 2 paintings beside their doors. It was to commemorate and also to pray for blessings at the same time. What was there to paste? Of course, it was the portraits of the heroes from the cemetery for martyrs. Noticing Fang Zhao's interest in the commemorative paintings, the vendor's smile widened. Come take a look. This year's latest, drawn by a famous designer. Waterproof and dirt-resistant. We are the only place in the entire world selling this new design. You can buy one to stick in your office or home. Even if you don't use it, it makes a good gift for relatives and friends. The vendor rattled on trying to market his goods. Fang Zhao was a little distracted. Pointing to the 2 paintings in the vendor's hands, he asked, "Who are they?" "You don't recognize them." The vendor exaggeratingly dropped his jaw before breaking out into an earnest smile. He thought that Fang Zhao had bad eyesight. Pointing to the 2 paintings, he exclaimed, "The 2 heroes guarding the doors of the main hall, the great General Wu Yin and Commander Fang Zhao." Fang Zhao felt as though he was choking on a glutinous rice ball. Unlike ordinary people, the staff of the cemetery had to be familiar with information pertaining to the martyrs. Closing their eyes, they could recite at least 100 names, and not just the more famous characters. This was a test the staff of the cemetery had to go through every year. Who would even work in the cemetery if the staff could not even recognize the martyrs? Once the vendor's lips started moving, they would not stop. Other than introducing the main hall heroes, he went on to talk about other heroes and elaborated on their glorious feats that were recorded in history books. He went on and on passionately, as if buying a painting was like bringing back a god of war. Fang Zhao looked through the vendor's other paintings without a hint of expression. The art that was made into commemorative paintings, although slightly exaggerated, still brought out the features of the person. For example, a large mustache, a clean-shaven head, or a mole, as long as it suited them. As for Fang Zhao's portrait, the scars on his face were still there. But under the watchful hands of the artist, he looked less menacing. Fang Zhao admired the artist's ability to be able to accomplish that. Just that. What the heck was that red cape? Since when had he worn it? Watching Fang Zhao eye that painting, the vendor went on. This year, there are a few new painting styles for the main hall heroes. Lots of people have bought them. Even if you don't intend to paste them somewhere, they can be kept as a means of commemoration as well. Oh, there are others too. All famous heroes from our very own continent. Both from the period of destruction and the new era. All these are also the year's latest designs. Take a pick if you have any family members who are descendants of martyrs. Using his fingers, Fang Zhao browsed through the stall's entire collection. These paintings of heroes, regardless of the styles, I would like to have one set each. As for Fang Zhao, give me 10 each. Sure thing. The vendor grinned and diligently proceeded to pack his order. Chapter 64, Custom-Made Invitation. Fang Zhao brought his pile of commemorative portraits and left the cemetery, heading to his new home, the top-floor penthouse he had bought from the elderly musician Xue Jing. After moving in, the renovations had been completed quickly. Fang Zhao had only added a few newly bought pieces of furniture and did not change much else. After all, most of his time was spent in the office. He left all the other commemorative portraits at home and only brought the Martyr Fang Zhao series back to the office, distributing a set to each member of his staff. One set contained 6 styles. Boss, what is this? Ying Futian was a little dumbstruck when he received the portraits. He did not really have any interest regarding commemorative portraits. Contrary to him, his parents liked them a lot, and every year, they would buy a few martyr portraits from the period of destruction to stick outside their doors. Sometimes they would even stick them outside the individual rooms in their house. He did not know whether they did so because of custom or if they believed in the blessings of the martyrs. I know who this is. When you exclaimed. She immediately recognized the person upon seeing the scarred face. Who is it? Zhu Wan and the others looked over. Glancing at Fang Zhao, Wan Yu said, Big Zhao, what made you buy portraits of your namesake now? In the past, Fang Zhao had showed no interest toward commemorative portraits. Namesake? Zhu Wan exclaimed. Don't tell me this set belongs to the person mentioned in historical records? They all knew the famous characters of the period of destruction and had discussed them in history classes. If this person had not passed away so early, Yanzhou would have had a different name. However, people named after martyrs were very common. From primary school all the way to graduating from university and the start of a working life, one would meet many such people. On this subject, most people would find it surprising, but as it went on, people became indifferent toward it. Even if they had heard that the virtual idol project would be handed over to a new guy named Fang Zhao, it would not have rang many bells. Oh, so it is him. Zhu Wan glanced at the portraits in his hands. Back in secondary school, we had a test with him as the exam question. Yeah, I remember seeing students complaining on the message boards about the question of who the 2 statues standing guard outside the main hall of the cemetery for martyrs were. Most people could not even answer. Some only managed to guess Wu Yan. After all, we are in Yanzhou, so General Wu Yan is pretty familiar to us. As for the other one, many were left dumbstruck. Pang Pusong said as he examined the portraits he'd received. We never ever got this question wrong. Zheng Huang laughed as he snuck a glance at Wan Yu. Wan Yu was smiling too. This sort of question was like free marks for them. Ever since they'd learnt about a martyr by the name of Fang Zhao, it had stuck to their memory forever. The rest of the staff were thinking that their boss was really great. Just before the memorial holidays, he'd given out military postings, and now he was handing out commemorative portraits of his namesake martyr. Was the mind of an artist really that special? Remembering something, Zhu Wan said, Hey, boss, let's say you become popular and famous. Do you reckon that you will be invited to act as Fang Zhao during the period of destruction? You could start practicing your acting first. Fang Zhao did not reply. He just gave Zhu Wan a dazed look. Zhu Wan caught the look Fang Zhao shot him and felt that what he'd said was absurd. How could a situation like that happen? The others thought this to be laughable too. Fang Zhao was a composer. When the composer behind the Period of Destruction series was revealed, he would become a famed composer, highly reputed within the music industry. This was certain. After all, the previous 3 movements were the best proof. Yet Fang Zhao was not an actor. Besides, Shooting a film based on an actual person during the period of destruction required the approval of the Global Film Association, as well as the martyrs' descendants. The entertainment industry during the early years of the new era was a mess. Many accounts of the history of the period of destruction were distorted, be it through film, music, or virtual idols. These capitalized on the martyrs to attract the attention of viewers. After some vehement opposition by descendants of martyrs, the entire world set up a restriction to stop this madness. Any films related to actual persons during that period would require a thorough audit, as well as approval from the descendants of the concerning martyr. As the restrictions were widespread, whenever each continent did a film based on actual characters, they would only select one or a few important people who'd had a great impact from that period. This was due to the fact that, if too many characters were lined up, the approval process would be much more troublesome and complicated. Hence, since the restrictions set by the Global Film Association up until this moment, there had not been a film made about Commander Fang Zhao of the period of destruction. Little did Zhu Wen know, Fang Zhao's expression did not mean that it was impossible. Rather, he was thinking, I am still me. Do I even need to act? Come to think of it, didn't the Global Film Association intend to shoot a film regarding many important characters from the period of destruction? Has it been done yet? Rodney asked, remembering a piece of news he had read during his university days. It has been shelved, apparently for quite some time. They tried to reboot it a few times, but it was never successful. I have no idea why, Song Miao replied, as she generally paid more attention to the entertainment industry. However, in recent years, it has been brought up much more frequently. I reckon there is hope for this program yet. If they do start it, it is going to be a revolutionary, groundbreaking blockbuster, said Zhu Wen. The other nodded their heads in agreement. If such a program was really announced, the big investors would surely be the influential families of every continent, such as the Renaults of Lizhou and the Wu family of Yinzhou. After all, it was their ancestors that would be portrayed in the film, and they were all famous founding characters of the new era. The casting would, of course, be way more stringent. The main characters would definitely be played by global megastars. Even the A-listers in Silverwing Media could only hope to achieve a bit-part role in this sort of film. That would be a really impressive film program. There was no way they had the capability to participate, so they could only stay here and discuss it like losers. Anyway, no matter how big the program, it still can't do without accompanying music. Song Miao turned to Fang Zhao. Boss, work hard. Who knows, when the time comes, you might contest for the rights to the soundtrack. There won't be only just one soundtrack for such a big program, and it will not only be from just one company. On that note, when the time comes, we will fight with you. Even though she said all that, Song Miao was not too optimistic for Fang Zhao. From what she understood, for such a production, the soundtrack would normally be sourced from experienced and established studios or from reputable master composers in the music scene. Given Fang Zhao's age and influence, the odds of him being picked were not high. Maybe in another 100 years he would stand a good chance, but by then, the production would have already been completed. Fang Zhao seemed deep in thought, as if he had taken Song Miao's words seriously. Zhu Wen was thinking of changing the topic to something more realistic to raise their spirits when Fang Zhao's bracelet rang. Someone was calling. Director Duan. Fang Zhao answered. Come up for a while, Duan Quanji said. Alone. With that, she ended the call. Director Duan wants to inquire about the progress of the fourth movement again. Most likely, given the importance Director Duan places on this series. Or she might just have questions pertaining to the project. Zhu Wen and the others continued to discuss. However, Fang Zhao felt that it was not related to the fourth movement. He had submitted a progress report to Duan Quanji yesterday. It was unlikely that she would ask again so soon. I shall head up first. The others went back to their individual stations to continue working while Fang Zhao rode the escalator to Duan Quanji's top-floor office. Entering, he noticed that, aside from Duan Quanji and her 4 assistants and secretaries, there were 2 other strangers. As Fang Zhao walked in, the 2 strangers watched him. The one of a similar age eyed him with obvious apprehension, whereas the more senior of the 2 seemed to be sizing him up. His expression showed neither suspicion nor contempt. He was purely examining Fang Zhao. The 2 men were neither extravagantly dressed nor wearing any luxurious ornaments. At first glance, They just seemed like any normal technicians. However, emblazoned on their chests was an emblem of a fiery red bird in the shape of an S. That tiny emblem was more than enough to make anyone take notice. It was the best proof of their identities. They were from Fiery Bird. Fiery Bird, the undisputed #1 gaming company in the world. Sit. Duan Qianji pointed to a seat. Following that, she faced the two men and said, "This here is the creator of the first 3 movements of the period of destruction, Fang Zhao." She then turned to face Fang Zhao and introduced the two men. "These are the department heads of Fiery Bird's Sound Effects Department, Yu Chuan and Mr. Bai Fu. Deputy Department Head." "Deputy." Yu Chuan waved his hands, not thinking that there was anything awkward about adding the word deputy. After which, he turned to Fang Zhao and smiled. "The members of our department enjoyed the 3 movements of the Period of Destruction series very much. We are all eagerly anticipating the release of the 4th movement. As for the purpose of our visit, it has nothing to do with the endorsement. We are just in charge of sound effects and related stuff. This time, we came with an invitation for Mr. Fang." "Invitation?" Fang Zhao repeated. "Yes, we wish to request Mr. Fang compose a piece. A custom-made one. That's right. Accompanying soundtrack for a portion of a 2-minute animation in Battle of the Century. To be honest, we had already prepared 4 pieces of music and we're going to choose 1 out of the 4. However, at this point, Yu Chuan examined Fang Zhao once more. After hearing the 3 movements of the Period of Destruction, our department head found 3 of the previously prepared pieces to be unsatisfactory. It wasn't that they were no good, just that, in line with the game itself, they did not seem to blend well, as if they were lacking a little something. Therefore, we have already approached 18 soundtrack composers and studios across the 12 continents to request a custom-made composition. As for Mr. Zhao, this is our last stop, and we were tasked to personally hand over the request by our department head." "I am number 19? Fang Zhao asked. "Yes." Fang Zhao remained silent. Fiery Bird had requested 19 compositions and promised to purchase the rights to all 19. However, for the game, Fiery Bird would only pick the one they were most satisfied with. It was really inhumane. Chapter 65, Going Back. Mr. Fang is the 19th and also our last invitee. Yu Chuan smiled at Fang Zhao. There was still a slight air of seriousness about him as he continued. "However, if Mr. Fang has his own commitments or he finds the time frame too short, he can choose to reject the offer. I forgot to mention, but the first draft of the piece has to be submitted before March." As Yu Chuan spoke, he observed Fang Zhao's expressions. Ever since Fang Zhao had entered the room, he'd felt that this youngster was not like his peers. His calm demeanor was not faked. Even upon seeing the Fiery Bird insignia, he'd only been a little surprised. He had not made any effort to conceal or suppress his emotions either. Even now, upon being informed that he had been invited to create an accompaniment for a game by the reputable Fiery Bird Company and compete with great composers across every continent, Fang Zhao did not have much of a reaction. He just sat there, listening attentively, as if he was listening to a report. Listening to a report? Yu Chuan's figure of speech flashed across his mind, startling himself. After that, he found it quite funny. Perhaps he had been traveling a lot recently and had been too busy handing out invites, so his mind was playing tricks on him. Brushing aside the thoughts in his mind, Yu Chuan turned back to Fang Zhao, but he just saw Fang Zhao drumming his fingers without rhythm on his thigh. As for Fang Zhao, he looked like his mind was wandering elsewhere. Cough. Duan Qianji could not stand by and watch idly, so she coughed to catch the attention of Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao's fingers stopped, and, tilting his head toward Yu Chuan, he said, "I would need to see the opening animation." In his heart, Yu Chuan was thinking, he was still listening while his mind was wandering? Sure, but Mr. Fang has to first sign a confidentiality agreement, Yu Chuan answered. Fang Zhao's request was reasonable. If Fang Zhao had agreed without first watching the animation, Yu Chuan would have been disappointed. "I understand the rules." After the confidentiality agreement had been signed, Yu Chuan passed over a miniature projector with a palm-sized Fiery Bird insignia on it. As the image was projected into the air, Fang Zhao watched the short 2-minute opening animation attentively. Animation was what they called it in the industry. But in reality, As Fang Zhao watched, he felt that it was very real, as if an actual scene had been shot. This animation was comparable with the movies that Silverwing Media invested in every year. As Fang Zhao was watching the 2-minute-long clip, Yuchuan was still examining him. In his heart, he wondered whether this person really had the ability to create such quality music and whether there was a possibility of them working together in the future. Fang Zhao was seriously watching it. At the same time, his fingers starting drumming once again. The extent was not large, and Yuchuan could not see the rhythm this time either. After the 2-minute clip ended, Fang Zhao turned his head to Yuchuan and said, "No problem. 1 month. That's more than enough time." Everyone in the room stared at Fang Zhao. Duan Qianji had wanted to stop Fang Zhao, but he'd spoken too fast. Beside Yuchuan, the other fiery bird staffer, Bai Fu, widened his eyes in disbelief at Fang Zhao's show of self-confidence. Having self-confidence was a good thing, but having too much was just downright stupid. Bai Fu had gone with Yuchuan and invited 18 parties to compose a soundtrack. Of the 18, when some heard the limit of before March, they found it a little difficult. After watching the animation, some had said that they would try their best, meaning that they would only strive to do it, but had no guarantee it could be completed by March. The higher one flew, the more they cherished their wings. These people would only submit if they themselves found it satisfactory. If it was unsatisfactory, they would rather give up the opportunity than harm their reputation. Yet Fang Zhao was number 19 and the last among the list, also possessing the lowest status. He was simply a composer with no reputation at all. To think that after watching the animation, he had the cheek to be that self-confident. Bai Fu could not bear it and wanted to say something, but Yuchuan stopped him with a glance. Bai Fu then could only swallow his words. "In that case, we look forward to some good music." Yuchuan did not stay long. Taking his leave, he and Bai Fu headed straight to the rooftop garage and left in their flying car. The car the two of them had come in did not bear the distinctive fiery bird insignia and was inconspicuous. They did not want to let the outside world know that. Even though they were approaching the publishing date, the opening sequence animation was still lacking a soundtrack. Inside the car, Bai Fu puzzledly asked Yuchuan, "Why didn't you probe more? Test him a little to find out if he was really the creator of the 3 movements, and if he is really capable enough of producing work with sufficient quality within a month or so." It was already nearing the end of January. A deadline before March meant that, essentially, there was only the month of February to come up with a composition. A month's time to produce a compatible soundtrack to such a large-scale gaming project was really difficult. Even a newcomer in the industry would know that. Yuchuan laughed and shook his head. There would be no meaning to that. We do not understand Fang Zhao, nor do we understand Silverwing Media. This is all our own assumption. The answers will be made known to us when their work is submitted. After the two left, Duan Qianji no longer had any misgivings. She told Fang Zhao, "You don't have to force yourself. If you are uncertain, it is still not too late to retract your previous words." As long as Yuchuan and Bai Fu had not left Yenzhou, Duan Qianji could still stop them. "I'm not forcing myself. I agreed to their invitation because I could guarantee that, within a month, I can create a piece that is satisfactory to me. As for whether they like it or not, that I cannot guarantee. Other than the 4 movements of the Period of Destruction series, do you still have the inspiration to create something of a similar quality?" Duan Qianji was astounded. Although she did not know much about composing, she also knew that inspiration was very important to creative personnel. For the deputy department head to personally rush around every continent to hand out requests, the difficulty for this task would certainly be high. Previously, no, but now I do. Duan Qianji watched Fang Zhao silently for 2 seconds. "Okay, got it." Fang Zhao went back downstairs to keep an eye on the production of the 4th movement. In Duan Qianji's office, an assistant with a concerned and puzzled look asked, "Director Duan, are you sure handing it to Fang Zhao is all right? When the time comes, if Fang Zhao's finished work does not match up to the expectations of Fiery Bird, will Fiery Bird take it up against our company? Do you all reckon the specialized staff members of Fiery Bird Sound Effects Department would understand music and know how to differentiate quality?" Duan Qianji asked. The assistant did not reply because the question was too simple. Would an unreliable person be able to stay at Fiery Bird? Previously, Yuchuan had mentioned the one who requested a personal invitation for Fang Zhao was the sound department's own department head. To be able to make it all the way to the top of the sound effects department of Fiery Bird, the undisputed best game company in the world, there was no way the department head was a knucklehead. Duan Qianji was not testing them. She continued on by saying, "From what I know, of the 19 parties that Yuchuan handed the invitation to, there is only one from Yinzhou. In Yinzhou, there was Silver Wing Media's Flying Pegasus, Neon Culture's Metal Torrent, and Tongshan True Entertainment's Fourth Dimension. These three elite cooperatives of the respective media conglomerates had each worked with Fiery Bird before. Silverwing Media had not had success with virtual idols in the past, but as Yuchuan had said, Fiery Bird had many different departments, each with their own duties, and they would not interfere with each other. Virtual idols were just virtual idols, and music was just music. Yuchuan's side was in charge of music. Downstairs, after Fang Zhao returned to his department, he made no mention of Fiery Bird's request. The others did not probe Fang Zhao. Their expectations were not high. They would be happy just by working hard and making more money. Fang Zhao sat down in his own office, brought out a notebook, and started jotting down some scores. He wrote down all the inspiration in his mind that he'd gotten from watching that 2-minute animation. The first 3 movements of the Period of Destruction series were something Fang Zhao had come up with in his previous life. After getting a second life, Fang Zhao only made minor adjustments to the arrangement of the scores. The 4th movement was a collection of his inspiration after he had been reborn. As for the little characters and scribbles appearing on the paper, this was his inspiration gathered after his visit to the cemetery for martyrs today and after viewing the 2-minute animation provided by Yuchuan. After the first draft was completed, Fang Zhao continued thinking about the day's experiences, especially the cemetery for martyrs and the 2-minute opening sequence. The first draft needed amendments, so Fang Zhao continued to look for places that could be improved to make it more outstanding. At this moment, Zheng Huang came over to find him. "Big Zhao, the 4th movement is progressing smoothly. We can probably complete it before the 25th. You mentioned that, after the 4th movement is complete, the entire department will be given a vacation. Just like previous years, Wan Yu and I are not going back." What Zheng Huang meant by going back was going to the city where they were all born, Yanbei City. Back then, after the accident with their housing block, the government had given them quite a bit of compensation. There were a few relatives who'd lusted after the compensation, but Zheng Huang was unwavering and held on to it. Wan Yu was in a similar situation, just that it was not as severe as Zheng Huang's. However, Wan Yu did not want to go back either. After graduating from university, the two of them had never gone back to Yanbei City. "Will you be joining us to celebrate Memorial Day? After all, it's only me and Wan Yu. One more person would make it more lively. This year, we got a new house that's even bigger, and the guest room has already been prepared," Zheng Huang said. Following Fang Sheng's betrayal, he was now behind bars in some prison. After breaking up with Fang Zhao, Shihong had yet to reappear. This year's Memorial Day, Fang Zhao would celebrate it alone. "No, there was still a dog. I won't be going over to your place." Seeing Zheng Huang about to say something, Fang Zhao opened his mouth first. "I'm going back this year." Going back. Zheng Huang clearly had not expected that Fang Zhao would make that choice. Back when they were all in university, they never wanted to go back. At the start of university, he still heard Fang Zhao saying that he never wanted to go back, and at that time, he was at loggerheads with his second uncle. Not understanding the family situation of Fang Zhao's original body, all Zheng Huang heard was Fang Zhao's complaints. Thus, hearing that Fang Zhao wanted to go back, Zheng Huang was flabbergasted and skeptical. Fang Zhao did not say a word. He just selected an electronic mail from his bracelet and showed it to Zheng Huang. "Second uncle, are you coming back for Memorial Day this year?" Jan 20th, 10:23 p.m. Fang Zhao going back. January 21st, 7:02 a.m. "Second uncle, what happened?" January 21st, 7:36 a.m. "Second uncle, what did you change your contact number to?" January 21st, 7:36 a.m. "Second uncle, my number is, give me a call." January 21st, 7:37 a.m. Zheng Huang realized that of the full page of electronic mails, there was only one reply from Fang Zhao. The others were all sent by his second uncle. Most likely, he had been shocked by Fang Zhao's reply. In the past 6 years, he had never received a reply. Every year, he only received a not coming back answer. This year, Fang Zhao's second uncle was probably prepared to receive the same reply. This was confirmation that something had happened. This was the first thought that came to Fang Zhao's uncle's mind, thus his urgent questioning. You haven't returned a call to your second uncle? Zheng Huang was guessing that Fang Zhao deliberately did not want to return the call. However, Fang Zhao had really forgotten. He had settled the matter regarding Peng Pusong's and Fu Yingtian's military posting in the morning before being called upstairs by Duan Qianji. After coming down and checking on a few notifications, he was informed of Fang Sheng's situation. After heading down to the police station, he then went to the cemetery for martyrs and was called back for the meeting with the Fiery Bird staff when he returned to the office. Only after Zheng Huang had mentioned it did Fang Zhao realize he had received a number of notifications but had not yet replied. He had no choice. In his previous life, toward the latter stages, Fang Zhao simply did not have any relatives. Unconsciously, he still did not realize that he had relatives. I forgot, Fang Zhao said. Zheng Huang did not believe him one bit. Leaving the office, he advised Fang Zhao, have a good talk with your second uncle. I feel that he is really sincere. It is getting late. Hurry up and return the call. If your second uncle believes that something happened to you, what if he makes a police report? Fang Zhao glanced outside the window. Indeed, it was getting late. The sky had turned dark. Chapter 66. Candy. When Fang Zhao returned the call, that second uncle of his was apparently shaken and could not speak properly. But from his gasps and grunts, it was obvious that he was delighted. He even sent a photograph. From the original owner's memory, Fang Zhao remembered that there were 4 members in his second uncle's family. His second uncle and aunt and 2 younger male cousins. In the photograph that was sent, there was one more little girl. During the original owner's university days, the aunt had given birth to a girl. Now, she was already 6. In the following days, the entire department worked around the clock. Finally, on the 24th, production for the 4th movement was completed. This signified that the Virtual Projects Department's Memorial Day holiday had begun. On the 25th, Fang Zhao took the entire team out for a big feast, and after that, the members respectively left. Fang Zhao would not be bringing curly hair. Instead, he left the dog in the care of Zheng Huang and Wan Yu. On January 26th, Fang Zhao rode in the car of a technical staff who was on friendly terms with Zhu Wen as they departed from Qian City for Yanbei City. This technical staff was from Yanbei and only went to Qian to work. When he heard from Zhu Wen that Fang Zhao was also heading back to Yanbei, he suggested he give a lift to Fang Zhao. However, this staff member's final destination was different from Fang Zhao's. The two of them were heading to opposite ends of the city. Fang Zhao politely refused the staff member's offer of sending him straight to his doorstep and instead called a cab upon arrival in Yanbei City. To carry a street? Yes. It will be a little crowded there. Recently, there have been lots of people, so I will have to drive slower. The charges will be slightly higher, the cab driver explained. Understood. Fang Zhao glanced out the window. Passing by the throes of people strolling through the streets and the plaza, Fang Zhao felt a sense of déjà vu. If the world had not gone through an apocalypse during a large-scale holiday, the world would pretty much still be the same. Crowded yet bustling, everywhere filled with festive spirit. However, that feeling quickly faded away. The 100-year period of destruction had been real, and the new era had since taken over. Trains sped along the railways and the sky was filled with flying cars coming and going. There was no returning back to that time, because the world was continuing to progress. We have reached Carrier Street. Outside, skyscrapers towered on either side. Residential housing was all concentrated together. At least here, the distance between the buildings was larger and the streets below did not appear dusky in broad daylight. The housing blocks had approximately 100 floors. For every 5 floors, there would be a passageway that extended outward that had enough space for 2 cars to fit through. However, cars were not allowed to travel at high speeds along these passageways. Above the passageways, there was a more protruding semicircular platform that served as a drop-off point. Numbers were written on top, representing the pickup bay's number on the building. 25th floor, stop at the next drop-off point, Fang Zhao told the cab driver. Fang Zhao's memory of the address of his second uncle had long since gone fuzzy. However, When he had called a few days back, his second uncle had foreseen the situation and had sent him the address. Fang Zhao just needed to follow according to the written address to find his uncle's house. Fang Zhao paid the driver and got out of the cab. He noticed a group of kids running over. Some of the slower ones were red in the face and panting. The lift had a limited capacity, and missing out meant they had to run. Turning around to look behind him, Fang Zhao noticed a festive car slowly pulling in, landing on the drop-off point that he had arrived at. Whether it was in Qian or Yanbei, it was common to see a bunch of cutely decorated festive cars about everywhere. These festive cars sold candy, which little kids loved. The festive car wound down its windows to reveal candy of all shapes and sizes. With dazzling multicolored candy, the waft of sweet fragrance and signature music of the candy-selling festive car, it was little wonder that, wherever such a car was found, it was surrounded by kids. As the festive car stopped, the kid running at the front rushed over and skillfully ordered his favorite kinds of candy like a pro. The slower kids still running over called out anxiously, worried that their favorites would be sold out. A smile broke out on Fang Zhao's face as he saw the kids heading to the festive car. His own memory of his childhood was fuzzy. However, seeing the kids vigorously chasing the car, a few vague memories came back to him. Even though the memories were not that distinct, they were fond memories. Fang Zhao was about to withdraw from the place and leave it to the kids who only had eyes for the candy. Just as he was about to leave, Fang Zhao spotted a familiar face among the group of kids. The 6-year-old little girl nimbly bypassed two larger kids in front of her and arrived at the window of the car, tiptoeing and making her order. Beaming, the brightly dressed salesperson picked out a few types of candy and handed them over to the little girl. After receiving the candy, the little girl raised her hand wearing a bracelet adorned with little bears and tapped it at the payment scanner at the window. She turned to leave, but not before raising her head with a reluctant gaze at the little bear-shaped candy that was displayed right at the top. Festive cars arranged their candy according to the district's level of affluence. The more expensive candy had less sales here and was displayed higher up. The surrounding kids would look through the window enviously at the sweets right at the top, but could only covet them. They knew that they could not afford it as their families were not that well off. I would like one of those. Used to facing kids, the friendly salesperson looked up when he heard that. Seeing a young man, he stared for a second before a smile returned to his face, and he proceeded to pick out the candy that the man had selected. The little girl who had just bought candy raised her head and immediately exclaimed, "Brother Zhao?" "Little Belle Fang." Fang Zhao asked in a low voice. This little girl was his second uncle's 6-year-old daughter, Fang Ling. When she'd been born, his second uncle and aunt had heard the sound of bells, thus giving her the name Fang Ling. Her nickname was Little Belle. "That's me." Fang Ling nodded her head enthusiastically. Her dad had kept showing her a photo of Fang Zhao over the past few days. The photo was taken before Fang Zhao had gone to university. In the past 6 years, there had been changes, yet Fang Ling guessed who he was at one glance. Maybe she really recognized him, or perhaps it was just the subconscious mind of a child associating a candy-buying person to someone she knew. The surrounding kids glanced at Fang Ling enviously. So it was Fang Ling's brother. Fang Ling was so lucky to have someone buy candy for her. "Hello, here's your candy." The salesperson handed over the candy sealed in a wrapper over to Fang Zhao. Fang Ling's eyes widened. Her eyes seemed to be shining like stars. Then she watched as the stick of candy that she had longed for such a long time disappear into the mouth of the cousin she was meeting for the first time in 6 years. Seeing the now headless bear candy on the stick and then glancing at Fang Zhao, Fang Ling was dumbstruck. The salesman in the festive car and the surrounding kids were all stunned as well. Had he actually bought the candy for himself? Under the watchful eyes of the surrounding bunch, Fang Zhao calmly proceeded to finish the entire candy. During the end of days, they'd also had candy. Just that sort of candy was created as combat supplies. It did not taste good and was as hard as a rock. However, as long as it provided enough energy, they liked it. The aim was all about replenishing sufficient energy, and thus they would not complain about how it tasted. As for this sort of candy that was purely meant as a snack, Fang Zhao had not enjoyed one in a long time. Soft candy wrapped in icing slowly dissolved in his mouth. The lingering sweetness brought about a certain warmth, as if dispersing a cold winter chill. Actually, Fang Zhao had just wanted a taste and to tease the little kids at the same time. He did not especially like these kinds of things. He cast a glance at the still dumbfounded Fang Ling before scanning the interior of the festive car and asking the salesperson, "Is that for sale?" The salesperson turned his head to where Fang Zhao was pointing. A transparent box in the shape of a bear was sitting there, the inside filled with more of the bear candy that everyone had just seen. "Why, yes. Then I would like that." Oh, sure." The salesperson shifted over the box that was nearly half a meter tall. "There are 50 pieces of little white bears inside. Here, you can count them." On a normal day, the salesperson would have found it hard to sell even one stick of this candy. He had never expected to sell an entire box when he came out today. Fang Zhao opened the box and eyed the surrounding kids that had not yet dispersed. "If you kids can line up from the shortest to the tallest within 10 seconds, I will give everyone one piece." The gaggle of kids had not grasped the concept of 10 seconds, but as soon as they heard the word seconds, they started moving about haphazardly. 10, 9, 8. There were kids of similar heights disputing their positions in the line, but upon hearing Fang Zhao's countdown, put aside their petty squabbles and promptly got into line. Fang Ling watched the forming procession, then glanced at Fang Zhao before shuffling to find her spot in the line and slotting herself in. The salesperson in the car gaped in astonishment. The rowdy bunch of kids that had been crowding around the window had formed a line in the blink of an eye. The line stretched to the end of the drop-off area before winding back, forming a line in the shape of an S. Passerbys in the airspace passage on the 25th floor looked over in curiosity. Some people within the building also opened their windows to take a good look. 3, 2, 1, time's up. It's time for my inspection. A grave-looking Fang Zhao inspected the line, making the kids nervous. They were afraid that standing in the wrong spot might have destroyed their chance of having the candy. "Seems fine. Okay, now, starting from the first in line, come and get your candy from me." After all the 32 kids present had received one piece each, the box still contained 18 pieces. Fang Zhao handed the remainder, including the box, over to Fang Ling. "Four for me." Fang Ling was so startled that she nearly dropped all the candy she was holding. "Is it really for me?" Fang Zhao nodded. "You don't want it?" "I do." "Thank you, brother." The dumbstruck look on Fang Ling's face turned to foolish laughter as she hugged the box tightly. Thus, when Fang Zhao's second aunt opened the door, she saw two people, one large and one small, with traces of sugar on their lips. Chapter 67. You are also children. From Fang Zhao's memory, the original owner of the body had only stayed within his second uncle's house for only a short period of time. That was after the incident with their original homes. After a short while with his second uncle's family, Fang Zhao had then stayed in school. In addition, the government had allocated a compensation home for him, as well as compensation money. Thus, having grown up together with Zheng Huang and the rest, they all decided to live in the same housing block, and they rarely met anyone else. For this reason, he'd never needed the assistance of his relatives. The original owner of Fang Zhao's body had had a rather estranged situation with his other relatives. Perhaps it was due to seeing the situation that Zheng Huang and one you had with their relatives, or perhaps it was due to Fang Sheng's influence. The original would rarely visit his relatives. However, in university, his second uncle, who had doubled as his legal guardian, had still helped him quite a bit. Just that, communication between the two of them was not always good, so before university, Fang Zhao started to isolate himself from his uncle. Before the original had killed himself, he had remembered what his uncle had said. Early on, his uncle had warned him to be wary of Fang Sheng. Because of this, the relationship between Fang Zhao and his uncle worsened. It was also because of this that Fang Zhao became much closer with Fang Sheng. When he changed his number, he also did not inform his uncle. Every year, the only form of communication was through electronic mails. There were some things the original owner would reply to, while other times, he would ignore them. People always make mistakes. However, some mistakes can be deadly, and regret cannot make things right. His second uncle had a squarish face with two rough eyebrows sticking high up his head. His face was slightly flush, probably from drinking some wine. It was obvious from his eyes that he was really excited to see Fang Zhao, yet his face had on the solemn expression of a senior. A few times, he opened his mouth as if to say something, but he quickly swallowed the words, as if he was afraid to say the wrong thing. Rather, It was Fang Zhao's second aunt who pulled him over to do some questioning. She asked about his experiences over the past 6 years and what he was working as. Fang Zhao went through his memories and selected a few stories to share. Watching the warm smile on his aunt's face, he felt a sense of regret. If they knew that the original Fang Zhao had committed suicide, what would they be thinking? That means you signed a contract with Silverwing Media and are producing songs for them? His second aunt thought for a while before continuing. Xiao Zhao, don't mind second aunt being long-winded. When composing, make sure you guard your completed works properly. Don't let yourself be swindled. Be wary of others. A while back, I heard there was an incident with a large company regarding the stealing of songs. Whatever it is, once you complete a song, make sure you make a production record. Don't just write it down on a piece of paper. If by any chance it really gets stolen, even in a lawsuit, at least there will still be your earliest record. If the piece of paper is lost, there is no hope. Fang Zhao nodded his head. I know. Second uncle could no longer hold back his words any longer and interrupted. Be especially wary of that Fang Sheng who is always sticking with you guys. After saying that, both second uncle and second aunt looked at Fang Zhao, wondering if those words would cause an argument yet again. There is no longer any need, Fang Zhao replied. What do you mean no longer any need? One look at that fellow, and you can see the bad intentions all over him. Second uncle was still thinking what else to say when Fang Zhao continued. Fang Sheng is already in jail. The words that second uncle had not yet said remained stuck in his throat. Jail? Second aunt was surprised. Fang Zhao gave a simple explanation of Fang Zhao's song stealing, but he did not mention creating the movements of his series yet. He was still under a strict confidentiality agreement with Silverwing Media and could not yet reveal it. Second aunt sighed. So the news I heard was about him, huh? The news reports on the case regarding Fang Sheng's thefts were not comprehensive. The reports had excluded his full name, and the main point of the report was to remind other artists to be wary. Neon Culture had some part in the hushed reports. Fang Sheng was just a lowly employee. If the reports were too extensive, they could hurt the company's reputation. Most people who did not follow the creative industry, after hearing about the matter, did not really care where it happened or who was involved. I told you back then to be careful of that fellow. He was a little schemer. Second uncle was still mad. His already sharp eyebrows were like knives as they rose up. If only you had been wary of Fang Sheng, this wouldn't have happened. It's a pity you didn't listen back then. He had good intentions. He just didn't know how to express himself well to the younger generation. The words that came out of his mouth seemed like a reprimand. Realizing his words were too much, second uncle stiffened up and changed the topic. Pointing at the fruit juice on the table, he said, "Have some juice. Yesterday, someone brought it all the way from Muzhou. Don't you kids love to drink this type?" Second uncle suddenly remembered that Fang Zhao had already graduated from university and started working. He was no longer the little kid from his memory. Don't mind him. He always has that bad temper. Actually, your second uncle is concerned about you. Although you are no longer a student and have started working, in our eyes, you are still a child, second aunt said, smiling at Fang Zhao. It was not looking down on him. Rather, it was the kind of concern that elders couldn't help but show. Furthermore, Fang Zhao was the only son left behind by second uncle's own brother. Hearing this, Fang Zhao thought, in my heart, you are also children. Can 45 years be considered old? Oh, I'm over 100 years old. At the same time, his second auntie, who was oblivious to what Fang Zhao was thinking, felt moved. In the 6 years they had not seen Fang Zhao, he had matured and was much more settled. When she had opened the door and seen Fang Zhao, for a second she had been stunned. Fang Zhao had seemed a little different. The Fang Zhao 6 years back had seemed as though he had drawn himself a circle. He would always distance himself from people and wear a guarded and alienated look. Now, the Fang Zhao in front of them. The feeling couldn't be described, but he was no longer the same as his past self from 6 years ago. Although still not that warm, he no longer had that guarded behavior. At that moment, the door opened. Second uncle's eldest son, Fang Yu, and his second son, Fang Qi, came in carrying quite a number of items. Fang Yu was 20 this year, and Fang Qi was 12. Seeing Fang Zhao sitting on the sofa, Fang Yu's originally smiling disposition faded somewhat. Second uncle's eyebrows spiked up once more. Why are you only back now? Did you have too much fun playing? He was displeased with the behavior of his two sons. He had told them early in the morning to come straight home after buying the stuff, but the two of them only came back at this time. 12-year-old Fang Qi looked at the floor as his dad got angry. Fang Yu, on the other hand, seemed indifferent. After all, he was used to his dad's temperament already. Probably because Fang Zhao was here, second uncle only said a little before stopping. Glaring at the two of them, he said, "Come over. This is your brother Zhao." Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao. Compared to Fang Qi's, there was an obvious dissatisfaction in Fang Yu's tone. Second uncle's eyebrows shot up. Again, and he wanted to say something, but he was stopped by a tug from second aunt. Fang Zhao did not mind Fang Yu's attitude. From his memory, Fang Yu's attitude was not without reason. Oh right, Fang Zhao took out 2 boxes from his backpack and handed them over to the two brothers. Here is your Memorial Day gift. I wasn't too sure what you guys would like now, so I asked my entire department before picking these out. I tried out my fellow colleagues' version. The sound quality is quite good. What seemed like a simple transparent case held 2 bean-sized items. They were shaped like the beak of a bird, part red, part black. The intense clashing combination of fiery red and jet black was eye-catching. For anyone familiar with earpieces, the color scheme would only bring to mind one company. Fang Yu's and Fang Qi's eyes were fixated on the jet black portion of the earphones. On them was a fiery red S shape. FFF fiery bird earpieces. FFF for us. The younger Fang Qi was so excited he'd started to stutter. If he had a tail, it would have started wagging nonstop. Fang Yu tapped his younger brother on his head. In his heart, he felt disgusted at his brother for his turncoat behavior. However, his own eyes unconsciously kept looking at the earpiece. Regardless of whether it was music, films, or games, earpieces were indispensable. In the new era, whether one was young or old, everyone grew up using earpieces for the internet or various electronic appliances. Even if one was not proficient with earpieces, they would at least have a basic understanding. Second uncle also knew the name of Fiery Bird and told Fang Zhao, "Don't spend money recklessly." Second aunt clapped second uncle on the back, giving him a look that said, "Keep your mouth shut if you do not know how to speak." What reckless spending? His nephew only did this out of kindness, and his own children were on the receiving end. What sort of tone was he using? It was no wonder that, back then, uncle and nephew quarreled often. "Okay, enjoy your gifts. Fang Yu, go and tidy up your room." Second uncle waved his two sons off. "No need. I bought a place in Yanbei," Fang Zhao said. "When did you buy it? Are you coming back to Yanbei to work?" a surprised second uncle asked. "I just bought it. I won't be coming back to Yanbei to work. I just bought a place here. That's all." Second aunt could immediately tell what his purpose was. Fang Zhao had bought the place as an occasional lodging for when he returned to Yanbei from time to time. "Just stay here tonight. We haven't seen you in 6 years, and we are all very happy to see you." Your second uncle woke up early just to buy groceries to prepare his specialty dishes. Cough. Second uncle's face became redder, and he decided to change the topic. After some thought, second uncle's smile faded, and he firmly asked, "Little Zhao, have you done your military service?" If Fang Zhao had enlisted for the military, there was no doubt someone would have informed his friends and relatives to prevent having uncontactable family events in the event of an accident. According to the information in the government records, second uncle would have received a notification, as he used to be Fang Zhao's legal guardian. He used to wonder if Fang Zhao had replaced his contactable personnel with someone else. He'd asked Fang Zhao about it a few times back, when Fang Zhao had been in university, but was ignored. Today, finally seeing Fang Zhao, he could not help but ask. At the mention of this matter, second aunt also became serious. "I haven't, but I will not be serving this year. My schedule is still a little tight," Fang Zhao replied. "If it is like this, then it's okay. When the time comes, let second uncle know if you need any help. I have 2 classmates that I am close to who are working in the military. Every year, they will need those clearing their military service." Xiao Yu decided in spring that he was going to serve his military service too. He is in year 3 of university and is more than 20 years old. As his contact personnel, I hope to arrange for Xiao Yu to be sent to my friend's division. Second uncle shared his own plan. The place he hoped to arrange for Fang Yu to go was not an easy or comfortable place. It was a relatively newly opened planet, and mineral resources were not the main priority. They were still busy with construction, so military service personnel would Likely be sent to help with the construction there. Military service is to toughen him up, so a little hardship is fine. It's just that we would worry about other stuff. Having cleared their military service before, second uncle and aunt were both very clear what it was like. With someone to assist, a little suffering was manageable, and when training, it would polish one's temperament, which went a long way and helped even after the service was completed. What they were most afraid of was that the atmosphere among that batch would be bad, and the place he got posted to would have little security, making it easy to be bullied. Fang Yu was not a very smooth person, and it gave them conflicting thoughts. Considering the impulsiveness of young people that age, there was no telling what sort of unpleasant events could occur. Although second uncle knew people who were in the military and his old classmates were willing to help, when it came to arranging for a person to be transferred to their division, they were totally helpless. When it came to military service, people in the new era always had two responses: find people or find money. Money had already been collected, and second uncle's family had spent recent times finding someone who could mediate and hopefully help get Fang Yu a posting at second uncle's old classmates' division. Fang Zhao sighed in his heart. The way people in the new era saved up money to obtain favorable postings was like how people before the apocalypse saved up money to buy a house. Some families started having a target and saving up even before their children were born. Have you decided on the place to go? Fang Zhao asked. Yes, the place I told you about just now. It would be best if he could go there, second uncle said. You don't have to continue finding anybody for the time being. Let me see if I can settle the matter with Fang Yu. Fang Zhao sent a text to Duan Quanji. As he did not know if Duan Quanji was busy, he only sent a short text. Fang Zhao asked, what is Fang Yu's student ID, personal ID, and the place you want him to be sent to? Which divisions are your classmates assigned to? Second uncle was a little too stunned to react, but his second aunt's reaction was quick. She replied immediately. Beside them, Fang Yu, who had originally decided to head back to tidy up his room, stood rooted to the ground and looked in Fang Zhao's direction. He did not understand whether Fang Zhao was just talking big or if he really had the means, but as the matter concerned him, Fang Yu also listened in. Duan Xianji could not have been very busy, as she returned Fang Zhao a text a few moments later. Xiao Zhao, second uncle understands that you wish to help, but with regards to this matter, a lot of things are not as simple as you think they are. Second uncle had not yet finished speaking before Fang Zhao handed over a serial number. This serial number is Fang Yu's military assignment number. Check it out and see if it matches. Chapter 68, Winging It. Handed the serial number, second uncle didn't know how to respond. Second aunt got busy. Folks from their generation had all served, so they knew where to look up an assignment. After she found the official website, second aunt entered the numbers and letters in the serial number. When she was done, she triple-checked her input before hitting enter. Then she gazed at the computer screen, waiting for the result. When second uncle saw the result, he questioned his eyesight. He checked the website. It was the right one. It was where they had checked their assignments when they served. This. Second uncle looked at the result, then looked at Fang Zhao. He couldn't manage a complete sentence. Fang Zhao had changed so much in 6 years. He could understand the change in personality. That wasn't uncommon. 6 years was enough to transform someone's personality, but not anyone could swing a preferential military posting with a phone call. Fang Yu joined the scramble to check the search result. The length his jaw dropped revealed how surprised he was. Company perk for Memorial Day, Fang Zhao said. Your company hands these out as perks? It was the first time Fang Yu had heard of such a thing. Even though past events had soured his impression of Fang Zhao, his cousin was now helping him out, and he couldn't give him simple, perfunctory attention anymore. He was in an awkward position. He was also curious how Fang Zhao had secured the posting. People usually kept preferential postings for themselves. No one handed them out so casually like Fang Zhao. Second uncle and second aunt were wondering the same thing. Little Zhao, aren't you due to serve too? Why don't you keep the posting for yourself? Second uncle asked in a worried tone. You may not understand the importance of a plum posting, but let me tell you. I still have one for myself. Fang Zhao's comment left second uncle speechless. He paused before saying, with a confused expression, That's great. The hand with which he was carrying his glass was trembling. He wasn't as calm as he seemed. One preferential posting was enough to blow them away. To think Fang Zhao had one more. Little Zhao, second aunt thanks you from the bottom of her heart, second aunt said, while looking at Fang Zhao in earnest. What a difference 6 years makes. You're your own man now. And to think that second uncle and I were worried that you would struggle at work. You must be much tougher than we'd thought. But even so, if there's anything you need, second uncle and I will do our best. Of course, little Zhao. If you need help with anything, don't be a stranger, second uncle added. The huge favor that Fang Zhao had done for them left second uncle and second aunt at a loss. It finally dawned on them that the Fang Zhao of today wasn't the kid they used to know. He was someone in charge. Little Zhao Fang Yu. We'll take you to your room. If you don't have anything else planned, do spend the night. Second uncle wasn't particularly articulate. After mumbling a few orders, he joined second aunt in the kitchen. They ate takeout or instant food most of the year. There was a dazzling selection of instant food products in the new era. When the couple was busy at work, they would order from the company cafeteria or have takeout or instant food. The kids ate at school. Only when the family reunited on holidays did the couple cook for themselves. Second uncle was in a great mood. First, the issue of Fang Yu's military assignment had been resolved. Second, Fang Zhao had turned out to be quite competent. He was delighted. After all, Fang Zhao was his nephew. As for how Fang Zhao had obtained the 2 preferential postings, if Fang Zhao wouldn't volunteer, they wouldn't press the matter either. As second uncle and second aunt took in Fang Zhao's changes, Fang Yu took Fang Zhao to his room. His father had asked him to vacate his room for Fang Zhao the day before. He would bunk with his younger brother for the time being. Since leaving for university, Fang Yu hadn't spent much time at home. He didn't want to tidy up his room. He only put up appearances with his father breathing down his neck, so his room was still a bit messy. Let me clean up a bit. Fang Yu felt embarrassed. After Fang Zhao took care of his military assignment with 2 text messages, he had put his cousin on a pedestal. Fang Zhao had only brought a small suitcase. Apart from the gifts for his uncle's family, he only brought 2 changes of clothes. He scanned Fang Yu's room. Much of the 20-odd square meter space was cluttered, but his bookshelves were in neat order. Do you mind if I read your books? Fang Zhao asked, pointing at the bookshelves. Feel free. I haven't read them anyway, Fang Yu responded. The shelves were lined with mostly Fang Yu's secondary school textbooks. There were 2 types of secondary textbooks, paperbacks and the electronic versions. Maybe it had something to do with the fact that electronic communications were jammed and telecom equipment occasionally malfunctioned during the end of days. But despite the rapid advancement of technology in the new era, paperbacks were never completely retired. Students used electronic textbooks for the most part. They were convenient, and physical books took up space. By graduation, their paperbacks were often intact. It was the same case with Fang Yu's textbooks. They were arranged on the top shelf as decoration. Fang Zhao pulled out a Secondary 2 math textbook. The Secondary 1 and Secondary 2 textbooks had been thumbed through somewhat, but the books for years 3 and onward were all brand new. When he opened the textbook, he saw the first page inscribed with the large characters. Fang Zhao is a major idiot. Fang Zhao. He flipped some more and discovered scribbles and drawings. Scanning his memory, Fang Zhao realized that, when Fang Yu was a second year, the original owner of his body had just graduated from secondary school. That was also when his relationship with second uncle and family was at its worst. Fang Yu was under his father's tight supervision at the time. One ill-advised remark and he'd be confined to his room reading, so he vented by scribbling in his textbook. When Fang Yu turned his head after tidying up, he noticed Fang Zhao holding his Secondary 2 math textbook and caught a glimpse of the page he had turned to. Images of the insults he had scribbled as a second year came rushing back. He snatched the textbook and shoved it into a drawer. Oh, I was a clueless brat back then. Fang Yu was so embarrassed he wanted to hide under a rock. Just half an hour ago, Fang Zhao had secured him a preferential military posting, and now he was staring at an insult directed at him scribbled in Fang Yu's Secondary 2 math textbook. Fang Zhao actually wasn't upset. Decent drawing, he said. From his point of view, considering what went down between the original owner of his body and the Fang family, Fang Yu wasn't off the mark. But the original owner was no longer around, so Fang Zhao refrained from passing judgment on past events. Fang Yu didn't want to discuss the past and his previous grievances anymore. He pondered briefly and said, "Oh, big brother, are you going to visit great-grandfather and great-grandmother on Memorial Day?" He remembered that Fang Zhao would tag along with their family on their previous visits after his own parents passed. But after quarreling with his second uncle a few times, Fang Zhao had stopped going. He hadn't visited his great-grandparents since. Fang Zhao canvassed his memory and found a bit of relevant information, but not much. He only had vague memories of the great-grandfather and great-grandmother that Fang Yu had mentioned. He only remembered the couple were the most senior members of the Fang family. They lived in a retirement home for former government officials in Yanbei. They should have been in their 150s, even older than Fang Zhao was in his previous life. "Yeah, let's go," Fang Zhao said. "Every time we visit, great-grandfather hands out red packets. You haven't been in 10 years, no? If you're on your best behavior, maybe great-grandfather will be impressed and give you all the red packets you were due for the past 10 years. Great-grandfather Fang had retired with merit. Even though he no longer retained his military title, he enjoyed a comfortable retirement package. He didn't have to worry about daily expenses and was entitled to a considerable pension. At the Yanbei retirement home for former officials, elderly residents were starting to get busy. Their daily chores were taken care of. What occupied their time was brainstorming how much cash to stuff in their red packets. "Old Fang, you're skipping your grandkids again," a neighbor yelled from his window. In a room equipped with quasi-antique decor, the spirited old man who sat in his chair leafing through a ledger responded, "Yes, they're so old. Even if I give them red packets, are they thick-skinned enough to accept them? Then it's down to your great-grandkids and great-great-grandkids." Then, the voice next door said, "I'm thinking of skipping my great-grandkids as well. A bunch of little brats. None of them have amounted to anything." Great-grandfather Fang fumed. The old woman sitting next to him laughed. "What are you laughing about? That's exactly what they are," great-grandfather Fang grumbled. Great-grandmother Fang went silent. Even though her old companion complained that none of his great-grandkids amounted to much, he always included every single one of them on his list, including Fang Zhao, who was alive and well, but hadn't shown up in 10 years. The old lady's laughter subsided when her thoughts drifted to her grandson and his wife who had died young and the great-grandson they hadn't seen in 10 years. Word was that the great-grandson had been accepted to a decent school and moved to Qian, but he hadn't bothered visiting before leaving for university. Little did Fang Zhao know how much his great-grandparents had intervened and staved off trouble behind the scenes. So be it. If he doesn't show, he doesn't show. Family members easily became distant to each other in the new era. If the two of them weren't receiving such a huge pension, few of their kids and their kids' kids would visit on Memorial Day. Great-grandfather Fang couldn't keep quiet while doing his math. "That kid Fang Yu is due to serve soon, no?" The old lady put down her book, removed her glasses, and responded slowly. "I heard a while back about our third son's kids. Not Fang Yu, though." Tisk. Great-grandfather Fang shook his head. He was about to speak again, but held back. "Whatever. There's no point. Same routine again. If I like what I see, I'll give them a bit more cash. If not, I'll wing it." Chapter 69, The Odd Great-Grandson. Fang Zhao spent the night at his second uncle's home. In the morning, he visited the apartment he'd bought in Yanbei and tidied it up a bit. It was just a place to crash, 80-odd square meters, a bedroom, and a study. After he was done, he went to the cemetery to pay his respect to the parents of his body's previous owner. In the new era, cemeteries for the masses weren't typical cemeteries. They were run by individual companies. The parents of his body's original owner had died in an explosion. The entire building was reduced to ashes, so the cemetery held not their remains, but some of their personal items. The original owner of his body never visited his parents' gravesite in Yanbei. Instead, he would pay his respects remotely by logging into the website of the company that ran the cemetery where his parents were enshrined. You needed to make an appointment in advance to pay your respects in person. You were assigned a waiting area, and the remains of the deceased or their personal items were pulled from central storage. In contrast to the martyrs' cemetery, these centralized corporate cemeteries were more compact. When Fang Zhao arrived, he was told he owed a year in back fees. After paying the overdue bill, Fang Zhao went ahead and paid for 10 years of storage in advance. In the new era, rank-and-file citizens weren't allowed to be buried. Their remains were housed in cemeteries like this one. You chose from the various private cemetery companies according to preference and affordability. Some were backed by the government. Others were completely private. The cemetery where the parents of the original owner of Fang Zhao's body were enshrined was funded by the government. Even though it wasn't something to write home about, it was managed with more discretion. Despite incurring a year's worth of back fees, the Fang parents' storage box hadn't been cleared. All the cemetery company had done was send a reminder via text message. Fang Zhao had not been pestered endlessly. Second uncle wanted the whole family to visit great-grandfather Fang at his retirement home on Memorial Day. He also wanted Fang Zhao to meet other elders in the family, so he kept Fang Zhao for the night. As a result, Fang Zhao had yet to spend a single night in his new apartment in Yanbei. Fang Yu's military assignment had been settled and Fang Zhao was back, so second uncle couldn't stop smiling. This gave Fang Qi, who'd almost flunked his exams, some breathing room. But what second uncle and family felt awkward about was the fact they were still guarded in front of Fang Zhao. It wasn't entirely due to the favor Fang Zhao had extended, although that was part of it. Second uncle couldn't quite explain himself. He just followed his gut feeling. Fang Yu also felt that the way Fang Zhao looked at him reminded him of the old man who lived upstairs. Fang Zhao's gaze was somewhat paternalistic, to the extent that Fang Yu felt inferior in front of his cousin. He even spoke with caution. Fang Yu tried to figure out why he acted this way. Maybe it was like his father had said, people who are competent command a sense of respect. Fang Zhao also noticed that second uncle and family were wary of him, but he couldn't change overnight. He didn't know how to act young, or rather, he didn't know how to pretend to be a young man. The reason for his visit was simple. He wanted to see what Yanbei looked like in the new era. It had been 6 years since his last visit. Even if his personality had undergone massive changes, friends and family wouldn't make a big deal of it. On Memorial Day, Fang Zhao, second uncle, and his family took a public train to a retirement home for former officials in the suburbs of Yanbei. It was a bustling day at the retirement home. Rapid advancements in technology and improved human health after the period of destruction had increased life expectancy. The retirement age for most industries was now around 150. At that age, it was common for 5 generations of the same family to be alive. As a result, families were quite large. Some families had 6 or 7 kids. The numbers added up. But in the new era, what counted was personal ability, not the size of your family. Jobs in the new era were demanding, which put a strain on family relationships. Even siblings could easily grow apart. The various branches of great-grandfather Fang's family decided whether or not to visit the head of the family on their own. They never coordinated their visits. When Fang Zhao and second uncle's family arrived at the retirement home, their first stop wasn't great-grandfather and great-grandmother's living quarters, but rather the neighboring woods. The 2 elders get many visitors on Memorial Day. If everyone visits at the same time, it's way too crowded in their residence, so the retirement home allocates a small house for the family reunion. Second uncle was worried that Fang Zhao wasn't familiar with the protocol. When Fang Zhao and party arrived, there was already a crowd of 20-odd people. They sat at adjoining tables. The family members on good terms chatted in groups, while relatives at odds with each other ignored their enemies. The 2 elders will also chat with the younger Fangs, but the time they spend with each person varies. The more they like you, the longer they'll spend with you. Last year, they spent a lot of time with A.